Some say that violence turns men into beasts. But those who have been in battle know that the only way to victory is through cunning, through valor, through overcoming the odds. And if by winning you tame the beast inside, you become a champion. PGL Quake Champions Open, October 5th through the 7th, 2018.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL Quake Champions Open. I'm Jason Kaplan, and we're underway with our second day here of our 3-day event where all the players are participating for $50,000 on the line. And it's been a fantastic duel tournament so far. And if you guys missed out on yesterday, where the hell were you? But luckily for you, we've got a recap video to show you what went down in yesterday's games.
Ron knows it. He's going to be collapsing in on him in just a little bit. Here comes the fight. Sirius has got the LG, but he doesn't have the time or the health to switch back over. And this is going to be Sirius going down again. Sirius going to be...
Oh, Sirius quite has the exact timing on Heavy right now, but he catches Zrom.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a good rocket from Zrom. And he's got the rail. Yeah, 47% rail from Sirius, 53% LG.
Oh, a fantastic Gore coming out as Ron to even the tables just a little bit, but he's still going to need another frag here.
Yeah.
But again, like, Sirius has been able to go all in on some of these fights and just get so much work down. But there's the starter shotgun doing its job.
Rafa doing some decent damage right now, especially with the LG off the map he goes. Rafa rocket jumping away. Very nice play by Rafa, waiting for the sound cube. Here we go. Rafa still has the stack advantage. And the shotgun will finish him off.
Cooler got, honestly, a little bit lucky here. But in the next play, oh my god, it's going to be a mid-air rocket. He's going to need this piercing sight here pretty soon, but it's going to be a fight over the Mega. Doesn't quite get it, but the damage is good coming out of Rafa, at least initially, but Cooler's LG is so dangerous.
He'll be confident.
LG the jump pad and gets stuck on the jump pad, and Cipher will absolutely get melted.
Cipher already having an angle. I don't like that play from Avec. However, Cipher gets a good early rocket. Avec sticking around again. Cipher doesn't know a thing. He's right below him. He's going to spot him and maybe a little
drops
late.
right onto him.
Oh god, that lightning gun was 100%. Clean angle. It's like you've got double jumping right into that. He's going for the punch? Does he mean that?
He wants the bar fight right now.
Well, he gets one shot on him. He's quite weak. He's going to get the rail back in a second. And Cipher can't get out of there.
What a shot.
That's a nice spot on the map to just gather information.
Oh, that
what a
great
rocket.
rocket. No. Throws him out the club, and Sirius trips and falls. Aggressive play here from CNZ as Sirius gets caught up by the heavy. But that rail flick, though.
Maybe if you've got all 3 totems up and another one spare to put down, you can, you know, block those points up a bit, but he should go down here. Get that orb. Saving his life was important. He missing on the flame strike. Sirius.
He holds his ground, tries to get another shot in. Wow. And I guess when you do that with the slipgate, why not?
That Mega got delayed a little bit. He's going up there. The rocket's going to hit him, and the rail. Drop down 2,
what a
dual
drop
wheel.
down.
This is going to hurt a lot for somebody. The rockets, who's landing them? Buxter really needs to...
The point is he survived with his life for the time being, as
Okay.
Bucks are playing very slow in the stairwell, but he will get railed down to 35 HP and...
Oh,
what? Cipher with the LG. Buxter's already down. So crippled.
Oh! Cipher's struggling to push past on this. There's 30
He's going to push
health.
for this. He needs to. Doubles back and reads it well, and Cipher will get the frag, but heal comes out from Buxter as well with 30 seconds left. He's got pineapples to work with and a shotgun.
And heavy on top of that.
It's a thick boy now.
Yeah, it is. And here it is. It's going to run into the... Oh! He's
15
walked.
seconds.
He's going to find him. He's even
my! He tries to rocket jump for that extra boost, and he's just like, I'll just throw myself out the window. That's fine.
There's 2 great rockets from them. Both players leave heavily wounded.
Buxter has a totem.
Oh!
There it is.
This is bad for Lupin, though. He's kind of stuck in a corner, but he's just pushing in. But he's definitely not expecting that, backing up onto Mega. And Lupin is just charging in over and over. That 100 damage rocket, though. Oh, this could be a lot of damage coming out from Lupin. Switches to the LG base. Can he get out? Yeah, with like 5 points of health, and Lupin will chase him down. That's good. That should give him a bit of a morale boost.
So now I want to see his control. Now that he's been able to get that. Okay. Well, now control's just been thrown out the window.
Yeah, base has got control of the top now. Another vertical rail. Is this going to be the end? Lupin tries to get out. Base, click. No ammo left. Very nice rocket jump, getting a lot of horizontal speed. Both major items up. Which one is he going to go for? He's just going to go for Lupin. He doesn't want to take anything.
Oh!
Push in. Yes, he will. LG out and at the ready. There come the defensive rockets, but was going off the map. Ring out. Almost out of rockets, though. This has got to be careful.
Wasn't a lot of damage, but that was a good prediction there.
Yeah,
And again, double 41s,
Oh
up
my
to triple
God.
20s. He might die to fire, though, if he takes any damage.
Yeah, trade. Great, that's definitely going to favor Kilson since he was 1 champion up already. That's a good rail at the start. Railson once, twice. Can't hit
3
the first
times
one.
the lady.
Oh no, Kilson. Oh, you will find it at the end. Bit of LG damage coming through. And was actually getting position onto the heavy. Kilson is going to push in. Was kind of stuck right there.
God. These shots. Oh my God, kill. Okay, yeah, don't jump off the mountain. Oh, the orb back in! What is going on? He gets the frag. Kilson!
Can he figure out? Oh, he's looking the wrong way entirely. Taking a lot of flame damage, but nope. Quick reaction, though.
They're now the Death Knight, and this
no.
is Kilson. Spot him out already. The Die Orb will come through, and Waz's tournament life looks like it will be ending here. And what a crazy day of games we did have yesterday. I do want to give a special shout out to Squeeze Toy for joining us, flying all the way out to Romania just for that 5-second clip we had with Kilson up against Waz. But I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm joined by 2 lovely gentlemen here on the desk. We've got 40 Lions as well as Jahar.
Lovely.
One more
All
lovelier
you.
than the
All
other.
you.
I'll let you 2 figure out which one is that.
It's all him.
It's you. It's you. I'm sorry to spoil
You're
it.
too sweet to me.
I
Too
am.
sweet
It's
to
because
me.
we got the beaks.
It's
You know?
that beak allegiance.
Yeah,
I like it. I'm
exactly.
sorry,
Jahar,
Jahar.
work
I'm
on the
sorry.
nose.
I'm sorry.
Help us out here. But first of all, 40 Lions, day 1 kicked off. We had so many great games. Avic versus Cipher was one that really stood out, that went to the 3rd map. It was such a close series. Tell us about that game.
Absolutely insane. I think a lot of people were like, okay, Cypher's going to take this, no offense to Avic, except for me because, I called it. I'm just saying. But yeah, very close map 3. Avic took it, knocking him to the lowers, but Cipher made it through. So
A little bit of a team kill. A little bit of a team kill.
A little bit, just a little bit of a push. Just, hey, me first. Me first.
Maybe Cipher's letting Avic get in. You know, he's like, hey, I'll help you out.
Could
No,
be
definitely not. Avic earned that too. And we saw a lot of dire orbs come out of Avic in particular, where he was getting multiple frags and Cipher's using his for mobility and had some questionable times. But the Brule story, I think, Jahar, over the course of yesterday, serious.
Yeah, nobody was really expecting him to get as far as he did. He was the very first game we had in the morning, him versus Ron, and actually Ron eventually didn't make it into group stages. So serious, you know, I was wondering if he was feeling like a little bit chuffed or expectant about his performance today, and he's just not worried. He doesn't care, according to him. He says that. I don't know if I believe him. Like, you can look deep into his eyes and think, oh my God, what am I doing?
He was stone cold when I talked to him. I was like, you nervous at all? He's like, no, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
He doesn't lose unawoken.
He doesn't.
I didn't know he was Russian. No, but I do want to mention, I heard from after he was done playing, he was actually really disappointed in his performance. It's like you beat Zron, you qualified through like first in your group. Like, come on, how could you be disappointed in that? It doesn't make sense.
I think some players just play at a certain level, and when they don't hit that, even if they do well and they excel, it's just they know they could do even better, and that's not necessarily a bad mentality to have going into day two.
And today he'll have to. His group is actually one that I think he could do well in, but he won't be able to take it laying down.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Let's actually take a look at the brackets we had from yesterday. If you guys want to see any of the results that you missed out on yesterday, and you can see the people qualified through. We'll start with the upper bracket, because there was a couple of players in there that got relatively far that we never really expected. I mean, Wenger, you can kind of expect that, but we wanted to see what his performance was going to be like at this event, because we've only seen him at one event before this back in Tours, which was a 2v2 tournament.
Yeah, of course, being a younger player, it's always neat seeing some of that new blood come in, so Claus has got to watch out. But of course, he's through as well. I love seeing Toxic in here. I think he was kind of in a middling expectant stage for a while. And it's always a question mark, like, what Toxic are we going to get at this LAN party? What Toxic are we going to get this day? And that's still my question going into today.
I mean, of course, you know, 40, we had a crazy match, like, off the bat. One of our first games, the second game of the day, actually, Cooler versus Rafa.
Yeah.
That's a grand final in its own. It's a grand final that's been played multiple times. But Cooler was the one to get the better of Rafa, and Rafa didn't look like the person that we normally see when it comes to him playing.
Yeah, historic matchup, and Cooler took it pretty convincingly. I think his rail really helped him out, but again, Rafa's still qualified. It's going to be okay. Everything's fine. Everybody calm down, okay?
Yeah, we're not into elimination matches yet today.
But their two playstyles, they clash more than maybe anybody else in the top-tier scene right now. So it's a tough matchup for both of them.
All right, let's take a look at the lower bracket. You guys can see the last 8 players that did move through into today's games. Dewey, for one in particular, for me, that really stands out. He got knocked into the lower bracket by Razy, but he got through today, and actually he's playing against Cooler as we speak. And last time I saw, he was winning.
Be still my beating heart.
I know, right? Just don't root for NA, Jahar, and everything's going to be all right. But we can see we had Base get through there, ended up beating Lupin in a very one-sided match. We had Agent get through as well. It's good to see the 2 Cyberfight players be able to make their way through. And then there's that match that really stands out right under the Agent game. It's going to be Zron and Kilson, and Kilson took out Zron, not even in like the qualifying match. It was just an elimination match.
Yeah, that was pretty nuts. I think the match that stands out to me, though, was Cipher Buckster. I don't know if people saw it, but Buckster got thrown out the club and then ejected himself out the club, and I cannot get that out of my head. That clip is just burned in my memory now.
Just being responsive, he's like, wait, I'm not 21.
Yeah, he's like, I need to leave. This is bad. I need to be honest here. But yeah, a close game. Cipher made it. Buckster almost had it on map 2, but couldn't force a map 3, and Cipher gets through. Very excited to see him play.
Judging off of Cipher's performance yesterday, he's definitely got to be on high alert today. Hopefully he's feeling good. And of course, morning games are always a little bit different, and you get different temperaments between players as well. Some people can, you know, get here to the LAN center first thing in the morning and just be hot out of the gate. Some people need a little bit of time to warm up.
Yeah. And speaking of warming up, I did catch Garpy warming up before, who did qualify through in that match in the loser bracket. Lower bracket loser. I like to call it loser bracket because technically they lost, but I guess lower bracket's more PC. But he's a player that, like, I know Zoot's been talking about constantly. I know we've all been mentioning he's a quote-unquote kind of dark horse. Like, he can perform really well. I know I saw that. I know it's like dark horse, but we said about like everyone.
Players this week. Yeah.
But he's a very strong player, and he's been able to show up like time and time again in a lot of these major tournaments. I just want to see if he has what it takes here into the group stage.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. His Rockets are absolutely fantastic defensively. I think he could be the one to take it all, really.
Well, you know what? We got our groups. Let's take a look at them, actually. Let's take a look at Group A to see who's going to be participating in that one. And it's going to be Cooler, Claus, Base, and Dewey.
Death group number 1.
Yeah, they're all death groups. And we already have a result actually in there. We were just told Claus did beat Base 2-0.
And Cooler and Dew is still going, so presumably they're into a third map at this point.
That's actually gonna be really interesting, and you know,
I'll
guess
be right
we can.
back. I'm gonna
Yeah, okay,
go check that
go,
out.
Go let us know.
One overtime, either one.
I'm actually curious on your guys' thoughts of the Cooler versus Dewey game, because to me, Dewey has the potential to tilt the hell out of Cooler with the Dire Orbs.
Yeah, it's been kind of his go-to strat against certain players for a long time. And Cooler, I think, would be an interesting person to try to tilt because he's pretty creative with his gameplay himself. But he seems to get a little bit off center whenever somebody gets as creative as he can get. And Dewey's definitely one of those players. He's been innovating with ability usage and just pacing and positioning ever since the beginning of Quake Champions, pretty much.
And this is what I love about the NA versus EU clashes 40s. You have these different styles where like Cooler's not used to playing against NA players and Dewey's not used to playing against EU. I know you played a relatively high rank in NA, and I know you haven't had the chance to play anyone here, but how disjointing would it be to go up against such a different style than you're used to?
Well, I've actually spoken to a lot of the players, and a lot of them just say, hey, I didn't even expect that out of the gate, and you can't adapt it quick enough, and then before you know it, you're out, and you're like, what just happened to me?
Yeah.
So
don't play Awoken as the first map. Easy.
So it could be really rough to try and adapt mid-game, and that's why getting practice games as quick as you can when you get over here is so important.
All right, let's take a look at Group B now. We can see what players will be participating in this one. We've got Wenger, Dehang, Rafa, and Agent.
The boys.
Yeah, this is something that, obviously yesterday during the group picks, there was a little bit of consternation about the fact that Dehang and Rafa are in the same group. It's still a possibility that they will be the two to go forward, and Wenger and Agent will not, but I think they got the work cut out for themselves.
Yeah, last time I did see Wenger versus Agent, when I was back there watching, it was, I think, 2-2 on Awoken. And Wenger came back from a really bad round to actually win the round himself. So I'm not sure how that one wrapped up, but that was a very, very close game. Both of them had massive parties watching behind them. And Dehang Rafa, I don't even know what to say about that one. Actually, that's going to be our first match eventually, so we're not even going to talk about it too much here. Let's take a look now at Group C, though, and see the players participating in this one, because it does not get easier. We have technically more than 16 of the best players in the world here. We have like 20-something players all matched up now against each other, and we've got Group C kicking off with Razy, Toxic, Garpy, and Cipher.
No Americans. I'm a little bit less nervous. I'm fine.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Next group. No, I mean, all these groups are insane. So we're at the stage of the tournament where they're all killers, and you have to play your best game to move it forward.
We didn't get to see Razy at all yesterday. We didn't get to see what kind of pace or kind of, stature he's bringing to this tournament today. But he's been a player that's grinded the hardest in terms of online tournaments throughout this entire year. Hands down MVP just for being able to do that. And we're going to see if he can kind of replicate his performances of the past.
Yeah, I think with Cipher in there, Garpy and Razy are kind of at the same level, I would say. They've had kind of similar results over the past few lands. Cipher hasn't been able to attend every single LAN lately.
Right.
So it's really exciting to be able to see him here along with everybody else. We kind of have the whole gang back together just about. But at the same time, he's got a lot to prove now. He's been a little bit out of the spotlight, and Claus has been kind of getting in there as well. So I really wonder, how much contention there is just between those two.
Yeah, and actually, I would love to see like a potential Claus Cipher grand final.
Yeah, well, okay, maybe not in the grand final, but we'll see it in groups probably.
Yeah. Well, eventually we'll get there. Yeah. But let's take a look at Group D. Let's actually see the last 4 players participating in this tournament for $50,000. Avic, Sirius, Kilson, and CNZ. So, in my mind, off the bat, we got Sirius, Kilson, and CNZ who are already at the same side of the bracket. Sirius has to feel really comfortable with this group.
Avic was playing incredibly well yesterday. Kilson, I think from the games that we saw, he was a little bit more just like directing snuff films from the games that we were watching. So I don't really know how to gauge him at the moment, but he was looking really consistent, which is a big deal in these LAN events. So I think Sirius still has a good chance to get top 2 in his group, but it's going to be tough.
I mean, he was super calm and collected when I spoke to him. 50% LG in one of his matches. Like, I don't see him not moving forward. But
Kilson has like one of the most like steady like temperaments out of anybody here.
Well, you look at this group, you have 2 players with Avic and Kilson who have been at so many LANs they couldn't count them. Then you have Sirius and CNZ who haven't been to as many Sirius. This is his second LAN period. So Is he going to be able to carry over the performance from yesterday to today? That's my big question. Can he maintain that performance?
As long as he doesn't lose on Awoken, it's all good.
As long as he stays undefeated, everything will be fine. I think if he goes into it with his temperament of being just a stone-cold killer, he can actually push them back and say, who is this guy? Like, why is this happening to me on LAN? Because they do have that experience that maybe he doesn't, but I don't think that should shake him at all. I think he should just play his game and just hit 70% LG. And
No problem.
Easy.
And to some extent, if you're showing up at a LAN, yeah, you do need a little bit of like a, you know, I'm just going to mess everybody up, no problem. But that can backfire.
Yeah.
If you're Sib.
Shots fired.
Too soon.
Rude.
Oh, God. I need to get one of those in today.
Just had to sneak that in there.
Of course. Let's take a look at the schedule. Obviously, you guys want to see what games we're covering today, and we can show you exactly there on your screen. The opening match to hang Rafa.
The boys. They broke bread last night. I witnessed it. They went to a Pizza Hut. They were fam, and now they have to fight each other. I can't believe it. It's crazy.
They have, because they're both very top tier, not only in teams but also in duel. This is not unprecedented. Quite the opposite. They've had to face off against each other in finals and semifinals many, many times in the past. Fortunately, if you're looking at it in a certain way, they're not necessarily knocking each other out of the running at this stage, so it's not super dire. But it's always an entertaining match, and it's always a bit of a toss-up, like who's going to take it today. I think in the long run, Dehang is the dangerous guy here. I mean, look at him back there. He's scary.
God, those are amazing. When are we going to cut our own of those? Anyway, I think this matchup is going to be fantastic
Yours
because
should be 90% beard, just the camera's zoomed in on it.
Just all facial hair. We can make that happen. I think we have the technology. But I think the matchup is going to be fantastic because what two players know each other better than teammates? I mean, we saw Avik and Cipher kind of go at it, but I think even more in depth because these guys have played so many 2v2s. They've won so many 2v2s. They bounce ideas off of each other for duel. They're constantly, you know, working on their strats together. And then there's like, oh, yeah, you know everything that I'm probably going to do. So I think there's going to be a lot of hard reads going into this match, and I really look forward to it.
It makes it hard for us, actually, because nobody's going to be able to analyze what they're doing with each other more than them, just because they're like 8 levels into that Yomi stack.
Yeah, roughly 5 steps ahead, but we'll see. Maybe he has to be 6 this time. Maybe 7.
Step by step.
We'll see. Day by day.
I don't know what's going to happen in that match. I can't predict it. I think you're right, Jahar.
You have to make a choice.
Well, luckily I don't because I'm the host.
Pick a son.
Oh. Can I pick Claws?
No. I think I'm going to go with Rafa, I think.
We're not even in the prediction game yet for this.
I know.
We still got time.
Yeah, but I'm 5 steps ahead, just like Rafa.
So you committed to Avik yesterday when no one else would, and you were right. Now you're
you have to be fearless.
Yeah, and credit to Flea. He was the one calling serious.
Yeah.
That's true. Actually, speaking of serious really quickly, there's a lot of people saying now that he's going to win the whole tournament.
It's always exciting when you see somebody who kind of rises up through the ranks, and then you go from going, hey, that's kind of neat, you know, good job, to, oh, he's dangerous.
It's like he's still winning? Yeah. What? Nobody stopped him? I mean, again, that LG, I hate to harp on it, but that's pretty incredible to hit that amount of LG. Yeah. So, I don't know. We'll see. If he could hit that 70, make Zoot happy.
God, Zoot's never happy.
That's true.
You're never happy. You didn't like Kilson yesterday.
Let's not go into Railsin and the lack of he's been in this entirety of Quake Champions. But guys, let's actually take a closer look at our match coming up. It's Rafa, it's Dehang, and it's going to be a killer. Oh, that was great. I love those videos. I love those videos.
They're so good.
I did like the Rafa one where he's like towards his back.
It's awesome.
Oh, hey, Base. I didn't know you were joining us here on the desk. You know, congratulations. But guys, let's break this game down a little bit. We've already touched on it in the, you know, before that little that video happened. We talked about these two players know each other so well inside and out inside. And I'm curious, is there going to be that next step coming in? Like, are they going to read into each other, then predict what's going to happen next? You mentioned they bounce ideas off of each other constantly. And when it comes to bans, I already talked to Dehang, and I think he's going to take away Keel.
Yeah, and I think that you're right. And Rafa has been playing a lot of Keel. And again, I think he even knows what map he wants to try and play against him. And I've heard, a birdie told me that he might pick Veil and try and get Rafa out of his comfort zone.
You birds talk to each other a lot.
Was it a toucan? What? Was it a toucan?
It was.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I got those jokes all my life. It's great to be able to share it with you, though.
I can't wait to touch beaks later.
We are on air.
Oh,
yeah,
right. We're live right now?
This is
I'm sorry.
PG-13.
Are we not?
We're not. This isn't the late night show
Oh,
on HBO.
right. Let me write that
I
down.
am concerned, though, because I think I'm really starting to wonder, is Rafa only playing Keel enough to make somebody think, oh, well, he's going to go Keel, so I'm going to ban Keel. And Rafa's not actually all that attached to Keel.
He just peppered it in.
Yeah.
Just for this day. He knew this would come, and he's like, he's going to ban Keel, and I'm really going to pull out a clutch or something.
Stone Cold Killer behind you, too.
He's just staring at
me?
me? Is that what I feel right there?
Yeah, that little pressure behind you. But, guys, we are going to actually head to an interview with Dehang before we did kick off this match and hear about his thoughts of yesterday and, of course, what's coming up today.
Hi, my name is Tim Dehang Fogarty. I play Quake for Team Liquid. I live in Orlando, Florida, a small town outside of Orlando, Florida, and it's just a typical middle-class neighborhood, nothing special. I was introduced to Quake by some friends back in middle school when I was like 12 years old. We burned some copies of the Quake 2 CD and played quite a lot, and it was a lot of fun. I love the actual arena FPS style of the game, the actual gameplay. So the movement and the fighting is unique. No other game can really deliver the kind of fast-paced action that still requires a lot of mental ability as well. I choose to compete in Quake because I find the gameplay very unique. I love the movement style. It's a very fast-paced game, but at the same time there's so much going on that requires you to exhaust your mental capacity as well, and that combination is just second to none. My favorite champion is Galena. She's pretty balanced, and the ability to heal herself is very strong, and you can almost always find a way to make it useful. I think round-based duel mode gives me a disadvantage because it puts a bigger emphasis on raw fighting ability and raw fighting skills, which I think there are a number of players that clearly surpass me in that area. And my general map control strengths aren't as easy to, I guess, overcome that in the round-based format. I played against a lot of players. I played mainly against Chain and Dewey leading up to this event. And again, I think the emphasis on the reviewing games helps me potentially even more than the playing. I'd like to play against all the European players if I can, because in North America we have a smaller population, so everyone knows everyone's style and we all play each other, and I don't get to play the Europeans very often. So Toxic, Avec, Cipher, Razy, Claws, and pretty much everyone else, I'd love to play against them. I would just like to thank Team Liquid for sending me here and continuing to support me as a Quake player.
Great little interview with Dehang there, as we got to talk to him yesterday and get his thoughts about what's going on. I gotta ask this though, guys. Galena, is that him memeing?
Can I throw
keep
something
getting
at
away.
you?
He can't keep getting
Is there
away
something
with
I can
this.
throw at you? Yeah.
I'm sure you have plenty of things over there you could throw at me. One of
Yeah.
those sweet laptops, which you actually might fix this thing going on my forehead. Who knows? But anyways, let's talk about this match a little bit here, guys, because this is like the pinnacle of NA Quake. These two players here, whether it's team-based, whether it's duel-based, and we're going to see, as the tournament's kicking off, like the first match being them. So in this matchup, how do you think it's going to go in general? Like the styles they do have of them knowing each other inside and out, reading into each other's thoughts and play style here, Jahar. How's it going to break down?
Rafa is nothing but consistent, and Dehang likes to get a little bit more creative, and that always comes through in 2v2, where you see Dehang, you know, like trying out Clutch, trying out Strog, trying out Keel, trying out somebody who's going to be able to throw everybody off, and that's exactly how he approaches Rafa as well. And I think we're going to see that as we're getting into a map like Veil of Nath. Usually a map like Blood Run is kind of Tim's favorite, but again, just trying to shake him off of his Keel.
And also, I'm just curious about your thoughts on this. I talked to Deheng because he wasn't even warming up. He was just sitting down, relaxing. I'm like, aren't you warming up? And he's like, that's my secret. I never warm up for matches. I literally hop into a custom game for 5 minutes.
But he
running
told you
around.
that's his secret. You can't just go blabbing that out.
Yeah. So
I mean,
it's not a secret
it's not
anymore.
that crazy
then,
of a secret, is it? Like,
Yeah, I guess not.
it's
I guess
fine. I'm fired. I'm outta
Everybody
here.
now everyone's gonna stop practicing. That was the key there. He's gonna throw everyone else off. Just stop practicing, and then he's actually practicing. You know
By
what I
the
mean?
way, from that interview, would you believe that Deheng drinks like 6 monsters a day?
I would not actually. Wow, what's his heart rate? I mean,
We're
it's
gonna
like
find
it's
out.
like
I just
160.
want to know where
like
that
cooler?
room was. That was fantastic.
It was in the grid. We were in Tron.
That's
I'm pretty
true.
sure.
That's what it looked like. Yeah, it was fantastic.
I would love to cast in there. But obviously, we do have the map picks here and bans as well. We do have Visor being taken away by Deheng, and I believe that's Death Knight taken away by Rafa. So any initial thoughts on that? The kill not going to be dropped.
Rafa picked Veil?
Yeah,
Deheng was going to pick Veil.
That's what I thought. That's
Maybe Rafa just one up
Oh
them.
my
He's like,
God.
oh, you're going to go to
that
my
What
would,
is
that
happening?
would be
Joke's on you, son.
fantastic.
Wow, I'm already in shock. Okay, cool.
Actually, wait, that's bans. Those are bans. Those aren't picks.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, I don't actually know.
Yes.
I'm gonna.
All right,
let's
well,
just-
as long as it's not me that can't read
We'll see.
English, because
Well,
I
let's-
always feel at odds with that.
Well, you
so.
guys are in the lobby, right? So you can tell me. There we go.
It-
Okay,
it's
so
Veil,
it is there.
yeah.
So Veil Molten Falls Awoken.
And Rafa
Interesting.
picked it. That's crazy, actually.
Yeah, he definitely, like, again, 17 steps ahead. He has to be. Because
If-
Deheng was like, I'm going to throw him off his game. I'm going to pick Veil. And Rafa's like, no, you're not.
If I was Deheng,
I'm
I
gonna throw
would.
myself off my own
yeah.
game.
Yeah, nobody makes me throw off my own game except for me. So
Oh, right. They always like asking us if we're ready or not. But
I've
I
never
think,
not been ready. I'm constantly ready, born ready.
I think Deheng is going to need to drink another monster for this because, yeah, again, like that was. We were talking very quietly. I don't think Rafa could have overheard. Like, hey, Deheng,
He hears everything.
what's your map pick going to be?
Yeah.
What's going to be Veil? And what is happening now? So yeah, he's picking Molten Falls as a backup, but Awoken's going to be a tiebreaker. And again, I like this. Awoken as the first map, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. My skin crawls.
Both maps have a lot of verticality for this one. I don't know if we'll even go to Awoken. I'd like to see this go all the way to 3, but we'll see, man. I hate seeing this. I hate watching the boys fight.
I love it.
Someone's got to win.
I love
Money's
it.
on
It's
the
like
line.
two brothers, you know.
Yeah,
But who's the older brother and who's the younger brother? Are they twins?
You never watch brother fights?
twinsies. I mean, this
Well,
is.
my brother's 4 years older than me, so it's more of him beating my ass than me being able to do
so
anything
it's more
back
like
to him.
a bad memory
I will
thing.
protect you.
Yeah.
You tell me, and I will protect you. But anyways, this is quite the bromance. It's getting torn apart.
Yeah.
It
breaks my heart, guys.
I don't know.
It breaks my heart.
It happens every time.
I
It's,
cry every time.
Wow. Okay. Well, I
Very
appreciate your
emotional.
dedication.
Yeah.
But as we're getting into it, I think it's a big toss-up. But I think what do they call it? Sunk cost fallacy. I think I'm going to go with Deheng.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just for the
He
sake
did
of
win
argument.
DreamHack winner,
Just for the
so
sake of argument. Go
Wasn't
with
a
Rafa.
flash in the pan.
I mean, you have to know something's up his sleeve if he picked Veil. So Rafa. I'll go with Rafa.
Well, I'm curious. What do you guys think kind of picks we're going to see when it comes to champions on these maps? Like Veil, we did see a lot of like bursty ability champions, so like Death Knight, which is going to be banned away. We saw Ranger. We saw who was the last one? Can't remember. Keel. So
Yep.
Keel is going to be available. But the thing is, like, we know Rafa or Deheng can play like every champion in the game. Like he literally is good on every single champion. Where Rafa, on the other hand, is going to be very good as well. But they've been mixing like their style when it comes to twos, where like Rafa will play clutch on one map, then Deheng will play clutch on another map. So when it comes to picks here, what do you expect to see, 40?
I feel like Galena is a lock.
Don't look at me. Look at him.
Galena's a lock. Maybe some BJ. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that Rafa never watches this VOD, but Deheng's rockets are a little bit better. It's kind of a staple of him.
Hurtful.
So I think if he can get into a situation where he's controlling, rocket angles and getting that splash damage off, getting the first hit, that's going to be everything.
I mean, this is going to be a very interesting like series as well, because Rail's going to become very prolific when we get to Molten Falls and over to Awoken. But the verticality, like you guys mentioned with Veil, and technically with Molten Falls, is going to heavily rely on those rockets and even a bit of LG. But we do have some picks coming through, guys. Why don't you walk us through what we currently have?
Well, it looks like, again, the Galena's locked in automatically into the Rangers. Again, I love Rafa. Look at that beaked Galena. Big shout-outs to us. I know he did that
Yeah,
for
he
us.
did. He did.
The third champ is going to be very interesting to see what they go with.
How much would I bet it's going to be a mirror match?
It very well could
Yeah, it's just what is the mirror. There's the Q.
be. Kill.
Are they
like
just going to
twins.
throw this to go into overtime every round and just be like a 4-hour match and just
I
be
don't
like, we
think
can't
so.
hurt each
I
other?
don't see that happening in Veil, to be
Yeah.
honest. It's going to be either somebody's going to spawn LG and then Rocket Launcher is going to be an immediate point of contention. You're going to see things back up a little bit, but then those Galena totems will become a factor. It's going to get bloody.
Yeah. I mean, using the Galena to control that upper area with those totems. I wonder if someone's going to start off Keel and maybe try and get overly aggressive and say, hey, I got pineapples, back off, but we'll see. Look at that power stance from Galena. Let's get into the game.
All right, well, guys, why don't you take us away here for our first match of the day. It's Rafa and Deheng, and it's going to be a team kill off the bat here.
Yeah, makes me sad, but let's get into it. Jahar, what do you say?
First thing in the morning, let's fight, and of course it's going to be Rafa on the LG spawn as expected a little bit, but it's going to be him getting on that rocket launcher. Not a big contention from Deheng, but Deheng's coming right up that jump pad, doesn't care. And what was I saying about Deheng's rockets? Rafa's rockets are just on point today. Who needs warm-up?
Fantastic 1-2 combo into LG, and Deheng just gets caught out at that jump pad, which is just a terrible place to get caught going up. But quick frag for Rafa here as he makes his way back to rockets.
And of course, having the now only Galena on the board, it gives you so much map control, especially if Rafa can take the top of the map. But Deheng coming back in with the Keel is a good way to flesh that out. He's trying with everything he's got, grenades, nail gun, but he's going to have to leave it. Can't even get on the churro for the armor pickup. Taking a little bit of damage and doing enough to keep Rafa from being fully stacked up, but he's right back up to the top of the map.
More importantly, Deheng got a rocket out of that. So now he can actually fight back with his fantastic rockets that you were talking about. We'll see if it goes better this second time around here. So he grabs a rail and moves up the jump pad, back towards rockets, and here's another fight with the rocket.
I got it.
Wow, the damage so good, but not enough. The rail's fantastic, and now Rafa's crippled, tries to get a rail of his own, but gets away. Goes up the jump pad towards the Mega, not going to be up for 10 seconds.
That was definitely I have a railgun 2 shot, but he didn't quite get the connection. Deheng actually did get the better end of that fight, especially with Rafa still getting the heavy armor, but now has to fight his way back into Mega, which is really just the key point of control here. It's going to be Deheng getting it, but not getting it for free, down to less than 25 health, and the LG finishes him off.
Just a little bit of a tickle, and he gets that frag, and now Deheng has a lot of work to do here with his Ranger as he has the rail spawn. Needs to be very careful here. Rafa not giving up that rocket for free, but a good rail from Deheng. Another follow-up, they will trade, and Deheng has to be very careful here. Wow! I guess he doesn't have to be that careful as he pushes in with the rail and gets the frag by window, and he will get the heavy for
That's
his
exactly
trouble.
what he needed. I mean, taking 2 frags like that from Rafa and almost taking a third one here immediately as Rafa just pushes in up top and nearly takes down Deheng with the LG. It's going to be some good shots coming out of Deheng, but he just cannot hold on to it. Rafa taking the first round.
Yeah, getting caught out on that rail room is always rough.
And of course, I mean, Vale has a way of just kind of pushing you right into the fight immediately, and that's exactly what we saw here. Nothing really ever slowed down. Losing a Galena as the first frag really doesn't really give you the option to set up for anything more clever, but it's going to be a fight on the rocket launcher once again. Deheng is going to get it this time around with only the 24 health, but Mega's still up, as is heavy armor. It's going to be a big question mark whether or not Rafa's going to show up to the churro.
Yeah, fantastic rockets by Deheng there as Rafa will get his rockets of his own. Deheng getting the rail. Trying to get those time charts to get the totem back up, maybe get some overstack going, fighting over this armor. Just a little bit of an LG tickle, eats a rail.
That was interesting because Deheng left up heavy armor, and Rafa had thought, of course, I mean, he just took Mega, of course he's going to go for heavy armor. So Deheng didn't really actually get a whole lot out of the last 20 seconds here. It's going to be another fight over the Mega. Deheng's got a rail at the ready, doesn't quite make the shot, and Rafa's going to get that Mega for free.
Deheng trying to stack back up off this 50 now. Orb is up, so he does have to be careful as Rafa can just dire orb his way into Deheng's soul here. As Deheng waiting by that teleporter, and Rafa knows it. He's like, don't you do it. Here comes a quick little fight, but the rocket damage is not going to be enough on either end. And Rafa will say, at least I'll get heavy out of it. Has enough time to try and make a move on this Mega as well.
Yeah, no totems, no orbs at that fight in particular, but now Deheng's taken control of the top. Exactly the opposite situation of the last round where Deheng lost his Galena. Now Rafa's fighting back without his, but the LG is good, and Rafa's going to be down to 60 health, recovering very quickly at the rocket launcher as Deheng is now on his own Ranger.
So strong and just so icy. I mean, no pulse. Look at him.
No.
Zero. He doesn't mind. Ice in his veins right now as the fight over the churro comes out. Rafa with the strong LG against switches to rockets, gets a little bit of splash. Needs to be very careful.
They're both so
And
weak against the tribal. Oh, he couldn't even steal away the heavy armor to deny that from Rafa, so this recovery could go well. Fortunately, Deheng gets a spawn at the LG at just about the best time, so at least he can trade it for the Mega, and the fight will continue.
That rocket, though. Rafa gets a little bit of damage trying to make his way back up to this heavy machine gun area. Heavy will be up in about 10 seconds now, just trying to wait on some sound cues and figure out where Deheng is.
Yeah, and this timing split between the two items is very dangerous now. If Rafa can't take control of the top and at least throw down some rockets and Tribolt, Heavy's going to be bad news for him.
Wow.
Indeed, the bad news comes from the rocket as Deheng takes not only the frag, but full stat control, keel on keel. But Deheng is looking a little bit chubbier.
Oh, he's going to get caught out here as Rafa trying to throw those pineapples at him, says, get off me, but Deheng says, I'm getting in there, and ties it up at 1 apiece.
So acidic. But it's going to be 1-on-1. And this is exactly what we wanted to see between these two guys.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Like, they're close matches. Like, you can tell they kind of know exactly what they want to do. And the fights on this map in general on the Rockets, like, so ridiculous to try and fight over the Rocket Room.
They're still sticking with Galena as the first champion picks. Dehang having to give up the Mega Room in favor of a rail, and that's going to be a good thing for him, but he still needs to get himself a rocket launcher. Rafa's going to know that, dropping down from the Mega. We already have a 10-second split between the two items, so it's all about top control now.
Rafa's actually going to give up rockets. Ooh, but Dehang can't push in to grab him, so still no rockets for Dehang, unfortunately, as he makes his way over to the heavy machine gun and says, I gotta find a way to get these.
And Dehang's keeping pocket totem for the fight, but that fight's going to be given up as Rafa's going to take away the heavy armor. 6 seconds to Mega, and Dehang's deciding it's not worth sticking around. 100-100 is going to have to be all he sticks with for the moment.
He's trying to make a move on an LG here, doesn't want to overextend. Here's Rafa drop down, and now he has to back out real quick. Tickle comes out. Good defensive rail here, and another one throws down the totem to heal up. Has to be very, very careful with this next move here.
Yeah, this is a difficult angle for both of them. Dehang's going to have to give it up, though. There's not really anything for him to go get at the moment. Heavy's coming up soon, but it's going to be a bit of a fight. But Dehang is actually putting himself over on the Mega side. He's going to have to wait there a little bit if he wants to hatch that Mega. And here comes Rafa going in for the assault, reclaiming what's his, and taking the frag.
So good with the Rockets. Fearless just plus forwarding, saying, I know that you have to hit all your shots, and if you don't, I'm going to take this frag. And he does exactly that. Good follow-up with the LG, too. And just like that, Dehang is down onto his keel. A minute and 30 into the round.
He's done amazing things with that keel in the past. He just needs to get up close and personal, reach out and touch somebody. But it's going to be Rafa keeping control of the top with the totem in place. It's going to keep Dehang off his back for at least a little bit of time, but it's going to give Dehang a rocket launcher, maybe priority on this heavy. But no, Rafa just hopping on through, picking it up, no problem.
Yeah, Dehang trying to play the low ground there and trying to lob a pineapple in his face. Unfortunately, couldn't connect and get some damage off that. So Rafa has full control now. Pretty fat stacks.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to chew through. Close range is going to help, but Rafa's rockets, as we've already seen, are on point today as well. Here comes the fight at the rocket launcher room. That totem makes things so difficult to maneuver around, gives you no options and no time to adjust.
This map pick is kind of blowing me away right now. I was really convinced that Dehang was like, yeah, he doesn't really like playing Veil. I'm going to pick it. And then
Dehang was going to pick this.
Yeah, Rafa comes out, picks it, and now he's up 2-1 on Veil of Noth.
Was he like kneeling over him like while he was sleeping?
Are you wired up?
And
Are you the snitch? We'll talk about it later as we have
hearing
the fight.
Dehang just whisper Veil in his sleep. Oh yeah, I'm going to take Veil. Yeah, it's going to be great.
Wow, what a rocket there on the churro. Dehang drops down for that heavy. Rafa takes upper control and grabs the Mega.
And that's everything in Veil. Like, you are either playing this from the back end with rail and hopefully getting those angles in, or you're controlling the top of the map, especially with, again, Galena v Galena. You need those totems up there. Rafa keeping the pressure on as Dehang's going to be backing off. Doesn't really have anything to collect right now other than the railgun itself.
He does finally get in on that railgun, so he does have the long distance game advantage against Rafa as he's missing out on the rail, but he won't miss out on that heavy armor. And Mega's going to be up soon. He might be able to pop in and do a little bit of machine gun damage. He's going to rocket jump up, and that's actually going to push Dehang off. And now full stacks for Rafa as he's trying to fight Dehang off. Dehang trying to splash some rockets in his face and say, get out of here.
Well, bear in mind, I mean, Dehang really did respond to that aggression from Rafa rather well, so it ended up being a bit of a damage trade rather than Rafa just taking control of everything, which means that this heavy armor is going to be potentially very spicy indeed, as they're both going to be up top. There's the rocket to pop him off, knocking him down to the bottom. Indeed, we've got Rafa taking away that heavy armor, but also taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, that tri-bolt so deadly, but Rafa's going to get back in on this Mega and stack back up immediately now. And he's going to try and catch to hang out. The stacks are a little bit equal here. Rafa, of course, with more health. He's going to grab this 50 as well, and he's looking better. He's going to drop down onto Dehang. Rocket damage not as good as he wanted here, as Dehang just spamming nails trying to get away.
Yeah, losing out on that heavy and the subsequent Mega means that the next, 20 seconds or so are going to be a little bit different pace unless Dehang gets caught down here. Rafa just pushing on through, and Dehang's Galena goes down.
Trying to do as much damage as he can. He was kind of stuck out. He does hit some rails, but again, the stack on Rafa amazing already as he gets in on the heavy and the Mega again, and just like that, huge stacks and the rail, and Dehang's on the back foot now and has to run, and he's going to get caught out. Good orb, but Rafa rocket jumps up. Won't follow up. That actually gets
body
a bounce.
block. Yeah, that was great. That kept Dehang alive, if only just. He's going to be back in the Hourglass room looking for some recovery, but you have to walk a little bit in order to get all the health back, so it takes some time, and especially coming up into LG, this is a bad place to be. Dehang's out of it, though. He's managed to escape, but he goes right back once he came. I don't think he's feeling all that aggressive at the moment.
I don't know if that was intentional, but Rafa backed up, and now he's actually going to keep item control, which is a little more important here, and he might catch out Dehang in this area. He knows something's wrong. He's sniffing it out. He misses the rail, but still has him stuck in that rail room as the orb comes out from Dehang, and he will actually take it.
What a great orb. But Rafa had the right read on it, and so far the noose is tightening with these rockets to hang back on the run, and Rafa's stacked up enough. Like, Mega's going to be a quick thing to pick up, 5 seconds to heavy, but he doesn't even really need to show up at heavy. He can go back in for this rocket jump, second time's a charm, looking for the rail. Oh, I was thinking that was going to be the shot, but here it comes from Rafa, just keeping the pressure on.
And Dehang just trying to fight out of a corner here, like, please, please don't. We're teammates. Stop this. The Dire Orb comes out, but Rafa will chase him down in the corner with the LG and down to the keel for Dehang.
Rafa is now 1 frag away from taking the map that Dehang was going to call against him.
Insane.
Rude.
Absolutely insane.
All right, so
Wow,
good
gets a
totem there. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be some nasty damage to Dehang trying to get these pineapples in. The Mega's going to keep him alive just a little bit longer, but this is treading water as Rafa's still at 66 health. Not quite committing to the attack, but as Dehang drops down, there's the rail, there's the map.
Wow. I don't know. I mean, I did call Rafa. I didn't think he was going to take it like that 3-1 on Veil. That was quite the game
I
there.
think from all accounts, it was Dehang that took it. Like that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
That was rough.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know. Dehang couldn't really get something going. Rafa was playing really well. He wasn't afraid to just leave items up and keep that pressure on and keep chipping Dehang away and saying, you know, I'll get Mega in a second. It's fine. There's no rush.
The thing that struck me as a little bit odd was when Dehang decided to go through TP and try to take the top. It was always at a point when Rafa had just left top for just a little bit. He was like, Mega's not up, Heavy's not up, no big deal. So every time Dehang was up there, he was like, cool, I'm ready for this, I'm ready for control. But it wasn't really getting him much. But as we could see, Dehang getting some good rails, the shots he got off. Of course, Rafa on Veil, keeping control, doesn't need to rely on the rail as much.
Yeah, the defensive rails were great, but I mean, if you can't follow up with the damage and finish off the kill, it doesn't really mean much. So
That's kind of how Quake works, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to kill the enemy to get the round, is what I was told. I'm getting that in my ear right now.
Pro tips
actually.
here today.
Yeah.
You don't get those anywhere else.
Snapple facts. I'm all
Shoot
about
him until he dies.
Let's just open that. What does that say? Oh, get the kill, win the round? All right, sweet.
Remember what Rafa says, winning is cool. Yeah.
That needs to be a
Nothing
t-shirt.
cooler than winning.
Yeah, I love it.
But we're going to be going into a rather hot map up next. It's going to be Molten Falls, which doesn't actually have any lava in it.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
It took me like a few days to realize. I was like, there's no lava in this map, surrounded by lava.
But important to note, you can get thrown out the club. I'd like to see that.
You can indeed. It's going to be a much larger map than Veil, obviously, so maybe a little bit more room to breathe, but the rail accuracy is going to be important. But what we saw from Dehang, when he had the rail in his hands, he was getting, like, not just the easy shots, but he was getting some really tight angular shots as well.
Yeah, he's probably going to rely on that rail a lot more on this map, too. And again, another mirror. The Galena's locked in, Ranger, and we're going to get BJs on this one instead of the Keels, which it makes sense.
Sometimes it feels like the mirror matches are a sign of respect. It's like, okay, we don't need to get too crazy and try to get inside each other's head. And sometimes it's a little bit of a front, like, okay, cool, I'll play you, tit for tat. No problem.
Yeah, maybe it's I'll see you and I'll raise you and I'll be better than that champ. We'll see. We'll
Test
see
your
though. I don't
might.
know. We'll see. I still have my money on Rafa. We'll see if Dehang can force a third map.
I would love to see that because Awoken with these two would be fantastic. Molten Falls, again, a much larger map, but hopefully much larger chances for Dehang.
We will see as we're going to get into it now, going live on map number 2, guys. It looks like Galena on Galena again.
All right, but here we go. It's going to be Rafa getting the spawn on Rocket Launcher, not dropping down for the Mega, immediately putting a little bit of delay, a little bit of spin on that as Heavy's taken by Dehang. He's going to have priority on Railgun, but dropping down here at the jump pad, he didn't want to be in that fight right away. Going to be getting the hell out of dodge as Rafa's going to be taking over the top of the map, giving him all the information he needs for the next fight.
Yeah, that was almost a panic Dire. Luckily, he got away with his life here. Just went back up the trampoline and was like, no, not like this.
Yeah, so with Rafa back in position for the Heavy armor, he knows that Mega's like just a second after the Heavy. But it's going to be pretty much an even trade. And really, this map is turned into DM6, where you're really looking to offset these item timings as much as possible. So Rafa's actually... What?
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 Dude, can we get that cam? Can we get that cam? He's like, everybody saw that, right? Are we live? Is that stream live? As he slowly walks out of the club. Yeah, that didn't happen. That's fine. So Rafa's going to get in on that railgun. A little bit of LG. Actually make that a lot as Dehang pushes in. and the rockets are good, but
Deheng
not
has
good
no
enough. I
mercy
think
here.
Deheng's
He's
gonna
like,
get
you
this.
messed up. You got a bad spawn. I'm going to finish you off.
Wow.
But Rafa comes back with these crazy rails. What is happening?
Mind games. He's like, I'll even give you a frag, and I'll still come back, and I'll win this.
What?
And I cannot believe that happened. And never mind, Deheng says, I have a rail. Get out of here.
Yeah, Deheng's double rails with the BJ are a force to be reckoned with. But Rafa actually spawns Nail Gun with Deheng coming back in with the LG. Rafa just going defensive with these nails, and you have to respect them. But Deheng's LG finishes him off and gets the round. So hopefully this time Rafa doesn't, you know,
what a crazy
fall
round.
off the map.
Yeah, that's you generally don't want to do that, but what do I know? I'm not a pro. Look at this. He's like, I've been listening to Michael Jackson. Let me moonwalk a little bit. Here we go.
Replay guy has no mercy. He was like, that's a clip.
And there it is. I like the grin at the end. He's like, everybody saw that. Oh, man.
Keep a straight face.
Ah,
Don't
jeez.
freak out. All right, so getting back into round 2, hopefully a little bit cleaner here. Come on, guys. We're trying to do our jobs. Don't mess this up for us.
Yeah. Rafa has that upper area now next to shotgun, just waiting. 3-second split between the items here. Rafa's just trying to get in on this LG. Lacks a rail as well. Deheng moving over. He smells something. Does he hear Rafa below? Gets a good rocket there. Rafa goes up. Follow-up rail from Deheng does not land as he's trying to fight for this heavy. Good rail.
It's a remarkably difficult map to keep pressure on somebody with because once they get away and they break out towards Mega or Heavy, they're going to get it. And you really need to rely on putting some heavy delay on the items or setting up these traps like we have right here. Rafa with some great LG from below. Deheng finally getting in that last little bit of shaft and taking the frag.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And I like how they both knew it was going to happen. You saw them swap to LG together, and they're like, we're doing this. We're fighting right now.
Oh, yeah, it becomes a battle of attrition. And, you know, fortunately, Rafa didn't quite go off kilter like he did against Cooler yesterday, but Deheng still had those first hits. Rafa's not giving up this heavy armor. Oh, my God.
This is mine, as Deheng had the superior position but couldn't rain down the rockets and get a lot of damage. Now he's not looking too hot as he grabs a 25 and a 50 armor. He's going to get in on the Mega and a great orb out there. Well done here.
Really well baited, yeah. He didn't want any deja vu there.
Yeah, Rafa almost hits a rail on the exit but misses. He's like, next time, I'll get you.
Next time I won't fall off the edge here. But really good defensive rockets from Deheng. And he's going to be popping back through LG, but we've actually got Rafa up here at the shotgun. Deheng dropping down for armor. And we've got Rafa overlooking, looking for a bit of an opportunity. Deheng's actually pushing this in. He's got the LG at the ready, as well as the rail. Doesn't quite get the hit. This could mean a Mega going to Rafa, but Deheng is here to throw down. And shove off as well. Yeah.
Rafa peeking a lot, and Deheng's going to be able to chase this rather easily. The rocket is decent, but not enough as Deheng chases with the LG and gets it. Rafa kind of stood there for a little bit longer than I'd like.
Yeah, just wanted to catch it all, but we've got Deheng with his orb back up. One frag away from taking another round. We are not too far away from going to Awoken. I'm holding out hope.
It's still early.
Yeah, it is. Rafa could fall off again.
Yeah,
Who knows?
you never
Anything
know.
could happen.
Yeah, man, people in the streets are always saying that. Man, Rafa fell off, man.
Rafa going on a little bit of a chase and getting rewarded with that rail, getting to hang down very low, but as we know, there's 50 health at the railgun room. That rocket jump was interesting. Nice, almost well faked out. Yeah. It was tactical, definitely.
Oh, the spawn.
Oh my God.
Wow, what an orb to get the 50, but how long will he survive as he has to give up the Mega 19 HP as Rafa running away trying to lick his wounds here. He has the heavy next to him and he can possibly get these 225s.
Yeah,
this is very dangerous, Rafa.
Yeah.
As he backs into a corner now, he's like, everything's okay, it's okay. Wow. Oh, I thought he was going to get knocked off the map. Deheng pushes in. Rafa taking a lot of rocket damage though. Both players very weak now.
Surprised that either of them walked away from that, but Rafa's going to be able to take away the 225. Still 8 seconds before the Mega comes up, and he's ready for him at the top of the stairs. Didn't see him, though, and this is why we leave X-Ray on, because that was a huge missed opportunity from Rafa. It's going to be a missed orb as well as Deheng takes the LG and takes the frag.
Just gets caught out a little bit and didn't want to leave. Wanted that Mega, and Deheng was like, I'm going to pop these duels, and you're down. So he's up 2-0 on Molten.
Wow. I mean, that first round was that was tough to watch. By which I mean I'm going to watch it repeatedly.
I'm not going to stop watching that. Yeah, I need 100 million views on that clip.
Just leave it on repeat. Every TV in my house, yeah.
Now I'm going to be paranoid. Deheng's in the room. Okay, good. He just gets clear of the room. So Deheng orbs up, grabs rockets, and he could catch out Rafa here as he rocket jumps away, grabbing those time shards again. He wants the orb back as quick as possible.
Ooh, and Deheng doing a little bit of Dewey here, getting a little bit clever, showing his cooler. But we hear the jump pad. Rafa's going quiet as well. Yeah, as soon as he doesn't hear Deheng anymore, he gets very paranoid.
Something's
Rightfully
wrong.
So. Yeah. I feel it in the air.
Rafa still doesn't have a rail, but Deheng's going to give that up and try and make it back to heavy. A little bit of LG damage. Rafa will get in on the heavy, though.
Yeah, that 29 points damage was definitely worth it, the trap.
Yep. He's like, I got you. I got you right where I want you. As he orbs away, I like that play a lot. Grabbing the Mega and just getting far, far away. Clean pickups. As Dehang waiting on this LG. Now Rafa finally gets in on the railgun, gets out of there safely, which we know he struggled with in the past.
Absolutely. And that room is dangerous. I mean, there's a lot you want to take in the rail room. You got the armor, you got the rail, you got 50 health. It's a great place to recover, but it's also the worst place to get caught.
Yeah, you always talk about how Syncair is a bit of a troll when he creates these
Yeah,
maps. You need to be in and out of there.
He seems like such a
die.
nice guy, but no, he's cruel and unusual.
The maps are a lie, man.
Yeah. So Rafa taking a little bit of damage here. That rail, yeah, good thing that was a whiff. But he's setting the trap, tries to go in for the orb, but now that the orb has failed, how is he going to get out of this alive? He's so low, and, well, spoilers, he's not getting out alive.
Can't run away. He found him as Rafa gets the first frag, but here comes the dual-wielding BJ from across the top here. The nail guns come out, but Rafa with the LG is not afraid. What a trade, as Rafa will get the railgun kill, but the nails will pierce his soul. And, yeah, that's unfortunate. Dehang onto his last champ, Galena. Rafa trying to get around on the board.
Yeah, after QuakeCon, I would never want to take that angle against Dehang when he has a railgun, ever. Like, don't bet on it.
Yeah, just don't do it.
All right, but they're going to be on BJ for Rafa. Dehang's got his Galena out. And honestly, it would be nice if that was a little bit of a reverse here for Dehang, because Rafa's going to be able to take away that heavy armor, but he can't quite break into the LG side very cleanly. Dehang's going to be looking for a railgun. He's going to get the pickup. Rafa's using that as a moment to break back over towards Mega. But he's actually coming up shotgun. I think Dehang got to hear that.
Yeah, Dehang getting in on this Mega here. Rafa just trying to get one good trap is all you need with dual-wielding BJ. Rafa's going to go up and run right into it. This needs to be very careful here as the totem comes down, and he will back away and shoots a rail, misses, grabs those time shards, though.
I appreciate him trying to bait out the dual wield, but
Yeah.
That was a little bit too telegraphed. It was like, hey, this is definitely bait. Low quality.
The rocket, wow,
Oh.
great damage on that.
That was
And
free.
the dual wield is popped as Dehang raining rockets down, goes up the jump pad, eats a rail as well, and Rafa needs to lick his wounds now. No dual wield up. Dehang knows it. He can get in on this Mega, and now he can play super aggressive for the next 30 seconds-ish, unless Rafa gets in on these time shards.
Yeah, a lot of respect to Rafa for not going all in on that Mega. That was going to be too risky even for this kind of play. But it's a pop through the TP. Dehang dropping down. He doesn't have a whole lot of armor. Be careful not to step off the edge. But we've got Dehang looking for the pickup on this heavy, but it's not going to be worth it with all this LG coming out of Rafa. They're both going to be low. We got the pickup from Dehang, but Rafa's Tribal gets revenge.
Wow, so he puts a round on the board, and he's not making it easy for Dehang. He's like, all right, the first round I literally gave you one, but I'm going to play now. So 1-2, Rafa putting a round on the board. Well done.
He gave it to him, yeah.
He
a
sure
gift.
did. He was one step closer to the edge.
Oof. Love that rail.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Again, Dehang's rails were fantastic, as we saw in the first map here. Rafa playing very close, like seriously, one step closer to the edge, and he almost broke, but throws down that totem. The rocket will keep Dehang off of rockets for himself for the time being. A little bit of tri-bolt spam.
Run
Dehang's
to
gonna
over the
finally
line,
get them.
yeah. All right, but yeah, again, hopefully that hasn't affected his heart rate too much, but
What
a
a
great
rocket.
rocket as Dehang just immediately changing course away from that teleporter, but right into Dehang's rockets. 1, 2, 3, and Dehang goes down.
That was fantastic play by Rafa there. Not much Dehang could do. He could have just completely turned tail and run, but he stuck around too long, orbed in, and yeah, easy kill for Rafa.
It's not a good place to hang around. Sorry. I'm contractually obligated to make these as terrible as possible.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. All right, so Dehang backing out of rail, getting a good defensive rail, but that totem is not going to be going down all that easy.
Yeah. Face checking the totem, taking damage now. Just kind of waiting. Armor's up in 5 seconds. Rafa's going to be back on the shotgun platform waiting here as the next fight will occur for the heavy. Missed rail from Dehang. And he's just going to give it up, and Rafa knows it. Again, leaving the item up, and he wants to attack this other item now. But is the double back good?
Yeah, I think so, because Rafa left up the armor thinking, okay, he missed his rail, he's going to go get Mega, he's going to think it's safe. I'm going to get an angle on him, but Dehang double back to armor. Rafa doubled back away from the Mega, and now it's cost him everything. So Dehang just got double items, no problem, deleted the totem, and now he's ready for the fight.
Dehang was like, I know that you know that I know that you know.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Like, why do analysis for these matches? Because these guys, I've just been at it for such a long time. Oh, but here comes rockets. Could be messy, but it's going to be worth it. Just hit the guy. There it is.
He's like, one of these has to hit, right? Surely. And as Rafa goes up the jump pad, he will get exploded. Now onto the BJ here.
He's going to see him drop down towards Mega. Going to get it, but there's a rail just as a party favor.
Yeah, good job keeping that rail out, getting that chip damage off the pickup and punishing whatever he can. Daheng spamming that tri-bolt here. He's like, I know you're there. And there it is. He has the damage. Yep.
So with Daheng looking for the angle on the teleporter, I think he heard it, Rafa pop through, but Rafa dropping back down towards rail. Not quite putting much pressure on this heavy armor, but he's going to be able to move back in towards Mega in time. Is it going to be worth going for the pickup, though? I mean, Rafa's got his dual wield at the ready. Daheng, same thing.
Barely getting away as that first opening rocket doesn't quite connect for Daheng here, so Rafa will be relatively unscathed, moving his way back up to the shotgun, and Daheng trying to find his way over there as well. Heavy will be up in 10 seconds.
We haven't seen too many moments where one player actually gets like the complete drop on the other. I mean, most of these fights, they know what's going to be happening before it happens. Even though they're looking to get these traps going like 4 times out of 5 on every single one of these item exchanges, it never quite plays out that way.
Oh, and here it is on the Mega. Dual wields from both players now, and Daheng has that Mega pickup behind him and will get the best of Rafa. Rafa down onto his Ranger. Knows dual wield won't be up for about 40 seconds, though, so he can play a little bit aggressive, but he needs weapons first.
Yeah, overall, their LG accuracies are actually pretty close, 36 to 33, Daheng's favor, but in that fight, he had the edge of the Mega and a little bit of extra as the shaft did its job. But we've got 1 minute 30 seconds left to go as Daheng might be looking to push this into the end of the clock, but it's going to be overtime if nothing else, as Daheng is now going to need to take down Rafa's Ranger with just the Galena. And as a third champion, Galena is always a bit of a, it's a tough choice. You really need the time, and if somebody really has momentum against you, it's tough to do anything about that.
Yeah, but if you can maintain control and kind of even it out, then that totem could be the difference. As someone can just back up into it, lose 75, or even just die to it. Totem goes down in the rail, a little bit of rockets exchange there. Rafa still has the height advantage. He will drop a little bit to spam and say, all right, heavy's mine.
But with that heavy and with that Mega, yeah, Rafa RJing right back into position for the Mega, making it very risky for Daheng to stick around. Rafa knows that, oh, almost gets knocked off the map. Almost gets knocked off the map twice, down to 20 health. Gonna need both of these 25s. As Daheng is still here, but there's the rail to take the round and push us into a 5th round.
Yeah, going the distance here, going into round 5. Daheng got great damage on there, but the Dire Orb, or the 250s, sorry, helping out Rafa, and he could close out the kill, take it into round 5.
That was such a messy BJ rocket, yeah. Like,
just hold down mouse 1, man. Just
like you said, like one of these has to hit at this range. Can't not happen like that. But Rafa spawning up Mega this time around, gonna be getting the grab for rockets, and coming up top map, not going for LG and rail immediately. It's gonna be more into Daheng's hands. So Rafa trying to clamp off the angle, and Daheng is showing a lot of respect here.
Rafa just holding that shotgun platform, trying to figure out where Daheng is. A little bit of tri-bolt spam, just waiting for any sound cue. It's important to note he just has totem backup, so he has potentially 2 totems down 30 seconds into the round. He's going to hold on to this one. Little pocket heal, never hurt anybody.
But Daheng has so much mobility as a Ranger. Like, he can cross the distance between Mega and Heavy pretty reliably, but he's not going for it right now, allowing Rafa to get up on this Heavy. So they're both going to be fairly well stacked. First hits are going to be everything.
Just creeping, just waiting. They're both playing very slow right now, showing a lot of respect to one another.
Yeah, respect. That's the word.
Yeah, respect.
All right, so Rafa dropping down, moving back through rail. Moving through this atrium is actually a little bit sketch most of the time, but with heavy armor coming back up, Rafa double backing right into it, throwing off a lot of rockets, showing Daheng like, hey, I'm here, I'm going to get this armor. You don't even need to show up. Don't bother.
Don't come around here. No.
Yeah.
Daheng doing a great job of deleting these totems as he sees them, so Rafa can't get that overstack going. And again, just still really slow play. Nobody wants to give up this 5th. Rafa just wants to take this in 2 and be like, yeah, I did it.
It's not something you see Rafa do very often, is wait around corners like this. That's usually more of a Daheng thing, but again, this is the game of the Omi stack, and we've got Rafa popping back through TP, looking to keep the pressure on. Heavy's going to be there, but it's not going to come for free, especially as Daheng has to push back in to get the grab, but he's really playing out his footwork nicely, still taking a ton of damage. This tri-bolt could be dangerous. The LG, though, is going to be the end of that Ranger.
Yeah, Rafa struggling a little bit first, but hits that hundo and then just stays the course and gets it, but needs to be very careful here. 41 HP is going to grab a 25 in the armor.
Don't shoot yourself. Don't Zorak yourself.
Yeah, got a little nervous there, and he's like, are you there? Spamming rockets, but Daheng gives up the Mega.
He might need to give up this Heavy as well, so he's going to want a little bit of time to get back on the LG. He's got plenty of time, and he's only the 1 frag down. Rafa feeling more than comfortable to just sit on that Heavy, but this LG already punishing him quite a bit.
Ooh, misses that rail. It could have been a big opportunity there. Rails missed again as Daheng just flying by and
it's
just passing through.
Yep. That shooting gallery shoots back, though, as Rafa's going to be collapsing on this Mega. You heard the totem throw out, so Dahang's ready for it, taking all that Mega, taking all the LG damage. It's going to be a lot of damage going both ways, which means they could collide heavily at the heavy.
Rafa doing a good job of staying his ground using that totem, though, and now he knows dual wields down. Get the heavy, and he could potentially get caught out here. Rockets exchange, LG comes out.
How is no damage dealt by either of those rockets?
I don't know, and another one that doesn't do any damage, and the rail will miss as well, and Rafa's still not looking that great. Does have a totem at his disposal here. A little bit of tickle and a rocket, trying to keep Dahang out of this Mega here. Drops down, that could have been risky, but Dahang's LG not good enough, and Rafa has the superior health stash now, trying to get to this heavy.
It's going to be a little bit late here, though. I mean, Dahang is not even in position for it. Dahang hasn't really been challenging for the heavies themselves much in this round, and it's allowing Rafa to get a great stack, but here comes double rockets. Rafa doesn't want to push through the choke point. Maybe he does, and there's the frag. Dahang now down to a Galena. He came so far in Molten Falls, but now we're at risk of losing it all.
Yeah, that was a fantastic totem. Just a giant sign that says no soliciting. You're not allowed in here. Keeping him out, and yeah.
After Rafa fell off the map.
He's really close to closing out the game, and that's what matters. And the totem comes down from Dahang as well, and the LG's good, but Rafa will have the height advantage, and the rockets will come raining down on Dahang. Heavy goes to him, 73 damage, and the follow-up rail, and Rafa will take it 3-2 and take the series in 2 maps.
I guess he just had to say that. Took the series in 2 maps.
I mean, I'm just trying to be as accurate as possible for everyone watching at home. It has nothing to do with the fact that I said Rafa would take the series.
I just wish it wasn't so, but, I mean, Dahang doesn't seem all that bothered. Look at the smile on that guy's face.
I think regardless of how both players played great, Rafa took it, but the highlight's going to be when he moonwalked off the map. Got to be honest.
Need to ask him about that later. We didn't have the interview with Rafa this morning, but maybe after we can get in his head a little bit about that one.
Oh, yeah, we'll sneak that in there. We'll sneak that in there.
But fantastic shots all the way, but you could see how much inaction there was between the two of them just because they were just so, you know, trying to outmaneuver, outplay, which means that sometimes you just don't get the fights when you need them.
Yep. Speaking of inaction, Jason, what did you think of that series?
Well, I think one thing we kind of forgot about to mention is that this is probably one of Rafa's best matches, actually, because he knows to hang inside and out, and we know how much he's been struggling over the course of Duel in general. He's only had one good placing that was like top 4 way back in the days. So this is actually a nice matchup for him in the end, and we did see how well he did do in that match. I felt like he didn't get tilted. I don't know. We saw him like, you know, suicide, and you saw his little face, but he instantly got back into it. On Veil of Nath, he got instantly killed by Dahang with rockets in 2 rounds, but he just brushed it off and actually came back in one of those rounds. I felt like it was relatively tilt-free, and it was nice to see like Rafa kind of read into Dahang and Dahang read back into him as well, and it was actually a really crazy match.
Especially after yesterday, where I think the tensions were a little bit high because trying to get into these group stages was the big thing, and there were so many players who came very close to not doing that. So the fact that this wasn't an elimination match by itself, and that they've been teammates forever, I think you're right. Not a whole lot of lost love there, even as Rafa just fell off the map.
As you mentioned before, I like the fact that maybe they have played each other so much that Rafa had to switch his style a little bit and kind of wait around corners, play a little more slow than he usually would. But yeah, let's not forget he did fall off the map.
I mean, he fell off the map, but he won 2-0.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Maybe that's the key. Maybe that was the sacrifice to the
Kids
Quake
don't try this at home.
Yeah. It didn't work for Buckster, though. Oof. Let's not forget that.
Well, that's true. I was going to say he got forced off the map, but then he tried it anyway. He's like, maybe this sacrifice will work. No, sorry.
Yeah, no. Wrong god he was sacrificing to
and
himself
again,
to.
Veil getting picked up here by Rafa, that was the big shocker.
I would like to ask him about that as well and be like, hey, did you know that he might pick that? And was that kind of a mind game? Like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'll pick that for you.
We know at 40, we're going to have the chance to do that in a little bit of time.
You mean it?
You can ask him.
I'm like a kid in a candy store. This is fantastic.
But I might ask him before you. Just
okay, that's fair.
Is Rafa the candy store in this analogy?
I don't, well, no comment.
Shane, candy store.
Yeah. And 40s
here it is.
in the candy store.
Here it is. There it is. Yeah, everyone look at the screen and see that he fell down. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be afraid to keep running that just on a loop.
Yeah,
no
actually, we should just supercut that over and over again.
Well, you're going to see it somewhere on Reddit, guaranteed.
Yeah, but I want it like highly edited like a classical movie, like black and white, and then a clown flipping a pancake with one tear down his cheek. Like it was
There's
an
a random
epic
mime
moment.
showing up as well.
Exactly.
You know, Spud Hunter's probably going to do that. He's probably going to make a face that he just made into an emote. So
yeah, he's in the bunker right now working on stuff. So
if you have Amazon Prime, no, I'm not going to go into that for him. But I do get 50% of his subs. anyways. So anyways, but yeah, we did see this match. Again, like Dehang played well. It's not like anyone played bad, but Rafa just seemed to have the better reads. And you know, we talked about accuracies are relatively the same, but I feel like the rail was one thing that really helped Rafa, you know, break through into the victory.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights that were just, you know, we're going to poke each other with rail. We both have, you know, traded items. But then there's so many fights that would have normally between, I think, two other players, like any two other players, would have been, okay, there's going to be a fight at Mega, there's going to be a fight at Heavy. Didn't quite happen just because they knew, it's not worth it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We do have Shane, also known as Rafa, here to do a little post-game interview with him. Rafa, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up if we're good.
Look at that.
There we go. Oh, no, can't hear me. All right.
Okay.
Well, oh, there we go. Okay, you can hear me. So first of all, congratulations, Rafa, on that victory. Very well done. Give me a general thoughts on how that match went for you.
I feel like we both played a little shakily, so I hope as the games go on that we get warmed up. Obviously, I want Tim to advance as well, so... but I think overall, I was playing the game pretty well decision-making wise, except for falling off the map on Molten.
No one saw that, don't worry.
We weren't even
Wait, you fell off the map? What? That's news to me.
Nah, I just laughed it off, though. It's like, it's whatever, just a dumb mistake. But other than that, I felt I was making really good decisions, being aggressive when I thought I had the advantage, and just applying as much pressure as I could, whether it was the map or just constantly finding ways to deal damage to Tim. And yeah, and his Blazkowicz play is very, very difficult to overcome. I think he utilizes dual wield. I think probably because of all the 2v2 we've played, like, better than some other players. And yeah, like, I didn't expect to die like one of the rounds where we traded frags, where like I killed him and he managed to kill me with nail gun. I figured I would kill him, but any other player, I'd probably live there. So just hope that he gets his shape in and he comes through the lower bracket and we can both advance. And I hope I win my next game. Well,
you mentioned maps, and 40 actually wanted to ask you something, because we were hearing inklings from Dehang about choosing a certain map against you.
Yeah, Dehang wanted to actually pick Veil of Noth against you and kind of throw you off kilter, but it seemed you picked that. Did you know that he was going to pick that? And
no, I had no idea. I picked it for my own reasons. He banned Visor from me, so I figured, okay, let's play the maps where Visor doesn't matter then, and I have the most practice without Visor. So I picked Veil, and I feel really confident in my champ picks there, regardless of bans, and so that's why I went with it. So I don't know. I figured he'd pick Molten once I picked that, though, and he did, because I haven't had the best track record on it, but thankfully I've been playing it a lot lately, and hopefully that turns around for me.
Well, I think you did set a record on that map as well by falling off, so we're going to see that for ages and ages and ages. So I'm very proud of you, but I think it was a fantastic display from both you guys.
Yeah, agreed.
I did want to ask you about this in particular. When it comes to playing against Dehang in like an official like this, how does the reading into each other's play style go? Like, are you purposely changing your style to throw him off, or is it just kind of adapting to each other mid-game?
I think it's adapting to each other mid-game. We both really try to play as control-centric as possible and just push little advantages over and over. I think the bigger difference is I probably have... Hello?
Hi.
Oh, okay, all right, it came back. I probably have the better rockets out of the two, and he has better LG. So I think like over the course of the game, we start to get adjusted to, our aim as like who's aiming the best on the day and what type of fights we should take and shouldn't take, and then you see like different adaptations over the course of sets like that when it comes to that. So I don't think we plan anything too drastic for each other. We just try to play our best.
Okay, Joe, do you have a question for him?
Actually, yeah. So in Veil, we saw a little bit of a mirror match as far as Keel goes. And Keel's been somebody who's been kind of creeping into Duel a little bit more. So obviously he has the ability to kind of very quickly make a frag happen with those grenades. We didn't quite see him become the game changer for either of you. Do you think that's going to be like a consistent thing moving forward, or is it a flash in the pan thing?
No, I think Keel has a lot of good potential. Like, his biggest thing is his stack off the spawn right now. And like you said, Jahar, the ability to have burst damage with grenades. And even though he's a big target, the advantage he has is if you catch a medium or light champion first with LG, it doesn't matter if they start hitting you. Like, you already started first, and you're just going to light them up. And like, you have grenades that you can spam mid-fight that they have to worry about and you don't. So I think on certain maps, you might see him played by even other players as well, but I don't think that he fits the more open maps like Blood Covenant or Sarnath and things like that. It's just like a very niche pick for certain maps, and I like that. I like that certain champions are only picked on some maps, and it creates a variety of style between the picks.
Do you guys have any more questions for him about this match? Because I wanted to ask him about yesterday's games.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. So Rafa, you versus Cooler. Can you kind of like just walk us through that? Like that was that's literally like a QuakeCon final match right there in the making. Can you kind of like walk us through that match if you remember it?
Yeah, I think we were both playing well as far as decisions we were making, and I think just as the tournament goes on, Cooler and I will get better and better with our aim. I definitely noticed that in my decider game yesterday against Nico. I'd gotten used to the setup, and everything finally felt great for me, and compared to like the first game. And so I think hopefully as we keep playing and I guess hopefully advancing into tomorrow, that I'll just get more and more warmed up, and I think Cooler will do the same. That's like something we both were really known for back in Quake Live, is the farther we got in the tournament, the better we played. So hopefully that proves true for us today.
Okay, well, thank you very much, man. I appreciate you taking some time to interview or to do this interview with us. Don't want to take too much more though, because obviously you do have more matches to play today. But congratulations against your victory with Dehang, and we'll see you later on today.
Thanks, Jason.
Hey, he said my name. I'm happy.
He noticed you.
Yeah, he's very. It's actually. I think he's literally the first person I ever cast a Quake with. Yeah.
Fun fact.
Another Snapple fact. We just have a bunch of those today. Let me open that up. Thanks for that.
Thanks,
It's refreshing.
Yeah, it is. It is very refreshing. But guys, yeah, it was a very decisive victory in the end. I mean, we did go obviously the 5 rounds of Molten Falls. We did have a great Twitch clip coming up on Reddit with Rafa falling off the map.
I want to see 1,000 views already on that.
At least, right?
It has to be. There's no way it's not. There's no way it's
He
not.
took it like a champ, though. No freak out, nothing like that. Just
Small smile, too.
Yeah,
He's
sensible
like,
chuckle.
everybody saw that.
sensible chuckle. Yeah.
But what I love about Rafa here is that yesterday, not attacking his performance, but he didn't win in the way he thought he would, I would guess. Win through
now
the
that
upper
we're not
bracket.
interviewing him, tell us what you really think. Yeah.
No, I like to see that with such an experienced player that he's been over the course of the years, he literally just bounced back in today too, and he won his first match against his brother Dehang, and he's looking good to probably take the first slot out of the group as well.
I think so. I think that's a very strong possibility. It is a tough group, as most of them are. In fact, they all are.
Yeah, well, speaking of groups,
they're all here.
Let's take a look, actually, as the groups have been progressing throughout today. I think we can start off with Group B, I'm guessing, since we had, obviously, Rafa just play against Dehang and see how that one did go out. We did have Agent actually take the game versus Wenger, so I'm not sure how the 2-2 on Awoken did go, but obviously, in the grand scheme of things, Agent did pick up the victory. So we have Agent versus Rafa and Dehang versus Wenger.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I want to see Wenger versus Dehang.
I want to see them all.
Yeah, I want to see every match.
We need more
groups.
Quake all the time.
Okay, well, I'm being informed. Let me. Yep. Okay. We will be actually watching Dehang versus Wenger next.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Just
I'm
kidding.
pleased. What?
It's Agent Rafa. I just want to get
No.
your hopes up.
Great,
Okay.
you did. You did.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
really
Don't
sad.
Hate me. Don't hate me. But that's going to be a crazy game. Do we actually have the other groups as well to look at? Because I would like to see how the entire tournament has been progressing through. Again, with so many great players, with so many great games, we do have Claus taking the victory over against Base, and then Cooler did take the victory against Dewey.
So you jinxed it. You
Yeah.
said Dewey was winning.
I still say you can't count Dewey out. I mean,
Oh, no.
Base, a very defensive player, but Dewey can easily be so aggressive with Ranger and Clutch that he can actually still take that match.
I'm going to say it now. I think Dewey can take base.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd agree with that. I think the opportunity is there. Hopefully he can just mentally reset. I don't know how we don't know how close the game was or anything. Maybe it was a heartbreaker. Maybe it was a landslide. But I just feel like if he goes into it with a fresh outlook and he's like, all right, this is a new game, new day, I think he could take base.
Yeah, so I think Dewey definitely has a good chance to be Base, but Base looked really solid yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Like a lot better than we usually see him when he's playing online. And if he does get maps that can favor him, like Blood Coven or something like that, we could see him taking that one. We'll see. We'll
Won't
see.
count it out.
Yep. And Group C and D will be played later on, so we haven't actually done any of those matches yet. But again, there's still so many damn good matches happening over the course of today. We do have to head to a short break, but when we come back, we will be kicking off our second match in Group B. It will be the winner's match. We'll be seeing Rafa play against Agent.
suffering is only the beginning.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL Quake Champions Open with $50,000 on the line and the first major duel event of the year. Jason Kaplan joined by two lovely men on the desk as well. One more lovely than the other. This time it's Jahar, because he's giving me a little dance on the side that you guys can't see, but he'll continue it later on. But guys, we have our second match now. We got to see Rafa against Deheng. We got to see a little bit of a team kill action happen. Okay, stop dancing.
It got weird.
It did get a little bit weird. But that was a crazy match. But now we're going up to an interesting one. We're going to see Rafa go up against Agent in this match.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this plays out and how the map and champ bans go. I don't know. I don't really know what to expect.
Suffice to say, we saw more of Rafa yesterday than we saw Agent. We were just kind of stuck here, so we couldn't sit over Agent's shoulder and figure out what's going on with him. So
it's heavily breathed.
It's going to be a little bit of a surprise. We have nothing but numbers to go off of, whereas with Rafa, we were able to see him firsthand, first foot off the edge in some cases. But we're going to have to see how this secret agent goes, man.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the breakdown. Hopefully Rafa won't step over the edge too much, and we'll see. Maybe he could take it.
Well, the thing about Agent is he didn't get to attend QuakeCon because unfortunately he had some issues that he wasn't able to go, some family things. So ever since then, he's known that this is the next event for him, right? This has been his like free run of let me practice, just duel. So I think he's been able to really get into a fine form coming into this whole tournament. He looked good yesterday. Hopefully for his sake, as he did beat Wenger. I didn't catch a second map, but he was tied 2-2 on Awoken. I feel like he's looking fantastic, but the style of him is going to be much different than what Rafa just played against Deheng. Agent could be playing a lot more passive.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, because him and Base are like really similar in styles, at least what we've seen.
Well, I mean, Rafa is not like typically either a passive or aggressive player, as we saw from that interview. Like adapting mid-match is kind of the thing. And I think the only dangerous thing for Rafa historically has been not having enough time to kind of process that. He processes things quicker than anybody else, but if it's a fast map like Veil or Awoken, there might just not be that opportunity.
See, I'm imagining we're going to see Blood Covenant, I would assume, out of Agent. Maybe Nyx as well, because that's definitely one of his most played champions. I believe this was from the last... Okay, no, we're not even going to say... You know, we're just teasing you with some sick graphics here.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Lost in Tim's eyes anyway.
They are fantastic. Unfortunately, we don't have them on the back screen anymore. We do have Rafa there again. But we've seen Blood Covenant be a very strong map, but we also know Agent, just like Base, to be very strong Nyx players. So do you imagine Rafa's going to ban away Nyx then, in particular?
I'm interested to see what he bans. I wonder more if he's going to pick Veil again, because that was a pretty strong performance.
He did say something in the interview, like he was kind of prepared for it.
That's what I'm saying.
But I didn't want to like ask him too much.
He's been on the down low playing Veil, maybe. Maybe he's going to whip it out again. We'll see. I'm interested.
And speaking of down low, like again, that's why I was kind of asking about Keel, because Keel's been kind of like the secret one to kind of grind away with. And I'm not saying that European players are less creative, but Rafa and Deheng certainly try out more champions more than most players, and that goes for like Dewey as well, Sib a little bit. So yeah, Americans are more creative. But whether or not that pays off against like the consistency that you get out of EU players, especially on a map like Blood Covenant, if we see that, that'll be the question.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see exactly what maps we will have. I think you're right on that one. It's going to be an interesting choice, potentially. We're going to head to a quick little video, quick little highlight, and see how sick Agent looks here with the smoke and with the lights. I love those videos, honestly. I just wonder if like they get told to do certain things or if they just do it themselves because like the knuckle crack out
Well,
of
obviously
him.
they practiced it at home like endlessly.
Constantly, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing yours. Just flutter your eyelashes a little bit into the camera. Swoon.
It's just going to be me just turn to this. It's just going to be a side profile. It's going to be like 90% nose
Oh, I
and
love
then
it.
10%
I love
zit.
it. Sign me up. Where do I sign? Where's the GoFundMe?
You know, maybe we can all do one together. We can do like a Team Ginyu Force little stance there. There are 5 of us.
I'm not doing that with you.
We you know what, last night we
What
had a
about with me?
conversation about anime. Don't pretend you're not a weeb.
Oh.
So anyways, this match, it's going to be a good one. Agent, we have, actually, well, the most important part about this match is if you win, you're in top 8, you're in the money, and you're through to tomorrow.
Yeah.
So a very important thing for both these two players. A lot of pressure going to be on their shoulders. And I feel like the fact that they're playing back-to-back games like this as well helps keep them warmed up and focused on what's the next task.
Everybody got a little bit of a reprieve in the group stages because they're not starting with elimination matches. That's why things were getting really tense yesterday. We had a little bit of tension towards the end, I think, as everybody was realizing, wow, I'm out. But now everybody who got knocked out can relax a little bit, and everybody who's still in today gets one freebie. One.
Yeah, you just won freebie. You win 2, you're through. You lose 2, you're out. That's how simple it comes down to in this. You can see Agent as well doing the typical CIS style, playing with the keyboard in the lap, as well as actually even Rafa's doing it too. So
He's been doing it.
Yeah.
But I wonder, as you were talking about, they're both warmed up. I wonder if the small adjustment that Agent had to make by getting up from the other tournament computers and coming into the streaming area is going to affect him, throw him off a little bit. Rafa, of course,
it's his
already
first time
nestled
here.
in.
It's his first time here too because
Yeah.
he wasn't on stream yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's definitely like a new playing area. I know I always reference this when I talk about like feeling comfortable. Flash, a player in StarCraft 2, he like literally measured everything around the desk to make sure it's perfect. And obviously you want to feel as comfortable as you can when you're playing at an event, right? You want to replicate as much as you can of being at home where you spend most of your time practicing. So for Agent transitioning, like you're saying, you know, from the playing area to the streaming area, it definitely can affect you. And I like that you pointed that out.
Yeah, little things like that can completely throw you off your game, especially when you're hyper-focused. And I don't think that'll affect him, but little things like that can, so we'll see.
It's why we play Quake, because historically it's had the lowest latency between you and the computer. It really makes that little monitor a portal into the arena itself. And so, yeah, everything's got to feel right.
Well, we do have our maps being chosen here. We've got Blood Run, we've got Blood Covenant, and we do have Awoken. I'm happy to see Awoken. It's definitely one of my favorite maps, but I'm also more importantly happy to see it towards the end of the series.
And we have Agent banning that Keel.
Okay, so we got Keel taken away, and we also have DK taken away by Rafa. So do you guys have any initial thoughts about that?
I think it's interesting, especially since we're not really going to be seeing a map like Veil very quickly by the look of it. And Rafa mentioned that, yeah, it's going to be a very kind of map-centric champion pick. And I don't think either Blood Run or Blood Covenant are great for Keel. Blood Run a little bit more, but what you're looking for there is consistency.
I'm actually surprised to see Blood Covenant chosen, because
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, you mentioned earlier how Agent's pretty much that's his map, and Rafa picks into it again. We saw how it worked against Dehang. I wonder if it's going to work again, and Nyx is available as well. So,
yeah, that's a really good point. And I almost guarantee we're going to see Nyx probably on 2 of the 3 maps at least for Agent in this one. But yeah, I would imagine if you're Rafa, like he downloads every player he ever plays against, right? He has to know how Agent's going to play. He has to know how to expect to play against it. I'm curious how he's going to adapt from more of like an aggressive style we just saw Dehang play against the passive style that Agent likes to play.
And on Blood Run, if you know how to navigate the map effectively, you can take a frag and burn a lot of the clock very consistently. It's just a matter of, you know, getting the reads, making sure that your audio cues are consistent, and creating some distance. But you can turn that back around, especially if you're a Nyx, get sneaky on the Mega, get sneaky on the Heavy, make a lot of damage happen.
And that's what I love about Nyx as like a champion. You can be very passive with her and use her to escape a lot of situations, but you can be very aggressive, right? You can use the Ghost Swat to get aggressive. You can use the double jump, or if you're Nitrino, use the double jump and nail gun to do like ridiculous jumps.
Yeah.
But you can play those different styles, and we've seen people play those different styles. Like Kilson, I think, likes to play a really aggressive Nyx. Base and Agent like to play a really passive Nyx. Claws likes to be aggressive. And it's definitely one of those kind of like polarizing kind of champions in play styles.
What I'm going to be looking for here, particularly on Blood Run, is whether or not either or both players go for a Ranger pick. He hasn't been banned. He's still available. But whether or not they're both going to like decide, hey, we're playing this version of Blood Run or we're playing this version of Blood Run.
So it's that kind of game today.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be interested to see a Visor pick.
Yeah.
I want to see if Rafa locks that in. I'm not really sure about Agent, but yeah, especially if he does pick the Nyx, that might have to come out from Rafa and kind of counter that Ghost Walk.
And I know we're going to have like a lot of new viewers coming into the stream to watch. Can you actually explain really quickly why Ranger is like kind of like one of those weird picks when it comes to Blood Run for him?
2 reasons. The Dire Orb is good for mobility anyway, but there are spawns on the map where you can very quickly get Mega, and where usually because of the height, you don't get to get that heavy armor, but if you get the spawn close enough to Mega, you can orb up to that heavy before your opponent even gets to look at it. So you can immediately take full stack control. You're going to be in a predictable spot, and you're not going to have weapons immediately, but the tone is immediately set.
And then you have to kind of respect that play if you're the other player. You have to like kind of know where they're going to be spawning in, and then realize, well, I can't fight you for the next 30 seconds. And then what's the general play style off of that? If the Ranger on the your enemy Ranger takes both items, how do you go about that to take control back?
Have an LG. Get LG, get rail, and hit the guy.
Do the damage.
So put your crosshair on the person and click.
And left click,
tips.
Or if
it's
you're
that easy.
Tox, hit a keyboard button for some reason. Was it space? What was he used to shoot? Spacebar?
Who?
Tox.
Tox, really?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
The Ranger pick on Blood Run is also so deadly because off some of the spawns, you could just play aggressive for the item.
Yeah.
I think it's the rail spawn where you spawn rockets and the fight over Mega. If you have that orb to you, you can just push and say, I'm going to force you to die right here.
That one's a little bit more ambiguous, but that makes it dangerous as well because if they spawn rail, they're probably going to be spawning, what, rocket launcher, I think? So they're looking at that Mega and they go, is he going to orb to it? Is he just going to run to it and then orb up to heavy? Like, which way do I go? And unless you are watching that corridor for a good, like, 5 to 10 seconds, you're not really going to know.
Yep. And conversely, if you spawn as Ranger at the rockets, you can grab rockets, orb up, and catch them out at shotgun when they're trying to go to heavy.
This is all the really great stuff about Quake Champions Duel, I think. Even back in Quake Live, we used to run events where it was all about, all right, what do you do off of the first spawn? And we don't even go a full 10 minutes. It's like we go to the first frag.
Yep.
And it means that every decision you make off of that first spawn is vital. And because of the round-based nature of Quake Champions Duel, and because the spawns are actually set pairs, where if I spawn here, I know my opponent has spawned here. What I don't know is what he's going to do off the spawn. I know it's generally a good idea, but you have, in the first 3 seconds, like 80 decisions to make.
Yeah, it's usually, okay, I have my primary choice here, and then depending on what the champ pick is, I have my secondary path, and then the path which is like, oh my god, I can't believe he forced me to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the top of the screen and go, okay, I picked this, he picked that, I spawned here, he spawned there. I don't see him going here. It gets messy.
There's a lot of different
quickly.
wacky combinations, and it actually makes it a lot more interesting.
And that's exactly why I think Awoken is dangerous. But Blood Run, I think, is right under Awoken for how dense those opening 10 seconds are.
Yep.
All right, well, guys, we do luckily have a little interview we did have with Rafa after he qualified yesterday to talk about his games then. And, of course, his games come up today. So let's take a look at that before we get underway here with our match.
My name is Shane Rafa Hendrickson. I play Quake for Team Liquid. I've been playing Quake for quite a long time, been a professional gamer since about 2008. I grew up in Rockford, Illinois. It's in the Midwest. It's not too far from Chicago. And even though it's a decent-sized city, it's really an oversized village, honestly. You run into people that you know like all the time. And it was a nice place to grow up. My first introduction to Quake was through my father. He was, at the time, teaching himself how to build computers. And he loved playing games in general. And once he found Quake 2, he was sold. Like, he loved playing Quake, you know, and I watched him play and, you know, he let me play a little bit here and there. And then once Quake 3 came out, he introduced me to like what the pro scene was like. And ever since then, I've just been so in love with the game. And yeah, I think what makes Quake special for me is the fact that even in team modes, your individual impact is so great in this game based off of, you know, your decision making, your mechanics and everything like that. And I think just how fast paced Quake is, there's really no other game like it. And how much each decision actually matters and weighs in the game. And I think that's what makes it really exciting for me. I'd have to say my favorite champion is Slash. I just love her fluid mobility. It just makes the gameplay feel so smooth when you know what you're doing with her. And yeah, she's probably the most fun I have when I play the game. I think time limit is probably an advantage to me when it comes to Duel, not the round-based. I was really, really good at maximizing control, whereas now with the round-based system, once, you know, a round is over, you reset and people are on even ground then. And I think this mode right now like really favors people that are playing smart, but who have really good mechanics, very good aim, very good movement. And yeah, it seems that so far players that are a little more willing to take risks as well, that it seems to help them out too. I practiced as much as I could in North America before I came to Europe. I've been in the Netherlands at the Liquid EU office for like 3 to 4 days before the event, getting jet lag out the way and playing as many European players as I could find. I think it's best to play as many different styles as you can so that you don't like get used to like certain habits of one player or another, and that you're trying to prepare and be ready for everything. I think once I got to Europe, I didn't play anybody twice. I think I played probably 8 to 12 different people in sets, and then just let it at that and looked for the next person to play. Just getting as much data and yeah, just testing my limits as much as possible. As far as rivalries are concerned or who I'd want to play, I just want to play my best in this tournament and just take it one match at a time, one game at a time, and see what happens from there. I just really want to thank Team Liquid for all the support that they've done, and just everybody that follows my stream and the whole Quake community in general. Just thanks so much for the support. It means a lot to us players when you guys get behind us and cheer for us. And yeah, I'm definitely really grateful.
He's a people person. Give him a little shout out to the fans at the end for all the support that they give him. And the fans love him too, because you know what, when he streams, he gives everything. He talks about what he's doing in the middle of the game. He even asks or answers questions constantly in between matches.
Yep.
He really is one of these shining stars when it comes to Quake.
Absolutely. He'll do like a full 20-minute Q&A at the end of his stream and just be like, all right, ask me anything. He'll help new players. He's just a great player, great community figure.
Yeah, and I love how he gets all the viewership of my cups, so it's great. Yeah. But yeah, I really appreciate everything you said. My heart just melted. I think it's running down my leg a little bit now.
Okay, we'll move on from that one. But speaking of his streams, actually, we did get to see him boot camping here in Europe. And we got to see him actually play against Agent on his stream. And this is where kind of Agent popped up on our radar of like, wow, he's actually in a really good form because he pushed Rafa really far. I think he actually took a couple of maps off of him. And it didn't look like Rafa ever had an easy match in that.
Yeah, but was Agent winning or was Rafa downloading?
That's a good question. Maybe a little bit of both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But we do have our picks coming through, guys. Why don't you walk us through what we got?
Ranger.
Yep. A lot
Stranger
of Galena.
danger.
What's the third? Blazkowicz from Rafa. Are we going to see the Nyx?
Ooh, there it is.
Ooh,
yeah.
Ruby. So
but,
fresh, so clean.
But no visor. I was actually kind of expecting Nick's visor for that second column.
Well, yeah, I wonder why he didn't. Well, he picked first, too, so that kind of gave Agent the ability to be like, what, no visor? All right, Nyx. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see what happens, though.
All right, guys. Well, why don't you take us through here. Our second match of the day, it's Agent, it's Rafa. And the winner of this goes on to get through tomorrow and to get into the money.
Thank you, Jason. And I think it's the first time we're seeing Blood Run on stream today. So a favorite map of mine, a perennial one. It's been around since Quake. It's been around forever. It was like released like months after Quake actually came out. So it's been with us forever. So have these guys. Let's get into it. We're going to be getting off here on Ranger, I think.
Yep.
It's going to be Rafa as a Ranger spawning the small armor, but he's going to be taking that right back up to Rocket Launcher. And so immediately we're not only seeing Ranger come into this, but we're also seeing a bit of a change as far as how that orb is used to control the map. But as it stands, Agent has both items.
Yep. Rafa still has the Dire Orb up. Agent already used it to get the armor, but just like that, back up. That cooldown is so quick. As Rafa makes his way up to the Tri-Ball platform. Might get caught out by Agent here. The Dire Orbs come out, and the LG is so strong from Agent. Will miss the follow-up rail, though, and that'll give heavy over to Rafa, but he's going to jump into LG, and that's never good. But we'll have Mega right behind him, and will survive. Agent now struggling to as he goes into the backhaul, and the chase comes out from Rafa. He knows, and the LG tickles enough. He can eat the rail, and now he has to stack back up as Agent will have to spawn on the Galena.
I wonder if that decision point was made by Rafa as soon as he saw the 225s. That tells him, okay, I know he doesn't have 100 health, but he didn't pick up this health, and he just ran past it. So I'm hot on his tail. Yeah. I've got him here.
Now are we going to see the Dire Orb? It's going to be a bit of a crazy play. The Rocket's fantastic, but still 48 HP, and the Mega is there just in time. Rocket's keeping Agent at bay. They trade the items.
Yeah, so a trade is going to be a good first step here for Rafa, not only getting the first frag, but starting to grind away that control away from Agent. And of course, Galena as a second champ pick is something I rather do like. We have the ability for those totems to come out and slow down Rafa a lot, but he's got his orb ready. Difficult to do anything about that orb if Rafa can get the angle, but we've got Agent down to the blood, looking to pop through TP. Rafa coming back in for the heavy armor. It's going to be a free one, and this Mega, I don't know if Agent can do much about it.
And just kind of waiting. Here's the pickup, tries to get the cheeky rail, and Rafa's going to push in, eats a totem, needs to be careful. Dire Orb comes out. Ooh, and the follow-up rocket from Agent's really good. The rail, will hit, and Rafa, wow, barely survived 30 HP. Might get caught out here in recovery room.
Yeah, they both hear each other, and they both immediately double back the other way. It's too risky for both of them, but there's the rail from Rafa, getting that second frag in just a brief pixel.
That was fantastic, the jumping rail. And here's the Nyx now. The shotgun blast is so strong. Rafa needs to be careful as he drops down, and the chase comes out in Agent. And that's why Nyx is so deadly. You get that initial damage, you phase shift, your opponent doesn't really know where to track you from, and then you can get another cheeky shot off. So Agent doing a great job of trying to get back in this one.
And getting a rail off of Rafa as soon as he spawns up at the rocket launcher, that certainly sets a tone as well. Agent doesn't have a whole lot to play for other than armor. There's going to be the heavy coming up in 8 seconds as he's creeping back up to the top of the map. Rafa back in the recovery room, and coming back out, but not expecting these rockets. It's great damage. He's going to lose that position. And even if he, of course he knew that Agent was going to be up at the heavy, but he couldn't do much about it.
Yep. But it's important to note that he knows Ghostwalk is down, and he does have a Blazkowicz, so the dual wield can be so strong. If you catch out that light, absolutely melt him with LGs, but unfortunately it does not have LG yet. We'll try and peek over the corner and get a little bit of damage now. Agent doing a good job of controlling rockets. Will make his way over to the heavy area.
And it's always difficult when you have heavy coming up and then mega, because even if you're at mega, the player at heavy can just put so much pressure on it. But here it comes, double shoddy, but it's going to be the rocket from Agent to take away the first round.
Doing a great job of it, dropping down, knowing that Rafa still doesn't have LG, and that initial rockets just push him off and say, no, you're not going to duel with me with LG, and then he has to pop the shotgun, and just it doesn't go his way.
If only I had his mic open. Wow. But here we go. It's going to be Agent spawning at the top this time. It's actually not the best spawn for a Ranger, because you just don't have line of sight to either item until the other one's already taken. So a little bit more of an even kill here for Rafa, but it's not an easy pickup for either of them. But this Tri-Bolt damage coming out of Agent allows him to pop through TP and keep the pressure on.
Now he's going to chase him in the recovery room. The Tri-Bolt lead is good. The orb comes out, and the orb comes out from Rafa as well. The LG is actually fantastic, and he can turn this around. 1 HP from Agent now as he has to escape. Rafa doing a great job of turning that around, but needs to be careful.
Cannot believe he didn't get taken down by that buckshot. Of course, here on Blood Run, there is ample health available at the top of the stairs, at the TP, and the top of the stairs of the Tri-Bolt. So you can recover here back up to 100 health fairly quickly, but Agent is still looking a little bit down and having to be incredibly defensive as Rafa is just taking over the map. But again, this Tri-Bolt, just nasty.
Just keeping the damage out, just keep chipping away at him. But Agent, again, might get caught out in recovery room. The orb comes out, and it's not even going to land. And Rafa says, I got one of my own, and takes the frag.
That's not an orb. That's an orb. So we got heavy coming back up for Rafa. We've got Agent trying to put a little bit of pressure on, but he's going to need to be running back in recovery. It's not every day that you see somebody actually chasing into it for exactly that reason. But Rafa's actually looking for him to come back and saying, not today.
Not today. But the Statue of Liberty play almost works out. The Tri-Bolt just barely out of range, so he won't get the sound notification. Here's Rafa still hunting, and is he going to get another kill in the recovery room? Agent almost overstaying his welcome here. I like the fadeaway Tri-Bolt, keeping Rafa at bay, taking a lot of damage.
And Tri-Bolt and Nailgun are such good defensive weapons. Rafa having to respect it a little bit, but he's just going to go in for the heavy armor. So far, he's just chasing Agent out of these areas with the items and then taking the item away for free. But this time, Agent gets caught a little bit flat-footed. That's going to be 2 for 2 on the orbs, but Agent has turned it all around with the Nyx before. Can he do it again?
Yeah, Rafa in full control right now, but one good surprise ambush with the Nyx can change everything here. As Rafa playing super aggressive, catches him out again, waiting for this 50 shard. He has to pop the Ghostwalk, and Rafa trying not to get telefragged here.
No, I like that. Staying in the recovery room, or what do you call it? The porta potty?
Or the porta potty.
Yeah, the porta potty. Yeah, it's such a good place to just say, hey, if Nyx wants to fight here, no problem. I've got my LG ready. Bring it.
Look at this stack, and if he catches out Agent, this could be curtains here. As the Mega's up, he's going to leave it up because he knows that Agent's hurting. The rocket jump doesn't work, but the orb does as Agent tries to jump over, and Rafa says, Kobe.
Dewey just giving a respectful nod. Yeah.
Dewey's like, good.
Yes. All right, so 1-1 as we get into it. And again, just orb frag after orb frag. But as you can see, Agent not looking too, well, okay, maybe I take that back. We saw a little bit of a shimmer there.
A little bit. As the Dire Orb comes out and almost gets Dire Orbed again, Rafa putting out the machine gun damage, but Agent's going to be able to back into the Mega, and now Rafa needs to be very careful here. Great rail, though. Stays in it, grabs a 25, And now he's going to go back to the porta potty and try and stack back up here. Agent and Rafa both at even stacks now after all of that.
Yeah, so Rafa having a little bit of a better angle as Agent's coming into Rocket Launcher, but no damage traded out there as we've got Heavy Armor coming back up soon. But again, Rafa's just trying to stay defensive with this nail gun, trying to keep Agent at bay. But here comes the play for Armor. There's the pickup, 3 seconds to Mega. It's going to be a clash here unless Agent decides to just lay an ambush with the rocket. Rafa going, wait, where'd you go? I thought you were going to fight here. Oh.
That was a really good fadeaway by Rafa as he hits that rail. Might be able to get another one here around the corner, but the tri-bolt's so strong, Rafa needs to be careful. 25 HP, and he's going to drop down, spam a little bit of his own. And I think he's very lucky to survive that. Goes through the portal, has 50s at his disposal here.
And one of
and another one.
The reasons we've seen the tri-bolt be so effective against Rafa is because Rafa is trying to tighten that noose fairly frequently. But that tri-bolt from Agent is, again, keeping it at arm's length and sometimes rail's length, as Rafa's just not quite getting these angles for these shots.
Yeah, look at that tri-bolt spam. Just anywhere he is getting in his face, keeping that chip damage up, and even if it doesn't do the damage, it keeps him at bay, and he can't push forward to try and close the gap like you mentioned. So great job by Agent utilizing that tri-bolt. Heavy's going to be up in 5, Mega shortly after that. About 10 seconds split apart, and this could be beneficial to Rafa as he knows the Dire Orb's taken out now.
Yeah. That's actually big. Agent using that to get up top just to do the damage. But Rafa still gets away with it, even after taking that rail. Like, cool, in 2 seconds I'll get this Mega, and you're going to be up there. We can maybe trade rails. Anything could happen, but it's going to be Rafa pushing through the TP. Agent getting stuck up against the wall, and down he goes.
Yeah, tries to hit the shots, but Rafa just with the outstack, good chase, and gets that frag. And let's see if Agent can work this Galena into the mix and try and lock down some of this map.
I cannot tell you how good it feels to be sitting next to somebody who says Galena. It's just breath of fresh air. So Rafa,
I do it for you.
Agent really can't do much here. I mean, he can take away the health, he can throw down a totem to defend, but as far as damage goes, I mean, Rafa's going to have priority on those 225s every single time. However, Agent used that to turn things back around and take away that Mega, but oh my god, all those 7s.
LG. Channeling his inner Sirius there as it gets very serious and he gets the frag, and again, Agent down to his Nyx. Can he turn this around? A lot of work to do, but also a lot of time left in the round.
And again, there's a lot of faith that you can put in a Nyx. We've seen a single-handed Nyx just take an entire round back, especially with that double jump, avoiding a lot of that damage. And Ghostwalker knows Ghostwalk. I mean, Agent is completely catching Rafa off guard, and there goes that Ranger. Agent right back into it.
Yeah, well done by Agent there. Uses that Ghostwalk, gets in on that Heavy, and then kind of ambushes. I think Rafa saw a little bit of the pop back, so he knew it was gone, but he just couldn't get the damage out to make anything happen there.
And this will mean that Agent will have priority on the Heavy, taking a little bit of damage here from the Rocket. And more important than the damage is just the information that Rafa got there. So Agent's going to have to come through TP if he wants it. Rafa wants the frag, though. Again, all this aggression coming out. Agent is going to be right on time for that Heavy. Still taking a lot of damage, but Rafa is kind of chasing him into items now.
Yeah, Rafa chasing, eating a lot of LG. Does get a good rocket, but Agent's able to stack back up the 225s on Tri-Bolt. Now the nail damage comes out. The Mega is Agent's. Hits a great rail. Rafa still pursuing this and somehow gets out alive. Both players very weak. Rafa more than Agent, but that was a bit of a ballsy push there from Rafa.
I have not seen Rafa be this consistently aggressive in a long time, but to Agent's credit, he is really doing a great job of making it difficult, and Rafa peeks back out going, hey, can I get that armor? No.
Yeah.
No, he can't.
Tries to hit the jumper again, but unfortunately will just eat Tri-Bolt and get denied. Agent hit him with a Dikembe and said, no, no, no. Takes him out, and now we have a BJ versus Nyx. Both players have their abilities up. Rafa, unfortunately, doesn't have the LG, doesn't have much to work with in terms of weapons overall. 1 minute left in the round.
And this is so dangerous is because Agent still has that Ghost Walk, that's the anti-BJ. And with that first rail, I mean, that's exactly what Rafa needs. The damage that Agent isn't expecting. Maybe make him, you know, skunk out a little bit, get scared, pop the Ghost Walk. But with the damage being dealt out now, Agent's going to need a little bit of the health recovery from the blood pool in order to get back into the map. But at 100 health and none armor, this Mega's not going to be easy, and neither is mid-control.
Yeah, he's going to have to concede Mega here. Rafa just waiting, though, keeping middle of the map control finally going down, and Agent just listening for the sound cues, trying to stay away.
Yeah, looking for overtime here from Agent is actually the right call for sure. Rafa's got every advantage. How does Agent still catch him with Tri-Bolt even as he's like speeding through at 9,000 miles an hour?
I don't know, but he might catch him here in the back haul as that rocket's fantastic, and Rafa's still pushing, does have the stack to work with, but will give up the Heavy because of the push. Now Agent looking a little bit better here as we head into sudden death.
That's a big win for Agent, though. The fact that he got the Heavy, he took a lot of damage off of Rafa. There goes a lot of the advantage that Rafa had, and he's still trying to get in close and make good work out of that dual wield. But it's all about scaring Agent into the Ghost Walk first.
Can he pop it? I don't know. That rail, again, the tri-ball, you see Agent trying to pepper it in and be like, I'm going to get this damage in whether you like it or not.
Yeah, close range. They both have counters to each other, so it's going to be all about the long-range play. The tri-bolt from Agent still very consistent. Rafa starting to pick up more of these rails, but it's going to come down to who can set up the angles in the first shots.
Yeah, Agent stack so low right now. Mega's going to be up, but he's going to have to concede that as well, just playing around the corner, trying to catch Rafa out.
15 seconds to heavy. Can Agent do anything proactive here, or is he going to stay in hiding?
Does have the Ghost Walk to work with if he wants to try and gamble, but at this point, why would you? A little bit of rocket damage. The tri-bolt follow-up's pretty good as well. He will actually win this heavy because of the positioning from Rafa as he pushes Banana.
I can't believe he actually got that, but here comes the dual wield. Agent not even using the Ghost Walk here, he just uses the pillar. Just,
now using it, this is huge. I think he's just going to chase and get this frag right next to the teleporter, and that was really good trigger discipline there by not just popping Ghost Walk immediately, not being nervous. He's like, okay, I have the distance, I can dodge some of these, and then he popped it at the right time and secured that frag.
Did he just hit the camera? Yeah, okay.
Rafa visibly frustrated now. Rare footage of Rafa actually
I get
angry.
it too, because yeah, he popped the dual wield, what I would call a little bit early, but a nice LG coming out of Rafa. This time, of course, they have to go Ranger v Ranger. Agent able to take away that heavy, but doesn't get a whole lot of bonus stack from it. Rafa looking a little bit better off in everything but weapons.
Holding that tri-bolt. Now he's going to drop in, try and chase, and then Agent doing a great job with that tri-bolt again. He's found his weapon. I'd like to see Rafa try and use a little bit more tri-bolt, actually. It's working so well for Agent.
Yeah, but Rafa actually wants to make these frags instead of just doing defensive damage, and that's actually been the problem here so far. Agent could be able to take away the 225s. That's going to be heard, as well as the heavy armor picked up. So Rafa's going to have priority on both of these items. Agent still doesn't have a rocket launcher. That's actually going to be a big problem as he wants to come out here towards mid. But Rafa really doesn't have a read on where he's setting up.
He's playing really passive in this porta potty. He might hear this rocket jump up from Rafa as the chase comes out, and Agent very low. He has 225s there, and the orb is so good. That 100 damage orb passing through Rafa's mind, body, and soul here as he makes his way towards the shotgun area. Agent still holding the tri-bolt platform.
I think it's the mind he's got to be worried about here, but he very quickly recenters on that heavy, but he's still taking a lot of damage from the tri-bolt. Agent has priority on that Mega, or had priority on that tri-bolt. Takes one rocket, put him up against the wall, nail him there.
Yeah, that was incredible placement by Rafa there. Pops him up and gets the easy follow-up.
So now Agent has to play this thing a little bit differently. He's down one frag. He has to make something happen. He's still keeping the totem up his sleeve. He doesn't want to like throw it out immediately and try to get the early countdown reset, but he can use it defensively in a fight. 7 seconds to Mega. If Rafa doesn't collapse here hard, I'm going to be surprised. There we go.
Trying to pepper him with nail gun here, goes through, traps that portal with the totem.
But now Agent's got that tri-bolt back.
Deadly,
you can't discount it here against him. So Rafa actually taking a lot of that early LG and some more tri-bolt as well, so you can see immediately the stacks kind of even out. 7 seconds to heavy. Is anybody going to be alive to take it?
Oh, and he actually misses with the tri-bolt, and this could cause Agent everything here as 40 HP. He has a 25 and a totem, but if Rafa wanted to push that, he may have been able to convert that into another frag.
He wants the frag for sure, but Agent's able to skirt him out just barely. Mega's going to be up. Rafa's going to be crossing in from rocket launcher. And it's going to put some good spin on the items. They're going to be quite well delayed from each other, so Agent really has one place to attack, but also one place to go to avoid the attack. Nice donk on the totem, though.
Yeah, very, very daunting totem here. As an Agent, again, with the tri-bolt, he just hears him around the corner, and he's like, I'm going to spam this, I'm going to spam this, and Rafa can't really do much. He's going to orb. Wow. And, yeah, tri-bolt, huh?
How about it?
That does a lot of damage, huh?
He had the attempt there with the dart orb to try to, just pass right through it, but a little bit too far forward, and now Agent has been able to tie up the frags again and take away that Mega, so he can revert right back to where he was in the opening minute here.
Agent will have a totem back up shortly here as Rafa comes up the teleporter exit with the LG blazing. And Agent not afraid to play in this porta potty and just kind of play it very slow. Minute 40 left in the round.
Yeah, why does Quake have to be so violent all the time? Why can't he just be calm and peaceful? Yeah. And that's exactly what he's going for here. But he still has to make a frag. He's tied it back up at the very least, but it's now Galena v Galena. Putting a little bit of control on the TP exit. Gonna have to see if that yields him any damage here pretty soon, but we've got 10 seconds to the heavy. Agent's in a position to kind of push on through the TP exit and make something happen. But we can hear the explosions, we can hear the rocket jump, and Rafa's actually putting some pressure on this room. It's very difficult to do that, though, because immediately there's like, you know, the 3 exits you can go out, and it's very difficult to just like nail somebody in. If you get the first hit, neat. If you don't, give it up.
Speaking of giving up, Agent might be giving up everything here, as both major items go Rafa's way.
Hey, I'll just tri-bolt him. No big deal.
That's fine. I'll give him
No
everything
biggie.
and just tri-bolt it later.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But Rafa's got to know it's not safe to go through that teleporter. I think he deleted one of the totems. Nope, but that one's still up there.
I really like the fact that Agent's not afraid to play super passive, and this may actually be tilting Rafa a little bit as he's trying to play, you know, a little more aggressive and get in there. But the tri-bolt, just the defensive play from Agent is fantastic right now.
It's so difficult to play like this, though. I mean, it looks kind of ridiculous, but Agent is doing a fantastic job. Blood Run is a map famous for being able to cross the map without your opponent really realizing it, and a lot of the plays coming from that. But Rafa has had a tough time breaking into mid every single time. Like, immediately, like, he wants to come around the corner, boom, tri-bolt or a rocket or a little bit of LG. Like, Agent has him on lock.
Wow,
Oh,
the
no.
double totem.
And
4 seconds,
that's
and
a red
Agent's
light.
not going to push in on that, so Rafa's lucky, but we're going to head into sudden death here. It's Agent trying to make his way onto this heavy. Rafa using a little bit of tri-bolt of his own.
Have to figure out how sudden it is, as Mega's going to be back up, and Rafa is still managing to get in on all these items. I was really expecting Agent, after that double donk on the totem, to go a little bit harder on the heavy, but Rafa probably has a good read here. Like, even when Agent has the opportunity, he's not committing to these items, so I can still get them and not worry too much.
Yeah, I'm still impressed by Agent's just fearless, like, I'm going to play at this pace, and you're going to like it, or you're going to run into my tri-bolt, and you're going to die.
Yeah, and it's been paying off because Agent's actually done like 700 more damage to Rafa, which is just telling a lot of the story here. But LG on LG is going to be a battle of attrition either way. Agent doesn't want that, though. He wants a clean-cut, sure thing frag.
Yeah, the damage from Agent's tri-bolt is almost that of his rockets. It's 1,600 damage on the tri-bolt.
Ridiculous. But for, you know, to look on the bright side for Rafa, he doesn't have to worry about a Nixus round.
Yeah.
But if he loses this frag, this Galena, that is going to be Blood Run going to Agent.
It could all come down to one totem.
Or 2, as we've seen. So Agent has it up his sleeve, going to be taking over the TP exit. We've got a lot of time before either of the items comes back up. And again, Rafa's got the stack control, but he needs the first hit, and so far, he's needed the second, third, and fourth as well.
Yeah, just peppering tri-bolt. Agent just very aware of where Rafa is all the time and just getting that initial damage and keeping Rafa zoned out.
Needed that
rail, though.
It's a harder angle to hit in this version of Blood Run than others, but really good rockets coming out of Agent. He's going to be getting that health back from the totems. Rafa's going to know that as well, and it's one of the difficult things about pushing in on a Galena. You just can't. Like, they can either use that totem defensively or just get that health back quicker than anybody else can. And again, Agent right back up to 100 HP. No armor to speak of, however, as he crosses back over towards rockets.
Yeah, needs some armor to work with. 5 seconds until heavy comes up, and again, playing very passive by the shotgun. Rafa trying to secure this heavy for himself and Mega shortly after. But again, the stack doesn't really mean anything unless you can get the initial damage, and there it is! As Rafa catches him out with LG, and the teleporter was not his that time. It was actually in control of Rafa, so 2-2 on Blood Run.
I hope Agent noticed it, because I certainly didn't. Like, he had 2 totems up on that TP exit, and they were wiped out, replaced by Rafa's. And you have to stay aware of that when it's Galena v Galena. That means everything. So Agent right back up on the Ranger. We're right back into a bit of a faster pace of play, but it's going to be a 7-second frag as Rafa's Ranger goes down, and Agent just takes away every item. Not a great precedent to set for Rafa.
And that was that play that we talked about. Spawned at rockets, orbed up to shotgun, and got the jump on him.
Yeah.
Well done by Agent to get the quick frag. Rafa needs to reset. Now the orb comes out, and the chase from Agent is going to be strong, but the totem is there, and Rafa has a shotgun as well. He tried to plus back at the last second and be like, no, skirt, but face checked it.
He had to know he was going to take the damage. He was just trying to do some head math. Didn't quite go his way, but there's the LG to take down Rafa before the heavy even comes up. So no steal, and Rafa is literally down to his last champion this map.
So quick, and he needs
45
to be so
seconds,
careful. Dual wield machine gun here, pushing Agent away.
That's exactly it. Just trying to maintain a little bit of distance. That rocket helped out as well. But Agent doesn't really need to be too worried. There's no place really to go right now. Oh no.
Not the jump pad, not the trampoline.
And Rafa just eats the rocket between the eyes. That's going to be one more in the pipe, and Agent takes Blood Run.
3-2. That was a close game.
You could tell how stressed that was because Rafa didn't immediately say GG.
Needed
like a 3
Sometimes
second.
you gotta breathe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exhale.
Grit your teeth a little bit and then be like, GG.
Oof. Nice fist pump. We've had a lot of fist pumps here at the
I was going to say,
PGL.
not as good as Coolers, but it's still pretty good.
We have to rank them afterwards, you know. We should
true.
do that later, just have a...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll do that. Call me.
Yeah. I'll have to figure out what to call the show.
But that will wrap up a Blood Run. We're going to go into Blood Covenant now,
Right.
though. Again, that Nyx play, I have to say, on this map, we're going to see a Visor, surely, from Rafa.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that'll be the hard counter to Nyx. But again, Nyx didn't really make the difference, I don't think. It was the Tri-Bolt that was really making the difference.
Tri-Bolt, totems, it's what I love about Galena, just being able to control so much of the map.
Look
and
at that
again,
damage,
like,
man. Out-damaging his rail and his LG and on par with his rockets for Rafa. Agent was just like, yeah, Tri-Bolt damage, why not? Here.
it's amazing. You don't see that number pop up there very often, but it wasn't just the fact that he was spamming the Tri-Bolt. In fact, I don't think he was even really spamming. It was like one shot here and there, but it was every single time Rafa came around a corner.
Yep.
So what is Rafa supposed to do? Not walk around corners ever again?
Yeah, just never. These aren't your corners. But yeah, the pre-fire was perfect. It wasn't overly spammed. It was just well placed.
Yeah.
And that'll keep you out. You can't plus forward. You can't get the momentum going that Rafa wanted to with the LG. And
you feel locked up. Like I can't even go through a teleporter. I can't go around corners.
Yeah,
Forget jump pads.
Yeah. How
Speaking
do I reach
of jumping,
these
though,
kids?
we have a Doom Guy coming out, possibly instead of a Ranger. I would be really surprised if it was Doom Guy and Ranger, but it's going to be Visor and Nyx, I'm guessing, for Agent, Ranger and Doomslayer. Okay. So, yeah, no Ranger here.
Yeah.
Not for Agent.
Yeah. Interesting. You don't really need it. I always like playing Ranger because he's so mobile, and that burst DPS,
Yeah.
in case you get in a bind, is always nice. But I'm very interested to see how this Nyx and the Visor work out. I think probably Rafa will start off with Visor.
Yeah.
So I don't really know if the side will play into that yet. But do a lot of people start off as Nyx? Is that more of an anchor? How do you like to play Nyx?
I don't play Nyx very often.
There you go.
But
There's your answer.
yeah, anchor is exactly it. Like, Nyx last play every time.
Yeah.
But between two of these guys, we've got Doom Guy and Ranger for Rafa to control the top of the map, and we've got Nyx and Doom Guy for Agent. So a lot of extra mobility here from both of these guys.
Oh, yeah. A lot of ability to control the top of the map, which is so crucial on here. But let's get into the game as Rafa is going to start off on that Visor, pops that vision, makes his way over to the LG, almost gets caught out with a little bit of damage there, but will make his way onto the Mega.
Yep, and of course that puts the characteristic a little bit of spin on the Mega, and you almost artificially do that with the heavy armor as well, because you really do want weapons first. You want to make sure that you know your opponent's not going to be rushing you with MG, so you try to keep your side of the map safe, and that kind of naturally puts a little bit of delay on both of the items. So it's not going to be like this 33-second mark we're looking at. It's more towards the 40s, and Rafa is expecting an assault from Agent.
5 seconds to vision, so he's going to grab these shards, and then he'll have all the information he needs. So he doubles back over to the Mega.
Yeah, but Agent's not here. Yeah, Agent's going to be playing it safe, so Rafa's actually going to be delaying the Mega even more, maybe allowing this enough time to go get himself a Railgun, which is a great time for it, especially with the damage he just dealt out to Agent. So now Rafa can run back towards this Mega and put a lot of delay and then collapse hard on the next Heavy.
That was so well done. Rafa's one of the players that are just not afraid. Okay, you're not here. I don't need to pick this up. I'm going to go fight you, do the damage after you get your item, and then I'll double back for it. And he's just so good at that.
Really intelligent play, and now with that piercing sight coming back up right when it needs to before the Heavy does, he can just see Agent run away from it, and Rafa has another decision to make. Damage or Heavy, or in this case, why not both?
Yeah, why not both? That's a great rail as he crosses by. Might get another one if he goes through that teleporter. Agent needs to be very careful. And Rafa now full control as he has this Mega position as well, just trying to catch out Agent with another rail. Will barely miss. Will follow up with one, though. And Agent needs to be careful. And again, Rafa just leaving the item up. He wants to get the damage on, keep the pressure up.
Now for Agent, it's a little bit of a rough situation because, yeah, like you mentioned, Rafa has full control. It's a difficult rotation. You're going to be looking for opportunities to do rail damage at the heavy armor, but Rafa is collapsing on some of these corners where Agent might be wanting to set up and preventing that from even happening, and not even going for the heavy when expected, so Agent completely locked up.
Oh, and tried to play a little bit of a teleporter shuffle there, and he runs right into him. Rafa says, what are you doing here? Get out of here.
This is actually going to be good for Agent now getting on the visor, so at least he can maybe see Rafa changing his route and making it difficult to play around these items. But he's able to stick around on that Mega and get a grab, so that immediately turned things around. But this LG 7's all the way down as Agent is now stuck on his Nyx.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, the Tribal can't save him there as he misses a lot of shots, and Rafa now has everything, really. He has a vision backup, he has the data. He's going to be up in 2, and now he's just on the hunt trying to get some initial damage out on this Nyx.
And he's going to be seeing Agent actually moving back towards Mega as it's coming up, so this could be a bit of an allowed trade, and sometimes in Blood Covenant, you just have to do that. Like, all right, you take that, I'm going to take this, we'll figure it out later.
Yeah, he took a page out of DeHang's book, and he allowed it.
That's why you're paid the big bucks.
That's true. So many Fantas. As the Tri-Bolt spam not landing, but the LG's pretty good as Agent goes around the corner here and actually melts Rafa. Fantastic LG from Agent there. And he will get a railgun as well.
So
Still
in Blood
has Ghost Walk off.
Yeah, we had just, you know, clever play after clever play. We had totems, we had, you know, predictions around corners with the spam. This was just LG on LG.
Yeah. Straight up shaft battle here, and Agent won out on that. Still has Ghost Walk again, and here comes the push. Can he get a rail? No, yeah, there it is, and the rocket damage not good from Rafa as he's trying to escape, but that Doom guy does have Berserk up if he needs to throw some fisticuffs here.
Yeah, usually you don't encourage that kind of, you know, sticking out for a fight, but when you know the situation around Mega that's going to happen, you really need to set a precedent, really need to set a tone. That's exactly what Agent's done. Rafa coming back in from across is spamming off a little bit of HMG, not doing significant damage though. With Heavy Armor coming back up, Agent should at least be in a good position to punish with the rail.
Misses the initial opening rail here, misses the follow-up as well. Rafa trying to get the damage in while he can, and Agent just playing patiently, saying, all right, let me try and hit some of these rails here.
Hey, you do need to hit them. It's important.
That's important.
But Agent
Rafa's
going
hitting
very
80%,
quiet.
Agent's hitting 9. 1 of 11. That is rough.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he had the great angle, he had the great setup, and a great read, but yeah, at the end of the day, you got to push the mouse button when your cursor's over the guy's face.
That's how you get the damage, guys.
That's how you play the Quake. All right, so
snap
5 seconds to Heavy. Agent coming up the jump pad just in time, but Rafa doubling back, heard the jump pad, dropping down on the other side, and making it a little bit more difficult for Agent to set up these rail shots. But is the Tribal as consistent here as it is on Blood Run? So far, no dice.
Yeah, trying to get that damage out and just doesn't hit it. The LG was really strong from Rafa as he turns the corner now and has HMG out. The rail from Agent is good. Can he follow up with another one? No, and he's just eating a lot of damage. He will get the Mega, but doesn't have any rails. Needs to be careful. He's going to push forward here. Does have Ghost Walk up. And Rafa's going to make his great escape. Can he escape? As the LG comes out and the Ghost Walk is forced out. 8 HP now, but Rafa not that healthy either.
And you heard the click of the railgun, which is just so nasty, but as the round runs out, if he had a rail shot there, that would have been one for the ages,
He
but
had to.
he's going to need to make it back in the next round.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there as he tried to push in, had to force the Ghost Walk, and then after that just didn't have the shot to close out.
All right, as we see, I mean, they both have had some amazing shots, and even Shane looking a little bit shocked as we shuffle right into round 2.
Ooh, great initial rocket. The follow-up's fantastic, and just like that, Rafa takes him down by the rockets. That was incredible play by Rafa.
He actually just wanted to play Nyx instead. Just, oh yeah.
Do-over, mulligan.
Yeah. And now he's got it, so he's going to be taking away a little bit of LG as Rafa is taking away Rail. And he's got a full bevy of weapons now with a little bit of time to play between the items, so Rafa might as well go on a bit of a hunt getting that piercing sight, but there's the piercing Tri-Bolt cutting right back out from Agent.
Yeah, landing a lot more shots that time. I'm sure that feels more comfortable for him, but Rafa's going to pop that vision, has the data now, and makes the movement accordingly. Gets a little bit of a rocket, just a little pat, just, hey, what's up? How you doing?
I know you're there. Mega coming back up as well as Heavy. It's going to be a bit of a trade, but Rafa actually having to run this thing back, taking a bit of a slower route. Agent could actually put some pressure on this from top pillars. He's not there. He's going to be up at the small armor instead, and still doing a little bit of corner denial with the Tri-Bolt.
Yeah, finally makes his way and gets a rail here. But again, it hasn't really been that effective for him. Maybe in this future, as Rafa will get his own rail. There goes Agent with 2 brilliant rails now. Pops the Ghost Walk. He could play aggressively on here. The vision comes out from Rafa.
Okay.
And I was going to say, if he turns that around, that would be incredible. But Agent, no dice. LG's him down.
Yeah, all Agent had to do there was turn around, literally. But we got Mega coming back up. Agent could be a little bit worse for the wear. Doesn't have Ghost Walk right now. Rafa's going to be aware of that. So here comes a bit of more pressure on the Mega. It's going to be risky, but Rafa's shut in the corner. But you don't put Rafa in corner.
You never put Rafa in a corner as the LG wins out on that one, and Agent is down to his visor.
And so this is going to be a good comeback for Rafa here so far, but Agent so dangerous when he's on the defensive, as we've already seen. Heavy coming back up, 10 seconds to Mega. We could see Rafa go for an RJ back up to Bridge, but he's going to hear the jump pad instead. Might have to go a little bit more passive through here and just put a little bit of damage on from across pillars. I like the switch over to HMG, a little bit more consistent than a rail. I mean, when you're railing somebody across pillars, you're going, hey, maybe he won't hit me, maybe I'll hit him instead, but you know you're going to get hit by that.
And the Berserk
HMG.
comes out and the
my
punches.
God.
Oh, man, he drops into that LG, which was a really ballsy play, and then actually a great rocket from Agent, and then Rafa's like, all right, fisticuffs, it's
I can't
time.
remember the last time I actually saw Rafa use a Doom Guy Berserk ability on the offensive.
Yeah.
Or at all.
Rare footage of Rafa actually angry.
Yeah.
But he goes up 2-0, and he can take this map here as Rafa again gets the stairwell spawn, pops the vision, gets bullied off LG temporarily here, but he will double back and grab the Mega as well. Agent will grab rockets and rail. Nice delay on this heavy here. Just a skosh.
I like that gesture from Agent, just a few nails on the LG. Just like, all right, cool, I know where you spawned. I know where you're headed.
Just let him know he's there. Just, hey, I know this is a play I could make.
Right.
And I know that you know now.
It's about making a statement.
It is.
All right, so we got Rafa. Such consistent HMG damage. And there's the Tri-Bolt, a little bit of retribution from Blood Run.
Yeah, fantastic Tri-Bolt work there. The HMG just melting him and then finishing off. And now he has the vision and the LG. Agent will get an LG of his own and actually grab the Mega. We'll trade the items, but Rafa is completely okay with that.
So we've got a little bit of damage coming in from Agent up top. There's the LG tickle from below just to compensate. Looking for the rail. Look at, yeah, there's the switch over to Tri-Bolt, but with 15 seconds left to Mega, there's still a lot of time to play this thing out, and Rafa putting some pressure on the railgun just in case Agent wanted to shop through that way. It's not going to be happening. Agent moving across pillars. It's going to be seen, going to be spotted. 3 seconds to Mega. Rafa trying to decide whether or not it's worth going in through the choke point.
Well, just out of range with that Tri-Bolt. The timing was pretty good, though, as he makes the rocket jump over, and the 100 damage defensive rocket is fantastic, and Agent has to back away as he eats it. Trying to get a little bit of damage on his own. And
he stuffed his crust there.
Yes, that was quite the pizza as Rafa force-fed it to him. But both players pop their vision now, so that's going to be down for a while. Rafa's going to get his up in 2 seconds as he grabs his time shards, and he's going to have this data quicker than Agent will.
Oh, don't do it. He's not doing it, and Rafa taking over that Mega. Great rocket jump, by the way, keeping his rail trained on Agent the whole time, but now Agent thinking that he can even show up to this heavy. I'm not sure that's justified.
Yeah, and Rafa says, don't you dare, and look at the stack now. But Agent will have vision soon, and he can get the data and kind of play keep away for a little bit longer as he tries to stack back up, and he will grab another 50 shard.
Yeah, again, it's the best thing about dying like 1 minute into the match. You have 4 minutes to make it back.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's fine.
Okay. Everything's fine. This is fine.
Rafa whipping a rail, but making it back up with that one. But there's the Mega taken by Agent. Coming back in with a little bit of his own machine gun, trying to close the distance with the LG, getting the damage in. That defensive rail from Rafa could be looking for a way out. And he has to respect the Tri-Bolt as well. He's just looking for a way out like, no, I'm sorry. This has gone terribly, terribly wrong.
And jumping for that health could have been the end of him, but he gets away and actually gets the heavy as well. Stack's about even now as he's trying to get his vision back up. And, yeah, the rail, I can't help but think he's still shooting 22% for Agent here. That's a little rough on this map as the rail's so important.
And Rafa's going to expose his position a little bit early, but that's going to keep this Mega safe for him. Yeah, because he had stack control for such a long time, and for the past minute, it really hasn't been anything like what you can call control. But it's going to be a bit of a play here on the corner as Agent's going to take over that heavy. Is it going to get away with it for free? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Rafa
no problem.
missed that rail, and that's unfortunate. They're trying to punish that pickup.
Nice play from Rafa, just looking for Agent through, and yeah, perfectly timed rocket, getting the info, getting the damage, and yeah, he's got his own Tri-Bolt. Oof.
The heavy machine gun comes out, or rail, excuse me, as he hits that one, pops the vision, has the data now.
Yeah, Agent has to leave. There's like only a couple 25s that he can get reliably. That rail, I think, just saved him there. But as it stands, there's 1 minute and 30 seconds left on this round, and it's match point for Rafa on Blood Covenant, so Agent really has to figure out something here. Get a new page in the playbook as Rafa's going to be taking over Mega. Agent coming in through mid, might pop through TP for some damage, but it's going to be a potential battle of attrition, just rail on rail with Rafa already having armor and that Mega. Is it really worth it? And like you mentioned there, 40 Lines, the rail accuracy hasn't been great for Agent in this round.
When the vision is here, now he's trapped. The LG's really good, and Rafa eating tribal, but he could still push this if he wants, and he opts not to, and lets Agent live another, I'd say 30 seconds.
I like that actually, because yeah, you can make the frag, but if you are left after that fight with like 40 health, have you really done yourself any favors?
Yeah, especially getting so close. Rafa doesn't have to push. He does have the champ advantage, and he can just kind of wait this out and play super defensive, and he's more than happy to do so, as we're getting 30 seconds into the round here, or left in the round here. And we might send this into Awoken.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Cooler did to Rafa yesterday, just without all the spam.
With the tribal, and Agent doesn't really have any choice here, but the LG's fantastic. Switches to MG, tries to chase it, and the jump over. Rafa will get the LG in the air, and that's unless a miracle can happen.
It's not going to happen here, but with, well, let me not say it. Rafa's still sticking around. He doesn't quite get the rail. It's going to be the jump pad, and the gauntlet comes out as Agent goes GG immediately.
The rocket jump of victory there. As that was a very convincing map by Rafa, 3-0, sending us to Awoken, saying, hey, the Tri-Bolt didn't really work for you on this map. What's up, though?
So on Awoken, I mean, the Tri-Bolt's still a thing, but you don't really get to coerce your opponent to move around as much, and unlike Blood Covenant, you don't get to just not fight as much. Yep. So it's going to be incredibly different.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this goes. Also, I'm going to see what the champ picks are. Are you still going to go with Nyx on Awoken? I don't see why not, but maybe he's got a little more firepower on something else.
Yeah, the thing with Nyx is compared to other maps where you are doing like a Ghost Walk on a power-up, if it doesn't go your way, you're left more flat-footed in these power-ups or on these heavy armors and megas than you are on other maps. But yeah, as you mentioned, the rail accuracy from Agent just wasn't there on Blood Covenant, and Blood Covenant it's a rail map.
Yeah.
It's a map you got to bring a good rail to.
Need to be able to hit those rails and chip away at the item pickups at the very least, or at least switch to HMG, but we didn't even really see that happen. So
we did a bit, and it was always at an interesting point where it was like, okay, well, if I can defend with these rails, neat, but if you bring out an HMG, I have to leave because you know that damage is going to be there.
That constant 15 damage. As we're going to get into the champ picks for Awoken, I wonder if we're going to see a random clutch.
I don't know. These guys have to be respecting each other pretty evenly right now. A little bit of BJ, a little bit of Galena. Got the Ranger coming out from Rafa. Okay.
Visors.
Just in case he falls off the map.
Pretty standard picks from Rafa there. Yeah, he needs to be very careful. He can fall off this map.
Yeah. I actually don't want to see Nyx here. I'll be interested. I won't be happy. 2, 1, and it's going to be a Ranger. Okay, yeah. Was thinking about it, twiddling his thumbs, pondering, but went with the more reliable choice, I think.
So predictions then. We've seen the play on the small map, the bigger map. This is obviously a smaller map. Tri-Bolt may play a little bit more into this, like you said. What do you think?
I think if Rafa plays as aggressively as he did on Blood Run, he could set a precedent very quickly. If Agent is given a little bit more time to play defensively and set up, it's going to be dangerous.
Well, let's set up this last map here. Winner goes on and qualifies and can rest easy. The loser has to figure out how to make their way to the top 8 here, as we're going to go live. I'm going to start off here on Awoken.
And it's going to be Rafa getting right in the banana facing LG. There's a few spawns in that particular area, and they're actually very different depending on which way you want to go. So that's going to be leaving Mega up for the moment. And Rafa playing in from top T, having to play a little bit defensively as Mega's stolen away by Agent, and make that a double item from Agent that has, especially being that Ranger as the first pick.
Yeah, and Rafa off to a bit of a rough start here. Needs to get his vision back up as soon as he can. Trying to find out where Agent is. Spamming that Tri-Bolt a little bit early, and the LG comes out again with the Dire Orb. Agent very quick on that. And Rafa will escape. He will grab the heavy and needs to be careful here. Agent might push. The rail was fantastic there. And Rafa has to give this one up. We'll have the vision momentarily and can play keep away here as he knows exactly where Agent's pushing through.
Where was that in Blood Run from Agent? I mean, these drive-by shots are something a little bit new in this series, and Rafa's definitely feeling the pressure. Agent looking to rocket in and take it out as we've got Rafa going down and spawning again towards LG, but now he's going to be having his Ranger out.
I love this play from Agent. He's like, I know you just spawned, you want rockets, I'm going to wait a little bit here. He will eventually give it up, but we'll chase with the LG, and disengage would be nice as Rafa had the LG out so soon.
Yeah.
Agent couldn't figure out what weapon he wanted, and Rafa took sweet advantage of that with his own LG and gets the frag back.
All right, so it's going to be one champion knocked off either way, but now we've got Agent on his Galena. Always dangerous, as we've already seen, but Rafa having the Dire Orb gives him a few more options, and now he's got a bead on Agent. I mean, if Agent wants to push through here, Rafa could actually put a lot of pressure on not only the heavy, but on the railgun as well. Yeah.
That rail was fantastic.
It's time for the noose to close. Rafa wants it to happen. He's not overcommitting, but he wants the angle, he wants the shot. There it
rocket
is.
jump up here, the orb, and now, okay, so Agent will take his own life. He'll be like,
I mean,
you know
that
what?
was a perfectly placed orb and rocket jump. That was
Not much
so
Agent
well
can do
timed.
at
Yeah.
all.
And so Rafa going to be taking a little bit more damage, has to respect the BJ, but he's getting some sonar damage out of these rockets. As we've got heavy coming back up, no orb to get through the drive-through window.
The drive-through window.
Yeah.
He does drive through and hit an amazing rail here. Misses that follow-up as Rafa trying to keep the damage up here.
You have your own syllabus that I just really respect. I'm just trying to learn.
I'll teach you, young
Yeah,
Padawan.
thank
Come
you.
with me.
Just
Get in the van.
Don't make me wear a ponytail.
The dry bolt is fantastic there, as Agent will just eat those bolts. Rafa makes his way over to the heavy, won't be up for 5 seconds. Mega will be delayed by about 15 seconds, so a good spread. Maybe too long, but we'll see.
Just his little feet sticking out there. Like, you can see him, right? Like, he can do some damage. But, yeah, no rail shot out of Agent. He's still got his ability back up, as does Rafa. So they're both going to be a little bit scared of each other. As that Mega's taken away by Agent, it's going to be an item trade. We hear the rockets being played back over towards LG. So Rafa actually keeping this side of the map. He's losing a lot of information. Agent could pop out either direction, and Rafa won't really have that initial information at all.
Yeah, it still doesn't have a rail, not a huge deal right now, but keeping that mid control is very good because he gets all the sound cues as Rafa moving around, trying to figure out where Agent is and trying to make a move.
There's the orb.
The
and it's 100
dire
damage,
orb.
and he commits to it a little bit late, but that Mega's taken away by Agent, so he got away with it just barely by a hair's length,
That was
as Ketchup would say.
an incredible dire orb there.
I think it could have been better if he
Actually
popped it,
telefragged?
yeah, a little bit quicker. Not even the telefrag, just having that fight in the corner after doing the 100 damage, preventing the Mega. But all this LG Agent's rocket jump goes a little bit wide as Rafa doesn't quite commit to the push forward. We've got 4 seconds to Mega, and now Agent's got to decide whether or not he wants to be there. Rafa trying to double or even triple guess him. Well, that's just going to let Agent get the Mega. No biggie. All right, so Rafa making his way back through Banana. And as Zoot said yesterday, that's going to be a little fruitful for him.
Does have a minute left here, and Agent has to push. Rafa has full awareness of this and is going to play very defensive here. Doesn't have to give anything up. Good LG tickle, follow it up by a nice rail. Has the height advantage here to spam rockets down, and with 40 seconds left, Agent has to find a way to get in there, try and get this frag back.
I mean, BJ's the master of getting in there, so Rafa just having to defend this Mega. He's going to get it for once, but not for free as that rail comes out from Agent. And now that he's got a railgun, you can obviously see how dangerous he is. And again, night and day between Awoken and Blood Covenant so far.
Yeah, maybe it's the atmosphere. It's too dark on Blood Covenant. I don't know. He doesn't like it. Maybe the fresh air on Awoken is really waking him
He can't
up.
make rail hits unless he can hear frogs.
Exactly.
Oh,
The dual
but
LG.
blindsided.
And Rafa can't get away, tries to dire orb, but Agent doesn't bite and fall down, stays on top and gets that frag with 5 seconds left. We're going to be heading into sudden death, but how sudden will it be?
That's the last thing you want to be surprised by is dual-wield LG out of a blind corner.
It's a bit aggressive.
Not like Rafa to completely lose track like that, but as we've seen on Blood Run, Agent can go into hiding like nobody
Great
else.
rocket.
Oof.
Now Agent on the back foot here, waiting by that cubby, and the LG tickle from below will actually take him out, and Rafa takes the first round.
Relatively sudden.
Yeah, I'd say that was a good sudden death there.
But especially after that LG play like we have here, like Agent left it taking a little bit of damage without a whole lot of items to go take. So, you know, what's your plan B after that?
Yeah, you can see Rafa frustrated with that, but pulled out the round, so it's fine. Just needs to focus here as the dire orb comes out for Agent towards the rail. He won't actually take it, and Rafa trying to get these rails in, but he can't. Now he has to back away.
Yeah, time to leave.
Yeah.
A little bit late.
Hanging out a little too late. You don't have to go home, but you shouldn't stay there.
A slight case of one more shot-itis as Rafa, he did get a little bit of damage in, but that damage is quickly washed under the bridge as Agent takes over Mega, and he's still got his back to heavy. He can go take it at will, but he's committing all in on this fight. Gonna have to pop back through the TP, and it might be a race over to at least the angle on this heavy, but it's taken away by Agent. Dire orbing back up to get a position on the Mega. Rafa knows it, and is setting up with this tribal.
Unfortunately, none of it will land, though, so he can't really stick around. Didn't get the initial damage, but he will go towards the LG. Agent trying to snuff him out here. Gets a little bit of damage, but again, nothing doing as Agent claims the Mega.
Yeah, I mean, that spam not doing any damage, sometimes it's better to not fire, because if you really know they're about to come around that corner, you actually want to hit the guy.
Yeah.
Don't want to just keep him out of the room. You want to do some damage.
When the dire orb comes out, the LG is good, and now Rafa's stuck here trying to fight his way up with the LG. The dire orb comes out, but unfortunately will land on the jump pad, and that is just a free kill for Agent. Although 21 HP, Rafa did good damage, could follow up here, but that rocket's going to keep him out. The tribal almost takes Agent out, but the Mega's right there. That would have been incredible.
So in this fight, Rafa's only going to have LG and tribal. Agent's going to be respecting enough to leave. But as he's actually being forced back down through Banana with 2 seconds to heavy, I don't think he can show up here. He's got a railgun. Maybe he can fire through the takeout window a little bit, but it's not going to be happening as such. We've got Rafa coming back in. 10 seconds to Mega, but he wants to do some damage first.
A little bit of splash damage here, but Agent will be able to double back and serve up some hot and fresh Tri-Bolt over there as the Dire Orb to keep him at bay. Almost gets another follow-up set of Tri-Bolt, but he will claim the Mega. 10 seconds to the heavy. And Agent really found his stride with the Tri-Bolt on Awoken.
I'm sure that Agent would tell you that it's do or do not bolt. There is no Tri-Bolt.
There is no try.
So we got Agent looking for these rail angles, and so far they've been a little bit more consistent. Rafa popping back through TP. Agent down to 19 health on the run, got his back to the Mega up in 5 seconds, but as this heavy is taken away by Rafa, we can see here and look at the stack for the rocket jump, so Agent going to be respecting that and backing off.
Getting a lot of damage, though. Rafa has the advantage here, hitting some great rails. And Agent trying to stack back up off whatever he can. Item's not up for a while now, so very dangerous here as Rafa trying to figure out where Agent is.
Especially since he's only at 100 HP. It's got to be tempting to try to make a fight happen. Heavy coming back up. You can hear the splish splash down at the heavy, but only 61 damage off that rocket. So Agent's still in trouble as he comes up the jump pad, trying to orbit back out of there. That barely gets him out of the way as this rail damage is still coming in. Agent, I mean, he's got to be puckering up right now.
Yeah, got to be terrified as Rafa is on the hunt here. Again, Agent gets got out by the drive-through window, and fast food gets got by the drive-through window. Fast food is terrible for your health, and he's going to get caught out again, and 2 quick frags by Rafa will tie up this game with 2 minutes left.
All right, so Galena v. Galena, one of my favorite things in the world is Rafa RJing back up, putting some pressure on the Mega. Coming around the blind corner, not a lot of fun, but that's exactly at the same time Agent still needs to get himself an LG and a Tri-Bolt. And we've got the rails coming out of Rafa. The damage is good. This could be full control for Rafa, and there might even be a frag before this heavy comes up.
I love the patience.
There
well
it is.
done by Rafa there. That rail, he zoomed in and he just waited. He didn't try and flick or anything. He waited, lined up with the shot, got that rail, and then he just had control of T-Con, and that was a great frag there. Up 2-0, 1 round away from getting in the money, securing top 8, and he can just chill the rest of the day.
This is maybe the 3rd time on Awoken so far that we've seen Agent just not really know how Rafa is going on the aggressive. Like in Blood Run, every time Rafa wanted to come around any corner, he had him locked down. But now Rafa has a little bit more freedom to change his route and get the drop on Agent.
Yep. The map is a little bit bigger. It doesn't lend itself to just 2 ways out. And the Tri-Bolt not working as well, but definitely better than Blood Covenant, where we saw him try and use that as well.
It's just too much room, really. But we've got to play here at the TP exit. Rafa whipping out the LG, getting some good damage in, but chasing Agent around the corner is always dangerous, and yeah, that rocket is going to get some revenge.
So quick trade there as we're back to Galena on Galena, your favorite. Battle of the totems, if you will.
Yeah.
And Agent's going to get caught out by this heavy, needs to be careful, puts down the totem early, and Rafa says, all right, whatever, I'll grab this Mega. That's fine. Could catch him out here as Agent does not have an LG or a rail yet.
I think it's all those years playing Engineer in enemy territory. Just it's the same kind of gameplay. Here's the obvious place to put it, but I'm not going to put it there. I'm going to put it 2 feet to the left, so you run into it anyway, and it just keeps on going from there.
The perfect placement.
We've got Rafa taking over the top of Heavy, a fairly safe location, all things considered. Hard to get the drop on anybody. Here on the stairs, as we've seen, it's a bit of a nastier spot, and Rafa doing so much damage with the Tri-Bolt, getting in the rail as well. And so Agent's going to be running back in to the armor, but it's not going to be a safe way to go.
Rafa doing a great job of utilizing that Tri-Bolt there, following up the rail here, and now he's got a great stack. Agent with a great organic stack now. Might get caught out, finally gets an LG, and playing very quiet, trying to figure out where Rafa is. Rafa keeping a good job of that T-Con control.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's going quiet here. Agent has a couple avenues of escape. Rafa committing to one of them. That's going to let Agent get out, but no big deal for Rafa. He's still got Mega. 5 seconds to Heavy. I will be surprised if Agent shows up for anything more than a rail.
You might get caught out here.
He didn't want the fight. Leave me
please,
alone.
please stop. There's an item. Go get the item. And Rafa will, and look at that stack now. Agent playing on that T-Con, which is great for sound, and uses that sound to hit that 74 damage rocket. Rafa fires back with one of his own here, and Agent will dip out, grab the 50 and the 25 health.
There are very few things that feel better than getting that blind rocket hit right around the corner.
That's satisfying. Donk.
He didn't really get anything else after it, but he's still able to move back in here towards Mega, but I think he might have even lost timing on Mega. He's sticking around like, hey, it's coming up, right?
Yeah, and
Where'd
eats
it
a
go?
rail.
And now he's losing out on every item, and what's worse is that Rafa's now got the items on a 15-second split, making things very dangerous for Agent. He's got to get a lockdown on how Rafa's moving through the map, and he needs to punish him for doing so.
Rafa has a totem as well, so he can go all in on this and have another heal behind him. Agent playing very slow, very, very defensive here, trying to figure out where Rafa is and stay away.
He doesn't have a railgun yet either. Looking for
This
the
is it.
shot. That's the one good rocket he needed, and it's good, but it doesn't really lead into anything else. But there's another good anticipated rocket moving down towards Heavy. But if he had a rail, this would be even better. He's just doing everything. Oh, no! He is gone. Get out of there.
Sir, let me see your ID. You're not allowed in here.
Sir. Oh, man. So this is going to give Agent not only the frag, but it's likely going to give him timing again on Mega. There it is. It's popped back up. 10 seconds to Heavy, and here's where everything potentially changes for Agent.
Agent trying to get that tribal damage again. Not willing to chase, just holding the T-Con control. Armor will be up soon. Good rail from Rafa. The tribal is pretty good from Agent here. Is he going to go in on this and trap right? Well, Dire Orb from Rafa. Well played from him to get away. And the LG tickle is actually fantastic as he forces Agent through the teleporter.
It's a tough set of decisions for Agent, really, especially as they're going to be meeting here at Banana. Rafa pushing on through, knowing that Agent never really stacked back up after that frag, looking for the retribution after that knockout. But where Agent had the opportunity to go full on for the items, he also thought, hey, Rafa knows that he needs a frag here in the next minute. Do I want it to get messy, or do I just want to play out the clock? Even if that means I'm not really going to have a whole lot of health, not any armor at this point.
It does have totem back up. Needs armor. But again, 40 seconds left.
Not making any sound.
Yeah, doesn't want to pick anything up and give away his position. He just wants
one
to.
with the rain.
Yeah, I need this round.
So Mega coming back up, and of course now Rafa has the tough decision of, do I keep routing the items knowing that Agent won't be there, or do I try to find Agent and not have as big of a stack as I should have? But now he's got them both under his belt, so might as well go for it.
And here's the push from Rafa. The totem comes down. The Dire Orb to close the gap, and all the rockets going to be good enough. They are. And Rafa, fantastic job with 15 seconds left to tie it up, but needs to be careful here as Agent does have that Blazkowicz, but doesn't have the LG quite yet.
It's a dangerous corner to come around right now, Rafa, but he's got a great stack. Agent might not have an LG just yet, and that will be overtime as we get into it, as Rafa is now one frag away from taking the entire set 2-1, or Agent could push this into another round.
I am very surprised that Agent, while he had the opportunity, did not grab LG in that room. Dire Orb comes out, the rockets are fantastic, and this could be it, and he takes him down, and Rafa with a dominating performance, 3-0 on Awoken, will advance. He's in the money, he's done. He can kick up his feet and relax.
Thank you, Agent. That rhymes, right?
Yeah, no, you did great. When's the rap album coming out?
Next year.
Okay, can't wait.
All right, but that's going to be Rafa v. Agent, and again, fantastic play out of Agent on Blood Run. It definitely had a lockdown there. But on Awoken, which could actually, as we saw, potentially play in a similar way, Rafa had much more flexibility.
Yeah, more routing opportunities, more pathing. The Tribalt wasn't that effective for Agent. Jason, what do you think?
Gentlemen, Tribalt's good. You know, you got to respect the Tribalt. I was watching those matches, and I thought Agent did such an amazing job of disengaging and turning that aggression that Rafa was constantly trying to barrel down at him with to keep his distance. Like he was the Tribal, you guys were talking about it, he did more damage with that than his rail, than his LG. He didn't do more than rockets. But every time Rafa tried to get aggressive and get in his face, he's like, you know what, I'm going to Tribal you. I'm going to back away and keep my distance. And I think you said this earlier on, 40, that's got to be so frustrating if you're Rafa, because you want to fight, right? You want to have a frag happen, but constantly Agent's able to keep the distance with the tri-bolt.
Absolutely. I mean, getting pretty much stiff-armed whenever you're trying to move in and just taking so much damage. Even if it's not the damage, it's the fact that it stops you dead in your tracks and you're like, great, all of my movement's gone. I have to reassess everything and go another way. And then when I do that, more tri-bolt, and he just did a great job on Blood Run. But again, the other two maps, Blood Covenant and Awoken, didn't really lend themselves to that same kind of style. And we saw Rafa be able to play a lot more aggressive and get in on those fights that he wanted.
And we saw in particular on the first map of Blood Run, Agent actually stuck around for a re-pickup of ammo for the tri-bolt. It's not like he just picked it up once and left. He actually stuck around specifically for that. And even in some cases, when he was near Mega shooting towards light armor, he actually had the rail out. He's like, no, I don't want to shoot this gun. This isn't my type of gun. Like,
what gun is this?
Pull up the Drake meme right now. And then he switched to tri-bolt and used it. Like, that really showed what he was going for the entire time.
Critically, the thing about a tri-bolt or a grenade launcher or any weapon of that kind, it's the ability to do blind damage. Like you throw something up and then you can get out of the line of sight and you could be doing the damage without even being visible to your opponent. And that is just so valuable. And the fact that Agent was able to kind of do what Dahang had been well known for years, is just being the master ninja on Blood Run. I think if you can apply the same techniques to a map like Awoken, where it's certainly doable, I think it's just a matter of iteration right now, just like figuring out what doesn't work. I think this match is going to be really valuable for him. And I think Agent is going to become more and more dangerous as time goes on.
I just love the way that he used like the weaponry in particular to like go towards his playstyle, because we always talk about like champions like Nyx, very good for playing defensively in their cases, because you can just ghost walk and run away. But then using the tri-bolt on top of that with the Nyx, like that's so hard to do anything with. And as we're just talking about, 40, you mentioned on the other two maps, like it's a lot more difficult to play the same style Agent was going for, especially on Blood Covenant, where his rail percent, I was actually paying attention to this. At the end of the match, it was 8 for 34 at 23% versus Rafa at 44%. And on a map like Blood Covenant, you have to hit your rails. But Rafa, again, was being so quick and so aggressive that he couldn't hit any of the shots, and he couldn't keep Rafa away.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, even the layups he couldn't hit. I don't know what it was, but he was just off with his rail, and that'll ruin the map for you.
I was really hoping he would be the spy who railed me, but wasn't quite there.
Or the nail gun and be the spy that nailed me. But unfortunately, didn't really use much nail gun. Actually used a couple times again defensively.
It was pretty good,
yeah. So it was really cool to see Agent style, and I feel like he's gotten pretty damn good. Like, that was very respectable against Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good things to take away from it, and he's not, well, Rafa's out of the club in that clip, but Agent's not out of it quite yet, so he doesn't have to worry. He just has to mentally reset and be like, okay, here's what I did well, and go into the next map positive as can be.
Well, luckily for us, we get to actually talk to Rafa now, again for a second time. What an honor, right?
Now he's just flirting.
Once.
Yeah. He just won't stop calling us. Get him out.
He's actually asking for you to do the interview one-on-one behind a closed door.
Oh, my.
But Rafa, like, when we get him on air here, like, that was ridiculous. Can you hear us, Rafa?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. First of all, congratulations. You made it through to tomorrow.
Thank you.
You got top 8, and you did it in style. But I want to talk about off the bat here with Blood Run. There was visible signs of frustration playing against Agent there. Can you kind of walk us through that map?
Yeah. I think what he did best on that map was his tri-bolt placement, and just he's always, even in Quake Live with Blood Run, even though the map is a bit different with the grates and the jump pad now, he was always the best at playing defensive on that map. And there were so many times he was so weak, and I was trying to chase him down, and the tri-bolt would just stop me, or it would turn control around for him. So towards the end of that, I started to try to adjust my game to try to set up tri-bolt fights at the same time or a little bit before him to try to get poked that way, rather than on that map rail or LG fights. And I think it would have worked. It just he had a good cheese strategy for the last round, and he got the free kill and full control right away. And so I just tried to apply that going into the rest of the maps, is just play really calculated. When I know I need to be aggressive, go in and trust myself. Otherwise, just play from a distance and kind of just keep the pressure on with map control and just constantly trying to keep him weak. And I had to respect his Nyx. His Nyx was very, very good on Blood Run. That's probably the best Nyx play I've experienced on Blood Run. So I tried to, just play it how I thought I needed to on Blood Covenant, and then he decided not to pick it on Awoken.
And yeah, actually going into that in particular, going into the bans of what we did have, you took away DK yet again, like you did against Dahang, and he took away Keel. Did Nyx cross your mind as a potential ban, or were you confident to play against it?
It did cross my mind, but I feel like Death Knight makes the game a little more random right now. I'll just put it bluntly. I think it makes it a little more random, more so than telefrags from Ranger. I think because Ranger, when you go all in with the orb, you're going all in. You know, whereas when you're trying to converge the flame strike, sometimes you can do it from a pretty safe distance, and you know it's not going to hurt you if you don't hit the 150. Like you can run away, but the ability to nuke people with like rocket flame strike like up close, I think is like something I just don't want to deal with. So I just ban it, and I'm like, I've prepared how to play against everything else, and that's, you know, that's my strategy at least.
Now, Shane, do you think the way he was playing on Blood Run could potentially in the future translate into, you know, something like Awoken? We saw some attempts there to like tribal up at top T more coming out of Banana. You were able to get the drop on him a few more times there, but do you think he could maybe iterate on that and be as dangerous on Awoken?
I think that you can, but not as well as Blood Run. I think the versatility of certain champions can allow you to cut across the map fast enough or apply enough pressure that, you know, you're kind of forced to go to a certain light armor and you can get caught out there. Like all the light armors on that map are traps. Like the top one, if somebody's waiting at the top and you go for it, you're screwed. If you get caught open at LG and you're weak, like you have nowhere to go. And if you're caught at the shotgun armor, you're stuck in a pit. So the only way to get out is like Ranger Dire Orb. Otherwise, good luck. You know, so it's all about trying to get those when the person in control, you know, they're on the opposite side of the map. And that's kind of why like I played Visor first, because I felt like if I needed to come back, I'd rather have a champion that can force and go all in, like with Ranger and with Galena, because Galena you can RJ in and then put a totem down. But yeah, that's kind of why I did that, because I felt like if I left Visor second and I'm chasing, I don't have the burst potential to catch up or mobility. I feel like he's like a lot stronger when you have the lead and you can constantly go where you need to go.
Ford, do you want to ask anything?
I was just going to say, how does it feel, man? You made it. You can kind of kick up your feet now and relax a little bit. I'm sure you're still going to keep a close eye on the other games going on, but overall, how does it feel?
I'm glad I made Zoot eat his words.
Thank you.
8, so.
I didn't want to call Zoot out on air, but I'm glad you did.
But hey, it's just fuel to the fire. It helped motivate me to play better. So thanks, in a way.
So this is why Zoot has the worst prediction game in the existence.
Even when he's so nice. Even when he tries to slam Zoot, he actually thanks him and compliments him. Good guy, Rafa.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just hoping that Tim qualifies here, and then just watch the rest of the games today and study up on who we might have to play tomorrow, and that's it. So it's nice to be able to do so.
So I guess you already see DeHang in there, actually in the room with you. Okay, I actually wanted to bring that up if you didn't know, because DeHang did beat Wenger for people at home. So DeHang versus Agent will be our final match of the group. I did have one more question, though, because we talked about it after the interview, actually. When you were playing Agent in boot camping, were you playing him to like download him or to kind of see his style? Well, I guess it's technically the same thing.
I just try to play as many styles as I can to kind of expose myself to different thought processes so that I'm trying to be prepared for everything, so I'm not caught off guard. So yeah, and I know how good Agent can be when he's like actually putting in the time and practicing. So it's definitely somebody that I wanted to play, and I'm glad that I did, because I think it helped out. Like the fact that we played now, I think it definitely helped going into the matchup. I had certain ideas of what I wanted to do and executed them.
Okay, well, Shane, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations once again for making it through to tomorrow and getting in the money. And now you got to go root on your teammate of DeHang, as he has his chance up against Agent as our next match.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right, see you later, man. We'll catch you up with you after this. But guys, that was a damn good game. I was actually really happy to see Agent playing that well after, unfortunately, he couldn't go to QuakeCon. He put up a really good performance. You heard Rafa talking about how he was trying to figure out some sort of strategy to deal with him on Blood Run.
It took time.
It did. It definitely took time.
And it took a loss on Blood Run.
Sometimes you take the L, and then you just run it back.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how he performs against DeHang here. It's got to wear on you a little bit. Be like, man, how did I lose that? You know, you're up a map, all that stuff. Rafa brings it back, takes it to the third. But I am interested to see how he plays against DeHang and how that rolls out.
The lucky thing for DeHang now is, obviously, I'm assuming he watched like a portion of the match. I don't know how quick he beat Wenger. I know it's a 2-0. But he has a teammate there for Rafa to be like, hey, you know, how'd that go? Can you give me any like quick tips, you know, to like help me out to prepare me for the next match?
He gets the Spark Notes for free.
The thing is, DeHang hasn't been calling. He hasn't been calling Blood Run lately because it's a tough map right now. But historically, Blood Run is a very strong map for DeHang, and I think he might have even been looking at what Rafa was doing on Blood Run and was like, no, not like that.
No, don't do
like
that.
this, and we might see what like this means if Agent decides to call Blood Run again.
Well, we're obviously going to find out after the break, which we do have to head to. But when we come back, it will be the final match of Group B. It will be Tahang up against Agent. We find out our second player coming through from the group. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
the ashes, I will rise again. Suffer and die! Yes. Suffering is only the beginning.
All right. Welcome back to the PGL. And it's not like you really went anywhere. How could you in the middle of Group B? It has been insane match after insane match. Dehang, Rafa, Agent, Wenger. We've got Rafa into tomorrow. But Agent and Dehang is still up in the air, and I'm sure they're both going to be with all these rockets and rails. And to help take us through that, we've got Flea here as well as Zoot.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Happy to be here again.
Yeah, totally. You guys were watching the previous matches out there, eyes glued to the set, obviously.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, Shane, I take a 20% cut in that. Motivating.
You were getting a little bit of flack for your predictions earlier. So how are you feeling?
I feel decent. I'm, you know, Rafa was playing incredibly well. He definitely a deserved victor there. I know I've dug my own grave with my own predictions, but I'm glad he's there. He's playing way better than yesterday, in my opinion. So. Yeah, all the power to him.
How have your predictions been going, Flea? I know yesterday you were like on point.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, I think the only one that I didn't see coming is CNZ. I think he is definitely the black horse so far. The fact that he made it to the final 16, I think that's something that many people didn't expect, especially since he went up against Sparty and knocked him out. So
wow,
that's so far my biggest miss prediction. So
well, again, as much as I am the perennial favorite of both Rafa and Dehang, the way Agent was playing in that last matchup really raised my eyebrow.
I was nervous because, okay, in Blood Run, Rafa already talked about how he's very great defensively and you can make that style of play work. However, every time he bought himself an advantage, he would go incredibly passive. He would play himself off of the map, and he no longer had any items to fall back on. And the map geometries that he was on don't favor the style that he was playing. Rafa was just able to push him, get in front of his face with a 175 stack and say, hey, map's mine.
All right, well, of course, we're focused on Group B at the moment. We've got some games from Group A going simultaneously. We're saving C and D for later because who would want to miss those? Let's take a brief look at those. And, of course, Group B, if you've been sticking around, there's no real surprises here just because we've been watching them all.
The elephant in the room, though, is Wenger. I mean, he goes 0-2. He lost to Agent at the beginning. He lost in 2-0 fashion, but it was 3-2, 3-2, incredibly close games. It looked like he was going to take the second map, but Agent hit some incredibly clutch shots, no pun intended, onto Wenger's clutch because Ranger and BJ were both banned during that series. And Wenger got a bit more of a spanking against Dehang 3-0, 3-1. But I really feel it's a great experience with Wenger, but I think he came to the event feeling he had to play a special way or a certain way, and it didn't look like himself at all. He was incredibly reserved, defensive, slow in his play, when normally he's got some kind of X factor going on. He's got incredible mechanics, and he's able to push people around and do fantastic things, but it didn't look like he wanted to do that just due to respecting his opponents too much.
Yeah, I mean, he's 19 years old. He's got those reflexes still. He's still young and fresh and active, so he can do some amazing things, but as Zoot said, he was definitely too passive at times, and he gave Dehang too much respect. So.
And it means that we're going to be looking at Agent and Dehang up next. But, of course, there have been some games going on in Group A as well, as we can expect. And that, of course, has been a very deathly group as well. Claws currently up 1-0. Cooler 1-0. Dewey's out.
Yeah.
Okay.
No surprises there.
But he went 3 maps against Cooler, right? That is a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cooler won 2-1. It was very close in the end.
And, of course, the big question mark is going to be based there in the lower bracket. We have to see if we can scrape back in.
Dewey played actually really well in his games. I don't really cut him much slack, but he played.
You are mean to him.
He did play incredibly well. So I'm impressed with the performance. He obviously is going to have wanted a lot more than that. And I know Base during his game with Dewey, the knockout one, there was a lot of shouting going on. Both with happiness and anger, I think. But yeah, Base was incredibly vocal and fun to watch at that point. However, Cooler and Claws is going to be a phenomenal match. I believe we're going to get that a little later on.
I believe so, yeah. It's going to be fantastic stuff. Like, you don't really get to see that matchup happen too often, especially on LAM, which is really the most fantastic thing about this entire event. We've got everybody under one roof, and we're about to, make that roof a little bit tighter. We're going from 16 players down to 8 today. And again, like we mentioned, we've got Agent and Dehang on standby. But a little bit earlier, they strutted their stuff a little bit and gave us some voguing. Let's check it out. Agent terrifies me. Those eyes are, they're scary.
He's a scary guy, that's sure.
And he was absolutely terrifying on Blood Run. Again, we were talking about this earlier. Like, Blood Run is also a favorite map of Dahang's.
Yeah, definitely true. But, I mean, Agent, he just excels at it. You saw it against Rafa. That Nyx, oh, so deadly.
He made Rafa frustrated. You don't see that very often.
Rafa was just getting mad at the super shotgun several times because Agent just crept up on him with that weapon and then 120 damage just like that, over and done. Really good plays by Agent. And, of course, he uses the tri-bolt well. And that's so important on a map like Blood Run, because he's got those perfect angles and the perfect range to do a lot of damage with the weapon.
It's things like that where I see somebody executing on a plan so well, and it obviously was a plan. Like, that was a prescribed way to play that map, and it went just incredibly well. He just didn't have the same kind of plan in the other maps against Rafa. So as we're looking at our picks here, we actually do have a pick of Blood Run for Agent, Dahang going for Blood Covey.
Yeah, no surprises really, the Blood Covenant. I think Dahang saw how Rafa was doing on that map against Agent. It was like, I can do the same. Because Agent was like a fish out of water in that map. He wasn't certain what to do at all and got totally outplayed by Rafa. And Dahang's been showing already in his games that he's not afraid to be aggressive when he needs to, which Agent really has a bit harder time convincing himself to do so. Which you need to be really present and proactive on a map like Blood Covenant and doing damage at those items regularly. Whereas Agent, he's far more on the defensive side of the spectrum there.
Yeah, I mean, you can really tell the divide between NA and Europe or Russia in this case. I mean, Blood Run is really like the Russian map, and Blood Covenant is one that throughout Quake Champions has really been favored by the NA players because it's much slower, it's larger, it's more methodical. So we're going to really see those differences again, I think.
I think it'll be interesting because, yeah, Dahang's been kind of like the honorary Russian in America when it comes to Blood Run.
That's true.
But Blood Covenant is about as classic as it can get gameplay-wise, and you're right, what Rafa did to Agent on Blood Covenant was almost criminal. And we could see it wasn't just like a generic, oh, well, he outplayed him. Like, we could see the specific problems that Agent was having there. So maybe over the last, 15 minutes, he's been able to go into his mind palace and iterate on those a little bit.
Yeah, also important to note is that this isn't the first time that these two have played here at PGL, because they actually went up against each other in the final of the upper bracket qualifiers, where Dahang actually beat Agent already 2-1. So, might see a replay, might not. This is definitely a rematch when it comes to PGL. So
that's always a possibility with random group draws, is having some of these rivalries get stabbed a little bit harder.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting another 3-mapper, though, to be fair.
Oh, really? Okay.
Unless Agent is really exhausted after that series against Rafa, I suspect, though, he's going to be digging pretty deep. The guy's been grinding it quite a lot lately. He's been attending the LANs and Quake Champions, which is something he didn't used to do before. So I really think he's driving super hard for a result here at PGL.
Well, I'm going to be getting out of here very quickly, but as we saw, we've got Keel banned as well as Nyx. So Dahang took a note out of Rafa's anti-playbook and actually took out that Nyx.
Yeah, we can see that the Dooms as well. Something we haven't been seeing a lot of Doom lately, but really when you get bans going like against Nyx, all of a sudden this champion becomes a lot more viable, less vulnerable to some of those sneaky plays you can get from the Nyx, and obviously with that mobility is really, really useful. But I still find it a little bit surprising to see him so often now when we had kind of a hiatus from the Doom plays for a couple
at one point he was like one of the 3 most picked champions on just about any map, and now you really only see him on maps like Blood Covenant where his double jump can really get you between the major items very quickly.
All right, guys. Well, as we get into Blood Covenant here, I'm going to be going to find your spot on the couch. Hopefully it's still warm.
Well, cheers for that, Alex. We are going to be moving into game right now. Agent and Dahang, they're getting started on Blood Covenant. This is a knockout match. The winner is going to go to day 3 into the money. The loser has, well, he's got to go on the couch with Jahar.
Yeah, and we're starting this one off on Agent, starting out with his Doomslayer. We've got mirror picks all across the board, and that was a quick frag. Dahang starting off with that rocket into the LG. Agent doesn't stand a chance. Heavy is still up though, but doesn't look like Agent is going to pressure for it, even though he has the stack advantage.
Stack advantage, but no weapons whatsoever. Dahang is going to just creep in there eventually when you realize it's fully safe. Missing that rail, however. Stack's now favoring Agent a bit more, but I don't believe he's got to that rail just yet, so heavy machine gun is going to be in order for him. But these trades are not any good for Agent.
He's not going to go for the orb, he's just going to retreat for the time being. Heavy will be up first, around 5 seconds before Mega, but Dahang has got that side up. He knows exactly where Agent is waiting, and he's got that LG, so if Agent decides to drop onto Heavy with the hang below, he's going to take so much damage. Looks like he's just going to back away though, moving back to Mega. That should be Agent's pick.
Yeah, fortunately for Agent, he's kept a tab on what's going on with Heavy, so there's no hidden information from either of the players at the moment. But providing Agent can find his way, he's got the orb. I wonder if he's going to go up to the rail at some point. It's so important to have that weapon on this open map, and he kind of feels a little bit starved from it.
Yeah, and the Hang definitely knows that Agent wants that weapon and that he needs it, and he's playing deliberately around this area just to deny it to Agent. You can see that right now the Hang is positioned in between the bridge and the rail. Agent doing a lot of LG damage right there. The Hang has to retreat. Heavy should be going to Agent, and this might finally be his opportunity to actually just charge in with that LG. The Hang picking up the Mega health, and now Agent is the one on the run. The Hang might actually beat him to Heavy right here.
Very strange from Agent though, because he left the Heavy up the whole time, so he took a huge risk doing that, but the orb eventually helped him up to the bridge, and he did that preemptively. But Agent's showing that he's not totally afraid and that he's wanting to push out a bit more. I think he might have realized from the last series that just a little too passive at stages and not to make that same mistake versus the Hang.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Awoken was a learning opportunity for him. He needs to be aggressive. He needs to keep up the pressure, but he still does not have that railgun. There we go, finally managing to pick up that crucial weapon on these larger maps. He does have the stack advantage and is gonna drop on the Hang, but the Hang maneuvering brilliantly around that pillar, doing a lot of damage. Can't find the exit rail. Almost hit it though. And now Agent is backing up onto that heavy armor.
Yeah, the Hang's keeping himself alive, but I wonder how he's going to be challenging through control now. Agent, he needs to put pressure on this Mega health. It's going to be up in a couple of seconds, so he's looking for damage, preferably after the Mega's taken. That's still a fantastic roll, and he gets another unreal stuff. Finally starting to land. Agent's definitely not someone who's known for his aim, but if he does start landing shots and you combine it with the control he can have, he is so damn scary.
Oh yeah, Agent is definitely known as being a very well timing player. He's got a lot of good control over the items, and now he gets himself heavy, and what we're seeing is that there's a big delay between the two items, around 15 seconds, so that might put the person in control set up for a really good rotation. That's some good tribal damage. The Hang really low right now as we are Ranger versus Ranger. He's coming up the bounce pad. Agent missing everything, 0% LG, just as we're talking about his aim.
Jason Kaplan, I mean, even he hits better than that. Sorry,
Agent, oh, he's just out of reach for that tribal, and the Hang just turns it around. That should have been Agent's frag. There comes the Hang. Agent, 8 HP, 1 rocket will do it, and that is the Hang getting another frag on the board for him. 1 champion up right now.
Well, there is a visor, so he can definitely get that piercing sight going. If he can get some weapons, maybe he can make an aggressive push at some point, but he'll have to continue challenging for control. Going over to the Mega, he gets knocked off of the bounce pad. I don't know if he was trying to do like a last-second rush, but every second that ticks down, it means it's more likely he has to do a crazy push just to gamble to avoid the clock.
Yeah, because he's around a minute left. Oh, here comes Agent, and the Hang has got that preventive orb ready. He can just get out of there real quick, and he probably will get himself heavy too. Agent doing damage with that machine gun, but is it enough? The Hang's still looking very stacked. This might be to the death. There comes Agent. LG pulled out. He's not hitting again! Agent! How?
Well, the funny thing is it's quintessential Agent. He's, again, when his aim works, maybe I cursed it or something. When his aim works, it looks brilliant, but then sometimes you see these things and you see, man, if only a few things. I mean, Agent had all the chances there to clean up that round and get the advantage moving into round 2.
Yeah, and we were just sitting on the couch talking about Agent's aim's actually looking really good with the LG today, but so far, he's still hitting 34% LG, but he's just not landing the shots when they really matter. Here we go, early confrontation. Agent using that Berserk, but he's gonna use it just to get away. The Hang raining down the pain. That's 90 damage with the Tribolt. Doesn't have LG though, and he's still lacking some weapons.
That's a little bit crazy from Agent, going for a fight like that.
Yeah, Agent does have all the weapons though, so in that sense he does have an advantage over the Hang, but the Hang dropping just with the stack advantage. And he's rocket jumping up to rail, so that puts the Hang at a really good position.
Yeah, Mega up in a second, and the Hang going to try and be pretty quick with that, but Agent looking solid to pick up the item. Even with the damage received, he should surely fall back for it, but he moves into the rocket area and back through the teleporter. He's just put himself in the danger zone then. And the Hang is walking all over him in round 2. Maybe some frustrations trickling into this one.
Yeah, that was just a very strange decision by Agent. Instead of just moving over the pillars onto the Mega, he had still some zoning weapons. He had the Tribolt, but there he comes from the back with the LG, doing quite a bit of damage. But the Hang has got the stack advantage. He's got those health bubbles. There comes the Tribolt, though. The Hang, 28 points of health. Can Agent finish it here? So far, he can't. Heavy is still up. Is either player going to go for it? Looks like Agent will, but the rail! That's gonna get rid of a lot of that stack that he just gained. And now the race is on for Mega. The Hang will be the one to pick it up. Agent still pushing in relentlessly. He's down 2 champions. The Hang moving over towards Rockets, and I think that Agent finally got himself a rail as well, trying to take this long distant fight, again relying on the tribal. That's a weapon he's been using a lot today.
Yeah, it reminds me of the 1700 damage he did on Blood Run versus Rafa with that weapon. It's just a ludicrous amount. I've never seen that in my life. The Hang finally puts himself that small bit out of danger with the heavy, so he's got some stack to work with. That's a brilliant combination from Agent. Really thought that the Hang was going to be able to recover from that, but Agent looked like he was stuck in the mud before and that he wasn't going to get out of this round. Maybe there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, it was that rocket that just bounced the Hang up into the air, set him up for a perfect easy rail, and here we go. Agent finds him stuck in the corner. There comes the orb. Is he going to go for it? No! Doesn't he even have the chance? That tribal is murderous when all of those balls hit. That's amazing.
That was a full 135 damage, I think.
Yeah.
The Hang just walking right into it. So again, Agent doesn't have much to work with.
Wow.
What a rocket from him. Heavy's going to be up. Now he's getting the combos going, but there is going to be the clean heavy armor taken after. That rocket narrowly missing as the Hang was going down there. Looks like the Hang might have started building a read on the American.
Yeah. We're seeing Agent still again giving a lot of respect though, because he did so much damage. First 100 damage, then the 90 of the rail, and then he doesn't push in. The Hang's really low. He's got that heavy, sure, but his health, he's like at 40 points of health, and Agent just backs away quietly. And every time you do that, you just allow your opponent to get those health bubbles back, to stack back up. And now Heavy has respawned. Agent so good with those tribals. He's not gonna go for Heavy though, he's just gonna collect himself Mega.
He might be able to get Heavy as well now. The Hang doesn't take the risk to go over there. Agent's expecting him to be around, but it's not the case. He realizes that he's hit the jackpot in terms of stack, and he lands rail. This is where you got to push in. I believe Berserk was just used to try and escape, but there it is, piercing sight. And now that the Berserk's ended, he's going to be able to clear him up. There's rail at the end. He needs to push that one.
He needs to go. Agent.
But he doesn't want to walk into
There
rockets.
we go.
That's the one.
Yeah,
the
there
Hang
we go.
Goes down. And Agent, I mean, I don't think he won a round versus Rafa on this map, but he picks up the second against the Hang. So certainly some map-on-map improvements.
Yeah, definitely looking better here than he did against Rafa earlier. And the tribal damage, he's already almost at 600 tribal damage over 2 rounds in. So Agent making it work with that weapon is going to start off again on the Doomslayer. Quick and easy jump over to that railgun. Heavy is still waiting for him while the Hang took the Mega health. The Hang really delaying his piercing sight at this time. Something that we've seen a lot of players do. Can really throw off your opponent. There he goes.
Oh, wow. Those rockets from Agent were unreal considering piercing sight was used during the fight.
Yeah.
But the Hang now looking to have a bit of a recovery as he was injured heavily. Is there going to be a quick rush from Agent? Well, it's too late for that now because 100-100 has been reattained. And there's going to be a split on the major items.
Oh, missing that rail. Can he find it? Nope, can't find the second one even. The Hang has got his sight ready again as Agent backs up onto the Heavy. We're going to get another confrontation right here. Good rockets, that's 100 damage already. Agent, can he get out alive? So far he can. The Hang is going to drop on him. Agent going up the bounce pad maybe. Yeah, the Hang hears him and knows that his opponent got away for the time being. Probably going to start setting up for Mega already unless he tries to really chase this one down. He might have heard Agent down below. Pushing in so far. Agent right below him. The Hang is really trying to zone him out of the Mega. Yeah, good rocket by Agent. The Hang pushing in. There comes the orb.
Whoa, that messed with the Hang a little bit there. He wasn't sure that he was going to commit through that one to the Hang. Sorry, Agent's like Houdini at the moment.
He got out with 27 points of health right there at the orb. The Hang definitely
look what he's gained from it though. He's managed to get himself a light armor. He's managed to get onto the Mega health. All of a sudden, Agent actually looks kind of strong and that he can come back in this before losing a second. Looking for the Dire Orb, nothing going to be acquired from that, just firing out, just respect me to Hang.
Yeah, I think Agent definitely could see that the Hang used his ability right there, so he knows that the Hang doesn't have that sight up for at least another 30 seconds, even if he picks up some of those hourglasses. Oh, that's a big rail to take. He knows he can't make the jump across just yet, as he was railable. Is that just going to loop back around to the Heavy?
The Hang didn't notice him going down through Banana, so doesn't really realize that Heavy was taken straight away. He'll find out in a second. There's another orb come out, but here comes the chase. Rocket almost getting him right in the head, but there's going to be a move around the corner. However, these defensive rockets from Agent suddenly delivering, and now the Hang gets eyes on Heavy and realizes, oh, it's gone. Time to recalibrate my timing for that item.
Yeah, both players so low right now, though. Any good rocket could finish either one off, but the Hang is going back towards Mega. Agent picking up that Heavy. The Hang using that side defensively. That's a little bit of damage, but the rail follow is of course nice. Agent faking it out with the orb, doesn't go for it, doesn't follow up. Now at the Hang once again in that good position, dropping down onto Agent. LG coming out from both players. Both players really low. Agent just barely clinging onto his life as the Hang goes up the rocket bounce pad.
That was pretty nuts from Agent. I don't know how he's escaping these fights. Oh my god, the timing on that.
Fraction of a second longer, and that might have been a frag for the Hang.
But every time Agent's just about getting away from these fights, he's stacking back up. Again, only one frag to recover. So if he can string one rail or two together, he's going to be able to finish off a kill.
Yeah.
Rockets raining from above, just in front of the shards. Nothing much more hitting. Oh, the rail at the end. All right, all of a sudden, we could just get
here he goes.
Good control.
Yeah, there comes Agent pushing in relentlessly, taking a 50 damage rocket though. Doesn't look like he's immediately gonna push it, but he might find the Hang right here. Orb, fake it out. The Hang, can he get out?
Oh, the rail, he's got a chance to hit another one, but he's so weak himself that he can't justify going for it. Mega's going to be up. If he can swing over to the bridge, I mean, we got power of this bird's eye view. Oh, the rail, he lands it through the teleporter. There's the tying frag. It looked like it was impossible to happen. Given the amount of times the Hang went in on him, Orb again out, but Agent, I think he's overcommitted a little bit, so just time to escape. And now, with the light armor, going to be repowered to fight.
Agent definitely needs to be careful not to overcommit right now because he tied it up 1-1. The pressure is off for the time being. He doesn't need to force any fights in the next minute. He does need to get, of course, one more frag, but at least he's no longer chasing the Hang's lead. Making his way over to Mega. What a great rail. Mega will be Agent, and look at that stack difference. The Hang currently so low, 50 points of health. Is Agent going to follow through? No, he will not. Rocket jumping up, beautiful read.
Oh my god.
Oh, that second rocket, that looked like it was going to connect.
Is there an angle there?
No,
I can't find it.
almost.
Even the pre-fire, just in case something happens. There's the tri-bolt. The Hang wants to be careful with that one, but again, another freebie, and the Agent's going to fade away. All of a sudden, the Hang's turned this one around, and with 20 seconds to go, it looks like the next kill is going to determine who is on map point.
Yeah, this might as well be sudden death. Agent, 59 points of health. One rail will finish him off. Gets out alive. Still railable though. He's got to get out because the Hang is following. No more tri-bolts. Oh, I wish he would have stepped in the blood pool for a second. Good defensive rocket. The Hang not going to follow on through with that orb. Heavy will be the next item of contests.
That's the second time he's done that with the tri-bolt and clicked through, realizing he's got no ammo. Heavy now just spawning. If it was a couple of seconds earlier, I think the Hang would have quickly rocket jumped up.
Yeah, the Hang really is at this point starving Agent of so many resources. He's just barely getting by, but he will be back up to that 100 health, 50 armor.
Stop doing that, Agent. You've just the third time you've clicked through. It's like, man, I really need some of that tri-bolt.
Go get
Give
it,
me
man.
that fix.
Go get it. Go get it. He's back up to 100, 100. The Hang has got the advantage in terms of stacks since he did pick up the Mega last. But we've got Heavy coming up in just 5 seconds, and Agent might actually be able to contest for this one.
Agent lost without tri-bolt.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got it. He's got it, guys. Agent's going to win this round now with his tri-bolt.
Trying to put some defensive tri-bolts down. Good read though, but just not far enough down that little hallway. And now Mega is up. This might actually be Agent's play. Is he gonna go for it? No, he is not. And he's even missing one rail, two rails, and the Hang does connect those. Agent is taking some pretty good fights here, but he's just not landing the shots at the moment. And the Hang is following him. Oh, there he comes. There comes the orb as well. Agent's LG looking shaky. But the rocket. Oh, nicely done.
What the hell has happened there? The Hang goes into that fight thinking, I've got this one locked down. I know that he's used abilities and so on. I'm just going to be able to shut down the kill immediately. But that turnaround, that switch over to the direct rocket, that was really clutch from Agent.
Oh, the Hang's reaction just on screen. He is not too happy about that one. We're starting off the next round with Agent. Agent might actually take Blood Covenant, and that could be huge. If Agent takes Blood Covenant...
If he takes this map, I'm actually favoriting him to win the series. I gotta say, people will give me flack maybe, but ahead of this series, I would assume that two Americans are going to go through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But if this map is taken by Agent, I think I'd definitely hope to be able to change that prediction. Now, that's a lot of damage from the Hang. 92 collective health and armor for Agent, so he won't be quite railable, but everything's touch and go. These rockets on so many defensive rockets.
I'm very
unreal.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Agent not zooming in with that heavy machine gun though, because you're so accurate at long range with that weapon.
He doesn't do it, right?
No, he doesn't do it. He just goes for the 10s instead going for the 15 damages. There we go. decent amount of tribal damage coming out, looking for more tribal even, because he doesn't see, he's not zooming in. He's not zooming in ever, and he still doesn't have rail.
Does he have a zoom bind? Actually, I want to check if he uses zoom at all. Maybe he genuinely might not bind it.
This might be his opportunity to get the rail, though, and finally he gets a hold of it. Is he going to drop down onto heavy? It looks like the Hang is going to vacate the area. This is going to be Agent's item, but the Hang will be first up from Mega. He's taking the long way around, though. This is giving Agent an opportunity to take both of the major items. The Hang really slowing it down right now, waiting at the top of the teleporter. But he will, I think the Hang just messed up the jump and accidentally dropped down, though I didn't see it from his point of view. And now Agent, there's a pretty good delay between the two major items, around 15 seconds.
Agent should have a good idea of the timing, though, even though he didn't see or hear the Mega get picked up. That bounce pad usage gives it away. Again, missing shots on this side. There we go. Rail finally connecting. He's hitting about 41% rail at the moment, maybe a bit more, which is more than the Hang, but he's been firing a lot of shots.
Yeah, it feels like, it doesn't feel like 41% when you see him play. It's a little bit surprising. Oh, that's a good one, though. The Hang left low. He saw that the Hang used his piercing sight. He doesn't have any ability left right now. But Agent, taking a lot of damage of those long-range rockets, has to back away and retreat onto the heavy, which he will take. He's down to one railgun shot left. He needs to be careful that he's not running out of ammo again. Might very well happen.
Nice LG.
Yeah.
Good trickle. Actually, that's got rid of any kind of armor the Hang might have had, and the overstack health that he previously had acquired. And that was without piercing sight. The Hang's now got his ability back online.
Yeah, very good read by the Hang right there. That's going to delay, slow down Agent quite a bit. Mega will be up first. 5 seconds afterwards, we're going to see Heavy. And Agent isn't even pressuring. That could be so risky because he just keeps giving the Hang these free items.
Well, the thing is, he can't always pressure because he's so weak. And if he knows he's getting out-aimed, it makes it incredibly risky because all of a sudden he takes the damage. He can't even go to the heavy because of the pressure the Hang can then apply to him. So it's quite conservative, yes, but I think at this stage of the tournament he's probably thinking, if I'm going to go in for a fight, let's try and make sure my stack is a little bit more stable, even if it means it's equal stacks later on.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants to make these fights count because this might be his runaway round. If he takes this one, he beats the Hang, he beats an American on Blood Covenant, and next map up would be his home base, Blood Run. I'm really doubting that he has a zoom button bound at this point. We haven't seen a single zoom coming out of Agent, and the Hang is just raining down the damage. Yeah, good switch to LG. Agent was waiting, I think, for that lower armor to spawn, but the Hang was just a little bit too fast with the drop. And now the Hang setting up for heavy already. He's got that side up again. Here comes Agent. Gotta be careful, though.
Yeah, he sees the checkpoint. He's like, still a minute 20. Don't really want to gamble on everything just yet. He can get himself the mega health. The stacks are going to be incredibly equal, and then it's going to be a time to really push in. And if he can't get anything in the next rotation, then it's really just go in no matter what. All out and doesn't do anything. His LG is not terrible whatsoever. Agent has got a health advantage for the moment, and the Hang's the one who kind of wants to flee. And no pun on you now.
No pun.
And 45 seconds later, he can maybe get the clock killed. Or LG here from Agent. Great rocket. That's saved the Hang's ass.
Yeah, absolutely. Agent was just going full plus forward. He would have finished that one off for sure, but then the Hang hitting that 100 damage direct rocket, and now even trying to choke Agent out of the rail, but that of course does give away his position. Here he comes. Yeah, he does go down. Agent, very aggressive play, making it work. Taking out the Hang, tying it up with 20 seconds to go.
This is kind of scary for the Hang at the moment, considering what he saw Shane doing.
Yeah.
Getting the 3-0 on Agent, he was probably expecting a slightly easier ride on this map. I don't know if Agent's just getting stronger as the day goes, or he's been learning from his mistakes, but it feels like we're watching a different player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the Hang gives up one more frag this round, it's over. He lost the first map. That's the one that he's supposed to win. That's the one that he should be best at. That's his own pick. So he's probably going to feel some nerves right now. Both players are on Ranger. That's always making for a pretty quick game. Oh, Agent not deciding to orb just yet. It's going to play it a little bit passively for the time being, but there he goes. Good opening rocket, but the LG is so strong. The Hang coming out on top of that fight. Heavy going to Agent. Mega will be going towards the Hang. Both players just retreating to their own corners to stack up again a little bit. And now the Hang is out of rockets. He's gonna want some ammo for those. I hope he realizes it, that he doesn't drop down. And then here's the fatal click at the worst possible time. They're both kind of sneaking next to each other.
I don't know if you saw him just then. I think he might have just, on his peripheral vision, caught eye of him then.
Yeah.
Agent's ammunition. I mean, he's only got 5 tri-bolt ammo left, which we know he could struggle with sometimes. Oh, he's got to get out. He's used his orb already. I think the Hang wants to go in. There's a rail chance just then, but he couldn't quite land it, and Agent lives to see another day.
Yeah, Agent now definitely on the back foot, needs to stack back up again, find a good situation, but the Hang is just so punishing with those rails, and he's hitting them all. Agent down to like 50 points of health, and the Hang will find it, tying it up 2-2. What a close round.
Very, very close. You can see there's a massive battle, a war of attrition between the two players. There's a lot of based on control and trying to push in at the smart time. And you can see both of them respecting each other as well. The amount of fights we get where we have to have some kind of clutch defensive rocket from either player, and they just have to split and go to their own sides of the map. No one's willing to totally gamble on everything. It's very much a control. Control comes first.
Yeah, there we go. And Agent doing a good amount of damage with those heavy nails right there. He's still holding down the position onto the bridge, getting himself a rail. First item up is going to be Mega, but there's very little time between the two of them. Agent might catch the Hang off. Surprised by I hear, but not going to in the end. The Hang catches sight of him, very corner of his eye. Almost making the jump. Not quite. It's a difficult jump to do. It is.
I'm going to float over to Agent on the other side with the Mega stack. Oof. That rocket again, just as he had a pretty alright stack. It's been shut down.
That's exactly what you said. It's those defensive rockets. We've seen so many of them already, and we're just 4 rounds in. That really just changed the course of a map. Agent, good trap though. That's a decent opening rocket, but just 30 damage. Definitely not what he was hoping for.
Big shame, because he knew exactly what was going to be going on then, looking to absolutely have the punish, but the Hang escapes it.
Yeah.
He's got Mega with a bit of a delay on the heavy, so Agent's going to drop away from the heavy. He doesn't even want to look for damage at the moment, and just kind of survival. Figure out how he can get himself on the map. Maybe land a rail shot if the Hang exposes himself. You might see him now. There's no piercing sight yet.
Oh, he almost got sight of him. This is so big. The Hang using piercing sight as he's jumping into the room. I think Agent did catch sight of it, so he knows not to press. Right now he's going to wait just a little bit longer. Gotta say though, I'm pretty impressed with Agent's ability to read the Hang, because we've had so many good reads come out of Agents where he knew exactly where his opponent would be. But now he just needs to follow it up with the damage. The Hang, that might have been a big mistake jumping in there right there, but Agent, Agent!
What a turnaround from the Hang. He got popped off a little bit, but then finds the rocket into the rail. He just lands beautiful angles. And now the Hang, he's looking to take charge again. He looks doubtful that he was going to win this map at one stage, but now, with the wind in his sails, he's going for it.
This is definitely, I mean, this is the deciding round. Whoever takes home this round will win map 1. And I think the Hang's aim, his rail is just so good. And it's really making it difficult for Agent, who's down below, taking rocket after rocket. Here comes the drop down. Agent solo.
He can't land the last shot. Is Agent going to be able to get away from this? Some defensive shots?
No, not quite.
Not going to be able to get it. The Hang with 1 frag left. It is against Visor, but his control is good. And Agent, he's got everything to do. And it would be such a bonus for him. Fortunately for him, I don't think he's pressuring himself too much on this map, but it's going to be slightly heartbreaking knowing you are so close to closing down this one and possibly staring at a 2-0 versus the Hang.
Yeah, I mean, he was 1 frag away from winning map 1, so that's going to be crushing either way if he has to give this one up yet. But he knows, Zoot, that there is still time at this point. There's 2 minutes to go, so Agent doesn't have to overextend just yet, and he's got the visor, he's got that sight. Might make it easy for him to set up traps, but the Hang just evading all the damage around the edges right there and doing a lot himself with that LG. He's going to back up onto Mega Health. But he's reluctant though, because he knows that he's pretty low, and if Agent gets there first, and that's exactly what's happening. Agent pushing in, LG coming out, the damage is good, it's solid.
Really, really good push from Agent. The Hang heard a rocket jump coming from heavy. He thought he went over to bridge, but in fact went over to banana and totally changed his route. The Hang was not sure what to expect, so very smart play from Agent, knowing he's got to clutch something out, pull something out of the bag in the next 1 minute 15. And with, well, the visor, can often give yourself those possibilities.
Yeah. Agent leaving heavy up so long. I mean, I'm sure he has the item timing on it, but he's just chasing down the Hang. He's got a minute left. Still plenty of time to make something happen, and he's gonna find the hang right away, but he needs to always be careful of that die roar, because that can come out so quickly, so suddenly, and change it all.
He just saw it getting used now, so with the piercing sight coming up, he's going to be looking at making an attack, get some entry damage into a fight. It's essential that he gets damage now from using the piercing sight. There's a rail. He's looking out for possibly another, but the walls are going to have to start closing around the hang by the force of Agent. Otherwise, the time is going to be a huge, huge factor. One big rail, looking to connect anything else, knowing that each one of these are so important, but he doesn't quite cut the hang off at the right point.
No, the hang moving on to bridge right now, and that's a big gap to make as Visor. He might have heard the hang jump across though. Side won't be up for quite some time. Mega is up, and it's going to be the hang taking that one. Here we go. This is Agent's last chance. 10 seconds to go. The hang does go for the orb. Good read by Agent, but does he still have time? 5 seconds. He's right below you, but I don't think he can find him on time. Oh, he actually might. 1 rocket, 2.
Oh. So close.
Oh, the hang should count his blessings after that one. 2 more seconds, and that would have been Agent's.
No, absolutely. Agent, he's got such a strange way of playing at the end of the clock when he's chasing for a kill. We've seen him use some very risky strategies, kind of waiting silently in parts of the maps and hoping that the enemy's going to run into him. At that point, he was a bit more proactive, but it was kind of touch and go at certain stages. Is he even going to land any damage before the clock runs out?
Yeah. He's got a good read on the hang, though, I have to say. At several times, I mean, we really saw Agent just predict exactly where his opponent would be and catch him off guard there, too, especially at the end. He knew exactly where the hang was going to go, and he almost made it happen, but just fell short.
I think for Agent, though, he's got to feel good about his game. He might have lost the map narrowly, but he's got to feel that moving into Blood Run, that actually he's playing at a solid level and not to get discouraged.
Yeah, taking a quick look at the scoreboard that we're seeing on screen right now, Agent doing, well, both of these players, 8 to 7k damage. That's a lot for Duel. In terms of item control, pretty similar, I would say, around 45 items each. So, slight advantage
on the lights,
for the hang.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually for both, in fact.
Yeah, for both. In terms of accuracy, actually not that much difference between LG. Agent actually beating the hang by 1 percentage point of LG. He should feel good for himself.
I think there was about 1,000 more rail damage from the hang, however, and there was definitely points in that game where if Agent landed just 1 or 2 extra rails, it would have made a massive, massive difference as to whether he could aggress. And, you know, that could have allowed for him to get the 3-1 in the map rather than allowing it to get to that 5th round and not clutching it out in the end. We are going to be jumping into the champion picks in a second. It looks like we've got Ranger and Ranger. Galena as well going for Dahang. It looks like total mirror match for the moment. I suspect the Visor will come out from Dahang unless he's got a wild card pick of sorts. He's going to go for BJ.
Okay. Well, I mean, BJ is one of those champions that in the current meta, he works on pretty much any map. He's a solid backup pick when you don't know what to go for. If you don't really have an answer to something, BJ, double LG, that can always help turn fights around.
Double LG. I've seen some really good rocket usage actually from Dahang and Rafa when they was BJ. It can be incredibly scary. And obviously we're going on to a map which has got a lot of tri-bolt going on. So if Agent gets less than 1,700 damage of the tri-bolt again, I'm going to be very upset. But I'm hoping maybe some of the BJ double tri-bolt will come out.
I mean, this is his home base. this is Agent home base. This is where he was born and bred.
Yeah. Well, let's get into game right now. If Agent loses this map, he is out of the tournament, and it puts Dahang into day 3, into the money, and we are live with Agent to start with. He's got a very good amount of control.
Yeah, and he's already got the tri-bolt, his favorite weapon. He's good to go. He doesn't need anything else. The hang going through that teleporter. He should have heard that he doesn't even go for rockets. Agent.
He's chasing.
Yeah, he's just going for it right away. But oh my god, those were pretty good rockets coming out of the hang. Agent's got to be careful right now. Doesn't have rail, doesn't have rockets. He's got that dire orb ready again, though. Is he going to go in for Mega? Nope, he's doing a decent amount of damage, but will retreat to heavy. There comes the hang. Good play by the American. But the tri-bolt damage is pretty huge. This is good by Agent, pulling out the damage for once.
That rail was absolutely important. I think the hang might have gone in on that if it hadn't have landed. Agent was on the back foot. Manages to get onto the light armor, so his stack's looking decent. I suspect when we come to Mega Health, we'll probably have a fight down there. Possibly tri-bolt to Mega. but there'll be a challenge. This is fully under contest, these two major items.
Yeah, and important to note is that Agent still doesn't have the rockets. We're around a minute in, and he doesn't have one of the most crucial weapons within the game. He's just been getting by with the tribal, but still, those rockets, those are something that you want to get a hold of. And I don't know if the Hang is aware.
He says just as they get their items and run away from each other.
Oh, Agent, that reads. That reads. That was such a good rail, but unfortunately he took some damage himself. There comes the Hang. Not gonna commit just yet. The tribal.
Can't push around the corner at all. He's just kind of zoning to hang out a little bit, trying to get these zones himself. He didn't. Oh my god, he's just walking into rockets. You've got to get out of there a little bit. Heavy's still not being taken. Is he going to peek for a rail?
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That's a ballsy play from Agent. 75 points of health. One rail would have finished him off clean right there. And he still decided to peek. He's got the reads. I mean, I've said it before, but he really just seems to be inside of the Hang's head, knowing exactly where he is. He just needs to start hitting those shots. Doesn't go for the Dire, probably the safer and wiser choice in this decision. But this time it will be the Hang getting himself on the mega health. And he's got the stack. He's got the orb. Agent does not. So this is probably going to mean that Heavy will be going to the Hang. Agent not even going to contest.
We know that Agent's not afraid of playing defensively on this map. So I suspect he's going to move around, look for some of those opening rockets of some sort. For the Hang, it's just important now to try and keep that control going. Careful around the corner, because of course a Dire Orb can just totally KO you. However, he's got that armed and ready.
Yeah, I think that's a fear for both players, because they're both Ranger, they're both up against a Ranger, so that Dire Orb that can come out at any time. Agent is just, he's using Tribal more than any other weapon at this point. He's got, he's got already almost 200 damage with the Tribal.
I'm very surprised that the Hang just gave that one up for free. He's sneaking on by. Agent turns around for a second. Again, Tribal out. Little more chips of damage. It's all adding up. It's all putting pressure onto the Hang. The Hang now with Mega in front of him.
Yep. He's gonna get onto it, and now Agent is waiting for Heavy, but this time the Hang isn't gonna let that item slide so quickly. Jumps in with a murderous rail, pushing Agent backwards, and now the Hang is just gonna try and zone him out of this oh-so crucial item. Heavy will be going to the Hang.
Won't be surprised if we get to sudden death at this rate, just because Agent is not afraid to play out a map to its absolute fullest.
Oh yeah. Some players really do thrive on that. Others just get anxious, they get frustrated that it's taking so long. They want that action, they want things to happen and progress. But others, like Agent, have absolutely no issue with just playing it slowly and waiting for that perfect opportunity. They don't care if it takes 5 minutes or 10 minutes, they'll play their own game. Not at all fazed by what others might think or do. There comes the Hang, leaving Heavy up. Agent not aware of this though, isn't gonna go for Heavy right away. Will pick up that top armor, and the Hang so far in really good control of the items, has been taking so many of them back to back.
Yeah, it's really on thin ice at some points for the Hang, because he's trying to push the boundaries a bit, pressure Agent, but Agent just makes it so difficult to do that. And the Hang is just calculated carefully. Okay, if I push a bit more, it means I might go out of control. So I can't do that. No matter what happens, I keep control of the map, which is a job he's done phenomenally.
Yeah.
However, he's got to keep it up.
Yeah, of course, because that's why the Hang retreated a bit earlier, because he wants to chase, and he does chase for a while, but there comes a point where he realizes, if I keep going, and I just keep following my opponent, he goes through the teleporter, he can actually just jump onto Heavy and steal my item, and that's definitely not something you want to have happen, because that's how you get out of control. That's just how you let someone else slip back into the game. And now we are seeing an overtime. This might as well be sudden death. It's going to be Ranger versus Ranger all the way for this first round. Almost hitting the rail there, Agent, but not. Just not yet. And the Hang is just continuing his control.
Oh, this could be nice, actually.
Yep. Oh. The orb! Oh.
He gets absolutely punched just then. I think Agent was trying to... It's like, I'm going to trap him. I'm going to do so well in this fight. And all of a sudden, the trap becomes the trappy. And, yeah, the Hang just all over him. Yeah, he was so quick to react, actually. So it's a good job he realized that Agent could be hiding around one of these corners. And with a stack like that, really only the orb was going to save Agent.
I think that the Hang won that on speed, because Agent threw his orb, and then he was like waiting for a split second to see if the Hang would fall into it, but by the time that the Hang had landed, he had already orb behind Agent, and Agent was still just sitting there like, what? Bit too slow on the reaction by Agent. Oh, and now the Hang showing that he knows how to use that Tribal as well, doing a good amount of damage to Agent right there. Heavy will be up in just 5 seconds.
I really want Agent to push a bit harder now. He's got an edge stack-wise. He's going to go down with Rocket. His orb comes out to hang. He gets onto the Mega Health, so it's a brilliant counter for him. Yeah. And now the Heavy is there, so he can start to really establish control on the map. We're going to be getting more than one frag this time round.
That's for sure. Here we go. The hang already pushing Agent backwards to the teleporter. Agent this time playing his Galena. He might be booby-trapping some areas, and that's got to be dangerous for the hang. He's got to be careful. We saw it happen to Rafa earlier too. Rafa going through a teleporter, running into 150 points of damage, 2 combined totems. So he needs to be aware that he can't just freely move around the map the way he did before. I'm gonna use a rocket jump instead to just get around. Heavy will be up, but that'll be probably Agent's pick. No, the hang getting the better positioning. And he's even going to push in.
Oh, that totem taking a lot of damage, but that orb, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to block that anymore. That is a direct shove all over Agent. So now his control still looks decent. The Mega is going to be up in about 5 seconds time. And Agent, you've got to have an answer, and there is none at all. The rail lands after. Is he going to chase up the teleporter? Sorry, the bounce pad? Not quite.
Yeah, no, the hang knows that he doesn't have to chase for those frags. He knows that he's 2 frags ahead already. Yeah, that's too good to let go. But sometimes you just know that even though you will probably win the fight, there's always just that chance that you might just take so much damage that it's not even worth it, or that it will be turned around right in your face.
This is a really, really good frag. He knows exactly the trajectory that's going on there. We're going to get into round 3. Dahang, he clinches Blood Covenant, but now he's all of a sudden 2-0 up on Agent's map pick. Maybe Agent was a little bit more shaken by his loss.
Agent's just jumping down that hallway wearing nothing but the gauntlet, and the hang knows exactly where he is going to try and push in a bit, but taking quite a bit of that tribal damage. Agent, we might actually see him go out 3-0 on his own map. Ooh. Out comes the orb, but Hang doesn't press for it. He's got to pick himself up some more rockets, so that's something that the Hang needs to keep in mind, whereas Agent is keeping top control. Good trap by Agent, and the Hang doesn't have the orb.
Whoa. That was a really nice play from Agent. The Hang did not expect to jump down at all. He walked in, didn't have an ability that he could use really offensively at that stage.
Yeah, this is a moment for Agent to capitalize on. He knows that the Hang doesn't have many weapons. Oh no, the Hang stuck in that corner. This could be dramatic, but Agent is just letting him get out for free. Tiny little bit of tribal damage as the Agent moves back onto Heavy right away, and the Hang even gets away with Mega Health. Not sure if he was a bit too passive right there.
He might want to drop down, actually. He can consider that. There is the dual wheel to be careful of, but the rockets are perfect from him. Finally, Agent is getting something done on Blood Run. Whether it's too little, too late is yet to be determined. The Hang, limited amount of health and armor. Mega and Heavy are going to come up at the same time, and Agent would love to figure out a way to collect both of them.
Yeah. He might get some good amount of damage here on the Hang. That's going to buy him some time. But if he goes to Heavy first, then he's going to lose out on Mega. Yeah, I think he should have dropped for Mega instead and maybe Orb back up.
Well, he doesn't need to get the kill. Yeah. So going down to Mega Health, he forces himself into a fight. It might not be favorable if the Hang gets a good early shot, but that 100 damage extra with the Orb doesn't even need to teleport through to it. The Hang is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, unless he can get some early damage going. This is hard work.
Yeah, good LG though from the Hang right there, because Agent looked so set to take that fight all the way and to close out the round, but the Hang's LG just pushed back Agent, doing so much, and the Hang is even just gonna drop down on this. He knows that he still has his work cut out for him. He knows that he needs to get at least 2 more frags in the next 2.5 minutes, whereas Agent is just much more comfy. He doesn't have to force anything. He can play the passive game that he enjoys so much, but he's gonna chase the Hang for the time being though.
If this was any other map, I'd be worried at how passive Agent is sometimes with a lead, but because he's such an expert here, there's no way you can question how he's playing in this sort of defensive manner. As long as he really doesn't let the Hang take Mega Health after heavy armor and put up 3 totems up on the map and totally play himself out of it, I feel like he could theoretically think about the clock already.
Oh yeah, 2 minutes. I mean, it's feasible. It's definitely doable. And Bloodrun is a pretty good map to run down the clock with. You've got so many good teleporters, you've got blood pools, you've got a lot of these tight choke points that you can wait around. So Agent, this is definitely one of the better maps to try and run down the clock with. But still, that's still 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go, and that's a lot.
He gets rid of both the totems on the exit. He's wise to that. He knows he's done that to Shane, and he's not going to have that done to himself.
Yeah. What you were talking about does seem to be coming true, though, because the Hang has been taking all of the major items for the past 2 cycles. Agent! Oh,
he felt it. He was like, oh god, there's a totem there, but I can't see it any second longer. He needs to find a way out, and unfortunately, the totem was all over him. 1:20 left, and all of a sudden, the passive play, maybe it's a regret. But if he can get some weapons, and if he can get some of that stack, and this totem's going, maybe there's a chance he can hold on to this still. But this is the punishment for not wanting to finish the job earlier.
Oh, here we go. The Hang is pushing in. 35 damage, opening rocket, even a rail to follow on. Can he fight Agent? Good rail. What a shot by the Hang. Can't find the follow-up. The 1 minute left to go, and he's on chase mode right now, trying to lock Agent down, but Agent playing a very defensive game. Heavy will be up in just a few seconds, and Mega right afterwards. The Hang has got such a solid rotation going for him right now.
Even the light armor denial, I really feel that Agent might have been able to go for that, but he knows that if he goes to the light armor, one of his only roads of escape is going through the teleporter, and he doesn't know whether or not a totem's there. So Agent is really, again, in a dangerous position. Every second counting so much. There's the delay. He walks through the corridor, goes in for the attack now. Agent is stuck, and that is going to be tied up on Champions. Doesn't matter about going into sudden death anymore, because only Agent's visor can prevent him from getting 3-0'd on this pivotal map.
Yeah. He's got a visor up against the Galena, and it's going to be difficult getting into this right now, because the Hang is even going to deny that small armor, doing a little bit of self-damage with the nail gun so that he can pick that one up, completely starving Agent of resources right now, and we have officially entered the sudden death. Not that it really mattered anymore, but Heavy will be up first, and then it is Mega, and that's always the situation that you prefer, because you can just pick up Heavy and drop down onto that Mega right afterwards.
The silver lining for Agent is, I think, really his champion is going to be better in this matchup. He's now going to realize that Heavy wasn't taken. Can he sneak across to it? He can, but he's so low on health. There should be a couple of 25s for him. He grabs them, gets away, but to hang with the Mega and the full 100 natural stack on the armor is terrifying for him. There is piercing sight, and again the rocket at the beginning, a mid-air as well. He searches for another one, but to hang, he falls back. Agent again not over-committing to that position. Maybe spotting a rail angle over there. To hang, just a little bit of a spam shot, hoping something is going to connect. The items though, they're coming back up, and that rocket is massive from Agent. He's just secured full control of the map, and maybe after everything that went wrong in the last couple of minutes, he can fix this now. Yeah,
because he can finally get himself some of those weapons. He had been playing that entire time with just the rocket launcher. Didn't have LG, didn't have rail, none of that. And now finally that he's broken the Hang's control and he got himself in that power position, he's able to finally secure some of those weapons. He's got that piercing side up, and he knows very well where the Hang is waiting for him right now.
I wonder if he knows about these 2 totems here near Secret, because there's a sneaky spot for the Hang to be sort of positioning the totem so he can get closer to having 3 down. And that means that he can get the overstack healing going with it. The Hang now, he's able to get it, so he can get the full 175. And he's thinking, do I triple stack it there, or should I put totems somewhere else? Because if he finds one of those totems and all 3 die, and he decides just to hide it near the bounce pad.
Dividing his assets a little bit. Agent is going to find 2 of those totems.
Well played, Agent.
Yeah, that's good that he's finally getting rid of those. He's using his piercing side, getting some tribal damage as well. Oh, he's got to be careful. That was such a good rocket. Mega up in just a second. The Hang is just playing the evasive game, going through the teleporter, not ready to commit to just yet. And now Agent looking so stacked, but the Hang is not doing him bad to self. I mean, he's 100, looking pretty decent. Agent is the one who's in control right now. Yep. Heavy will be up in around 10 seconds. I think that's one's probably going to go to Agent unless the Hang can pull out a miracle somewhere, especially with that piercing side up again. So he knows that the Hang is waiting. Good read by the American. Mega in just a second. Agent moving into it, but the Hang is now basically playing what Agent did earlier.
Very risky from the Hang, but I like it as well. Judging the position, dodging nicely, securing light armor, and retaining most of that stack that he had. And Rocket just getting blocked by the staircase. Agent, his control is not secured, and the Hang definitely wants to challenge on the next heavy armor. This tribot position should help him block these entrances to the item. And Agent with no piercing sight, he can't get any easy damage on the Hang. So all those chances he had in control for 2-3 minutes, they're all gone now. Yeah. The Hang's secured all the major items. He's going to have a second totem shortly, and he's, I mean, on track to just get himself through to day 3.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way, because This could be going on for quite some time, because Agent is on a very capable champion to chase someone down with. He's on Visor, he's got that piercing sight, but the Hang is probably on the most defensive champion for the time being, because he can just trap those totems, or he can trap those teleporters rather, and get himself so healed up with those totems, making it very difficult for Agent to chase, because he effectively cannot use 2 of those teleporters.
Really, really bad situation for Agent though. He's on 100 health. It's been painstaking for him to stack up. He's looking for the light armor, does get hold of it, but knows that these teleporters he can't go through. Every route he takes, it just feels like they're getting cut off one by one. He gets over to the nail gun, gets the other light armor. Maybe there is still going to be some energy left in him, but he's got to clear these couple of totems.
Yeah, he's got to be careful though. I mean, he's so starved of resources. He's got that 100-100 though, but the Hang is definitely picking up all of the major items. If you're going to go down to Mega again, and both players seem very content with slowing the game down, because the Hang is really just trying to put up a trap. That's a good opening rocket from Agent. Can't find the follow-up. Here comes the Hang.
Whoa.
This might be the end. 140 damage out of Agent, and still the Hang is outstacking him. Railgun coming out. Both players have got all the weapons, so at least they don't have to worry about that for the time being, at least, because at some point they will need more ammo if this keeps up.
Oh, there was piercing sight there. If the Hang went up that staircase, he was going to take a lot of damage. Mega Health going to be up in 1 moment. We're looking at almost 10 minutes of gameplay in this round. At the Hang, he's kind of waiting for a mistake from Agent that he can capitalize on. The Hang knows he's the one who's got to Agent knows he's the one who's got to make those plays, either for survival or just to, you know, force a round on the board for himself. He's got everything to play for.
Yeah. Agent knows that he has to do something, but I don't think he quite knows what. So he's just looking for an opening. He's hoping for that one rocket that bounces the Hang, and then maybe a follow-up air rocket, just so that he can like revert the stack zone.
Oh no, the totem! And another totem on the exit! He just runs into all of them. That enables the Hang to get the 3-0 here on Blood Run. He finds himself as the second person to get into day 3. Incredibly well done from him, but Agent.
Yeah.
Poor Agent.
At the end, I mean, he looked so set to take Blood Covenant, and then just it goes wrong at the worst possible time.
I think we saw some of those emotions leaking into Blood Run, just because it was, you could tell normally in Blood Run, if he gets to play it first, maybe it's going to be different. But I don't know, Jahar, if you had any kind of conflicting thoughts or feelings.
Oh man, do we actually have totem accuracies on the scoreboard at all? Can we get that? That would be nice.
That was a lot of totem damage at the end.
It was. And yeah, 2 Galena players on Blood Run is a sight to behold. I think they were going for the full Elder time limit there, but it was fantastic stuff.
For sure. What I really enjoyed, though, between these 2 players, it is that war of attrition. The way that control meant everything, and you could see those mind games that were incredibly apparent. Occasionally, some clutch shots coming in here and there, but it was very much control, intelligence-based game, I felt.
Yeah, I think you can really see it if you look at the scoreboard that's up right now. If you just look at the item differences, 26 mega healths for the Hang versus just 7 on Agent. I mean, that's what makes the difference. I think that Blood Covenant was a map that was more won by the Hang's aim. His rails were so crucial, but this one was just control all the way.
And it always feels like against the Hang, the longer the round goes on, the worse your chances are. He just doesn't break stride at all. He looks like a monk, but he plays like a monster.
The net just tightens as time goes on when you're up against him. That's definitely true.
I felt like Agent was actually willing to take risks on Blood Covenant, which is why he was able to establish a bit of a lead at the beginning. He's like, oh, okay, I'm happy to do some damage. Even if I'm not hitting everything, I'm going in there, I'm poking, I'm prodding, I'm being active about the situation. In Blood Run, he went back to making those mistakes he made against Rafa, except he was doing it on the map that he's so well known for.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Dehang take a few notes there and not get hit by the tribal on Blood Run. But like you said, Blood Covenant, a very aim-heavy map, like you mentioned, Flea. And there were so many fights where neither player was hitting very much.
Yeah.
And you're wondering, how long is this going to go on? Let somebody do something.
But we also saw, I think, the rails maybe weren't there, but the rockets were unbelievable. Those defensive rockets were really the story of Blood Covenant. The survival that was just somehow prolonged all the time. And this kill from an Agent was just unbelievable. You thought Dehang was going to easily secure that one in overtime, but no. Nope. That was great. That was one of the best parts for Agent, I thought, just combat-wise.
And those rockets, they came from both players, so it wasn't just one player putting out these defensive rockets. You saw it by the Hang, you saw it by Agent. It was just such a solid defensive display by both of them. But in the end, the Hang did get the upper hand. Oh, that bounce.
That
Look
was
at the
lovely.
hangs shake. He is happy. He is confident after that one. Some great clips from this game.
And in Blood Covenant, I mean, going a full 5 rounds again to hang, that's no slouch. And going almost 10 minutes in a round, yeah, fantastic Dire Orb against Dehang in Blood Run. Agent's definitely a guy to look at. He's just playing beastie today, and being the agent that he is, he's got a license to ill.
Oh, please.
I didn't think he would get it. I had no hope at all whatsoever. But we are going to be waving a goodbye to Agent, but I really look forward to seeing more of his action in lands in the future. But right now, in the present tense, we've got Dehang. Tim, are you with us?
I'm with you guys.
Hey, how we doing? And congratulations.
Thanks, I'm doing well, and yeah, I'm glad it's all over. Nothing to worry about for the rest of the day.
Yeah, what are
And,
your plans for the rest of the day, by the way?
Probably just watch, the rest of the matches and focus on getting a good night of sleep, really.
Do you think everybody was able to get a little bit of that last night? How much are you kind of factoring in the biological factor into this tournament?
I mean, I can only speak for myself, and I woke up really early at like 3:30, but thankfully the games were pretty early as well. So if I had to play really late, like 5, 6 p.m. local time, it would definitely be a problem.
Tactical scheduling.
Yeah.
So let's walk through those maps a little bit there. We saw 2 fantastic maps, both of them bloody. On Blood Covey, there was a lot of rails back and forth. Did you feel pretty comfortable about the kind of the champion interplay there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the map is pretty straightforward based on the bans we had too. Like, so no nicks on that map. It's a lot of cat and mouse, and it's pretty straightforward. It's a matter of hitting your rails and keeping, good position. And I thought, it's tough to just play kind of like the corner game the way on Blood Covenant as you can on Blood Run. So I thought that might work in my favor. That's why I picked it.
Did you ever have any doubts on Blood Covenant? Because I thought there was a map that you were kind of going to secure a lot more easily than that. And we know that Agent is really well known for his Blood Run. Did you ever think that actually if I lose this map, this could be really difficult for me?
Yeah, I felt Blood Covenant was really important to secure the win for, because I thought Blood Run was his better map. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Just to follow on to that, did it feel like Agent was frustrated in map 2 because he really had difficulty going against your control?
Not really. I think he played well considering he was out of control. It was just like, particularly that last round, I kept toteming up, the teleport exit. So, and he knew that. So he was playing the patient game, constantly getting sight back to react to what I'm doing. But eventually I was able to, force him into a totem and into a bad fight.
What's going through your head as you're getting into some of these like 10-minute rounds? Like about like the 3rd minute of overtime, you've got to be thinking something's got to change here.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to keep plugging away, keep the control up, and just keep trying to starve him for resources. And eventually you'll hit like a nice rocket to open it. And, it took what, I think that was like almost 4 minutes in overtime. I'm not sure, but I finally like dropped down, hit a good rocket, and finally ended it that way.
Yeah, perhaps another question about a specific weapon, and that's the Tri-Bolt. It's something that we have seen a lot coming out of Agent. He's very good at using the weapon, and I think that a lot of people would be interested in hearing your thoughts on how do you deal with that? How do you approach someone who's using a weapon that's so effective on Blood Run and still get away with it?
It's tough. I mean, you just got to be disciplined with where and how often you're peaking for like rail shots in particular, because you can just take like 120-ish damage like in the blink of an eye. So just keeping that in mind and just making the shots difficult, maybe get slightly out of range, things like that.
Okay. Well, any other questions there, Zoot? You look like you've got some wheels
No,
turning
not
in
at
your
all.
head.
I mean, the 2 Americans got through the group, so I mean, at least half my predictions came true.
I have
there.
not been bragging about that.
I feel redeemed after my picks from yesterday, putting the hang against Rafa. I feel better about it now.
I do have a question. Are there any opponents that you're maybe hoping to meet up, or any matchups you're looking forward to, or are you just going to take it as it comes?
I'm just going to take it as it comes, but I will say that I'm glad that, Rafa and I are on the opposite sides of the bracket now by default as we go into top 8, since you can't replay the people from your own group. So, it's a pretty good scenario for me, I think.
Was there a moment where you thought you weren't both going to be getting out of the group?
I definitely didn't think both of us would get out, but I was a little worried about myself, especially after, needing to come back and go 2-0 against Wenger and Agent. I mean, that's not easy at all. So, yeah.
Well, now you get to breathe easy, at least for a little bit. Hopefully you get some practice games in as well. So thank you, Dehang, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, guys.
All right, well, we're going to be getting into the next match here pretty soon, but Group A is closed out. It's a done deal. Group B, I believe, is a done deal as well. And I don't know if we can take a look at maybe the last few results from Group A, just because those have been exciting as well. But in the player area, we've got a lot going on, and yeah, so we're actually still looking at Claws and Cooler coming up here in just a little bit.
Yeah, so we haven't quite finished that. I think there's 2 matches left in this one. The Claws versus Cooler is absolutely fascinating. Cooler tends to have Claws' name in online cups, but I don't think Claws has ever dropped a series versus Cooler on LAN, and I believe they've met 3 times on LAN before, twice at the Italy Open last year, and there was a lot of trash talk going on between them. There's definitely,
I can imagine. Yeah.
You know, it's maybe a bit more of a friendly rivalry now, but I know that there was a lot more emotion in it beforehand when, you know, both players are trying to climb to the top of their respective scenes.
Yeah, so my mistake. Group A is actually still going. I keep forgetting we were in Group B this whole time. Like, we started the day off with Group B. It's not the first letter in the alphabet.
Yeah.
It's too much for me, obviously. But Claws and Cooler, I don't know how friendly that rivalry is, but it could get a lot less friendly as we get into that. That is indeed going to be our next match. We're going to have a quick break before we get into it, and I'll catch you on the flip side.
Tasty. We'll find out how tasty soon.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the boom.
Welcome back to the PGL Quake Champions Open, where we are right in the middle of the group stages, and we're getting towards the end of Group A. It's been kind of plugging along away off stage, but we couldn't keep this one away from our eyeballs. We're going to be looking at Claws and Cooler here very soon, and there's going to be a lot to discuss about this one. I'm sure you guys have some opinions here, some hopes, some fears, some nightmares.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Claus is just, he's back-to-back world champion, basically. He won 2 QuakeCons in a row.
We need to remind him of that.
Yeah, just inflate his ego just a little bit more. But he is an amazing player. He's amazing technically. He's got that aim that's oh so sick. But on the other hand, he's going up against Cooler, and that's definitely no less of a man.
Talking about ego, yeah.
Yeah, talking about ego, that's indeed.
There's a big clash of styles, though, really. These two could not be any more different in how they play. Exactly as you say, incredibly technical, the way Claws plays, and very flashy kind of style. He loves just dealing damage and being aggressive. Cooler is way more comfortable. I mean, we saw Agent already playing a very defensive style. It's Cooler who really invented that kind of style. He's incredibly good at just being patient, waiting, setting traps. His aim is still incredibly good, and occasionally he'll bite on his prey. But expect this to be a very interesting clash.
I mean, we saw a lot of that yesterday on Ruins against Rafa.
Oh, yeah.
Cooler is, I mean, there's 2 minutes, 3 minutes left to go. He gets 1 frag. He's on his visor. He's like, okay.
Yeah, he's been remarkably calm during this tournament. And speaking of casual, we had him walk down our little runway a little bit earlier as well. Let's take a look. You have to worry a little bit when Cooler shows up in a t-shirt and sweatpants and not in his usual, tracksuit or something like that.
He's
a little bit dressed down this time,
Oh,
but
yeah,
you can see on his face that he's here to throw down.
Yeah, Klaus might have been the one flexing, but Cooler's not going to pull any punches himself. That's clear.
You've got to remember this is kind of a battle between the generations of Quake as well. Cooler's probably got about 12 years approximately on Claws. He's been playing this since, playing Quake since, I don't know, Claws was not born. I don't know. Is that possible?
Yeah.
But Claws is new generation, and we see that with just his remarkable aiming abilities. Definitely something for those watching, look out for his rail and definitely his lightning gun. He is among the best in the world using that weapon.
I mean, you can tell 42% LG average over every single game he's ever played. That's insane. It's got 10 percentage points over Cooler.
Survived the number of small changes that the LG's had from patch to patch. It doesn't really seem to be a factor. We keep thinking, hey, maybe in this patch, Claws won't be hitting insane, ridiculous LG, but he comes out swinging with it again and again.
I mean, actually, those weapon accuracies tell a really interesting stories. Even 9% on with the rail, almost 10% with the rockets. Everything's very deliberate when it comes to Claws. He's not spamming quite as much as Cooler, whereas Cooler is blocking those choke points up, but zoning out his opponents and kind of protecting himself. So even just those kind of 3 stats there, I think it's painting a small picture for us now.
Well, as much as we love trying to get inside Claus's head and explain him away, because yeah, he does take some explanation. He actually gave us a small chance to watch him explaining himself. It's a rare opportunity. Let's take a look.
My name is Nikita, nickname Klaus. I'm playing this game already for 10 years and currently I think I'm best in the world no matter what happens. My hometown is Minsk and it's pretty clean and clean city with warm people. I put a lot of time in Quake and was doing pretty good there, and I invested really much time. And when Quake champions, when we got Quake champions, it was already too late to switch to other game because of time I put, because of wins I get. So for me, I just put too much time in Quake to switch right now because I also need some life. The most I like about Quake is that it's pretty fast-paced game, and also your individual skills matter much more than in other games, because in every game mode in Quake you can carry a lot, and it's everywhere about only yourself, and also psychological factor matters a lot. My favorite champion is Nyx, because it's fast, it's harder to hit sometimes, and I love her ability because you can use it in many different interesting ways. For this tournament I didn't really play much, but I felt like after previous games in 2v2, for example, that I feel in shape, that I'm hitting everything. So I was just mostly preparing mentally again, and I knew that if I'm gonna reach my shape, just play a few games and hit my shots, everything should be alright. I think I would like to play against Rafa, since I never played him on LAN properly. And maybe Wenger, just because I wanna beat him on LAN. Not really that much people. I only can say thanks to my organization for sending me here, and for my manager that he's supporting me hard with his warm words. Big thanks to him.
Well, Claus might not get his wish in terms of playing Wenger, but he might get it for Rafa.
Oh yeah, that's possible. Definitely still in the books.
Best player in the world.
I like that.
According to his own testimony there. Do you think somebody like Cooler is listening to something like that, or is generally aware of how Claus behaves and he's thinking, kid?
I mean, there's definitely a sense of bravado around Claus, and we already know that Rafa and Dahang, they hold the title when it comes to 2v2.
Yeah.
They're the reigning champions, and we firmly believe that no one's going to beat them. But when it comes to duel, he's already established two pretty, phenomenal titles at QuakeCons. He's looking to get a championship of some sort outside of that particular circuit, and this is really, if he's going to live up to those expectations, those words, I think he needs to take down this tournament, and this is one step towards it.
I think you're absolutely right, and this is certainly the tournament to show up at. I mean, you've got literally everybody you would want to make a name against, and Cooler is no slouch whatsoever. It is interesting that Claus has banned Nyx.
I was just about to say this.
Was it not the other way? Was it not the other way around?
It said Nyx.
No, it's at Nyx underneath Claus. Yeah. So
can I take that as gospel? Oh, Cooler.
It was Cooler who banned Nyx.
Watching the stream.
He just wants to see the show, man. He's curious what's going on. He wants to check. Hey, I look pretty good on camera. Can I check
if
my
you're still watching, I actually have some good advice for Cooler. So if you actually, I've been watching how Claus plays, and I figured something out. Claus really keeps his mouse towards the top of his mouse pad. It's like up against the edge. I've determined that Claus cannot look up.
Can't go upright.
This isn't dogs. What is this?
No, he can't. Look where his mouse is. He can't look up. How can you do that?
I have to say though, earlier I was so anxious watching Wenger play because his monitor is so low and his mousepad is partially underneath his monitor, and there was like a centimeter between his fingers and his monitor, and he was constantly like whipping it around underneath. I thought he was gonna hit it.
It's one of the great things about LAN parties is always watching how different everybody approaches the game physically, but we're about to get into the mental game here with the champion picks.
This is a very aggressive set of picks so far. Lots and lots of burst DPS potential. I know that the Molten Falls being Cooler's pick, he's definitely looking to play a sort of a defensive game. That Galena is going to help him do that, but we know that he can really turtle out a match, set up traps over here. I think Ranger I would kind of expect from him at the end, but let's see. He's going to go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty similar picks. I mean, like you said, a lot of DPS potential, and these were fast picks too, because sometimes you see people just thinking about until the very last second to make that decision, but this time, especially Claus were just like 1, 2, 3, and done.
I mean, and there's a huge amount of bravado on this match in itself. A lot of bragging rights right now. For either of them, it's kind of, even though they both have a chance to get through no matter who wins or loses into day 3, really a loss is devastating just for internally.
So I'm really expecting a lot of flame strikes. I'm expecting a lot of LG between the two, and that bravado is going to be a big deal, but I'm expecting you guys, Zoot and Fleet, to be screaming a lot as well. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jahar. We are going to be setting off into this game between AMD's Cooler and Maestro's Claus. We are starting off on Claus's point of view. He's going to have BJ Blaskowitz out first. He has got the LG, but he's taken a lot of flame strike damage, and we are almost getting the air rocket, but just too much damage from from Cooler. And it's kind of surprising at the beginning that he just goes straight in for the fight.
Well, on the one hand, it's surprising. On the other hand, given the aggressive champion picks, it was... I mean, first frag within 20 seconds. I mean, Klaus just turns around. Cooler surprises him, attacks him from behind, and Klaus doesn't go through a teleport. And no, he just turns around and throws the flames at him. Absolutely insane. He's going for the Mega now.
I was expecting a bit more pressure on Cooler to the heavy, but he didn't go for it at all. I believe he would have heard it getting picked up, but the Flame Strike's ready. He sees him close by, totally misses that damage. Now Claws might look to get his back on him. He's got that rail just peeking around the corner. There's no chance to reply. And Cooler is a walking dead man.
Yeah, 7 points of health left for the Russian player. This is a really good opportunity for Klaus if he can make something happen. Cooler hasn't moved in like the past 20 seconds. He's waiting for these health bubbles, and he's even going to get the Mega. Klaus didn't pressure that hard enough. And now Cooler is slowly getting back into this. He's got some armor too, but we might see another confrontation.
Nice.
Klaus repelled backwards by that railgun, and Cooler again looking pretty good coming from such a low stack. And now we've got Death Knight versus Death Knight, a lot of burst damage on both of these players. They can walk through each other's flames, so we're not going to see any area denial just yet. But it's still going to be a very interesting setup if both of these players get close to one another.
I'm really curious if this kind of defense... I know that Cooler's recovering from a low stack beforehand, but I wonder if Cooler's going to just try and almost look at playing the clock already. Try and get... Because he knows it just gets on Claus's nerves, just slowing the game down too much. Because Claus constantly wants to fight. He wants to get in your face. He wants to show off his strengths in combat. And Cooler's just chilling.
I mean, you cannot underestimate the importance of that psychological aspect in a game like Quake. Because when someone gets under your skin, you don't have to be a pro to know this, but if someone gets under your skin, it can really affect your play, it can affect your aim, it can affect the decisions that you make. So Cooler, definitely smart of him, and yeah, it does look like he might just go for the clock with almost 3 minutes left when he made that decision. And he's got a pretty good champion to do it with too. He's got that fire that he can use defensively. There comes Claw, so we might get a confrontation.
Hide. Oh, he was just spotted, and that damage is definitely going to give him away. Claw's missing that rail. Looked like it almost went between his legs. But Cooler realizes he's not being pushed any harder, and he's going to settle back a little bit.
Claw's not picking up Mega. Both players going for heavy. Cooler drops on it, gets himself the heavy. There comes Claw. That fire. Suiciding even. Cooler threw out his flames first, got no damage with it whatsoever, basically. And oh my god, the turnaround. Cooler just using that orb so quickly. That's, of course, the best way to hit it when someone else is in midair.
Yeah, and Claw's pushing a little bit too hard. Should really know that the spawn capability was over on that side. And Claw's landing a good rail. The second rail is phenomenal. Surely he won't want to go for one more. Cooler has collected enough health to not be railable, and it's not a million years until this Mega spawns.
Yeah, this is a really good situation for Klaus. There's a good spread between the two major items. He got heavy first. Cooler is so low. Mega not up yet. Fraction of a second, but I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Klaus actually doing a little bit of self-damage right there with those rockets just to deny the item.
There was a big mistake though from Cooler because he really shouldn't have hung around. He's hung around over 10 seconds waiting for that Mega health to appear. And Claws, I mean, he's not exactly known for his timing, but he's just not making mistakes of that at the moment. And Cooler is usually on the point with it. He would never make an error like that.
Yeah, and it's just such a bad position to stay at too. I mean, you have the only way of escape you have if someone comes from below is through the bounce pad, and that's so dangerous either way. Here we go, Claws taking some rail damage from Cooler. Cooler's playing a good game though. He's being very evasive, landing some of those long distance shots whenever he can. Not picking a fight just yet, and now we're on Galena versus Galena. That also promotes pretty passive play for both of these players, but we might not see any passiveness come out. Nope, here comes Claws. Aggressive push using that totem. Good rocket. That was a quick thing by him. Almost landing right into on Coolers.
Well, he's going to get himself the Mega. This stack is enormous, and Claws is definitely hungry for a kill, but he's got to catch sight of Cooler. He just walks by him. That rail is going to give away his position. Claws actually still outstacks him, but realizes that Heavy's going to be up soon, and then there's going to be about a 10-15 second window between the next major item where he can maybe start to pile on the pressure.
Also, very important to notice that Cooler actually doesn't have a lightning gun yet. He's still lacking that very crucial weapon. I don't think Claws knows, but here we go. He's going for the push. Can he read Coolers? Yeah, he can, but Cooler getting that Mega, and he has a totem at the ready as well. Claws definitely doing the damage, but not able to close it out just yet. Coming around the long way. Is he gonna spot Cooler? He will. No damage just yet though, and Cooler is starting to hide those totems around the map. That's gonna be useful down the line. But Claus' control at this point is really solid, getting mega heavy every single time. And Cooler still hanging in there, of course. Like I said, Galena, very defensively capable champion. Rockets, both players flying, and Claus, damn, that shot didn't even need the wall for the splash damage. Just straight up midair, taking out Cooler.
Awesome, awesome shot from Claus. It looked like he might have got caught out for half a second. He didn't land the early damage, wasn't nullifying the totems too much, but this mid-air, beautiful shot from Claus.
That's frag movie material right there. And we are starting off the next round onto Claus as well, starting at the mega health. Oh, we might immediately see an opening, but Claus realizes that that is probably not the best fight to take. He doesn't have the LG yet, can't dual wield that weapon, and Cooler, of course, does have those flames ready. Gotta be careful of those.
I'd love to see Cooler just trying to deny the lightning gun for a minute. He doesn't need to go over to the mega health just yet. This heavy does so much for him. Those two rails, Claus again has to be careful. Still has to respect it. And that rail might have even gotten the kill had he landed it.
Yeah.
But it's a good heavy pickup from Cooler. And let's see if he wants to pressure over at the mega health.
Yeah, 58% railgun out of Claus so far. That's amazing. And here we go. This might be the end for Cooler. Yep, Cooler is gonna go down. Claus looking solid. Oh, Claus, you didn't pick up the LG, man. Be careful. Is he so aggressive, so desperate for that next frag that he isn't even going to loop back around? He will. He did notice it.
Yeah, he just wants to keep that position forward, but to know that if there is a push around the corner, he's got the rockets, he can cut off those choke points, so despite not picking it up, he knows he's safe to collect it afterwards. Here comes the Mega, though.
This is, Claus actually had to give up heavy. He's gonna go in for Mega. That's a risky play. Cooler kind of let him get away there. Even pulling out the double rockets. That's not something you see very often, but it can be so effective. At the rate you shoot those rockets, you can just completely annihilate any area or choke point.
A lot of people expect to use just dual wield when you are doing the damage. Sometimes you've just got to use it in order to scare away your opponent, because they hear you using the dual wield, even though they don't see you. They're like, right, I can't jump into a fight with that person. So he can secure an item from it. Problem for Claus is he's gone into another fight that he's lost, and he's back out of control.
Yep. Cooler getting himself on the mega health, and Claus just has no ammo whatsoever. Here comes Cooler. This might be so bad for Claus, but that double LG coming out, so much damage, completely tying things up. But Cooler,
that was super smart from Cooler, because there's a teleporter at the top, and if you go back through it, takes you to the heavy machine gun spawn, and Claus just was not expecting that whatsoever. So that is a brilliant frag from Cooler. Claus right back at him. Easy as hell to read for casting that flame strike on the heavy spawn.
Yeah, and now Claus is pushing aggressively because he knows where Cooler is and he wants to just choke him out of this mega, which he does do successfully. Heavy will be up in the next 15 seconds. Pretty nice spread between the two major items. This is really good for Claus. He might be able to set up some control. Cooler no longer railable after using that totem. He was for a brief second. Claus unable to capitalize off it just yet though. Heavy waiting for him at the time. And at this point, well, Claus, 2 minutes left to go. He's one champion in the lead, but I don't think this is the player who's going to slow anything down. Claus is just 0 to 100 any moment of the day.
Whoa, what the hell was that rail? Cooler is so weak at the moment. That light armor probably not going to spawn for another 5 seconds. He's going to get caught out on the edge. That flame strike, fire on the floor, back up the bounce pad. That is Cooler dead, and now Claus up 2-0. On Cooler's map pick.
And that's an impressive rail to hit too, because very often when someone goes out of bounce pad, it is an easy rail, but people wait for you to hit the highest point of your jump, where it's easy to hit that shot, but Claus just like, nope, just shut him down the moment he went into that.
I love that replay of Cooler, actually. That was a really smart ballsy play, but unfortunately, none of what he's doing at the moment is enough to secure a round. We are with Claus here on round 3.
Yep.
So you can just make this a formality and get us over to the second map soon. Well, they're going to encounter each other now, but that first rocket just narrowly missing. I think it hit the step as well.
Yeah, just 15 damage coming out of that one. Definitely not what Claus wanted. Heavy will be up first, but there is a very short delay between the two major items. So one player goes for one, the other will probably get a hold of the other. And it's BJ versus Death Knight, two very burst-capable champions. Claus heard that bounce, but he's going to try and set up a little bit of a trap right here. Expecting Cooler to maybe come around for a peek, and there he is. Of course, the players don't have the X-ray vision that we do, so they don't know, but Claus came so close to successfully trapping Cooler. Making his way across the nail gun right now. doesn't need the LG anymore. Oh, we might get another big confrontation here. Cooler, both players have got their abilities ready. Is anyone going to use it just yet? There it goes. Cooler using the Flame Strike. Claws onto the chase, but that rocket! And now Cooler doing such an enormous amount of damage. That's going to deter Claws from pushing in any further. Cooler even going to leave up Mega Health, going for heavy first. Claws rocket jumping aggressively. He wants to get a hold of that Mega. Is he dropping for it? He will. This might be a crucial fight. No, one of them is dying right now.
Oh, because the Cooler still has so much stack. We could see that algae coming out from Claws, but Cooler just managing his health and armor brilliantly knows that's a fight that he can move into. That Cooler, he gets an advantage, but is he able to hold on to it? Can he expand on that whatsoever? When we see him get an advantage, he's often gone very passive very quickly. Note Rafa, he took that light armor without walking off the edge.
He finally gets himself the rail though, because Cooler almost went 1 minute and 45 seconds without a railgun right there. Finally does manage to pick it up, and now Claws is also on the Death Knight, so it's DK versus DK. Next point of contest will be that heavy armor. Cooler already setting up, trying to set a trap. That's a sneaky position, but Cooler's got to be careful. He does not have his flames at the ready just yet, whereas Claws does, and Claws has got the better positioning as well. Cooler is just gonna seat that item. He's gonna move for Mega instead. Oh, Claws, flames coming through. Cooler through the fire and flames, living for the time being, but Claws will be able to restack better. This could be tricky for the Russian.
Yeah, he's going to be able to just chill a little for the moment. If Claws is going to give him a break, he's hiding. He's like, he didn't notice at all. He tries to give the flame strike, but he misses it completely. This is going to be planned backfired. Oh no, the mutual frag in just the nick of time. So we're going to see, well, Claws Galena off the respawn, of course, and also the Galena of Cooler. And let's get onto Cooler's point of view over there. And see if he can hold on to this a little more. Pressure with the nail gun. That's not a bad amount of damage. The totem is just blocking that path for a second, but Mega's been picked up. Claws will be able to breathe, but not much.
Yeah, not a bad amount of damage is definitely a massive understatement. That was like 150 damage out of Cooler right there. Claws weaker at this point, and he has to make up the frags because he's one champion behind. Heavy is up, so for Claws, messing up the rocket jump. Or the rocket down, rather. Yeah, this is good for Claws, though. He's doing most of the damage. And
no, Cooler, that didn't work at all. Again, going versus the Glen, you just got to watch out on those teleporter exits. Sometimes you just hope that they're not going to cover it in such a way, but it happened. However, this is good pressure. An orb would have been brilliant, I think, preemptively across there, but he doesn't go for it. And with the rail from behind, yeah, Cooler is struggling. But there's the orb. There it is. He gets the shove, and that is going to be a round on the board for Cooler.
2-1 at least, not a 3-0 sweep for Claws. Cooler definitely has got some life left in him. Here we go.
It's like, it looked like it was going to be so brilliant. He's going to get a clean frag, but fortunately he gets the mutual. Otherwise that was catastrophic for him.
I don't know if Claws ran out of ammo there or something, because he had Cooler down till 2 points of health, and then he didn't manage to finish it off. Had to take a switch, and then he just went for the trade at the very end.
Oh, Cool, holding on to position above Heavy for now. He's got rail behind him, plenty that he can get hold of, but you know, standing in front, not being afraid at all. There's a small push. Claws, he's searching for information.
Yeah, little bit of a weapon difference here. Claws does have rockets, whereas Cooler does not, and Cooler has the rail, which Claws finally gets himself, and now both players have all the weapons they need to brawl this one out. Pretty equal stacks too. Claws really sticking with that BJ as his first champion pick, and Cooler is just going all Death Knight all the way for the time being.
Solid rail from Cooler.
Yep.
Each of these shots really helped us put a stop to Claws. And Cooler definitely needs to have a big stack advantage going into a head-to-head fight with him. Flame Strike covering off the right side, but Claws is hitting everything else. And stack advantage or not, it does not make a single bit of difference. Whereas this frag could be very meaningful in the outcome of this game, considering only 2 frags are needed for him now.
Yeah, also very clever positioning from Claws right there. The Fire Strike was used, but he just maneuvered so perfectly around that pillar that it didn't even connect with him. Really, there comes Cooler, trying to fake out the first one, I think, by going up against the ceiling. So you make the noise and you go up, but your opponent doesn't see you come up all the way. Does still end up taking that railgun shot, though. And now Cooler's in a really bad spot. He's so low. A little bit of LG will do it.
Oh, he hit something. Oh, missed a couple, but again, health and armor right behind him. He had done so much entry damage into that, so he just basically needed to slap him, and he was going to go down. LG, pressure from Cooler, but the rockets are brilliant, and there is another. Claws secures map 1. And that is a big advantage for him, looking for a comfortable route into day 3.
Oh, yeah. I loved the dual LG right there. Cooler was on like 10 points of health. And what does Claus do? Here we go, dual LG. Just making sure. He missed out on it in the next fight, though, but still his rockets were just so good, it didn't even matter.
Nice little frag secure no matter what. And
Yeah.
I love how he finished it up. I think Cooler kind of had to be aggressive at that point, but it's unfortunate for him that he had to walk into just a truckload of rockets. Claws are 1,000 more damage with the rail. Accuracies are very similar. That's something that Cooler's been excellent at. All of PGL is hitting high accuracies on the rail, even if he maybe doesn't fire loads and loads of shots. But damage, not too bad from him. Just surprisingly, as Cooler that struggled with the control, and it felt like his timing was off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you just take a look at it, Claus won not only on the 2 major items, the heavy and the mega, but he even got the most small armors, and that's something that you very rarely see, because usually the person who doesn't get the main items is forced to just pick up the smaller ones. But here, Claus just had insane control basically all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Claus has been known in the past of being, there's this kind of all aim no brain kind of meme that goes around a lot, and you can apply it to certain players, but there's a lot more depth to his play. There's a lot of intricacies in how he fights, and his control game is actually incredibly solid.
Oh yeah.
So really excelling on all fronts. Cooler, I think, needs to step up onto something in order to try and claw back a map even in the series.
Yeah. I think it's just Claus just does it with such a nonchalant attitude that that's maybe why people start thinking that he's all aim, no brain, because he takes those fights, and they might not seem as deliberate as they are, but they really have some thought put into them.
Completely. Well, moving into Corrupted Keep, a fast map. I mean, Molten Falls felt kind of quick, even though it's a much slower pace. But let's see, we've got a Galena from Claws with the BJ and Death Knight. BJ, Death Knight for Cooler. Does he want to go with the Ranger again, make it a very aggressive lineup? No, he's going to opt to mirror match that one
mirror
as we move into Claws' map in a second.
Now, Corrupted Keep, interesting map. For one reason in particular, it has no railgun on it. And that is something that some players absolutely love and others really hate. And I could see Claus fall on the second side because he loves his rail.
Yeah, well, he also loves his LG.
That's true.
So he's incredibly good with it, but I'd say Cooler's best weapon is probably the rockets.
Yeah.
At least that's what he would normally be known for. So if he can try and slow the pace down a little bit or get Claus to walk into some rockets, he's got a chance. But if he can't control that Claus aggression, we could see something similar happen here to what Molten Falls was. Yeah. And here we go, guys. We're moving into the second map. Is Claus going to be able to get through to day 3, or is Cooler still got some fight left in him?
This is a really good start from Claus. Cooler is just stuck there. He's got that totem. What? Cooler. My god, what a play. I mean, we keep talking about Claus's aim, but there we go. Cooler just out of nowhere. Kind of stuck in his positioning. 1 LG only. He did have that totem to his back, but damn, he fired Claus right there using a dual LG as the BJ.
Yeah, well, with
that's amazing.
With that extra armor that he had, he got a big boost from it, whereas there's only plus 75 net that Claus got. The totem blocked a ton of it. Cooler calculated it well, and on top of that, executed. Rocket again, now switch over to the LG, and once more, he's taking control. No items are up for a long time. I think Claus is going to want to fight back incredibly quick, and there we go. Refrag immediately halfway through the item rotation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you sometimes really just need to be fast, because if you don't take the fight right away, your opponent has so much opportunity to restack. And now Claus reading Cooler perfectly. And not so much anymore, but here we go. Cooler will get himself onto that mega health. Oh my god, the mid-air flames. Now that's something you don't see every day.
Well, yes, because it was terrible. He shouldn't have done that at all. I don't exactly know what he was expecting there. Maybe that was just a small mispress. But Claus, just as quickly as he lost 2 frag, he's gained 2, and we've got things tied up. Cooler, however, he's got dual wield. The flame strike is not active for Claus for the time being. Let's see, going through the teleporter? No, he's not going to walk into a truckload of nail gun.
Oh no, Cooler dropping down, might have gotten himself stuck again. And yeah, 4 frags in 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's fast.
Not what I expect from these 2 players, but Corrupted Keep definitely lends itself to that
possibility
a bit more. And again, Cooler's got to control that aggression of Claus.
Yeah, absolutely. Small map, no railgun, less thought about chewing chip damage from a safe distance. It's really just about getting up close and personal and making those shots count. And here we go, Cooler doing a good amount of damage with his rockets, pushing away Klaus back to the drawing board. He's gonna get himself some of those health bubbles, but Mega has been consistently going towards Cooler, and Klaus hasn't been able to do much to exploit that at all.
I'd love to see Cooler actually getting hold of that heavy machine gun. He can do a lot more damage from a distance with this weapon, but he's just kind of bypassing it each time. It's so effective on this map. And, you know, as you've already mentioned, with no rail, getting any kind of extra long distance damage, it's so accurate with a heavy machine gun, there's no reason not to pick it up.
I'm very surprised that Klaus hasn't done it yet, because with his aim, I mean, a weapon like the heavy machine gun, especially with the latest patch that reduced the spread, that's so dangerous, especially on a map without a railgun. I mean, what more could you want? Klaus now moving into Cooler. He doesn't... Oh, he heard that pickup. This could be a good opportunity for Klaus. Waiting tactically. Cooler going up the stairs. Klaus might catch him off here, but he needs to be careful for the dual LG. There it comes. Klaus backing away safely. Good amount of damage.
Possibly safely. He's under so much pressure, though, and that is just going to get his stack stripped away from him. So we are going to have Cooler starting off the map really nicely. Yep. It looked like he wasn't going to close it out because he dropped 2 frags just as quick as he got them, but he gets there.
Absolutely. I mean, I saw a little bit of a shakiness in Klaus's LG at the end there, though. He missed like half a second of LG at the very end. Uncharacteristically so, I would say. Mega going to Cooler, Heavy will be going to Klaus, and there is a bit of a delay between those items, so that might mean that whoever gets control in these first few fights can get a hold of both of the major items. So far it's looking like Klaus is doing quite well. Again, we're seeing the same champion picks over and over again to start of the round. Cooler loving that DK, Klaus always going with the BJ.
A nice little rocket again from Klaus. He's been protecting himself from those flame strikes brilliantly. Cooler, however, he's got a little bit more of this. Again, the flame strike doesn't do any of the direct damage, but that damage over time is starting to take an effect on Klaus. His stack is pretty low. That heavy is going to give him room to breathe.
Yeah. Of course, also important to note is that once you walk into the flames, you get the damage counter over your opponent's head. It shows up through the wall, so you can kind of track where he's going exactly. Cooler made really good use of that. And this might be his frag, though. He's got a... Stacks are pretty similar. Now he's got the advantage. Pushing in. Flames not connecting so far. Klaus dropping back down. Still taking the find for the Mega. Cooler is actually... he's got the time to move into Heavy as well. Klaus looking the wrong way. Surely he will go down. There we go. Cooler. Good control.
He put a read on Cooler that he was definitely going to come through the lower main arch, and it just didn't happen. He flies through where the hourglass is spawned. Claws, he attacks. He doesn't hit the flame strike, and Cooler, he's going to capitalize from this and get himself another kill. Can he get himself a clean round on this one?
I mean, that's always such a risk. If you miss the flame strike like that, I think Cooler was just a little too far back. Klaus is just pushing in with the shotgun, and it's not gonna work out for him.
That's the worst move that I've seen Klaus make so far in this series, pushing in there. Starting shotgun, sure, it can be extremely effective. You can use that totem to block a bit of damage, but it was a miscalculation. Cooler was stacked, he had great weapons, and that's an easy closer for him.
Yeah, the unbridled aggression coming out of Klaus. It's difficult to deal with on the one hand, but on the other, it also makes it very predictable what your opponent is going to do. Cooler definitely exploiting that a little bit. And here comes Klaus again. Absolutely no respect given. Just dropping down. Doing a good amount of damage. With Cooler retaliating in style. There come the flames. Missing completely. This is a good opportunity for Cooler. He will find Klaus, but that final rocket. Still a good amount of damage out of Klaus.
Yeah, good amount of damage, but it's just before the items come back up. With 2 seconds still at Heavy, is there going to be extra aggression? I think there was, but Cooler read right through it. He goes over to collect the Mega Health instead. Great shots though from Klaus, looking for the shotgun to close it out, but these rockets from Cooler almost help him lock down one more kill. And now that the items were just taken, Cooler might now want to re-aggress straight away.
Yeah, there's 15 seconds before any of the major items are up. Klaus is looking pretty healthy though. LG versus LG, and there we go. Klaus at the better aim, better positioning. Cooler will go down, and now actually Klaus again at the advantage. Might take his first round on Corrupted Key, but Cooler just picked up Heavy right underneath his nose. And this could be a frag. Klaus not choosing to go for the aggression, is instead just going to go for Mega. I was almost expecting him to just rocket jump up towards rockets and take the fight right there. Glad he didn't.
Klaus has got no armor. Is there a light here? Does it spawn in a second? Perhaps not, seemingly. This rocket just scathing past him. LG's not quite connected. He's just out of range. There we are. Can start getting the 7s going. He's going to go for the dual wield. Cooler's hanging around for a long time, but now knows that the dual wield is gone. Cooler can get the heavy. Let's see if he pushes through to the mega health.
He looks like he's going to go around to the nail, and Claus is going to drop on it first. Heavy versus Mega. Claus' rockets. Oh, superb right there. I think Cooler just let go at the end. After that second rocket hit, he was just like...
It was weird, though, because he didn't push in fast enough to get a good position at all. He kind of delayed it a little bit, and I mean, there was no way he was going to win the fight anymore, especially after the first rocket of Claus. Well, let's see round 4. Claus starting to make his way back into this. Remove danger of being 3-0'd, but let's see if he can secure another one.
Interesting champion pick by Claus. First time we're actually seeing him start off on DK. So far it's always been the BJ. So let's see if that could make a difference for him. God, Claus is just hitting so much LG from that position. Cooler, that's not where you want to take the fight. That rocket almost connected somehow. That would have been beautiful. And now Claus has to make a decision, Mega or Heavy. Mega, he's going to go for first. Is he going to have to surrender Heavy? Oh, I think he was hoping for Cooler to spawn somewhere near rockets to fight the fight immediately.
Wow, he is going so aggressive at the moment, trying to push on this. The nail gun pushing him back, but down to 5 points of health. Cooler's got to be aggressive off the spawn again. This time, surely he can't make a mistake with that one. It was miscalculated last time, but now light armor's been taken. Lots of 25 health bubbles. Claws finding him yet again, and that mega health soon spawning. Cooler gets hit a little bit, pushing through though with the lightning gun. Claws can recover with this heavy armor.
And there's quite a few health bubbles around this area as well, so that is going to help out Claus massively. 100-100. He's actually got the stack advantage over Cooler, especially with that rocket. He's gonna push in. Is he gonna finish it? Cooler somehow avoiding the damage. Claus using the rockets. Doesn't quite pay out for him. And here we go, the nail.
Wow, right off this one, he uses the nail gun, he hits everything he needs to. Cooler, he kind of pushed down the stairs a little bit, so if he wanted to move back up, which he apparently did, he was a bit more predictable with his movement. So,
and look at the replay. Look at the replay. Yeah, Claus lost 150 points of stack right there to the heavy nail gun. We're gonna get an immediate brawl. LG versus Rockets. Claus is going to fade away for the time being.
He's looking to make that full comeback as well.
Oh yeah, he wants to shut it out now.
2-0 down, reverse sweep. Yes, please.
And this time we're having Cooler start off on the Galena. Maybe he just wants to slow it down from the start. He already put a totem as a trap up to that teleporter over at Mega. Both items are up at the same time. Looks like it's just going to be the same as before. Heavy for Claus, Mega for Cooler. Cooler's got another totem ready. He's going to start building up that legion of totems. Claus trying to push into the room.
Interestingly enough, we're getting higher accuracies on the LG from Cooler. He's on just about 40 and 35 from Claus. And Cooler's done about 700 more damage with the weapon, so unusual to see the stats like this.
Yeah, Cooler is just consistently taking really good places and positions to take these fights from. Sometimes, I mean, the only one that I can think of where he doesn't is where he's up near Mega and then Claus is down below. But other than that, Cooler's positioning has been superb again. Claus, or Cooler rather, will finally get himself the rocket, and he has that heavy machine gun. That's also a big point of difference, because we really haven't seen Claus use it much at all, whereas Cooler has been using the heavy machine gun to great effect repeatedly. Looks like Heavy will be up first, and there is a pretty nice delay between the two major items. That rocket's gonna hurt so much, but the flames coming out not enough. And that will be Cooler getting the first frag of what might be the deciding round here. Mega, is he just gonna drop on it? Oh, Claus steps off just a second too soon.
Oh, that totem done so much for Cooler. LG, here's a switch to the heavy machine gun. It's a beautiful switch from Cooler. One more kill, and we can see us go to a third map. Something I don't think I would have expected before this series started. It's been phenomenal play from Cooler on Corrupted Keep.
Absolutely, and just want to again point out Cooler's positioning right there. He just stepped back just far enough to be out of range from Claus's LG when he used that heavy machine gun to just punish him relentlessly for being in that spot. Heavy going to Cooler. Mega will probably be going to Claus, but there comes Cooler. Oh, so fast. Good rockets out of him too.
He can close this one out now. He knows the dual wheel's being used, so if he can pick a good fight, he can just end this map almost immediately. Here's that Claus is moving over towards the heavy area. He's not committing to a fight. If he drops down, that's going to be 100% LG hitting him.
Yeah, he's got to be careful right now, though, because Claus is definitely has the lower stack. Claus is the one chasing. He's trailing. He's got 2.5 minutes left to make up those frags. But Claus, I mean, it is Claus. You've got to be careful. He's on the BJ. He's got that LG. Any wrong decision, exposing yourself to his angles, I mean, you can lose out 200 points of stack in half a second.
If Cooler does get fragged, he's just got to make sure he does incredibly good damage. Fortunately for him, he's got 2 champions that are very good off the spawn, going versus a weak opponent. So it's absolutely imperative that if he gets killed, take him down to below 100 health and strip all of his armor away.
Yeah, Cooler already playing a really passive game. I think he's already looking to run down the clock. I mean, he has 100 points of health, 150 points of armor. He saw Claus coming down the stairs and he was just like, nope, I'm out of here. Just retreating back to Nailgun. He's even going to get heavy again. This is not good for Claus. He still has 2 frags to make up and 1.5 minutes to do it in. Oh, is he going to be found out? No! Claus not turning the corner.
And Claus found himself a little bit more rocket ammunition up on the top. And he's holding this heavy as if it's about to spawn. But now he moves away, doubting his timing. Cooler looking for mid-air, but he gets caught out by the dual wield. However, his rocket also repositions Claus, and he escapes over towards that heavy armor. That one shot really saved him from being able to prevent Claus having the angle for attack.
Yeah, pressure really is on right now for Claus. Finally using that machine gun, but Cooler is just doing better. Claus has got slight stack advantage for the time being. That BJ does heal himself back up to those small thresholds. But Cooler, 50 seconds left to go. As we are moving into a fight that might take place around the center area. Heavy again going to Cooler. Claus is just unable to stop his opponent from picking up these major items.
Nice dodge there from Cooler. He's only got to kill another 15 seconds to pretty much be safe and to secure this map. But now there's an attack. Rockets again. There's a totem to protect it, but he hits that turnaround.
Nicely done by Cooler.
Small mid-air. 3-2 for Cooler. We're going to get a tiebreaker map.
Yep. Again, looking at the stats right there.
Let's have a quick look. We've got 5.3, almost 5.4k damage from Cooler, 4.6 there from Claus. And then the LG, stronger for Cooler. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, actually, Cooler doing really well on this map. I think that many people would have definitely favored Claus on here.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a bit unusual. I believe they took each other's map picks.
Yeah.
And now we get to see on the tiebreaker exactly how this is going to go down. Do you feel that Cooler's got this now, or I don't know if you're backing Claus or Cooler?
I don't know. At first, I would have definitely said Claus. But at this point, looking at that final map, Cooler is just looking oh so solid. So I really, really don't know who's going to take this one at this point. Could go either way. Final map will be Ruins. Of course, the railgun is back on the menu.
Just to, again, make an important point. I think Claus will win, but I want Cooler to because I think he's very good at popping off. We've seen a bit of that, the quadruple fist pump that we had on day one. I want to get like a quintuple going and see if Cooler's really got it. Because if he beats Claus, he is going to be really, really happy.
Yeah, I mean,
and securing that day 3. It's not just the bragging rights for Claus, it's getting into that day 3 straight away.
Yeah, that's in the money. You know, you make it that far and you're guaranteed to have a payout.
Yeah, and we are going to get into the champion picks here. We've got Galena DK. This is so fast from all the players, and there's not been too much changing of the lineups between them. Claus of the BJ, Galena DK, and we're going to get Ranger instead of BJ from Cooler.
Yeah.
Now on, again, a pace of the map in Ruins is maybe a little more like Molten. However, it's been very uncharacteristic of Cooler. Everything's been kind of aggressive. The fights have been happening very quickly. Maybe a bit more down to Claus wanting that to happen and Cooler forced to do something about it. But I wonder if Cooler might try and slow down even more now.
I mean, he definitely could. Visor has been banned, so he can't play that one, but he is on the Ranger. And Ranger, of course, gives you so much mobility to run away. You can get from top to bottom of the map, one side to the other instantly. So, yeah, he could really play down the clock again. Might see it happen.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are going to be moving into map 3 between Claus and Cooler. This is going to determine who makes it into day 3 or who goes into that lower bracket to play versus base. We are on Claus's point of view right now. Like now it's Cooler who's being incredibly aggressive. He goes in with that flame strike. Has already popped that one off. That Claus fading away a little more, looking a bit more reserved now.
Yeah, Claus doesn't have rockets quite yet. He's got Cooler kind of locked in a corner right there, though. Claus looking for that heavy next. There's a very slight delay between the two major items, so it seems very unlikely that either player is able to pick up both. And it will be Klaus taking heavy, Cooler taking mega. Again, this is not looking all that good for Cooler because he is on such a low armor stack right now. Klaus might be able to put down a lot of damage downrange.
And he's just holding the top part of the map. You can see so much from this position. There's a light armor there that Cooler desperately wants. He might be able to just walk across there and pick it up now. There we go. We can see under his character portraits that that green bar is extended. And his armor has increased as well.
Relatively slow start though. I mean, there has been just slightly, there's been 100 damage done in a minute, as opposed compared to
that happened in the first 3 seconds though. Since then, we've had very, very little. Claws getting on heavies, Cooler getting on megas.
Yeah, if you compare that to Keep, it was like 4 frags in a minute 30 seconds and then 1 round. Oh, there we go. Cooler, sneaky rail from the back. Claws taking a little bit more damage right now.
I think Cooler's going to try and secure the heavy armor. He's already got some overstacked health, so he really profits a lot by taking this heavy. We're getting a bit of a delay on it. See how long he... Oh, I think Claws just made out the sound of the item getting taken, so he's got the clue that Cooler's delayed the item. It's not quite enough. Well, actually, going from mega to heavy, it could be enough to secure both items if you're able to position yourself well at mega.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's mega to heavy is a lot faster than heavy to mega. So that 5 seconds, I think you could definitely do it. Depends on who's going to win this fight, though. That's a great opening rocket. And another one, and a third one. Claws pushing back Cooler. He's just going to drop relentlessly. Is the dual LG going to come out? Nope, 1 rail. Not going to hit the second one. Cooler did pick up that heavy, though.
He still managed to hold on to a little bit of that armor. What a shot over there from Cooler, forcing Claws away towards the lights.
Yep.
And Cooler up at T. He's going to catch him out, so he's going to fire 1 more. Now Claws is railable just for a second. He goes with the lightning gun. 7 points of health left. We can hear BJ screaming, but now he has collapsed. Cooler getting first blood on Ruins.
Yeah, Claws for a second there thinking that if he was just fast enough and immediately double back, that Cooler would try to go to mega, but oh my god, Cooler! The damage is really coming out right now. The flames, the rockets, the everything, and he spawns Claws off spawn rather. That's a decent amount of damage. Claws is going to be able to get away for the time being, but Cooler has such solid control right now. He's got a pretty good idea of where Claws is and reads the teleporter exit perfectly.
That was super nice from Cooler. That's got to feel good for him. An advantage now on map 3. I wonder if there's an element of doubt creeping into Claws' mind. And we can see hit. Securing that frag with the flame strike. Claws kind of just walking into sort of half trap over there. You've got to know if you let that Death Knight close the gap on you, you really can be in a world of trouble unless you've got full control and a lot of health and armor just to back that up with.
Yeah, I mean, Claws did identify himself as the best player in the world at the start leading up to this match, so he's got a lot to live up to right now.
This is maybe a bad time to show that video. If he's going to lose the map now, well, you know what? He's not out of the tournament, so he can still prove it.
Absolutely.
I don't want to push that against him too much, but Cooler is definitely an opponent he sees himself getting the wins on. He's never lost to Cooler on LAN, and he doesn't want to start now.
No, absolutely not. This is a map that Cooler likes, though. He loves those passive plays. He loves those slow-paced maps, and he can really make that happen on this one. Klaus still fighting a rocket there. Cooler getting himself the mega health, and now there is a pretty good delay between the two major items, around 15 seconds between mega and heavy. Cooler looks like he's setting up a pretty good rotation here. This might be the heavy that he will take. Klaus, there he goes, last minute, pushing in.
Could be a trap right now.
Yeah, Cooler has no clue that he's there.
Oh my god, the amount of damage. Is there a rail to follow up? Cooler, he's going to take him down. He's got plenty of time to get over to the mega health. The wind is in his sails now, and there it is, the rocket jump perfectly executed. We know that Cooler has, some trouble on stream with his rocket jump sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Definitely not right now.
Again, not making a big deal of it, little deal.
Small deal. Klaus now on the Galena. That's an interesting second pick. I mean, he's kind of maybe slowing it down a little bit himself, not just going for that BJ dual wield right away, but just playing the Galena. Using that totem, maybe deny Cooler some mobility, heal himself up a little bit. Good rail to open. He might be able to get himself onto Mega right now. He looks like he will, taking 44 damage, but it was just before he picked it up. Cooler right now on the back foot. This might be Claus's opportunity to get back into this round.
If he didn't land the initial rail, he wouldn't have gone to the Mega Health, and landing the one after means now he can even challenge for the heavy armor, so he can get position down here. He can maybe start setting up some totems. He's just checking. There's definitely no Cooler over here. I'm not going to walk into a trap of some sort, but he's keeping that totem like in his hands at the moment. He's ready to use it mid-fight. He doesn't particularly seem to want to set them up around and get those triple stacks going.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
No. This might be the end. Claus is going to catch him up with the damage. Oh my god. And he knows where Claus is. He sees the 5s ping up through the walls, and now Cooler back in control. I don't think Claus can really drop down and contest for heavy right now.
That is just so Cooler, waiting around that corner. And actually, it's fortuitous enough that Claus does go around. And he doesn't even commit to the fight after. That's good. 2 rockets from Claus. How the LG could be getting the better of him. Nice rail closer from Claus, tying up the champion score.
Risky play. He was very low himself, but he definitely made it work. So props to Claus for that one. And now Cooler has lost out on his Death Knight. And I really think that Death Knight is like made for Cooler. The way that the champion plays, Cooler just loves playing it slowly, having something big in his pocket, and then when the moment is there, springing the trap on your opponent. And Death Knight really allows him to do that.
Claus, you can see he's trying to respect that Dire Orb a little bit. He doesn't want to go too close to him. Thinks the rail, wow, he even manages to hit it. And that means definitely this Mega Health is going to go to him. And I think that Cooler's just going to want to slow the game down even more. He might even be thinking about sudden death already, because there's very little on the map that he can play for.
Yeah, absolutely. Claus still has to be a little bit cautious though, because Cooler has that orb ready, and that could potentially be an insta-gip if Claus makes the wrong move and gets caught out in the wrong place. Now, he's still looking for Cooler. Cooler just hiding down there. As you just said, Zoot, he might already be trying to think about playing the clock.
I think Claus has realized he could be down here, but if I go around that corner, that's where I get Dire Robbed. So he puts a totem down, which Cooler's going to know about. But again, he's minimizing risks for the moment and hoping that Cooler's going to step a foot out of line and that he can punish it elsewhere on the map.
In the meantime, though, we've seen Cooler actually stack back up quite nicely. Claus just using the totem effectively. I mean, Cooler doesn't have any of that. All he's got is the Dire Orb, and he's holding on to that one massively.
Yeah, he's just running away. He's going to escape down the lower area. Mega Health's going to go to Claus. His stack has been about this big now for a minute or so. Fortunately for him, he doesn't need to force the frag straight away because they are tied up on the scores. But there it is. Again, very basic rotation going on from Claus.
Yeah.
Where Cooler, he's not getting in the way of him. And it's so important for Cooler, if he wants to win this round, to continue that, to continue this form of play. He's got the orb. He's going to need to escape somehow. He's got nothing that he can do. Oh, the rocket lands just in time. So we're going to get a 1-1 scoreline now.
Claus, how does he do it? He just...
There was just a fraction of a second left before Cooler was about to teleport through to his orb, and then through the teleporter as well. But even so, he would have had the Dire Orb used by then. Claus wouldn't have been afraid to push in. So those 2 rails, I mean, almost no matter what, that was going to be the round for him.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're starting the next round off on Claus. Both players on their Death Knight. Claus playing a very standard opening. It's one we've seen before as well. Still needs rockets. Looks like there's a very little delay between the 2 major items. Unlikely that either player is going to get both, especially since it is heavy that is up first. And Claus is looking for that Cooler. He's now checking that corner. That's where he got killed earlier. And so making sure not to let that happen to him again.
And Mega's going to be there. Another small delay from Cooler. This time he's actually taken it without Claus hearing it. There's about a 6-7 second offset. But this time the opposite way round to before. So I wonder if this is just going to catch out Claus later on. He's probably expecting it to spawn in about 10 seconds time.
Yeah, Claus dropping in aggressively. He's got all the weapons that he needs, landing that opening rail that might buy him the opportunity, but there, Cooler just stomping on his head.
Oh my god.
Now that's an amazing vertical rail, because those are so difficult to hit, and Claus does it with such an amount of distance on it as well. Getting himself heavy. Can he get to Mega on time? No, Cooler will be the one to secure that, and Claus is just fine with that. Doesn't want to overextend right now. He's got 1 frag up, but there's Cooler from behind.
Wow, Claus had no idea what hit him just then. There was the Dire Orb that came out for the extra damage. Cooler is going to fade away. He can't get to the heavy just yet, and he really needs some items. Claws drops down. This is really horrific. But the rail that he picks up off the spawn, the healing from the totem, all so calculated, surely, Claws.
This man is mad. Absolutely, Klaus, what are you doing? He's treating us right now, and he might find Cooler again to close out this round. He's got that railgun trained on those corners, looking for Cooler. Oh, why did he look away?
That was such a good rocket from Cooler.
Great. And Cooler's pushing it too. Klaus, you need to land those rails.
Oh no, the totem has just come out, so Klaus is going to win it. That is unbelievable.
Look at that cheeky smile on Klaus right now. He is happy with that one.
That's unbelievable. This is the beautiful vertical frag. You can see Cooler was trying to hit flame strikes in the air, but that totem right at the end, just after Cooler made such a great aggressive push, that's devastating mentally for him, as he knows he made a strong play.
Yeah, this might be it for Klaus though. This could be the round that puts him into the top 8.
Cooler's hurting a little bit. He's still got the flame strike himself. There's armor on Claws. He's found it, but he's not quite pushing close enough. He goes now. Does he want to go for the flame strike? But again, the rockets are unbelievable from him.
Yeah, rockets from Russia. Those are hurting so bad. Klaus has the opportunity to restack a bit, though Cooler unable to really punish any further. Mega will be up first, then Heavy. It looks like both players are just going for the heavy armor instead. Cooler will be the one to take that one home. Klaus gotta go fast now. Mega will be his though. And he will get himself the last weapon that he still needs, which is the rocket.
Oof, 2 rail misses. Cooler delayed on that angle. He has got the flame strike, which he never used, and it really would have favored him a lot if he forced a fight to get the flame strike in when Claws was down. But now it's back to a level playing field. It's only down to the items. And Cooler's not going to go for the heavy. He's leaving that one up for Claws. Claws hasn't chewed on that. He's still at the upper area. Expects Cooler to be down there. There it is. I think they're probably going to fade away. And this Claws, he always looks for that extra bit of damage and secures the rail shot.
And Claws is really delaying heavy. He went to the small armor first. What a tactical play. Not expecting Cooler not to go for heavy right away, because he could have lost out on it.
This is so bad for Cooler.
Yeah, Cooler such a bad spot right now. One more shot would do it, but he does get away for the time being. Nope. Oh, Klaus!
What the hell?
You passed him.
Oh, there's a mid-air from Cooler too, so he does get a bit of damage off the end. Does he want to go aggressive off the spawn? He's up here in upper T, looking for the orb, but he's going to miss it. That is going to be Claws shutting him down one more time. And now only the Galena left for Cooler to make a reverse sweep in round 4. Otherwise, Claws is going to be through to day 3.
This is so difficult for Cooler though, because Galena is one of those champions that you want to be on when you've got the lead, when you can play defensively and just slow the game down. But now Cooler just has to do the exact opposite. He has to chase, and that is something in which the totem really doesn't help. Meanwhile, Claws is on that Death Knight. He has got those flames. He can really fend off Cooler basically any situation that he needs to. Heavy will be going to Claws. There's still a good amount of time before Mega going up.
What would be really smart from Claws though is if he tries to play Cooler his own game and tries to make the slow plays. However, he's hitting 2 rails in a row. He can smell the victory from here. That is going to be one more down. 3-1 to Claws with day 3 secured as well.
I never thought I would hear the terms like slow pace and Claws.
Yeah, I was thinking because it would be quite a hilarious way to finish the map versus Cooler. But you know what? You just hit rails and you're like, oh, I can try and hit a. Oh, I'm hitting. Okay, I'll just crack on with this.
Had he done that, he would have gone under Cooler skill.
Yeah.
Absolutely, so much.
Well, guys, we do have Jahar back with us. Did you find that as I find that kind of strange how the maps went? You look, are you okay?
Look puzzled.
Am I back? I feel like I'm still stuck in that match. Crazy shots. It was like a frag video the whole way through. But it's just insane watching somebody like Cooler take such long maps against somebody like Rafa yesterday. And then today, like, first thing out of the gate, Death Knight, Flame Strike, Flame Strike.
Yeah, he's just going for it. And it's a champion that he's been practicing a lot.
Obviously.
And he shows a bit of aggression. I think he realizes with Claws that, you know what, there's only a limit to how slow I can play. This guy's going to force it. And I kind of like that he didn't go over passive, which he's been guilty of doing at times.
I thought he had it with that one round in Ruins. You know, he had like a minute to kind of play things off.
He killed Claws and ran into his totem afterwards. That's something to haunt you. If that situation changes.
Unnecessary.
Yeah.
To say the least.
I mean, I feel bad for Cooler in that respect, but you know, Claw's played a wonderful game throughout, so
I have to
well
say
deserved.
though, the way Molten Fall started, yeah, and you had ridiculous things like this too. The way it started off, I thought it was just going to be a grind the whole way through, just like, all right, we're going to have 1-minute rounds every map, every round. But in Corrupted, you started to see a little bit of, I don't want to say the word respect, but some understanding coming out.
Understanding, I think, is a better way to put it. Respect.
Respect between these two.
Maybe not just yet. Or the respect between anyone and Claws, I don't think he's got there just yet, but that's also what makes him such a star player.
LG in Corrupted Keep. So many of those frags were just absolutely disgusting.
His aim was looking brilliant, actually. I mean, there were some moments of genius.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
You know, he puts in the hours grinding this, so he really spends a lot of time trying to rebuild those mechanical skills all the time.
And I mean, he did better than Klaus on some maps with the LG. He hit harder than Klaus, who is arguably one of the best LG users in the entire world. So Cooler, props to him. He's definitely still has an opportunity to classify for tomorrow.
Yeah, completely. I think he's going to be playing versus Base next, and they go into qualifier. That's going to be an interesting Russia on Russia game.
Decider between Base and Cooler. How crazy is that?
Yeah. I guess we can talk about that one later on, but that is going to be a totally different game to the one we just saw in the style of that, because Base he takes after Cooler with that defensive
Yeah, that
play.
could be so slow.
Well, we've also got Claus up here in the studio, safely away from us, so we don't have to attempt to make a handshake happen. But how you doing, Claus?
I'm doing pretty good. Happy with the result.
Those went all 3 maps. Did you really expect it to go as long as that did?
Not really. I thought I'm gonna do much more better on CK, but I was like too much on fire and was doing child mistakes, rushing him and paying not that much respect, and he punished me a lot for it.
Yeah, for some of the questions, Klaus, Cooler, as we all know, is a very passive player. He can really slow things down. How do you, as such an aggressive player, deal with it? Do you have like any sort of game plan going into matches like that?
In Quake Champions, you have just to adjust to playstyles you have in the game. So, for example, good practice is just to watch how plays the game, so you can analyze some spots or just playstyle. And on Ruins, for example, I lost first round. I didn't know what's going on, and I had to adjust to think to slow game down, to hold the top more, for example, to check more lower armor, because he spends lots of time there, and it helped me a lot to catch him there.
Okay.
Was there a pleasing moment when you realized Cooler killed himself after that, after he got you?
Yes, that was insanely nice.
Cheekiest totem. So, of course, now Cooler's going to be down in the lower bracket decider going up against Base, so you saved yourself from having to play against Base yourself. Do you think Cooler and Base, which way do you think that's going to go?
At morning, Base wasn't doing really good, but we will see. We will see. But Cooler is a very strong player.
In terms of...
I think Cooler gonna get this.
In terms of looking at day 3, we heard your video already that you want to play against Rafa, and you're pretty keen to get some experience with him on LAN. Is there anyone else you're kind of looking at as possible foes, or anyone that you'd rather not play against?
I wanted to play against Wenger, but he's already out. And maybe I don't want to play against Kilson.
I don't blame you.
Why do you not want to play against Kilson?
He's a very strong player.
Okay.
Like Cooler, Cipher. These 3 players are very strong. I mean, they're strongest right now.
Well, I know a little bit earlier you weren't feeling all that great going into the match, but you made it through, and congratulations. So I think we're going to let you get a bit of a rest now. Well-deserved break, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
See you.
Yeah. Great, guys. But that's going to be Claus moving in. That's going to be Group A, 1 game away from closing out. So Base has got Cooler to contend with now.
That's gonna be an interesting one for sure. Looking at what happened earlier, Base was not in all that good of a shape. I mean, he did beat Dewey, but it was a struggle. And when he went up against Klaus just won 3-0, 3-1. So he definitely had a hard time against Klaus. I want to see how he can do against Cooler. Definitely a different playstyle might suit him better.
Well, there's no better way to figure out how that's going to go, except just getting into the game. But we are going to be taking a very quick break, so go refresh your drinks, get some snacks, munch on some popcorn, because we're going to be crunching down on this match in just a few minutes.
will rise again. Suffer and die! Yes. Suffering is only the beginning.
Hello everyone, and we are back in beautiful Bucharest, where we are on day 2 of the PGL Quake Champions Open. I am Zoot. I've transferred to this part of the desk, and I'm joined with some people that give me great pleasure and pain with the wonderful 40 Lions and, yeah, Jason Captain.
Just waiting for the wonderful 40 Lions and the
and the other guy. That guy over there.
You know what's the greatest part about this desk right now?
Oh, God.
Is that I don't think the world has ever seen the unprecedented amount of no's we have here today for you.
There's a lot of beak on this desk right now.
Do we have stats for that?
The beak brigade is here, and I'm blessed, all right, to share the desk with you guys.
I don't know. I think my beak might be. Anyway, let's move past the beak
keep
because,
your back out of
guys,
it.
we've got an exciting game to go into next. Sorry, 40, your wonderful beak. But quick, before we move into that, do you guys have any thoughts of what we just witnessed between Cooler and Claws? Because that was a pretty great match.
Kind of heartbreaking, that totem. We were saying earlier with when Jahar was on the desk, sometimes Galena v Galena always comes down to that last totem in one of the rounds. That's exactly what happened. The fight was happening right next to the teleporter exit, and then he just ran into Claws' totem. And yeah, I think he's pretty upset going into this next one. But I think he still has a shot of taking out base.
It's cool to see Cooler make the run back on CK, Corrupted Keep. You know, we were watching, we're like, wow, okay, Claws took the first map relatively easily. Going to second on the CK, a map that's basically LG heavy for a player like Claws. We thought, yeah, 2-0's coming in, but Cooler really brought it back, and you saw some frustration in Claws' eyes. So it's nice to see that. But it's also cool to see like the little rivalry continuing between the two.
No, completely. I mean, Cooler, he's right back, ready for a game very, very soon. We can have a quick look at the group now to see how Group A is getting on, as it is just going to be one game remaining. Cooler base, we will cross into that very, very shortly, but I believe we've had some murmurs of occurrence or things going on in Group C, so I believe we can head over there and see how Group C is getting on too. This is the, well, Tox Garpy, their second encounter. Tox is a 2 for 2.
I think I was walking by and I saw Garpy tied 2 rounds apiece on the second map, I believe. So, I don't know. Yeah. Poor Garpy.
He's not out just yet, though.
I got faith in him. Okay, yeah. I'll put it that way. And on the topic of the other group, I want to say that Dewey went 0-2, but it was a lot closer than that. He took it all 5 rounds every time, and big shouts to him because he had a great performance.
Well, guys, we have got a couple of intro videos as well, moving into the base and Cooler games. So let's take a look how these lads are looking. a contrast in players we're just seeing there. I think Base might be
Slightly.
developing some fans with some of the pop-offs that he's had with the whole thing that's been going on. That video again, I mean, I've never seen so much personality coming out from Base. He looks so happy to be here.
Someone needs to like overlay some like ninja music sounds, like some fighting effects into
phenomenal.
that one. That was great. That was good to see. It's good to see some personality of the players.
No, and I think with the sort of rivalry in the inter-Russian like area, Cooler's always been the guy who's had all of the fans. And I know with Cyberfight, they've been supporting Base a lot. I mean, Jason, how do you see kind of Base growing in the scene with that respect? Does this Ninja help him?
I mean, if you're playing defensive style, which we expect him to do so, I'd say being a ninja is very important. Being able to be sneaky around the map, being able to make no sounds with those footsteps, and more importantly, to deflect away these attacks that Cooler might throw his way. The problem is that Cooler, I think, might do the same kind of strategy. Play it slow, play the Cooler style. So it's going to be, I would imagine this game is going to take the full 5 minutes almost every time between these two with just how naturally they will play. For me, seeing Base kind of grow over time, you know, we saw him back, you know, doing 2v2 with Agent, and they both had like a very similar style. Then Agent couldn't play with them anymore for Quake Gone, so Wenger came in, who's like complete opposites, like fire and ice between the two, where Wenger likes to be super aggressive and Base likes to be super passive. So I was hoping to see maybe a little bit of that rub off onto Base from Wenger to see a style like adapt and kind of grow. I mean, we were just talking to Rafa when we were watching the last matches, and he was saying he looks at every player just to learn new things. And I'm hoping that other players are doing the same, and hopefully for Base, he can take that into account.
40, in terms of predictions as we're moving into the game relatively soon, as we can see some of the picks and bans going on, does this give you a basis of prediction at all, or are there any things that strike you here?
Even before the map picks and bans for the champs, I was going to go with Cooler, just based off his performance. I think he played a really close game. I think it came down to certain things in fights like totems and just one rocket pop not going his way, so I'm going to put my trust behind Cooler.
I'm worried that we could see some clutch.
Really?
Out of Cooler here, potentially. I don't think he's actually going to go for that route. But I'm also surprised to not see Blood Covenant picked. Because it is pick originally when it comes to maps. So they could have went for that route and Base, like, that's his hometown map.
And I'm surprised also at no Blood Run either. With these two Russian players, they've not gone for that. To me, that's the sort of elephant in the room between them. Agent is very much a fan. He'll pick it every single time. But these guys, maybe they're like, it's so even there, or they just respect each other too much.
They might just be bored of it. just saying.
Look, we've played that map a lot, guys.
Yeah.
Should we go over to...
Could be
new,
that.
something fresh.
It could also be, you know, maybe the other one doesn't want to see the other use tribal against them on the map, like we saw with Agent do against Rafa. But yeah, so actually, never mind. We're not having Ruins first. So it is... Oh, no, okay. Wait, so Woken's not there anymore.
So it looks
now
like
it's
we're going to get Molten first, I believe. What I saw, we've got Death Knight and Galena. It did say that Death Knight was banned from Cooler, which strikes me as strange, because I think that's a champion in his pool that stands out a lot. But nevertheless, the Galena being removed, we tend to see these defensive players enjoy setting up with totems a lot, playing a slow game around that. Is such a good champion for it. Is that a surprise?
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. Again, I think it's good that it's gone because it didn't go Cooler's way last time, so he might be like, all right, well, that's fine. I don't have to worry about that this go-around, but we'll see.
I'm looking at the maps. The thing is, they ban champions before they get into maps, so it's not like you can see the maps and then take away what you don't want to see. So to ban Galena first kind of shows maybe that's the predictive style of Base, expecting us to see certain maps. And I think it's like Ruins of Sarnath, Molten Falls, Corrupted Keep. They're all really good maps for Galena as well. So it actually works out, I guess, in his favor by taking that away.
And the Visor pick coming out very early as we move into the champion lineups going into the first map. Ranger and Visor to start with. Are there going to be any curveballs spun into this one? Seems business as usual. Possibly a BJ once again to get that full mirror matchup. Otherwise, unless Cooler's got something special up his sleeves.
We did see him using BJ when he was playing against Claws just now, so it wouldn't be too big of a surprise. So
full mirror match.
Yeah, full mirror between the two. I think I'm curious to see how Cooler plays the Visor in particular, because when he first started playing Visor, when he like fully came into the meta, he used his piercing sight nonstop, literally every cooldown he possibly could. And then we saw a change happen where he actually started being more passive with it and only used it when he wanted to force a fight.
Well, guys, I think it's time for me to get out of here a little bit. The game between Cooler and Base is about to begin, so I pass you over to our boys on this side.
Appreciate it. Let's get into base and Cooler right now. Let's get right into the action as Cooler already popping his vision, now making his way over to the nail gun and rocket area. Base has that shotgun, has LG, pops vision now, and it takes a rail immediately. And that T-Con is like, okay, that's fine. Let me just get my own rail. Still trying to work his way towards rockets.
So it's that kind of game. Let me back away and take some time. He's got his own rail now, but Cooler again, responding constantly here, able to whittle him down to about 38 HP. There is a healthy split, though, between the two major pickup items, so we could see Base potentially try to go for a challenge towards Mega. He doesn't have rockets, though, to rocket jump up. And it looks like he's just going to actually give this one away to Cooler.
Yeah, needs to try and stack back off whatever he can, and then he still needs weapons real bad. Rockets more than anything. Playing very slow, pops that vision, wants that data, wants to make sure that he can get it safely. Still taking a little bit of time. Maybe he wants to get some damage before he gets the rockets, but would have made a break for it by now.
Yeah, and we're seeing, like, typically Cooler likes to be the player who invests a lot of time picking up these hourglasses to make sure to get his abilities up as quick as possible, especially when you're someone like Visor. But he's given up the 4 here on the outside. Base is actually backed away to give up heavy. They're just going to trade the items either way, so not too big of a deal between the two. But Cooler still has overstack from Mega left over, so this is going to be interesting if we do have a fight break out.
And again, like we were mentioning before, both players playing very slow, checking corners, not afraid to take it nice, slow, and quiet.
We do expect to see, or I'm personally expecting to see 5-minute rounds, if not more than that, with sudden death. Heavy's going to be up, and Base actually might walk straight into a trap. I don't
Did he
think.
see the gun?
I don't think Cooler actually saw that one. But he's still holding the same angle. He's got some piercing sight. Actually, Cooler is going to push in directly behind Base, hits him with the initial rocket, but he still knocks him into the Mega either way.
Just a little bit of Counter-Strike. That's fine as he pops that vision and gets good rocket damage. Base trying to grab that 50, now pops vision of his own. He's going to get this rail. He's not, because I cursed it. Misses it as Cooler drives by with a little bit of LG, just staying out of range of that spam. Like, are you going to really waste all your rockets? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I can sit here all day.
This is incredible.
I think he's probably counting them now, too.
Yeah, he's counting it down. He's like, all right, you done? Now it's my turn. And Base absolutely gets melted as Cooler comes around that corner. And I honestly can't believe that just happened.
He didn't even have piercing sight for it either, as we're now on Cooler's point of view. We see Base trying to commit the Ranger. He's not going to connect the Dire Orb, and that's going to be Cooler picking up a second very fast frag.
So off to a slow start, but 2 frags consecutively for Cooler. And he's looking very strong right now as he's making sure that LG isn't picked up for free, and he's going to grab these time shards to try and get that vision back up.
You can see here Base waiting for the med pack to respawn back in. Cooler 10 seconds on that piercing sight. And looks like he actually is going to be heading over towards Heavy in the meantime, maybe waiting for some sort of challenge as he does throw the Tribals up towards Base's way.
Cool. Might catch him out here down as he pops his vision just for a little bit of extra information after he grabs that Kevlar, and he's going to go up the jump pad, trying to find another rail to open this up on his attack. I'm just waiting for that teleporter exit like I dare you. Do it.
The thing is, like, the Base is really well known for slow style. So is Cooler. So they're going to kind of be continuing to do that kind of route. But if you see one of them get a big advantage, I would imagine that's when they're going to start to kick up the pace here. Cooler, though, waiting for the tack suit to respawn back in. Meantime, just going to back off as Base actually with the dual wield able to force him off. And the thing is, Cooler has a 2-champion lead, so there's no real need for him to force a fight anytime soon, especially with a minute and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, he can just keep popping vision, playing defensive, and just make Base come to him. And with a minute 20 left, Base is doing just that. Tries to push through T-Con. A lot of damage coming out here as Cooler's on 14 HP and needs to escape. We'll grab a 25, has another one, and a 50 armor. Base kind of lets that one slip. Oh. No, he doesn't. I'm a liar. That rail was fantastic as he goes for that 50. Good read by Base, but still has some work to do as a minute left, and Cooler spawns in on that BJ.
Again, being a ninja here, getting around the map, trying to fake out a rocket jump as well there as he does back off, but he's up against the BJ at a Cooler, and he has 50 seconds left to force the fight. He has to go for the skill. He has the stack to make it work, but he just can't get the angle on a Cooler. There's the dual wood coming through. Cooler using the dual wood with the rockets. He's not going to connect, and just like that, Base ties things up now. One apiece. But Cooler has a giant window here now of 40 seconds to make this orb work.
Base missing out on an opportunity for a rail here. He's going to scope in and miss another one. He's going to just post up and try and get as much damage. No, he's not. Going to try and get away and get that dual wield back as quick as he can as he grabs his 50 to get a nice fat stack of armor. Gets a good rail. Cooler not afraid to take this LG fight, and the orb comes out, and the Shove Slayer will net him his first round.
You know how much HP Cooler had left at the end of that?
How much?
2.
2 entire HPs.
2 entire
That's
HPs.
a lot of HPs.
It is.
One's all you need, really.
Technically, because we all technically only have one.
That's true.
But if that orb didn't connect like that, he would have been dead. Just one more tick of LG would have finished him off. So really unfortunate for him for base there. But Cooler, again, able to win that first round here. Base trying to actually put the pressure on here with the Rockets.
I thought that we were going to see a little bit of a commitment there from base. Maybe he was a bit tilted at that last play, but good job controlling that aggression, just getting a little bit of rocket damage. Here comes the chase. A great defensive rail by Cooler as he's trying to hide in that corner. Going to use that broken wall to jump up, and the LG comes out from base, and he will get the kill with 16 points of health left.
It's not safe just yet, though, as we can see. I think Cooler did not actually spot him out there as he's looking a different direction. But he's still low in health. Pick up another 25 off of that, up to 66. And potentially going to be chased on by Cooler, who's still trying to restack up in terms of weaponry. Only with the LG now, and Rocket picked up. Base in the meantime, waiting for another LG fight. He's got a decent stack to work with here, but Cooler has the overstack with HP.
Just playing under him now. He has all the data with the vision, but he's going to eat a lot of rocket damage. Cooler trying to find him out. Another rocket again. The base going kind of silent there. Great rail. Grabs the health and trying to look for that teleporter exit now.
You can see, though, both of them kind of respecting each other. They're still looking for the initial damage, like initial rails to hit. Any additional poke they possibly can go for here. We might see a little bit of contention here towards the heavy in a second. Got about 7 seconds for that spawn to come in, and Cooler's going to drop in with the LG. Gets the first bit of damage. The orb comes through as well. Not going to connect, but it doesn't matter because he's got the LG. Now he's got the armor, and he potentially can pick up that first aid, spawning back in 3 seconds.
And base just not knowing the timing to the T and pays for it as a Cooler gets in there, but he will get knocked off the Mega. A little bit of tri-ball pushes him off.
Meantime here, Cooler going to continue this slow style. Does have the orb back up. But imagine he's going to be very respectful now that base has it. He's going to go for the full commitment here. Base going to go for the counter orb, and he actually connected the damage, I believe, off of the orb. And they do trade kills with the Rockets. Now it comes down to the double BJ. LG going to be a big point of contention here for both these players. It looks like base might get there first.
Base gets the spawn to grab everything down there where they just had the double frag, and he's going to make his way over to the Mega here, which won't be up. So he has the information. He has a rough timing on it as he jumps over that broken wall, tries to get a rail in, but will miss. And through the LG automatically with the dual wield here, and Cooler has the jump on him, but base actually takes the frag to tie it up 1-1. And is he throwing up gang signs? What was that? What was that? They're just giggling. They're having a good old time.
I mean, the thing
brutal.
is, Cooler should have won that fight because he was the one with the double LGs out and did the first bit of damage before base did anything. But I guess the tracking just...
Yeah, he definitely had the jump on him, but base somehow turns it around and ties us at 1. So well done to base as he pops that vision again. And he might be able to catch out Cooler at LG. Opts not to. Maybe he's going to go grab a rocket instead after a cheeky rail shot. Ooh, the trampoline play. Misses once. And Cooler just having a good old time.
Eventually, though, the patience of base will work out for him as he hits that first shot. Going to go back to trading the items yet again. Base. Maybe going to delay Mega, actually, so there's more of a chance to pick up both. He's actually trying to go for the spot out. And Cooler, he is just having a fantastic time. Is it his birthday? Did his parents take him over to the trampoline shop?
I mean, bounce houses are hard to find, I
think.
They are. So, but not in Quake. So the delay does come out, which is nice. And I think he has the timing on heavy because he heard Cooler get it. So base setting up for a nice attack down here.
He's also going to have piercing set up way before Cooler. And I think he's going to pop it immediately, too, since heavy's going to be up in about 1 second. All right, so you're going to go for the hold on to it, but now can he get to Mega in time? It's actually going to round the corner directly into Cooler. Doesn't hit that rocket, though, it seems. As Cooler gets right through the teleporter in time, but now it's a big rush in a race towards the Mega. And it's not going to be picked up by Cooler. He's going to actually absorb some damage first before he goes for it. That's going to be the rocket to rail combo. Cooler's still going to have the safety net, though, of the Mega being there. And I like that delay. I like the not pick up immediately. Take a little bit of damage before so you can maximize what the Mega can give you and then continue the fight.
And it never hurts when you hit that kind of LG, too, just keeping base at bay. Base stacking back up off what he can over by the nail gun here, trying to figure out what to do with his life next as he's waiting by that broken wall. Maybe to set a trap here if Cooler comes through that teleporter exit. And again, not afraid to play really slow until he has vision so he can have all the information he needs. Tries to set up a rail shot and will miss, but will grab the Mega. Cooler is just absolutely content melting him with LG as he gets a little bit of damage in. Base will return with 1 cell of LG.
Just a little bit of love tap.
One's all you need. Just put him on notice. Tase him a little bit. And more shaft play coming in here as Base, very low on HP, but will grab the heavy and go up at the jump pad and stack back up off whatever is available in the nail room again.
We saw Cooler there probably saying, "Don't tase me, bro," as he backed off immediately, realizing what was happening there. Realizing he already lost onto heavy too. Mega's going to be in a second of time. Cooler will be able to secure this one. And again, coming down to the vision game here, Base is going to have piercing setup. He's going to look for these rail shots. He's going to connect the first, and Cooler wants to push him. He wants to punish him for the delay of the weapon shots, and immediately jumps down towards heavy. He's got the stranglehold now. He's got the controller on the map. He's been able to pick up heavy and Mega at the same time. And this is where it's going to get very hard for Base to get back into this. But again, they haven't lost a single champion, so it's not like he needs to rush anything anytime soon. He has time to restack.
Yeah, needs to take his time here. Tries to hit a rail, trying to chip away at whatever he can. Cooler stack not much better. Base will get in on this Mega, making his way down towards the heavy ever so slowly here.
Surprised to see Cooler actually let that one go, considering he had it last.
And maybe giving him freebies here as Base gets control of the map for free. Cooler waiting by that jump pad maybe for a rail. Makes his way over to T-Con, and Base might be able to catch him out on the other side here. A little bit of spam rockets. They won't connect, so he won't have the information, but the rockets fired back from Cooler will give away his position.
Double piercing. It has to be coming. Yeah, you can see Cooler trying to shoot directly at him as well. Both of them going to go on cooldown at the exact same time. But Base makes the jump. He makes the leap of faith. He is rewarded with the Mega pickup.
Oh, don't. Okay, I think Cooler could have probably pegged him with that LG a little bit longer, but Base will drop down for free. Taking minimal damage here, but he will give up the heavy. So Cooler's back in on the map here, but he might take a lot of damage here as that rocket is phenomenal from Base, and the follow-up LG might be good enough as the chase is on, and the rail is fantastic as Cooler tries to drop down and get away towards that heavy area.
Base got a little bit lucky there too. He ran out of rocket ammo, which is like the ideal weapon to use in that situation with those pillars to get a lot of free damage in, and the splash damage. Gets the first frag, gonna pick up the healing salvo now to maintain his HP overstack.
50 seconds left in the game, in the round rather, as Cooler needs to make something happen here. Does have the Dire Orb, very dangerous. Jumps over that broken wall, and this is where it could come out. The LG comes out, the Dire Orb comes out as well, and Cooler with the follow-up will be able to tie it up with 30 seconds left.
He had 7 HP left remaining though, so Base should know this is my opportunity. Maybe use this orb to get aggressive, spot out where he's going to be. He's not been able to restack back up. With a 3-second window between the two items, it looks like they're just going to trade this one in. So we're going to hit the sudden death timer here, most likely. Don't want to jinx it, as we do see Base go for the jump down.
Cooler trying to make something happen here, and possibly could if he catches him out. Ooh, misses another one, and he's probably going to, yep, hits the rail, goes through the teleporter, and I think Base is just completely content trying to play for overtime here, and Cooler needs to make sure he's to your left. And the rail zooms past him, and Cooler's like, wait, what? Hits a rail of his own, and Base is crippled now, as Mega will go towards him if he knows it's up. Cooler playing very slow, playing for the heavy. So they will trade the items. It's a brand new game.
Yeah, but he's delaying this by a long time. He just heard Mega being picked up above. So now this says to me Cooler wants to be able to contest Mega or contest Heavy next. Like, he wants to be able to pick up both items and then use that stack. But the thing is, 40, you're a Ranger player. You know how it works. As a Ranger, the orb doesn't care about stack. It just cares about being inside of you, and that's going to be the 100 damage coming through. Cooler almost able to pull that one off the base, and sudden death gets another round on the board. Now up 2-1.
And that's what's so dangerous about the all-ins if they don't work out. If they don't work out, it ends up like that. And unfortunately, unlike round 1, the Shub Slayer will not come out, and Base takes his second round.
This is what I love about LAN events. I never would have known Base was this goofy of a guy.
Yeah.
To get a camera on him.
It's nice to see some outward personality from some of these Quake players. Some of them are very reserved, which is fine, but it's okay to be a little goofy. Be yourself. Be a shooting star. Shine bright. And that rail was phenomenal by Base as Cooler tries to jump across, and the follow-up rail is good as well. He could potentially get another one, misses the third, but has the ability to get more damage out as Cooler trying to spam some rockets, not going to connect with any of them. Good dodging from Base here as he's going to push in with the LG and try and finish off this kill. Cooler finally hitting some defensive rockets, will drop down underneath, but the rail is out and Cooler will go down.
Just plucking the head off his shoulders there as he gets that fantastic rail shot. Base is looking very solid here. That's going to be the heavy not picked up. He knows the orb's not there. He could go for that chase, but the rocket just reset the fight there. And if Cooler didn't land that, he actually could have been looking at potentially losing out on his Ranger.
Yeah, not the most gigantic damage, but just enough to stop his forward momentum. And Base is just like, ugh, well, I can't chase anymore. But Cooler's going to come to him now as he just has that LG out and so much damage, 12 HP. And of course, Cooler's just going to chase that and be like, yeah, you're super weak. Orb's up and he's going to grab this Mega. And the Orb comes out from Base, and that was a terrible idea. The shotgun won't save him. And the rockets, Cool guys don't look at explosions, and neither does Cooler as he drops down for the heavy.
Oh no, he catches on the LG spawn, but oh my god!
Wow.
I was like, all right, well, he picked up LG, so he actually might have a chance in the fight, but Cooler's like...
Cooler with this smile, he's like, yeah, that's right, yeah. So ties it up at 2-2, and we're going the distance here on map number 1. And yeah, the unfortunate sequence of spawns, it feels like, for Base on that one, but Cooler takes advantage and converts, and pops that vision now, trying to get the third and last round to take this map.
Both popping the piercing sight there. I thought at least Base expected Cooler to be in that direction. Actually, he didn't even use it himself because he has it still off of cooldown at the moment. 20 seconds in, and we're basically just seeing like the exact same order out of both players too. It's been the Visor first, followed by the Ranger, followed by the BJ, in like perfect sequence.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have the advantage of vision in the very beginning, and then Ranger just for the refrag and the mobility. If you know you got your opponent weak, you could just Dire Orb in their direction, machine gun them, shotgun them. So pretty standard, good to see. As Cooler making his way towards the Mega, waiting patiently 5 seconds until there. Base almost running into some rocket damage. Cooler will not connect with anything, so the information is not quite there for him, but the Mega is.
10-second window again, which is it's so crucial on a map like Rings of Saronth, especially if you're going towards heavy side. It's just you have so much potential for damage to be taken if you're sitting inside of that position. But either way, we need to see what Base can do here to get back into this because he has not looked good in this last round.
Trying to make something happen. Cooler popped that vision for the information. Good rail. Cooler will get in on the Mega. Base going down towards that heavy, and it's not going to be up for another 15 seconds. So Cooler maintaining high ground and will drop straight into rockets, and those are phenomenal. Cooler trying to fight back and will actually win that with 11 HP, and Cooler has been getting away with murder on some of these fights. 36 HP, still has the heavy, but still needs a lot of health.
Yeah, he's going to need to pick up. He's going to need to pick up like a healing balm here to help him out.
Yeah, just a first aid kit anywhere.
And, well, that's not a first aid kit.
Yeah,
but, I mean, technically it is, right? Because now he respawns with full HP.
That's true. That's true.
You know,
he tried to shock him back to life. Clear!
Too many jewels he's there, unfortunately, for him. Clearly not a good doctor. Cooler, though, going to be rushed down with the LG. Base, he should have this!
Wow.
But again, the Orb doesn't care about stack.
Orb does not care. Orb only frag. And
it's like the Honey Badger, just doesn't give a...
It doesn't. It can't. There's no space. And Base on to the last champion, the BJ, trying to make some magic happen here. 2:30 left in the round. Cooler trying to spot him out here, holding very, very high ground on that broken wall area.
So the thing is here, in my opinion, or the way I'm looking at it, is if Base does get the frag on a Cooler, he's most likely going to have to use the dual wield, and then Cooler can respawn in with BJ himself and then have the dual wield advantage, right? So if he can get a semi-lucky spawn near LG and track down where Base is, there's a good chance he actually could get the refrag relatively easily and then take the first map in the series. We have to keep in mind, this is an elimination match. You win this, you're through. You lose this, you're out. There's only one more slot left from this group because Claus is already qualified.
Yeah, but with the blood pressure meter over there on Cooler, you wouldn't be able to know, as he seems pretty calm at 64.
I think it was like 160 yesterday. We were watching him, and there we go.
There's the fight. Dire Orb comes out, needs to be very careful with 2 HP, and Base is going to drop down and take him out. So now, just as you said, he did all of the damage. Does he want to push in? He gets the LG spawn as well. Has a minute and a half. And I think he will miss out on the window to try and get the refrag.
It was good, though, because Cooler denied Mega away, right? So he actually prevents Base from like getting the kill, then getting Mega and getting stacked up to a point to deal with him on the BJ. But he's only going to be back on the full natural. So it looks like Cooler should be able to pick up the Mega now and have a big lead in this fight because he still has dual wield advantage.
A little bit of a tickle there from Cooler up above. Base will go through the teleporter and grab some 25. Just waiting, seeing if Cooler chases. A minute left in the round now.
I don't know what kind of tickles you had when you were younger, but I didn't have mine with LGs.
Aggressive tickles.
Aggressive.
We all know how Cooler feels about being aggressive, and here comes the battle, and Cooler will get the best of base. 3-2 on Runes of Sarnath, taking the first map. Did they just fist bump over the monitors? He was like, that was pretty good, man. That was pretty good.
Did they?
Respect. I'm not sure. But yeah, we saw some Shub Slayers come out in Cooler's favor. That last fight was just pure LG, though.
Yeah, and again, that's like the power of knowing your champ order and knowing like I have a giant window of 20 seconds that base has to play passive even if I do lose this fight because he knows I'm going to come back into it with LG. But you can see though, I mean, the LG damage was pretty much the same here between the two. 39% accuracy to 41. The rail is pretty damn equal. I mean, the way they were playing was pretty much the same, to be fair. The only difference is the rockets, as you can see. That Cooler has been relying on rockets a lot more over the course of these 2 days.
I think my favorite moment where his base was standing at Mega, just spamming into T-Con slowly, just like a rocket a second, and Cooler waited about 10 rockets and then jumped around the corner with LG and was like, all right, I'm going to melt you now. I don't know what you think you're doing, but took advantage of the situation here.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting into our next map, which will be Corrupted Keep, so coming down to the LGs and the rockets. I want to say this is going to be Cooler's map then, because he's been relying on rockets a lot more. He's been hitting actually some really good bounces as well, but he also just played against Claws before this on Corrupted Keep, so there's definitely a good chance that this could be a map that's going to favor him as well since he's already warmed up on it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that he was, I think, down early against Claws and actually ran it back, so stayed calm under pressure. Some might say that he was even cooler temperament-wise, right, guys? Anybody? No? Okay, well, we'll see how he does against base. It's a brand new game, different champ, different player that he's playing against, so anything could happen.
Did we get you back in? Did it work?
No, I need invite.
I told him to invite you.
One single invite, please. Just one.
No, you're not. You're denied from the club here. I'm sorry, you don't get to party with us tonight.
That's fine. Well, I'm kicking you out of the Big Beat Club, all right? Get out.
I mean...
No more fan news mail letter.
Can't we challenge off who has the biggest beak? Like, isn't that who
we can
deserves
have a beak off,
the king beak?
Isn't that what lands are for? As we're going to get into the champ picks here. Base locking in that visor. BJ early from Cooler. A Ranger, as we saw, so dangerous with the Shubs. But again, that all-in play is super risky. So if you miss that, chances are you are going to die. So really kind of a last-ditch attempt play here as a Ranger on base's side. A Galena. Pretty sure we're probably just going to see a Galena from Cooler as well. I thought Galena was banned, actually. Am I crazy?
Yeah, she was banned. So we're going back to lobby then. Hey, you might get your invite this time now.
Interesting. I planned that, actually.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All
just
according
this telepathy, like
all according
choose
to
Galena.
plan. Yeah, that was interesting.
But don't worry.
Maybe he forgot already?
Yeah, it happens so many times. I mean, I swear it happens at least one time.
Especially when you ban the champion. And then you're like, all right, I feel like playing Ranger, and it's like, you banned Ranger. It's like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, sure.
I was testing you.
Just testing you.
Yeah, if you didn't see it, then I would have played it, and you know, would have been happy. Would have been all good. But no, so Cooler up 1-0. And most importantly, coming into this map, if he wins this one, base has to go home. Well, he doesn't have to go home, but he can't stay here.
Exactly.
So there's a chance here that we could see a 2-0 happen, but I want to see base bring it back. I would love to see Molten Falls between the two.
Yeah, tiebreak map would be nice to see. Again, this is do or die. Very scary situation here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you invited back. Maybe you got the invite, maybe not. We'll see. But yeah,
still no invite.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Single tier.
Just one
tier.
But we do have another game coming up. We got Razy versus Cipher as our next match. That one's going to be really exciting as well because that will be a first round match. It's not even a winner bracket match. It's just the initial get-go since Cipher was knocked to the lower bracket and Razy came in through the upper.
Yeah, that is going to be a really, really good match. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Again, the stakes are always high at this stage, but again, like you said, since it's a first round match, if you don't happen to get the W, it's not that big of a deal. It does put you on the back foot, but not the end of the world here. As look at that romantic dinner table again.
Just need some candles.
Yeah, the mood lighting's there.
Oh, it is. You just look into Base's eyes and you just get lost.
Just lost, just absolutely lost.
And then he shows you his sweet ninja moves, and you're just like, take me.
Yeah, done. I want to go home with you.
I'm sad you haven't purred more, to be honest.
Well, I haven't seen Sirius's LG. That's what makes you got that LG purr.
Yeah.
Actually, Rafa had a great LG pin in his match earlier, and I didn't, so I feel bad for not purring for that. But that's neither here nor there. As Still waiting on the
Don't worry.
invite. What's a man got to do? Look at that.
Well, no, they're
Look at
going
that.
back to lobby
They're trying to
just
find
to
the name.
invite
They're
you.
like Big Beak Beard. Wait, that's not his name.
King Beak, no.
Captain Beak Beard. No, that's not him either.
All right, there we go. We got you in there, right? We're good to go. We're good to go. We're good to kick this one off. We don't even know the picks yet since we had the Galena initially out of, I think that was Cooler, wasn't it? Or was that Base actually chose it? I didn't see.
I think it was Base.
Okay, so we'll get new picks here in a second. Obviously giving some time for them to think things over because it's a very crucial match. If you win this one, you're in the money. You're guaranteed that minimum of $2.5 grand. And then every step you get further, it doubles. So it's very important for these two players. And again, for Cooler, who came through the winner bracket, he beat Rafa as well. And then to get here and then to lose his match versus Claus, that's obviously going to be very upsetting for him. But it looks like we're all ready. It looks like we are about to get into the picks here and we get to see what both players are going to be bringing to the table. I would imagine, well, with Death Knight taken away, there's always potential for Keel as well. But we haven't really seen that out of these two players, so most likely not going to be going that route.
Well, you know that I love Keel. I wouldn't mind seeing him, but I doubt he's going to be picked by these players as the Visor, Ranger, and Beej combo from Base is picked. And again, another mirror match.
Yeah, okay. I mean, similar styles, similar champions.
Yeah.
Similar personalities, obviously.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Base kind of changes his gameplay to try and turn this around and take this to a map 3. I don't think he played poorly, per se, but some of the rocket spam seemed a little unnecessary, especially when he wasn't getting the data and he just kept doing it. I'd like to see him switch that around a little bit and be a little more precise and deliberate with his shots, but we'll see.
I'd also like to see a little bit better of a read into Cooler because we saw him like die orb up to Mega on runes when like he had no reason to be there and Cooler's like, all right, thanks for the free kill. And then he looked away as he fired their last rocket. So maybe like there's a little bit of a misread there. And you can't really afford to do that against someone who's so calculated like Cooler.
But let's get into it and see how calculated he could be as a Cooler gets the nail gun spawn and will grab the Mega. Popping Vision. Base gets Rocket and Heavy and Tribolt.
No, he actually didn't get Heavy yet. He delayed it.
Oh.
He's delayed it by a long time. 8 seconds, 9, 10. I'd keep counting, but I can only count to 10.
That's all I got. I'm tapped out. But he pops the Vision, and now he has all the information. And so a huge delay here, setting up for this attack on Mega. Would have liked to see him take the upper ground to try and do so, but he's going to try and fight for this from lower.
He's got a window to work with, too, about 6 seconds before Vision comes back up for Cooler, who actually going to be coming right into a trap here. 71 damage. Base has set the trap with the bait, and Cooler is going to take it, and that will be Base getting the first frag, and most importantly, getting rid of that Visor.
That was such a good play by Base. As he saw Cooler jump over, he stayed silent and let him walk right back into the Rockets. He will miss out on the Heavy, but he does have him pinned now. As the Rocket goes through, doesn't do any damage. He's going to Rocket jump up and try and close the gap for this kill. He knows he's weak, and he's going to try and shoot that wall and wall bang him, but that is the wrong game. And the LG Tickle comes out, forces Cooler through the portal, and now he has him trapped here. He's just going to push in and finish the kill, and Base up 2 frags early, a minute 10 into the round. Well done from Base.
Yeah, a great trap set into 2 frags. Like, we're seeing what Cooler did to him on Runes of Sarnath, him now being able to turn that one around against him, able to take that control and then just maintain it and then be able to pressure his opponent, especially on the respawns, most importantly. Cooler trying to go for the nail gun spam here from the higher ground. Eventually going to back off over towards LG, but that's really dangerous to go in this position. Yeah, he's BJ, but last champion, if Base is able to rush him down, force out the dual wield, and do good damage to him before the Mega spawns in, come back with the next champion and be fine.
Yeah, still important. Doesn't look like Cooler has rockets here as Base firing off some rockets. The pop comes out, and the LG follow-up is fantastic. 13 HP left, but he will get the first round.
This is what I want to see out of Base. This is where it was a little bit lacking on runes.
Playing really well.
Yeah, he's playing fantastic. That was a great rocket into LG as well, too. You can see Cooler a little bit. I think I almost lip-read what he said. I only know like 1 word in Russian, technically 2 words, and I think he said both of them.
Yes. We'll have everyone check that here as a Base with the aggressive play with LG pushing Cooler back into the tri-ball. The shotgun blasts are going to be enough to push him away, and the follow-up from the machine gun, actually, from Base, trying to get a little bit of chip damage on his way out, but right now he just needs to restack and try and survive. Shotgun doing so much damage.
Especially with the super shotgun spawn right there, too.
The drive-by shotgun, he's like, boop! 35 HP and Base seeming just taking a lot of chip damage, and it all adds up, and look at how weak he is as he has to grab these 225s. He won't even get 2 of them, and he will miss out on everything, and look at the fat stacks. Cooler making it rain right now. And at Base trying to survive. He's going to pop that Vision and hide in the graveyard, which Probably not a good idea, but he's going to have the ability to get away with that info.
Just got to call Cooler TI. He's got stacks on deck here. Nice little rocket jump away, but Base has 2 HP left. Gonna get another 50 though off of this, and Cooler's not done with the pressure. 3 HP.
Oh, I thought the lava was going to get him.
Nice little crisp visor. Who ordered the medium rare?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'll eat it. It's delicious. Speaking of delicious, that rocket must have been delicious because Cooler ate all of that. And we have seen people fly off this map before. Almost happened again here, but he's going to catch him out at Boneyard finally as Cooler gets the frag. Base stayed alive for a long time. That's Spawn. Takes the Dire Orb, gets away, but not for long here as Mega won't be up for another 4 seconds.
That's rough if you're Base too, because you just got back in, you spawned towards Nail, and then he used Orb right away too, so he used all of his offensive abilities, and the weapon he had there wasn't even the best weapon for the situation. The dual shotguns coming in, but Cooler, just as quickly as Base won that first round, he wins the second.
Yep, he's like, this is mine. He tries to turn around and look at that stare. I love this. They're kind of trolling each other. I like it. It's friendly.
I really wish someone made a compilation of like all the reactions we've had.
Someone's out there going to do it. They're going to make it happen. They're going to make it rain. Cooler gets the rocket spawn, pops the vision, and might attack this Mega here. Early spam, and that'll actually push Base off, and he's going to try and chase, and Base doubles back. So they play chicken over the Mega.
You know what's not fair about all these reactions is that Spud Hunter gets all these free emotes for his channel now.
That's true.
It's like he literally has to do no work, just like take a picture of it and then just crop it to the right size.
It's brilliant, actually. I love that. If you think about it, it's
Don't
a great
work
business
hard,
model.
work smart.
Yeah, work smarter, not harder. And Cooler trying to work smarter using that LG to his advantage, but the nails do minimal damage. But in the end, Cooler will get the frag. Makes his way over to Red, tries to get that spawn kill again, but no dice this time.
So Base needs to find a way to like stop this pressure now, because we saw Cooler in the last round. Once he got that first elimination, he would immediately push the pressure on yet again. Nice, fantastic rocket comes through. A nice follow-up as well, going for the chase. Doesn't have the speed to catch up to him just yet, but rocket jumps up into his face. A shotgun blast, going to keep Cooler back. And Cooler won't be able to turn this into a frag, so a great little response there at a Base.
Yeah, great weapon selection. Just a shotgun blast to the face. So deadly.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, never expected that. R.I.P. Kurt Cobain. He will grab the Mega, though, and now trying to make his way over to the Rockets. And Base looks a little bit healthier now, has that organic stack, a little bit of overstack from the heavy that he just picked up. Cooler trying to spam, make sure he's not on that pillar. Will have vision right now as he pops it immediately on cooldown. And he's going to catch him out with a great, well, never mind. I thought that was going to be a much better rocket. So Base gets away with one, only taking 15 damage, but now he's still stuck in this elbow hallway.
Yeah, but Cooler's going to be in Nirvana here as he has him locked down into this tight location. It's going to be really hard for Base to escape, unless Cooler actually lets him, but he still has Mega, and he has a chance to pick up towards Heavy because Base is actually trying to contest Mega at the same time. Cooler should know this, and immediately Rocket jumps back to secure the double pickup.
Yeah, well done by Cooler. He's like, I'm going to take this. This is mine. These are mine. And so he's got a nice fat stack. But, again, like you said, Dire Orbs don't care about the stack, so he does need to be very careful how he plays this. Stops to scratch his cheek, very important, as he's waiting in this red room trying to catch out Base. Gets his vision back up, and now he has the info. And he will just push in with LG, so much damage. And the Dire Orb comes out, and he doesn't even get distracted. Eyes on the prize as he takes down Base. Base needs to make some magic happen with this BJ here, as he knows vision's down, but that stack is so fat from Cooler.
You can see as well, he's been focusing on these hourglasses to keep this vision. LG, I think he actually might be able to deny it away from Base, who actually only has rockets at the moment, so Cooler should be putting some sort of emphasis on this. He wants to bait Base into this location. With the stack he has, he knows he can contend, especially with the rockets he's been already hitting. Again, the follow-up and the drop, and Base stops moving because he realizes there's no chance.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, that's fine, just take this, it's yours. And Cooler's one round away from taking the series.
I think, you know, one thing that people don't realize when it comes to like these duel events, because 2v2 it's way different, but in duel events, like you're literally sitting across from each other. Like there's a different like pressure on you when you can see your opponent right over your monitor. If you're claws, you can't see him because either you're too short or the monitor's too close to your face, or a combination of both. Sorry, I meant ins. But you can see though, like they're having fun with each other. But if you're a person who's like super focused and you see the person like cheering for themselves, then it kind of can throw you tilted.
It can play some mind games with you, especially if they peek over the monitor and stare bullets into you. But yeah, I don't think that's what's getting the Base right now. I think he just needs to hunker down and try and get this round right here as a Cooler, just trying to end it and take this series one round away.
Yeah, he's looking really good though. And again, you know, we think about Cooler and his legendary track record. He hasn't had as great a performance in Quake Champions as he's had in the past. He's only had one LAN victory, and that was at the MediaMarkt LAN, where we didn't have this kind of caliber of players, though I think Base was there for those, if I'm not mistaken. At least in the second one he was.
Yeah, Cooler trying to make everyone realize that he's still one of the best, and the money doesn't hurt either, as he eats a lot of rocket, and LG going through that portal. Base with the good read, but won't get the frag. And Cooler now needs to restack. He's going to miss out on this Mega and not be able to contest. As he goes through again, eats a little bit of heavy machine gun damage. Base doing a good job of keeping him low, chipping as much as he can. Red Room will be kind to Cooler, and he will have heavy at his back.
And you can see Base, like, that was his opportunity to really get some sort of control against Cooler. Look at that push coming through. That was actually a really good rocket to dislodge Cooler. He has 3 HP left. He's trying to spam away. He knows that Base is low in HP, but he walks into that one.
Gets a little overzealous there, trying to finish the frag, and Base with a fantastic defensive rocket placement there takes him out. Now has him trapped over by LG. The machine gun comes out, the Dire Orb comes out, and that's not what you want. And the swap to LG is fantastic, as Base is up 2 minutes into the round, and Cooler's down to his BJ.
That's such an insane read, too, because you saw him once the orb landed, he already knew to switch to rocket and go for the shot onto it, instead of continuing to pepper him with the MG. Like, that just shows how well he knows Cooler.
Cooler almost gets caught out, does enough damage to save himself, and the dual-wield LG actually gets him out of a bind. He went straight for the LG, almost got caught and trapped by Base, but that machine gun opened him up, and then the dual-wield LG finished him off. So Cooler could get back into this, waiting patiently for this Mega, but again, Base spawns in with that Ranger, and that Dire Orb can be oh so deadly.
I almost wanted to see him go BJ on the second pick, because he knew he had like a giant window of time to work with, as long as he could pick up the LG. But again, I guess hoping onto the Ranger to do the work, and the Tribals, they were able to do some decent damage. There's the orb being used, and I'm not gonna lie, I've not been really impressed here with Base's Ranger, but now he's gonna have to go up against Cooler, who doesn't have the cleanest of stacks, but he has his dual wield back up.
And Base playing a little bit crazy here, and this is elimination frag on the line, as Cooler has the Mega now, and it's gonna be BJ on BJ. And I'd like to see Base play a little bit slower and more calculated here, just going for the Hail Mary Dire Orb and just giving it away.
Yeah, but Cooler, he's protecting LG. He's like specifically protecting it from this position. He can afford to do damage like this because he has the Mega health. He knows the timing on it as well, most importantly, and he's just trying to deny this with the Tri-Bolts, though.
And the Tri-Bolt dual wield flushes him out, and that is the perfect weapon at that range, and Cooler's like, I can't believe it. But you should believe it. That's pretty much the best weapon for that position. And we're going to go to round 5, and Base has a real opportunity to force a third map here.
Guess Cooler forgot that the Tri-Bolt's really strong at the moment.
Especially dual wield, just peppering the LG.
Well, here we go now. Cooler again. Back on his point of view, going to be rushed down by the LG at Base.
Going back up the jump pad, which could have been suicide, but he knows that Cooler doesn't have LG yet, so he'd have to hit the perfect rockets. Just tries to get more of a tickle. The shotgun blast from far away won't do much damage, and Cooler's kind of stuck above Boneyard. Will escape towards rockets. And Base doing a good job again, peppering with machine gun, switching to LG to try and finish, and forcing Cooler out of position. Cooler will drop on the heavy, though, as Base doesn't commit, and now he's stuck near Banana and going to give up both items. He walks into rockets, needs to be careful. The LG's decent, but not good enough, and he needs to be very careful now, as Cooler pops the vision and has all the data he needs, and he should be chasing this frag.
Which is insane, considering the advantage Base had. Cooler was able to pick up heavy and spot Base at the wrong place at the wrong time and push it. Now he catches him again on the nail gun respawn. We just saw this happen in a previous round, and now Cooler back to 1 frag away from being into the winner, into the playoff bracket tomorrow.
A minute 10 in, and that spawn is just being so unforgiving to Base. The dual-wield LG is going to come out, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Cooler rounds the corner with the zapper out, and that'll be 3-2 to Cooler as he takes the series 2 maps to 0.
Look at him, immediately gets up, goes for the handshake as well. Yeah, honestly, Cooler deserved it. You know, we just saw right there what happened. Base had the advantage. He had Cooler on solo HP, so he heads towards Banana, where Cooler picks up heavy in front of him, sees him on the bridge, is like, all right, well, I'll get your Mega too. And then he got punished on the challenge after that. Like, it's really unfortunate, but you can't have that happen.
Yeah.
But you know what? We got the trifecta of Beaks back here on the desk. Zoo is here to join us once more again.
Hell yeah, thanks for the introduction.
Well,
what a game, to be fair. I wasn't expecting Base to put up such a fight that he did, but we saw, I think, a bit more mutual respect towards the end. Not too much popping off. There was a lot of discussion going on mid-game, but Cooler, Base looking great friends, and I think Cooler's going for the very respectful handshake without making too much of a scene.
Yeah, I think a great game. Cooler just, I don't know, some of the spawns he took advantage of and just got base off base. Am I right? In that red room. And saw that twice. That was unfortunate. And I really, you don't mean it. We did it. I really don't think that base kind of played a little bit too aggressive. In one of the rounds, you saw him push into the Mega and just kind of dire orb. And I feel like at that point, that it wasn't what he needed to do. He wasn't really playing as if it was an elimination match, kind of taking that kind of risk. At a certain point, you have to do that, but I feel like he kind of did that a little bit early, and Cooler just punished it because the Dire Orb is just so unforgiving when you go all in and miss.
Yeah, and we saw Base do a lot of questionable Dire Orbs as well, even thinking back to Runes of Sarnath when he went up to upper T with it on the respawn when Cooler was already there towards Mega. He didn't have any weapons, so it's not like he could fight even if he was there cleanly. And it was just like a real unfortunate situation for him, and I don't know what was that due to. Maybe he was trying to like overread Cooler, maybe he was overconfident. But in the end, it didn't work out.
Yeah, it might just be miscalculating stack and trying to finish a kill. But you know, if you misread that and you orb up, you lose the burst DPS and the escape that the Dire Orb provides, and then you're just eating rockets. As we see right there, trading rockets over at the heavy. And some of these highlights, this should have been a kill for Cooler, and he gets melted around the corner. Base turning that fight around. That was ridiculous.
What struck me about this series, though, is that I loved that.
I think he was asking how much HP he was left with.
Well, what was strange about the series, though, was how aggressive and proactive the players were. Both of these players are known in the online scene for being incredibly reserved in their game style, but this felt actually like they were going at each other.
Would you say that Cooler was too aggressive?
We have to know when to be aggressive and when not to be, right?
It's like, yes, the memes, the memes.
I think we're going to get Cooler on relatively soon, so I don't know. I don't want to exhaust him with all of the catchphrases or anything like that.
But no, it was cool to see actually like Base be aggressive at points and Cooler be aggressive at points since they're known for like these slower play styles. But I feel like Cooler did it better. I mean, obviously he won, so he had to have done it better, right? But the transitions from like the first into second frag in general looked better out of Cooler than Base.
It felt like he got the kills at the right times too, so he was aggressive and he was able to push off the spawn, and obviously the spawn management, as we saw in Corrupted Keep twice, he managed to get great fresh spawn kills, and Base wasn't able to do much about it.
Yeah, absolutely brutal to get caught out in that red room, and there's literally nothing you can do. Even when you try and Dire Orb out, Cooler was laser focused like you see in this clip. He's just like, yeah, I dare you to take the Dire Orb. I'm just going to peg you with this LG and see what happens.
He caught him as well in like a rough spot. Like the Dire Orb went one direction, yes, but then it's not like he could have escaped from two directions at the same time to force Cooler to choose one. He kind of did neither and had zero places to escape from. So I'd still say like that was just a major misstep. And I'm a little bit sad to not see Base play Nyx, actually. I mean, I know the maps weren't perfect for Nyx, but he's so well known for it that it's just kind of one of those legendary statuses that he can make Nyx work in most situations.
Well, we are going to be able to hear some words from Cooler himself. Anton, are you there with us?
Hi, guys.
Hi, Anton. Congratulations on making it over to day 3. Unfortunately, you take down your friend Base to leave us, but how are you feeling given your victory?
I'm still upset after match with close.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, actually, I was thinking about our match, all our match with Base.
So
I mean, while playing against Base, I was still thinking about like some moments against close.
Well, I mean, obviously it was a shame. It was such a close game that you had with Claws. I feel like I should talk to you about the Base game, but what upset you about the game with Claws?
Just some moments just pissed me off. That's it, actually. I mean, Quake Champions is like basically is all about like key moments, but I just lost some key moments and I was like, unlucky.
So then you took that out on Base. I like that.
Well, I think against Base, I've just played a kind of standard game, like ABC, something like that, and it just worked pretty well. And also, I just like the fact that I'm hitting so good with LG and Rail. So, like, it's very more, how to say? I mean, I feel like more confident, you know? Like, if you are getting that kind of LG accuracy, you're always trying to play like more free, you know. So yeah, like running around the map and just waiting for a good moment to push the button.
So I know you're a kind of guy that likes to grind when it comes to playing a game, whether it was your previous one or this one. How did you prepare specifically for this tournament?
Actually, nothing special, but I was just trying to get like players from Tier 1, let's say. I mean, I was just trying to focus on games against like really best players from EU, and on last days I had a very good series against Rafa as well, and actually he helped me a lot. I mean, just one set of playing just gave me more like information about how people can play and what should I do against.
In terms of moving into the next day, is there anyone in particular you'd like to face at all, or like to avoid? You obviously can't go up versus Claus straight away.
Yeah, this is the good thing, I guess. Like, I really hope we can meet in the final again. I really hope, but we'll see how it will go. I don't know, maybe Rafa again, maybe Razy, let's say. I really want to play against Razy on LAN, because online he is just raping me every time. For some reasons I don't really know, but I don't know, ping, I don't know, maybe feeling better online. I mean Razy.
Yeah.
So really want to play against him on LAN.
Well, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, Cooler, we'll congratulate you once again for making it over to day 3. Thank you for talking to us. So we will catch you later.
Thank you very much.
Gents.
He does not look, he doesn't look or sound
He looks
happy
like he's
at
still,
all.
He's still thinking about that game.
It looks like he lost.
Yeah.
If you look at his like tone, or you listen to his tone, and you look at his like the way he's standing, he looked like he's not happy at all.
He was so reserved in his celebration. I thought that was just out of his relationship with Base, but he genuinely seems...
No, he's genuinely upset with his performance with Claus, and again, once you get to a certain level, you expect a certain amount of performance from yourself, and I feel like he let himself down, and unfortunately for Base, he took it out on him. But yeah, I think he wants his revenge against Claus.
Yeah.
Thing is, it's not like it's the first time that him and Claus have played. Like this is not really a rivalry, but it is a match that's dated back to like last November at the Italian Open. Like it's a match that has happened before. So wanting to get his revenge, obviously is something that is going to stand out in his mind. And of course, we all play. When you have one of those bad games or those games that you think you should have won, but it came down to that like one subtle mistake, it's going to stick with you for a while. I'm just surprised to see a player as experienced as him to not like forget about it for that time, for that little bit of a window he has to play the next match and just focus on this. To know that was still on his mind the entire time, it must have been something really insane that like happened that he got really frustrated about.
Well, we won't linger on it too much, guys, because coming up next, we're going to be moving over to Razy versus Cipher, I believe. Now, what a game that is going to be. Any quick thoughts on that match that we're about to see, guys, before we head to a break?
I'm excited to see Cipher play. It's always a pleasure, but Razy is also a heavy hitter too, so this should be a really good series.
Razy's always been, like, I don't know why in my head, maybe it's because I haven't cast him enough, but he's always been hit or miss for me for some reason. I know he's been one of the players grinding for the longest, especially when it's come to this year. In like the first 4 months, he was one of the very few people like constantly grinding out the online tournaments to get those victories under his belt. But we haven't even done a single game of him yet, like on stream. So we haven't even seen what kind of form he's in today. And that's what I'm curious to see about. That's what I want to see.
Well, not long to wait now, guys. We're going to see how Razy is performing very soon. Guys, we will be back in just a few moments with the next match.
We'll find out how tasty soon.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the boom.
I'm gonna flip you like a table.
Это было несложно. Ты слаб.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Quake Champions PGL Open. I am Zoot and of course again joined by Jason Kaplan and 40 Lions. We have got an absolutely unbelievable game that is coming up next. It is going to be Razy going up versus Cipher. We had some brief thoughts, gents, ahead. You know, we haven't seen Razy in a while, not at all here at the PGL Open, but my personal feelings is that Cipher is a little bit weak at the moment. Do you guys share my sentiments, or
He's definitely
am I
not
wrong as usual?
Definitely not peak Cipher, but I think he's still playing well. But yeah, some of the cracks are showing. He dropped the game to Avic, got knocked into the losers. Still qualified, but yeah, I think he's limping along, and there seems to be something off in his game. So we could see if he could polish that up and try and take out Razy.
Do you think Razy can take advantage?
I want to say, like, to be fair, like, Rafa didn't look good yesterday either, and then came into today and looked fantastic. So maybe it's just more of a slow start for him. But I agree, he definitely didn't look like the Cipher we knew from yesterday. But we haven't seen him yet today. This is the first match of the group. This isn't like the elimination match. This isn't the winner bracket match. This is the very first one. So we're gonna get a very quick insight as like the match kicks off of how this one's gonna go.
Yeah, I believe we can take a quick look at Group C now. I think there was one game, but again in that first match part that was played.
Oh, there was?
We'll be able to see Group C now. Yeah, because Tox
right.
and Garpy went up versus each other. But indeed, they're that same side of the bracket. So whoever wins between Razy and Cipher will go versus Tox. And whoever loses will go versus Garpy to play for a knockout game. I believe we also have a Group D that we can take a look at. And I think some progress has started to be made over there.
Wait, what?
Hold on a second.
So Kilson beat Sirius and CNZ beat Avic.
But both games looked like they were very close. They went to 3 maps for both. But yeah, that is very, very odd to see Sirius drop.
What surprises you more?
Sirius dropping that game. No offense to Kilson, but I kind of thought Sirius was able to take him, but maybe Kilson found a way to get around that LG, and, you know, Kilson has a lot of experience, so maybe on land that kind of shone through. I know Sirius wasn't playing on stream, but again, this is a big event. There's people watching behind you. Maybe the pressure got to him. I'm not really sure.
I mean, that was the question that I had was, yes, Sirius performed well yesterday, but can he continue to do so today? Can he maintain that kind of high he's riding right now and bring it into the second and potentially third day if he does get there? But CNZ is well beating Avic. Avic looked really good yesterday. I know CNZ beat Kilson yesterday, which forced him to lower bracket to play against Zron because Sirius beat Zron. So yeah, we haven't really seen a ton of CNZ, but hey, to beat Avic, that's damn impressive.
I think that's remarkable, actually. That seems like fascinating things are going on in Group D that we'll catch up with later. But as I said, we have got Razy and Cipher, so we can check out how these guys look in our player videos now. there are our boys over there. One player that I want to talk about right now, though, is Razy, because this guy seems to not be able to do any right in the community. Even though he's had great successes since his first event in Quake Champions at the QWC last year, he's been doing brilliantly. He's even won events. He's been fantastic online, but the hate just keeps on piling up towards him, just due to his play style or what he does.
I'm going to ask you, where are you seeing this hate from? I haven't seen this.
This is news to me. Are you projecting right now?
I don't know if I watch like Twitch chat so much, but
well, that's the first problem. That's how you get cancer.
But the feeling that I've got from the community is like this: he plays to the meta a lot. So he really was on board with Anarchy. He was really on board with Clutch. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And he was taking down a lot of big names with him, and every time he was doing this, people were saying, oh man, you can only do that. He's a one-trick pony. He's not got another side to him.
I mean, he kind of was, because he lingered on Clutch when Clutch got nerfed, when no one else stuck with it. That's why you don't
recognize the hate, because you are a hater.
No.
You are the problem.
We are all the problem. No, but he stuck on Clutch when Clutch wasn't good anymore. He stuck on Doom. I don't know, he went to Doom after people were already starting to leave Doom. Like, he was playing with the meta, and then he, like, fell behind the meta and tried to trail along it. So it was interesting and kind of weird at the same time to see that. That
was like a slump period.
Yeah,
to
be fair, it was.
The only main slump, I think, that we can argue that he had.
Yeah, and then even, like, Razy's Keep. Like, when we were casting, was it QLL together, we even questioned, like, can we call it Razy's Keep anymore? Because he just doesn't seem to be able to win on it. And then he won that game to shut us up. So I don't know. I'm not saying Razy's a bad player. I still don't see where the hate's coming from. But to just look at his play style, he was in the meta, and then he fell behind it for some reason. And then he's been trying to fight his way back into it.
I'm just very selfish and want to see him play Clutch. You see the bans for the maps and champs on the screen. Cipher taking out that Keel, which is a good pick. Razy has been playing a lot of Keel. But again, as you mentioned, Jason, he does play Clutch. Is he going to pull out the Clutch today? I haven't seen one yet.
So, yeah,
I'd like to.
We saw Wenger play Clutch against Agent. When that was off stream, when they were playing earlier on the day. And I like to see the adaptation, because the way people used to play Clutch was you would just pop the shield, spam rockets or shotguns, whatever you had, and then use your shield for protection. But it seems like the adaptation now, with the longer times between the shield popping back up and down, is you look for that one shot, that one shotgun, that one rocket blast, pop the mining drill, and then try to burst them down in that time frame.
And here come the picks from the players. We got Visors and Beaches locked in immediately. And the third pick, not a big surprise from Cipher here as he rocks in the Knicks, but there's the Clutch. Fantastic.
All right, well, before we move into the game, can I take a fantastically quick prediction from you, 40?
Yeah, Razy.
Jason.
I'm not giving you one.
Come on.
Not doing it.
All right.
You're not my real dad. Razy.
Well, all right. Did you say Razy as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
I'm just tagging along with him because he's not been wrong.
I'm going to go Razy too. But
okay, now we're screwed.
I haven't had a good track record. But guys, I'm going to pass it over to you. Take it away with Razy versus Cipher.
Thank you very much, Zoot, for cursing me with that prediction. But I still have faith in Razy. Either way, it's going to be a great series. Again, first round match, so not much on the line except for pride as we get into Cipher and Razy. Let's get into it. Visor, Beej, Clutch, Visor, Beej, and Nyx on Blood Covenant.
So I want to see how Razy's going to use the Clutch. He was definitely one of the forerunners of one of the best Clutch players in the world, and definitely within EU. So I want to see how he's going to play. He's actually starting things off with it. So I actually hope we can go to Razy's point of view, if possible, to watch how he's going to play the Clutch off the bat.
There it is, going towards the Mega here. A slight delay, a nice 10-second split, and already has rockets. So he just needs one good trap. But again, with the new shield here, it's not necessarily a guaranteed kill. Pops the shield early and tries to move in here, but won't get anything off of it. But getting the time shards immediately so he can get another chance at an attack.
I mean, you're looking at him playing very safe now. He only has 5 seconds left on the respawn of his shield, so he's going to be fine here for potential attack. Actually, it's a good opportunity right now. Push him when he's in the lower end of the map where he cannot escape you. But he goes for the double rail. That actually should have been a kill. Like, I don't know why he didn't actually just push that. Yeah, there's dual wield, but you had him solo on life. That should have been a frag, especially with the weaponry you already have.
Yeah, kind of lets him get away with one here. Cipher has that organic stack back, but Razy could have pushed in after those double rails and probably ended it with the rockets, but opts not to, and that'll give Cipher another lease on life here as Razy trying to track him from above. Misses an opportunity for a rail, but he's going to close in shortly and gets caught out looking up. Cipher eating a rocket, and this is going to be brutal, and the trade comes out as the shotgun dual wield goes you know, big or go home for him, but trade happens. Razy will spawn and get all of the lucrative stuff that comes out of the 2 kills and the Mega.
Yeah, but Cipher going to be on Nyx. That's going to be interesting to me because it's a pretty decent counter to BJ, just to be able to use that Ghost Walk whenever the dual wield does get popped off. But again,
it is going to pop off, let
me
tell you, as Cipher grabs a rail. Razy trying to close in on him.
I'm just really surprised to see Razy not push that kill earlier on against Cipher when he already had the double rail on him. I'm surprised that he actually missed that shot, the first shotgun blast against Cipher as he rounded the corner, which gave Cipher the chance for another shot to actually eliminate him. Maybe a little bit of nerves here for Razy, but hopefully for him he keeps his composure. And at a minimum, he was able to trade 1-for-1. But we already saw how controlling and how overpowering he was being to Cipher, as Cipher was on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah, maybe the too much respect given gonna haunt him, as he maybe should have closed in on that kill that you said, but now going silent, trying to find some sound cues and catch out Cipher here. As they traded the items previously, it looks like they're gonna trade them again. Is he looking for any kind of damage that he can get here?
Cipher with the Nyx, he's gotta look for a couple of these rails. He's gotta look for a couple of these angles, very important. He's actually able to maintain one of these big pickups as well, with Nyx having such a low health pool. It's actually a good wall jump off to go for a rail shot there, but unfortunately didn't expect Razy to be prepared for it. Now he's going to get rushed down with the LG. That's going to be the Ghost Walk now gone. He's not going to go for the chase, but now Razy knows, oh, that could have been dangerous if he went towards Banana. And he's going to be there anyways.
Going to catch him out here. The rockets are fantastic, and he will get the frag onto Cipher. He left up the Mega, so now he has to choose what he wants, and this could be a free item for Cipher off his respawn. He does have a visor as well. So they will trade items again, but Razy's more than content with that as he's up a champ with 2 minutes left in the round.
And he didn't have to use dual wield, and he has LG with the additional ammo of the 150. So if he catches Cipher in a bad spot, he could melt away, and we could see Razy take the first round. He actually might see come around the corner. The dual wield's popped now, and Cipher is melting. He's actually fighting back really well. Gets Razy down to 13 health, but it's not going to matter. That's 13 enough that he needs, and that will be Razy taking round 1.
Close, but no cigar there. Great job by Razy to pop that and get in on the action, but standing his ground wasn't that bad, but you know, you need to get all the way to 0.
Yeah, right here, that shotgun blast. He expected Cipher to still be near the blood pool, maybe for some healing. It cost him his life on that one. But going for the clutch yet again here, we're seeing Cipher not change things up. He's going to be on the BJ a second time. I was actually really worried because with the way Razy was already playing the clutch and with how Cipher was just playing reactively to it, if Razy got that kill cleanly, I really wonder if he was going to be even more dominating in that round.
Yeah, let's see if he doesn't shy away. If he gets 2 opening rails again, I'd like to see him play more aggressive and push. There's one. Is he going to get a second one as he jumps over, trying to find the second here? Cipher's going to make his way over. There's the 2, and now he's playing aggressively. Shields out. The rockets are good. Cipher trying to make something happen with his shotgun, but Razy will get the better of him with his own shotgun. Grabs the shards, and that was well done by Razy. He's looking very strong right off the bat.
And now 20 seconds left on the shield. He's trying to get restacked back up. He gets it yet again, another 30%. And he's going to be safe. Look at this. Shield back up. He's going to be against the Nyx, so even if Cipher does use the Ghost Walk, Razy can track him down if he uses the shield for it. So definitely Cipher right now needs rail, 100%. He needs to be able to hit Razy from a distance. And he actually does force the shield out here. Razy just trying to prevent a lot of damage from being done. But that rocket to rail! What a shot out of Razy. No time for reaction out of Cipher to use a Ghost Walk.
That was fantastic. Razy with the flick of the wrist and takes him down, and now he has position on this. He's just going to LG a little bit and fall back. He could play aggressive. He has a shield back up again. He's going to catch him out by that shard of armor, and the rocket's good. The rail combo not there. The LG tickle not there either. Both players very weak. Razy has to be very careful now, but he does have Mega right above him.
Look at that stack now, 150 health. I think his Cipher's going to be too scared to engage again because he's not back to full natural. So this allows Razy time to build the shield back up. 8 seconds left to go, and he does get railed up. So that was a good shot by Cipher to alleviate this pressure. But the shield's going to be there again in a second. But I don't think Razy's going to go for the challenge. He wants to stack this armor up, and he knows he has time to work with. He's up by 2 champions. There's no need to force this fight when Cipher's been unable to have an answer to this clutch.
Yeah, very, very strong play. Razy doesn't need to force any kind of issues. He's going to grab this 50 and try and stack back up. Has shield whenever he needs it. Razy's in a great position to take this round.
So for him, he needs to look for the full natural gun, get to the 150 armor, try to not force a fight out. Nice rocket jump comes in. Mind Drill used as well, maybe a little bit preemptively here. Doesn't have Cipher that low, but he's going to go for the armor pickup. He does get it, but he doesn't have shield. And Cipher will back off, realizing he has no armor, and he doesn't have that much HP. 1 rail could be enough to end this round.
Razy going right back for those time shards again, getting that shield back up. Again, instantly has it. It almost feels like the fight just occurred and he already has shield back up. Cipher has to know that. He does have the vision available. He will grab the Mega. Items look to be traded out here. Good initial rail from Cipher here as he's going to try and pepper with machine gun, but that shield's like, nah.
He jumped the gun. He didn't get armor.
Oh, very, very bad move by Razy. I don't know if that was just an issue of I thought I got it or I didn't, or if he just left because he mistimed it, but either way, Cipher makes him pay for it. Still down a champ, though, so he still has some work to do. About a minute 40 left in the game.
And you can see Razy was able to pick up LG too, most importantly. You can see Cipher try to push in. He's got to be respectful of this, though. And Razy, yeah, indeed does have the LG, but actually was able to get a...
that was a fantastic rail as he was coming through the portal. And he aimed a little bit to the right because he kind of read that Razy would go right in and to the left. So well done by Cipher to line up that shot perfectly. He's going to go back towards the Mega and grab both items. He's going to have full control now. Razy trying to get in on a rail, just waiting patiently.
I mean, this is dangerous, right, 40, because there's a minute and 10 left to go. Yes, he's up against Visor, but if he can just outmaneuver him and keep his distance, eventually Cypher's going to have to rush into him, and he's going to have to rush into double LG. Yeah. There's a nice little fake rocket jump there as well. You can see Razy looking that direction, expecting him to be in that location.
The rocket jump doesn't work out for Cipher, and now he's going to lose out on the positional advantage. And with 50 seconds, he's going to rocket jump again. And he sees him out a little bit, and Razy pops the dual LG, but the rocket pops. Ooh, barely misses that. Look at that. He tries to drop, and he's like, nah, I'm going to make you float, dog.
Who ordered the extra crispy?
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, he didn't really have a choice there. I think he had like 30 seconds to work with, and I think, you know, he had to push eventually. But great job by Razy saving that dual wields. Like, he's got to come to me. Look at that combo.
The thing is, the reaction speed of that, too, to go for that rail shot, it gave Cipher no chance to pop the Ghost Walk.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Cypher's going to die here. He has shield.
Yeah, and this is absolutely brutal, and he actually has some sympathy for him. He lets him live. Cipher pops the vision now. Yeah, that could have been a kill if he wanted to play it a little more aggressively, and Razy maybe showing too much respect there. Peppering with machine gun. So Cipher grabs those time shards, wants to get vision back as soon as he can. The rocket damage is good. He has the data now, and he's going to try and wait on this railgun pickup and punish as much as he can.
Well, he also wants to get the rail, too. So it's kind of working against both of them, is that Razy wants it, Cipher wants it, and they're both trying to deny it from each other. He's actually going to rush in for this one. Nice little rocket jump up. It's a nice little air shot.
Rocket. Switch to LG. It was quite the gamble, and Cipher comes out on top now. Still very weak. He's going to have the time shards and vision back up. Is he going to actually press for this? He will. Good rocket damage, but he's going to miss out on the Mega, and now he needs to be careful as Razy pushing with the LG, knowing, hey, my stack is fantastic and bigger than yours. Catches him out at shotgun and gets the refrag.
It's not about the size of the stack. It's about how you use the stack, 40.
Yes. Yes.
That's what I've been told.
Somewhere in another world, yes. I agree. 100%.
Heavy going to be up. Razy's just going to back up into it. Doesn't have rail, unfortunately, for him. So he's taking a lot of damage here by Cipher using the dual-wield machine gun. But relatively equal stacks as they do back away from this one. But again, Razy's been denied rail for majority of this round so far.
Yeah, I like the machine gun switch. Peppering so much damage. I'd like to see more of that. If you're having an off day with rails, just use machine gun. It's great. Speaking of off day with rail, someone's not having an off day with the rail. Is Razy's hitting 72%.
Dear Lord, how many shots has he fired?
Only 11, but that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Almost hitting 7 out of 11. Shouts to my cousins. Anyways, the rocket launcher is fantastic working out for Razy here as he will back up onto that Mega. Misses the rail. Might follow the drop down here. Ooh, misses a rail. That was a good opportunity there to keep Cipher low. He's going to push in this LG. Cipher waiting with a rocket, but won't connect.
You know, Razy's got to be very careful. Doesn't want to get aggressed on with the dual LGs, as actually Cipher going to be on cooldown now, so he did use it there. I think Razy did notice it as well. He's got a nice little window to play with here. Look at him expecting him to come from this direction, and just gets caught with the wrong gun out.
Had the rail out, and he's like, I'll just shoot a rocket. And then, of course, right when he switches, he's right there.
Yeah.
Vision's popped, and Razy could get a good surprise rocket onto Cipher as he comes through, but the dual wield comes out. Is it going to be enough? Too little, too late. And Razy will take that frag and the heavy.
Little Homer Simpson moment there for Cipher, unfortunately. Let's see, Razy now going to be maintaining control towards the high ground here. Blood Covenant gets the rocket. He's got the rail as well. He's up against the Nyx, and he's already been able to show before the Nyx has really been no problem for him, whether it was the rocket or the rail. Now with the vision, he sees him right above him. He's looking for an initial shot. The rocket not going to connect, though.
That should have been 1,000 damage in Razy.
At least 1,000.
At least. Razy on the low ground now. Again, a champ up doesn't really have to force the issue. Mega to his back. He's going to push forward a little bit and try and get information on Cipher. Cipher coming around the corner with the wall jump and actually has the advantage and will grab the Mega as Razy gets pushed down. Needs to be careful. Eats a little bit of rocket damage. Here comes the chase, and Cipher with the Elmer's Glue LG destroys him. Ties it up with 1:30 left in the round.
Oh, here's the little jump up here as well from Rockets.
That's a fantastic rail.
Oh, and the LG.
Razy dropping a bit prematurely, and even the dual wield can't save him. Cipher with a great job.
So we've seen Cipher's been able to answer back to the clutch, but I still want to say in the 2 rounds that he's been able to kill clutch, it hasn't been because he did well. I think it was because Razy made some mistakes. Like we saw earlier in this round when Razy got a lot of damage to Cipher in the beginning, he didn't chase the kill. He actually just let him escape that one when there was an easy opportunity to pressure him towards heavy. Again, 35 HP, why not pressure him right now? You know how much damage you just did to him. You have your shield, you have shotgun access.
And there's the mining drill. So telepathy, as he hears you, he took the feedback and he's like, Jason, I think you're right. And he gets that.
Say it with less emotion, and then it was Razy. It was too crazy for me there for him. Yeah, and he finally does get aggressive, and now as well, he's going to have his shield back another time. And Cypher's really struggling. I feel like Cypher's regretting not taking away clutch now.
Yeah, he might really regret that here, but let's see. There's still plenty of time on the clock. Cipher has an opportunity to try and turn this around, but Razy has a shield already. Cypher's doing a good job of peppering that giant Astrovan with the machine gun. Shield comes out early. And why does he drop? Dual wield comes out, and the shotguns, are they going to be enough? And they will be. A bit of a risky play by Cipher, but it works out in his favor, and he gets rid of that Astrovan, throws it out. No insurance. I don't care about Geico. Get out of here.
Ah, fuck. Just give me free promotions, or maybe we need to get paid for this.
Yeah, I don't even know.
By the way, my mother owned an Astrovan, loved it. It was amazing.
Fantastic. A luxury vehicle, best in class. And here is the rocket as he drops onto the shaft, but the rocket is well placed, and Razy will get that frag. And Cipher down to Nyx, 1 frag away. Razy from taking the map.
Funny story, the Astrovan we had was called the Rocket.
There you
go.
So
fast. It went from 0 to 60 in about 12 seconds.
I did my research.
But now Cypher's got the overstack with Nyx, which is exactly the time you want to fight. Especially with, oh, that was a little missed rocket jump there out of Razy. A little bit delayed there between his mind and his fingers, but he still has the natural. He's going to have heavy in a few seconds. His weaponry, still lacking the rail, which is such a big weapon to use against the Nyx. You hit it with 1 rail, especially if you're not overstacked, and you have like a guaranteed fight as long as you can track him down.
And there is the rail pickup and the vision pop, so he has the information, maybe setting a trap on this Mega, just taunting Cipher to go get it. But instead he'll pick it up himself. Cipher with a little bit of machine gun damage to try and negate that pickup. Razy peppering back with his own machine gun. Now has the heavy one. Very, very good damage out of that if he wishes, but the rail is fantastic. 90 damage, and Cipher absolutely crippled now. Vision popped again.
Oh no, he's gonna be stuck in catacombs.
Oh my, no.
This should be it. This should be it.
Nope. Cipher running straight into that rocket, and Razy relatively easily taking map number 1, 3-1.
Yeah, and we gave credit. I can give credit to Cipher because he did start to adapt against the clutch. He was playing with the HMG more, trying to play from range, try to punish as much as he possibly could against Razy whenever he got aggressive. That's why you saw him focus on the HMG and the rail. But Razy still confused me a little bit because of how aggressive he did not get off the back of so much damage. Like Cipher dropped to heavy. Yep. And he had 39 HP. If you're clutch, you basically just use your mining drill then at that range, and you can finish him off. You can get a quick and easy kill.
And that could be just a case of too much respect. I know off that spawn, Razy is spawning at the bottom of pillars, going straight to heavy machine gun, going through the portal and getting all of that chip damage. And then when you see your opponent drop, I don't know why he doesn't chase with the mining drill or something or drop down. But again, maybe too much respect. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. 3-1, map number 1 going Razy's way. And we're going to get into Blood Run, which is Cipher's pick.
Yeah, so very, very known map when it comes to CIS. Tribal as well can be very powerful. I'm trying to think. Clutch on Blood Run for Razy. Are we going to see him go for him yet again?
I feel like why not? I don't know. I feel like why not? But on this map, if Cipher goes Ranger, that's like a hard counter. But again, it's an all-in hard counter. So if you miss that Shub Slayer, he's going to destroy you. So it's a matter of how Cipher wants to play this. And if he thinks he's going to pick Clutch, he might pick Ranger, and then maybe we don't see a Clutch. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Ranger's very versatile on this map regardless, but I'm interested to see how the picks go.
Also, Tri-Bolt going to be very deadly against the giant robot.
I'm going to be very interested to see how they use the Tri-Bolt, if they've been studying Agent or not.
I mean, that was the perfection of how to use it when it comes to Blood Run. And I think you might be right about the clutch, because now Cipher's going to have to pick. Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to leave it to his last pick to kind of see what Cipher wanted to go. But no, he wants to play his own game.
Shows his cards a bit early here as Razy locking in that BJ and clutch. Cipher now thinking about it. He's like, well, what do I do? Picks the Nyx. And yep, there's the Ranger for the third pick. And what's Razy going to come out with? A Galena maybe? No.
We both did the exact same thing when you said that. We both looked down. Is she banned? No, she's not banned. All right,
wait a
could
minute.
be.
Can it be a Galena? And yes, it could have. But Ranger on his end too. So orbs on orbs on orbs on this map. Very exciting.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like you choose the Nyx here, which not a bad pick, but low HP, 1 rail. Like you mentioned before, Razy had 70% rail accuracy at one point, 8 for 11 on Blood Covenant. If he keeps hitting shots like this, especially against Nyx's, like, good luck. You're not going to have the health pool to really survive. And if Razy's able to challenge out on these pickups like we've seen him doing, then Cypher's going to be in a world of trouble here, because the winner of this does move on to the winner bracket game. It's not like you lose, you're out, but obviously it gets a lot more difficult.
Yep, and let's get into it here as we're going to follow Razy. That orb comes out immediately. And damage has been done. He drops down with LG. Cipher trying to back away. He needs to be careful, and that fadeaway railgun will take down Razy. And that was fantastic by Cipher, as he has that organic stack as well. Didn't really lose out on much, but here comes the clutch.
Thing is that the areas you can push through on Blood Run are tight. They can be long in relative, portions like down this hallway for Mega, but it's easy for nail gun spam to hit you. It's easy to hit your LG, especially against the clutch. But as we did hear earlier on, I think out of Rafa saying that LG, Keel, or I think it was Dehang, doesn't really matter when it comes to big hit model or big hitboxes like this, because as long as you start first, you're generally going to win because of the amount of stack you do have as one of the heavy champions.
Yeah, if you can get the jump on someone and you have the higher natural stack, hypothetically, if your aim is on, you should be able to win. As we saw, that skirmish doesn't lead to a frag. They're both trying to stack back up, but Cipher has the position on this Mega. Heavy will be shortly after, and he does have the Dire Orb if he wants, so he can grab and secure both items.
There we go. Looks like Razy's going to try to challenge. Look at that damage. 60 damage from that kind of range with Super Shotgun. That's the hitbox. Showing it perfectly.
And now he has all the control. He has Dire Orb still. If he forces the shield and decides to go all in, he could very well get this frag. And a great defensive rail by Razy as he tries to get around the corner. And he's like, are you going to chase me? Are you? Here's the pickup. He knows something's up. Cipher needs to get back in on this Mega here, as he has control. He's the one who got them both. And he'll actually use the Dire Orb, but not take it, as giving a little bit too much respect to Razy. Razy very late on it, but both items synced up now, so they will trade. But Cipher does not have Dire Orb for the time being. About 5 more seconds until that comes back up.
Obviously, as we were saying before, the orb doesn't care about stack.
Yeah, it doesn't care about shield.
Yeah.
It doesn't care about anything.
Just cares if you're thick or not.
Yeah, the orb does what it wants. And Cipher walking slowly on that shotgun ledge, trying to hear anything he can about where Razy is and catch out this Astrovan.
I mean, Rangers, like, beyond the whole fact that you can, shove a clutch, it's important to note that you can get away from a clutch really easily as Ranger, because you have your rocket jump and you have the orb. Yeah. So you take less damage jumping away and you have another potential way to escape. So it's really good to just keep your distance to bait Razy into a shield usage, which we now see, and then Cipher getting aggressive off the back of that.
And here comes the trap. Is he going to take it? No. Razy very patient.
He turned. You saw it.
Yeah, doesn't play off of it, just looks, and he's like, are you going to take that? No? Okay, good. So he does a good job of not buying into it. He has the shield back up here, but again, losing out on the items. It doesn't really matter. And look at that rocket as the shield is popped now. Ooh, good rail. Cipher will use his orb to get back up and secure the heavy. But now is the time where he needs to attack here. Shield is down. And he's just waiting, begging Razy to go through that portal.
He's on his knees saying,
yeah,
please.
Please. I want to hit you with the no soliciting. Come through the door, I dare you. And Razy just using that blood pool, playing super patiently. And around the corner comes Cipher, and he's like, what are you doing? Why are you waiting here?
125 right there.
Unbelievable. And shield's still not up as Razy playing so passively, doesn't have the ability to get the time shards, and Cipher should be taking advantage of this here. But slowly, the cool's down ticking away, and Razy will have shield.
If you're Cipher here as well, I would imagine you want to do some self-damage with the rocket, take away some shield from you, and just steal away these little light armors, because you know that Razy's been so far unstacked. And he actually gave up heavy in the meantime, so he got back to full natural off of it. But if you can just deny as much armor as you possibly can, that's so much more time that you keep Razy away from you. And time is a major factor now as there's a minute left.
Minute left, and Cipher has the champ advantage, so he doesn't want to take any risks as Razy comes plowing through the portal here. Great initial rail. The shield's up. He's going to use the trampoline to go back up. The Dire Orb comes out, and Cipher trying to fight this off, but he won't get it. Razy gets the frag, and now we're tied.
Yeah, there's 20 seconds to go on the shield. He's going to spot out Cipher. He wants to get heavy. That tribal, though, just did some serious work. He has no shield. He's going to push him with the LG. The duel comes out, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. And now Razy goes from being down 1 champion to up 1 champion.
And that tribal jump doomed him as Cipher missed it, and Razy just jumped down on him. 30 seconds left. And the shield comes out. Cipher trying to make something happen. Good defensive rail here, just chasing with rockets, trying to get anything he can, and time is ticking.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to ghost walk to get in on him aggressively. The problem is that Razy's sitting next to the blood pool, so he can just back out the second he needs to. 10 seconds left to go. Going to be most likely hiding inside a secret here, and he knows exactly where he is. He can hear him, and Razy should be taking this round with no trouble.
Yeah, the Astrovan will drive off into the sunset, and round number 1 will go to Razy on map number 2.
So Razy, you know, I guess we get to see what kind of form he's in. He's looking fantastic. He's one of the few clutch players that one of the few players we've actually seen using clutch.
Yeah.
Today, him and Wenger. I didn't know if anyone else off stream was using it, and you can see Cipher kind of
the frustrated smile.
Yeah,
everything's fine.
Oh,
and Dire Orbs come out early here as Razy getting a little crazy. He will drop down into the Mega.
So you might even say he's gone a little crazy.
Yeah, but he's not lazy, and it's important to remember that. And things are getting hazy here for Cipher as he doesn't know what's happening. Lost the first map, doesn't want to lose the second. Good rail, but now he's stuck in the Bat Cave. Drops down with a little bit of LG push, pushes Razy off the platform. Dire Orb comes out early. Fantastic placement. Cipher with the Dire Orb. His own will actually drop down. Razy will grab the 250s behind him and move down Banana, trying to finish this kill. Where'd you go?
Where's Waldo?
And it catches him out at rail. Cipher looking up, just waiting for it. Doesn't look the right way, and Razy will get a Mega as a reward. Rocket jump over to the heavy, and full stack for Razy, looking very strong early on.
Carmen Sandiego could not escape that one. Fantastic game, if you guys ever played that.
I thought it was a show, and look at that.
It was
denial.
also a game, too. Yeah, it was. I never beat it.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah. But I like that denial. And that's what I wanted to see Cipher do when he was up against Razy on the clutch, because that's the major detriment, one of the major detriments, one of the two of playing a heavy champion is, A, your hitbox is bigger, and B, you can stack up to a natural of 150, which is a detriment when you can't get those lights. So, oh, that was a great rocket. Razy, though, able to steal away heavy in the meantime. The Ghost Walk used out of Cipher. He has no health, so he's going to commit to it, and Cipher Suicide's trying to go for the perforation.
That's unfortunate. He was down to 10 HP. I think he felt that he needed to go for a bit of a gamble play instead of just trying to escape, and it doesn't work out, and he's already down to his last champ, a minute 40 into the round.
Like you said, try to gamble it, but should have been more like Professor Xavier and just kind of realized that was not going to work.
Exactly. This is not the telefrag you're looking for. As Razy finds him out through the teleporter, won't get a lot of damage, but both major items up. Razy looking for Cipher now. Cipher actually getting both. Maybe Razy's content with 3 minutes. I could play a little passive here. Doesn't need to force the issue.
Yeah,
so.
he's also has to respect the dual wield out of Cipher there, trying to go for the items. I think he's just trying to slow things down a little bit. You know, play time, play some chip damage. Obviously get back to the full natural, which he's still missing about 40 armor here.
It's fine to miss out on some of the cycles, but I'd like to see Razy still get back into it and kind of put pedal to the metal here, because once you start playing not to lose, that's when you start really giving up items, and then everything can fall apart. And look at that, just like that, rails all over Razy's face. Down to 100, he's going to grab this 50 shard, but Cipher in control now.
Cipher's playing a lot slower, as you can see, trying to not be rushed down, trying to watch 2 doorways at once, trying to go pretty much turn into a gecko here.
Cipher knows that Razy's just going to play the plus bad game, so he's literally walking, trying to catch him out, and he might catch him out right here. Switches to the railgun and misses. Razy getting lucky. And just waiting, just walking, waiting in this porta potty
Thing
secret.
is, did you ever watch the Italian Open that happened back in November?
Yeah.
So do you remember the match between Vu and Cipher on this map, where Vu just literally killed him once and then camped for 4 minutes of time on Sorlag?
It was
Seems
fantastic.
Like, it was, honestly. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be happy to win that way. You're going to be really frustrated to lose, but winning's winning.
Yep.
And I think this would be the exact same thing happening here. Is Razy's just going to constantly run away from Cipher, or he's going to have a chance this time.
But dropping onto a shaft is never a good idea here. as Razy will get away, but Armor's up first. I don't know if he'll be able to contest for this. He's going to go through the portal after soaking up some blood here. He may just even wait. He's like, I'm going to wait here until you force me out, but yeah, nice job on not eating the tri-bolt. But yes, plus back, I mean, it may not be the prettiest way to win, but there's still some skill involved. You do have to run successfully from your opponent, and Cipher will get the items again, but Razy more than content. Minute 10.
I was going to say, wait, he only had to stop for 3 minutes. He's done 2 of those now.
Yeah.
And he's up by 2 champions, so even if he does lose this, oh!
What a dire orb. So that 300 damage, and Cypher's like, what is happening? Razy's like,
it's Italy all over again.
Yeah.
Hadouken. That'd be great to have a Ryu. Were you a Ryu or Ken fan?
Ryu.
Correct answer was Akuma.
Yeah.
Or Chun-Li.
Yeah. False. Yeah, no, we'll see. But Razy, 40 seconds away from taking round number 2, and you know the more he plays like this, the more tilted Cypher's getting. He is a bit of an emotional player, and it's got to be so frustrating where you can't even find the opponent. It's like, fight me like a man. And here it comes, the dual wield, and Razy with a great rail drops down, and so many options here. He has the Mega now. Timing is getting skewed. Gauntlet's out.
He knows.
Razy celebrating early, 20 seconds left in the round, and that is...
You know, what's funny to me is...
Could get caught out here, needs to chase. Dire Orb's up, gets the heavy. The rail is good from Cipher, needs to get a follow-up, but he won't. 9 seconds left, and Razy crosses over. No, don't do it. No,
well,
not like
there's no
this.
chance. Yeah, there's definitely no chance. I think it's funny to me is that you're seeing like 2 different ways of dealing with aggression, where we had Agent against Rafa. He would spam Tri-Bolt to stop Rafa from chasing him, whereas Razy just kind of holds angles that he can easily run away from, but like hits a rail on the exit as well.
Yeah.
So he's trying to keep that distance, and now 2-0. He's got 1 more round to go before playing against Tox in the winter bracket final.
A little bit of machine gun damage there. Exchange as Razy will catch out Cipher, or maybe Cipher's the one who catches out Razy. And that LG was anything but lazy as he takes that frag. Cipher probably very upset with how these first 2 rounds have gone, and he's like, I'm not going to let this happen again. Catches him out at LG. The Rockets are fantastic, and he gets 2 quick frags 30 seconds into the round, and Cipher looking very strong right now.
Yeah, I don't really know why Razy challenged initially against the Ranger, because he knew he had both items. He saw it do it right in front of him, and they try to challenge over towards Rail. Cost him his life there. Then he got caught out trying to go towards LG. Now he's going to get caught out going towards Heavy, getting juggled in the air.
So much LG. The rocket jump up. I like the rocket jump instead of the orb up, and now he still has that at his disposal. But nothing doing as Razy does a good job of getting away, but he's still 2 champs down. You can kind of see the way Cypher's playing. He's like, I'm a little angry, gritting his teeth a little bit. Like, I can't believe he ran away from me for 2 rounds. Don't run from me. Chase me.
Just let this happen.
Yeah, Razy looks him in the eyes, and he's like, chase me. As that rail goes through the clutch's legs, Dire Orb comes out, a little bit of LG tickle. Cipher still on the hunt. Here comes the shield around the corner. The rockets are fired and the shotgun's out. Just trying to time it correctly here. Ooh, that's a pretty good rocket to rail combo there. Trying to keep Razy low, but he will get out on the Mega.
The thing is, Razy has so much work to do, and he's got to worry about the BJ as well. He needs to get a clean kill onto the Ranger, and then transition that into a second fight with shield being available. But the way Cipher can play with, I mean, he's moving around the map really fast. It's just going to be very difficult for Razy to turn the first frag into a second.
Yeah, and I'm starting to wonder whether Cipher wants to win with a plus back style. You see, he's still playing very aggressive, and I like that. Keep the pressure on. Look at that stack. Razy doing everything he can to stack back up. Shield is up, which is very crucial for clutch. But Cipher also has Dire Orb.
Oh, he hurt him too. 65 with a shoddy, 55 to follow up. The orb used to control where he can go, and there you go. Cipher will get the round. He's got to be happy about this, but he's also not going to be happy about the position he's in, being 1 round away from being knocked into the loser side of the group.
Yep, still a lot of work to be done in the series, but that's a great start. You see the aggression coming out early, and the 2 frags in under 30 seconds doesn't hurt your confidence. And Cipher will orb over to the Mega as he has the rocket spawn. Trying to catch out the jump over here. Razy playing a little risky here. Cipher even riskier as he rocket jumps up, but relatively unscathed, so now he has full control, and Razy needs to try and figure out how to deal with this aggression here. Doesn't have rockets or LG. Will get in on a rail.
I think that's why we saw him not go for it, because he didn't have rocket. Because if you rocket jump up there, then you rocket jump out, like that's, or you orb up there, then rocket jump out, you take minimal damage. But he didn't want to have the chance of taking too much, and we can see Cipher drop directly on top of Razy. but only for 43. Oh.
A little bit early there on the Dire Orb, but I like the idea, trying to keep full control of the map. And Cipher needs more rockets. Razy doesn't have any rockets, playing it very slow. Cipher again, just walking and trying to catch him out. We saw him do this earlier. He switched to the rail and missed. Will he convert to damage this time? And yes, he will hit the rail. Doesn't necessarily force Razy out. And here comes the orb play again. Razy just using that back all, saying, I'm not going to commit to any one side. You have to work for this.
Gotta put a ring on it.
Yeah, you gotta put a ring on it. And instead he puts a rail on it. So good job by Cipher keeping the damage up. But again, Razy playing very slow, using all the resources that he can to just keep as close as he can to a natural stack, even though he's missing out on the items.
He's just waiting for that one opportunity. You know, he's Emineming it here. All he needs is that one orb to just get that insta-kill, because again, stack does not matter. But he's been doing a good job of, I guess, like getting in the head of Cipher, I want to say. This like frustration that builds up of Cipher constantly chasing and constantly getting damage in, but not actually, you know, turning it into frags. It has to really get to Cipher eventually.
And Cipher trying to get a little aggressive here, putting a little bit of delay on that heavy. But as you said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to shub slay. And we will see if Razy can get one, as again, both players going very quiet right here, playing a little bit of Metal Gear Solid. Whose footprints are these?
Where we said MGS, I instantly heard the sound when he gets spotted. And right now, Cipher has been spotted out here. Razy trying to get the Mega. He does steal it away in this fight. The rail going to connect, though, and Razy back on sub 25 HP. So a fantastic shot out of Cipher to prevent Razy from going for the chase. But now Razy's been able to get the control. He doesn't have the better stack at the moment, but he chose the time he wanted to fight around Mega, and he was able to get a good trade.
Cipher looking for this rail. He's going to just miss out on an opportunity here, as we see through X-Ray, but Cipher doesn't see. But does he feel it? He does, but he misses. Orb comes out, doesn't commit, gets a little bit of splash damage from the rockets, knows that Razy's still there, and peppers him with Tri-Bolt. He's going to grab the Mega, and he's going to get in on this heavy. 4 rockets, though. Needs to be careful. There's 1 used, 2 used. And uses 1 to get over, and now he's out of rockets. Switches to the Tri-Bolt, trying to catch out Razy. Razy nowhere to be found now as he's trying to make his way over to the teleporter. The rail from Cipher will miss, but luckily rockets right there so he can re-up.
Just want to bring something to your attention, 40. For Cipher, for Razy, he has 8 heavies and 11 megas. Cipher has 20 heavies and 16 megas. He has over double the amount of heavies and almost getting close to like double the amount of megas. And that just shows the control.
Dire Orb.
All it takes is 1 fight.
Yeah.
Like we're saying, like it does not matter for Razy. He's not played in the way that he cares about picking up these items. He's playing about the way to get a fight that he wants on his own terms, and we just saw him win it.
Yeah, and that was well played there as he takes the first frag. About 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the round, these players playing very slow, or should I say Razy putting the pace very slow, making Cipher play his game, and Cipher's got to be getting more and more tilted as the game goes on here.
That Astrovan has some serious breaks. He's going to need to get that checked eventually here as he's been able to slow it down. But also, 1 minute to go. If Cipher doesn't get a frag here, he's in the loser side of the bracket, and Razy's going to go up against Toxic
And
next.
I think that's going to be all 3 rounds that he wins that way. If I'm
I
not
wouldn't be
mistaken.
surprised.
I think he won the first 2, if I remember, by just being like, I'm just going to time you out. Cipher winning the only round.
He's going to have to make a move now, and I almost want to say he's going to have to get aggressive with Ghost Walk and try to catch Razy. But that's still going to be hard to do. You can see he's watching certain locations, keep his distance, going to keep Mega away from Cipher, so if he does engage against him, he has no chance. Yeah, and the thing is, he's going to spend the next 10-15 seconds restacking up here. He's not going to have an opportunity to get a fight in the way he wants.
I think this is it. I think this is done.
Oh, the Ghost Walk was used. He almost caught him, actually, from behind. He's able to get a lot of HP. He's got the rail off, but again, the HP is going to be there. 13 seconds left to go here, 40. The heavy can be secured for Razy, and 10 seconds is all he has to hold on to. Here's the final push. There's the push in with the orb, and he juggles him. He gets the kill! In the last few seconds, there's 13 HP left for him. I didn't think he had any world of chance here, but he pulls it off, and now the clutch comes back in.
44 HP as the clutch does the damage it can, and that was absolutely incredible. Cipher catching him out last second in the back haul, and that Dire Orb not landing, leading to his death. Again, the all-in risk with that Ranger play, and now Cipher can turn things around. Has to start with a natural stack, but does have the Ghost Walk up.
He needs to hit rail shots. Like, he needs to get consistent damage in against Razy from range and not let him close this gap. This is a rough position to be in because there's no solid escapes from here if Razy does finally catch out onto him and Razy's going to hear him, and Razy's probably going to go for the drop here, and there it is. The shield comes out, the Mega's picked up. He goes for the close on the gap at 22 HP left. Oh my god, can he get this? He drops back into him, and Razy Goomba stomps him to the death, and Goomba stomps his way through into the match versus Toxic.
And wow. Ghostwalk pop forced out, but again, you could see through that shield perfectly. Chases him, finishes off the round 3-1 on both maps. Series goes to Razy 2-0, and yeah, I don't think Cipher's happy with that at all. I'm gonna be honest.
That was honestly an insane last frag out of him, to be fair. That was basically Rafa versus Cooler in that last 2-second window. He would have pulled that off. And the thing is, I think even Razy kind of fluffed that too. He didn't need to die orb aggressively. He could have used it to escape.
Yep.
But I guess he really wanted the last elimination, and that was just really well done. And I know Zoot, you're going to be happy about that, because I know you've been talking up Razy ever since he started playing, and he proved it. I think he proved to a lot of people out there that, hey, he's really good at the moment.
I gotta say, I was pretty scared for a moment, because it reminded me about Razy versus Rafa at QuakeCon 2017. He's about to, his debut performance, about to beat Rafa, and there's at the last moment, it's 7 seconds remaining, and he loses the kill and ends up throwing the series. I thought after Cipher made that insane comeback in the last round, that actually that could have been mentally devastating, but maybe shows that actually he's, built a bit of a mental wall as well.
I love. And I know it's not like the most beautiful kind of Quake to watch, but the slow play that Razy did. And like the thing is, he gave up so many of those heavies. Look at that, 21-11, 17-15. So Megas he was a little bit more aggressive on.
Look at all the 50s, the 33 50 armors just stacking back off what he can in the recovery room, in the porta potty, if you will. And that map absolutely lends itself to that exact style of play.
And the thing is, like, he gave away all those major items, but the one fight that he took was the fight he wanted, which is the fight he was able to overpower Cipher and get the first frag. Like, again, it's not necessarily the most pretty of Quake, but it's the most smart way, the most cerebral, as your friend would definitely say, way to play Quake. Yeah. Exactly. It was just so well done. And for Cipher, that has to be so frustrating to have full control of the map for that long, and then to lose that fight, that one fight. How do you come back from that?
I thought the fight itself was engineered so well by Razy. He seemed to have the time. Even though he wasn't going for items, it seemed like his timing was on lockdown, and you could see that Cipher, for just a split second, he lost tracking of the timing. Razy was on it. He suddenly had the stack to work with, and all that work from Cipher is just stripped away from him. Obviously, you can see
that shot was
of the
insane.
That was an awesome.
The rocket to rail, like that was
the flick of the wrist.
Amazing. I think the question I have for all three of us here on the desk here is that the Razy clutch that we saw. Do you think we're going to see more of it? Because he played it like there was a couple of questionable things with the clutch when he didn't get aggressive when he should have on Blood Covenant against Cipher, but the way he played clutch was so sexy.
Yeah, I like the way that he played, and I think his ability to play champions like Keel and Clutch, you have to pick your poison as his opponent now, and the maps matter a little bit, but you ban out before the map, so he's just going to sub in whoever he wants, right? You ban Clutch, Keel's coming out depending on the map. You ban Keel, Clutch is coming out. Clutch more versatile on more maps, but yeah, it's just so dangerous with that level of champion depth.
That's it. I think you've hit the nail on the head. That having a wide champion pool is forcing your opponent to say, well, I've only got one of them that I can get rid of. And he's always got this wonderful backup option. I know Cipher has mulled over different bans in the online circuit. But, guys, we are going to be moving over to an interview with Razy. Razy, have we got you there?
Hello.
Hi, Razy. Congratulations on your victory versus Cipher. I'll ask the simple questions first. How are you feeling at the moment?
I feel satisfied.
One thing I'm curious about, is this like your game plan all along? Did everything go smoothly, or did you have to improvise a bit along the way?
I expected him to ban a clutch against me instead of Keel. I played him at the latest Battlefy Cup, and I played him multiple times. Once he banned my clutch, other time he banned my Keel, so I just adapted and played the other one. And this time it was a kill ban, so I played clutch. I know how to play clutch against him, and he doesn't really like it. So it favors me because every time I manage to succeed with it, I think he gets just very annoyed by it.
Speaking of the clutch in particular, this is Jason, by the way, if you don't recognize my voice.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, hello.
So my question for you is, on Blood Covenant, there was a couple of opportunities where he got very aggressive in the beginning, getting heavy machine gun, going through portal, and then peppering him as much as possible. He would escape with like 39 HP towards heavy. Why didn't you chase? What was the reasoning behind that? Like, why didn't you try to finish off the kill? Because you had shield available.
I wasn't sure how much HP he had, and I just wanted to play it a little bit safer. Because there were other times when I gambled a little bit too much and then it backfired. So I'm just trying to play it as safe as possible, especially Clutch now that he got nerfed. It's way harder to play him. And I just need the right opportunity in the right situation. And I just like to take those instead of these risky plays.
Okay, and then also looking towards, I guess, Blood Run in there. We saw like the stats. You had like 33 light armors picked up compared to like Cipher's 11, but he had like double your heavies, and you were relatively close on Mega. And that like last round, you waited so long to force out a fight, and you gave up so much opportunity for Cipher to pick up these major items. But why were you content with giving up that much control and looking for your own fight?
When I'm out of control, I'm not gonna contest major items just because I know that he's not gonna let me get away with it. And when I'm playing Clutch and I have no max shield, like max base shield, there's no point in engaging because I'm just gonna die. So I just wait until I can get stack up on lower armors, small armors, and then I'll try to wait until my shield is up and then just engage then when I feel comfortable.
I gotta ask on Blood Run, like 2 seconds left, how much did your heart sink when Cipher got that kill to tie it up and send it into sudden death?
Oh, well, I'm very bad with forcing out these timeouts, like overtimes. Like when I'm up a champion, I'm playing the same way I do when I'm alive for like 2 to 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden at the very last second I just mess it up. I'm known for that, sadly. I did that against Rafa last year's QuakeCon. Oh well.
It didn't haunt you, did it? Did you think about that moment at all during
not,
then? Or?
Not now, but that moment still haunts me. Like I'm trying to play it very safely all the time, but it just doesn't always happen.
But it didn't affect you too much as you ended up getting the frag in that round in sudden death anyway. And just congratulations. That was an amazing display.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've got...
Yeah, I've got more questions as well.
I'll let you crack on in that case.
It might be the question you're going to ask next.
Let's find out.
Toxic is your next opponent.
Yes.
Was that it?
No.
Damn. His next opponent. How do you feel coming into that match?
I don't really have an opinion yet. We'll see. Like during the game, I'll form an opinion. Like, am I confident against him? Am I not? I don't know yet. I'm just gonna play him and we'll see.
Okay.
I was finally just very curious because we know that you've adopted Keel lately. You're talking about how obviously the Keel ban is going to make you pick Clutch. I don't know if this is a strategy very specific to Cipher, but are there any other surprises lingering? Because we know you've got a wide champion pool.
I mean, you want me to give away?
I just want to know if there is. You don't have to say what it is. You don't have to say what it is, but I just want to know, are there how many tricks are there up your sleeves?
A few more.
Okay, I like that. That's
so cryptic. I love that answer. I have a few more.
Okay, that's good. That's wholesome. That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, Razy, thanks so much for talking to us. Congratulations once again.
Dankeschön. Because he lives in Germany now, so.
That's very good, Jason. Yeah. 10 points to you.
That's all my German right there. 6 years living there, and I can say Dankeschön and say it terribly wrong.
Exactly. You don't even say it well. Guys, we are going to be moving over to our next game very shortly, so we'll go for a quick break, get yourselves refreshed, and we'll be back for some more Quake from the Quake Champions PGL Open.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL Quake Champions Open. I am Zoot. No, wait, I'm Jason. He is Zoot, joined by Jahar here on the desk as we're getting underway with another match here. And it's going to be the winner match for this group. It's going to be Razy up against Tox. Honestly, we haven't seen Tox on stream a single time. I personally have no clue how this one's going to go and what kind of forms Tox showing us, but he is a beast. He is called the Machine, the Terminator, for a reason.
He's one of the fan favorites. He's got an unbelievably fun style. I feel like we're going to see a totally different pace of game to what Razy played before. We wonder if Tox... He's known for sometimes bringing an interesting champion into the mix too, so I wonder if this is going to get spiced up a little bit.
Absolutely, and when you say fan favorite, you're mostly talking about me, I think. I love watching Toxic play. I love watching, and especially since we have the face cams, I love watching him while he's playing. He's just so fascinating.
It's like a picture. It's like a photo, though.
It can be,
Yeah.
but you can see the micro little movements in his eyes. That tells the story. But Razy, I mean, he just took down Cipher. No small feat. He made it look fairly clean. But now he's got Tox to go up against. But I mean, look at him back there. I mean, you can tell from his interview, he came here to murder pros.
Yeah.
Just destroy them.
Well, before we fully get into this match, let's take a look at the groups one more time. The group for this one, because this is going to be the winner bracket match, and of course, you still have the elimination match happening, I think, at the same time between the other two. We've got Garpy up against Cipher for a chance.
Biggie.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. You know, Garpy, who came swinging. Like, you know, the last few months, he's looked really good in duel. At QuakeCon, he looked fantastic, but he's not really been able to like live up to it yet.
Who do you think's got it?
Between Cipher and Garpy?
I think Cipher.
I want to say Cipher, but I want to say he's also really tilted after that last match.
You might be right.
Yeah,
think Cipher
he needs to
or
take a page out of Cooler's book and just do the anti-tilt and say, I didn't even think about base during my game with him. I was still thinking about claws.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be rough. But more importantly, into the last group, Group D, we've got some interesting results there, actually.
Sirius is still in it. He's still here. Avic is going to be knocked out of the running entirely. And Sirius has got to go up against either Kilson or CNZ. Sirius has already taken or been in 3 maps with Kilson, so if it comes down to that, it'll be another close one, I'm sure.
I think, actually, Sirius is desperately hoping that CNZ loses that game versus Kilson, because I reckon he's far more confident versus CNZ than he is against Kilson.
Well, the thing is...
That could mean he could get through, so he's probably really desperately cheering for Kilson.
Well, CNZ and Kilson did play yesterday, and CNZ won that one.
Well, if we're getting that live on the stream, I don't know if there's a bit of shyness come through. Like, seeing that this is already a breakout performance, in my opinion. He's done phenomenally here. This is the best he's ever done at LANs, so this is a name I'm definitely going to be remembering for a while after PGL's over. Yeah, it's going to be a big, big test because it's meaningful. If you're getting into the top 8, that's serious business in this scene. Why are you looking at me with those?
big, beautiful eyes.
You've really been on fire this weekend. Do you know that? You don't even know that. That's
I
the
don't
best
even know
thing.
what's going. I'm so oblivious.
Yeah, it's great.
That's kind of like half the charm of it, is that you don't even realize what's happened.
And we haven't even gotten to cast together so far. So
True.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. I think they're scared of our combined efforts.
It's gonna be fun.
They're terrified.
We'll get a bit of action in the moment. I can't wait to cast Tox actually.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You got to wait a little bit more.
Okay.
Because before we head into the match,
do we have the? You're hosting.
Thank you, Suit. Appreciate that one. Let's take a look at some sweet, sick moves. Hopefully some ninja moves out of Tox. Most likely he's just going to be standing there like this. Let's take a look.
Do you think we nailed it?
I think we look at. You can see him behind you. I think we got it. Except he's more stoic than us.
I mean, you make fun of him, but then you look into his eyes, and all humor just leaves your soul. You just fear for your life.
Jahar,
Yeah.
Jahar, I can't look away.
Yeah.
Help.
Black pits of despair.
Okay, thank God the video changed, so I actually could look. Oh God, I did it again. Oh my God, stop. All right, so guys, let's break this down. First of all, Razy Tox, EU versus EU, a matchup we haven't seen a ton of times, but it's a matchup that's been possible quite a bit in the past. Let's break this one off. We saw Razy. Jahar, we didn't get to have you here talking about him. What was your thoughts on Razy?
Razy was playing out of his mind. Cipher was doing so many things to try to shake Razy up, but time and time again, Razy got a good trap going. His LG was phenomenal. I think he borrowed the accuracy from Cooler for a little bit, and he's not done with it yet. I think Tox has certainly got his work cut out for him, but again, Tox is that binary player. He is either on or off, and he's going to be on Blood Covenant. It's going to be Veil, though, as a Razy pick.
So what we noticed, though, is the clutch ban came from Tox. So he's getting rid of that, possibly clues of the Cipher game, or just he was coming in with that in mind anyway. The Veil pick I find fascinating. I think we're definitely seeing Keel from Razy. I'm super curious what Tox is going to do, though, because it can be anything. He can go for Anarchy, Slash, Solag, Scalebearer. I'm really hoping Scalebearer. But I think if you pick Scalebearer, then Razy's definitely going to win, unfortunately. I love Scalebearer. He's one of my favorites, but Tox has got the best bull rushes, but he's not able to sustain that through. You know, you can't just infinite bull rush.
That's the thing. He's great off the spawn, especially on a map like Veil of Nath, but then you have to worry about the next frag.
Yeah.
And that can get a little bit messier.
Well, this is the power of Razy, right? You can take away one of his champions, but only one. You can't ban out the clutch and the keel. And his clutch, to me, looked fantastic in the last match. I wonder if his keel is going to be at that same level. Again, that was only the first time we've seen him on stream in this tournament. We're not going to see him most likely playing keel. But the map pool, I think Runes of Sarnath, I think that's the really interesting one. And I feel like that could go either way in my head. Do you think we're actually going to get to the 3 maps, though?
Oh, that's really, really difficult. I'm finding this an incredibly challenging game to predict at all. I'm sure you're going to ask us and put me on the spot at some point. I think it's likely, but as Jahar already said, it's the on and the off button, really. If Tox is turned on, he can go from one round be just an absolute god of the game and he can destroy anybody, but then the next round he'll lose confidence in himself and he starts playing really passively. And
I'm not sure if that's it, but something does change.
Something does.
Yeah.
It feels like you can see it. You can visibly see it off.
You can.
Well, we do have the picks coming in now. I mean, between the two here on Veil of Nath, and already the BJ picked up here to Razy, and Tox responding with a Ranger.
Now, we saw a Galena ban from Razy, and then he picks Veil, which is a Galena map. So it's definitely a bit of a power play here.
Maybe he's looking to not have that access blocked through the teleporters at all. Tox is going to go for Death Knight in the end. I'm 100% sure we're going to get a Keel from Razy, but what else has he got to offer?
Yeah.
There's the one, and the Death Knight.
There's
Tox.
the Zoo predictions we know and love.
Just the one, though. Keel as well, actually. We're going to get a full... That was a mirror matchup, was it?
Almost
or was there
a Ranger for BJ, yeah.
My bad.
Well, we know how Veil goes. We know it's a very tight map, and it's a map with small areas that you can fight in, which makes the Ranger very strong, but also makes BJ strong. I was going to do predictions, but you know what? I'm going to let you go with this one. For me, it's more about how's Tox performing today, right? Because we've cast him at the Beat Invitational before the very first one, and he just did not perform. He got knocked out in groups, but he's been performing well. He's made it here today. He was in the winner seeds of this one as well, so we know he's playing well, and he's performing well, but we need to see if it carries over into this match.
Oh, absolutely. He's got Garpy's bloodstains all over him after meeting him 2 days in a row. So we'll find out very shortly. But Jason, I'm going to kick you out. I'm going to do a prediction anyway and say Razy's going to win. And let's get ourselves into game 1, Jahar.
Absolutely, and again, I'm just absolutely thrilled to see a little bit of Toxic on stream here today, but we're going to be starting off on Razy, getting the spawn of the grab for that initial LG as well as Omega. A little bit of it getting chunked off by that rail from Toxic, who's already having to play from the back end of the map, but he's looking to get in some damage, but it's actually going to go Toxic's way completely with that rocket.
Yeah, Tox is going to be able to get it up in position again. He's looking to do more damage. There's some great LG from Razy. He gets the Flame Strike out, but nothing connecting. Tox walking around on virtually 0 is eventually going to be able to fade away to that rail room where there are plentiful resources.
And with the heavy pickup from Razy here, he's still could be several seconds off from that Flame Strike, but he's able to turn it into a grab of both the Heavy and the Mega. He's really light on weapons, so he can't really go on the warpath. Gonna have to see if Toxic is gonna be coming back out of the rail room anytime soon.
This Fast Dark over here, missing the initial rocket. Razy is looking for Lightning Gun, but Tox, we know how hard he hits with that weapon, but he's on just a couple of points of health. The major items have not respawned yet. Tox is going to opt not to jump through the skies to that teleporter, and he finds some HP, but he's very brittle right now.
Yeah, it's interesting that Razy is relying more on, you know, maintaining control here than making the frag happen against Tox. He's still got one frag to bring back. I'm not sure he realized just how much damage he had done there, but even so, Tox has been able to take a few chunks off of him anyway. Razy creeping around this corner at the same time that Toxic is creeping right back into LG. Oof. Oh, yeah.
I think that moment there, he would have gone for a bit more damage earlier if he had had the railgun, but it took him almost 2 minutes to find the weapon, and ultimately LG trying to find his way safely onto that heavy armor. Not safely at all. And Toxic definitely shadowing him with the stack that he has. Here's the Flame Strike. It actually hits pretty hard, but only 2 health left. He's back off the bounce pad. There's the little peak rail from Tox. He is burning down a bit, and he might go head-to-head with the keel of Razy. There's one grenade, no connection, and Tox is going to fade away.
A really fantastic pair of rockets here as Toxic's going to be catching him out of the teleporter as well, looking for that last drill, not quite getting it. And Razy's once again going to be pretty weak as he takes away that heavy armor Tox, pop it back through top T, and looks like he's going to be able to wait out for this Mega. So we've got Razy recovering back over in the rail room. You've got plenty of health, a little bit of armor, but it's still a bit of a slow road to get that full recovery, and especially when it's keel on keel, there's a lot of armor to pick up.
There's very limited grenades for Tox. In fact, he's got none right now, whereas there are almost all 5 available for Razy.
It's got to hit one.
Yeah.
Just one. But Toxic eating a rail, it's going to be a play up the jump pad. It's fake, but it's a good read out of Toxic. He gets a lot of LG damage off there. Razy reeling from that fight as Tox manages to sneak away the heavy, and this Mega shouldn't be a big deal for him either.
Yeah, you can see Tox is just trying to blast out those grenade rocket combos. You can see 175 health just dissipate from your enemy in a frame. Now Tox edging back towards the Mega Health Room, just trying to keep an eye on what is Razy doing. That was a small chunk of damage that he did just then. Tribal out 2. The Heavy is going to be contested now. Razy drops pretty much at the same time. Not bad damage whatsoever. Razy's on practically no health, and that rocket is going to close out the round. Tox is up around on first.
That first frag was a little bit messier than it needed to be. Yeah, the Flame Strike come out. Getting out of the LG room is always a little bit crazy, and it turned in a way that I think had an impact on the rest of the round. So let's see if Razy can clean things up a little bit here. We have all the grenades popping out of Tox's keel, but the keel goes down.
Oh, that was really, really fast. Again, the fight so early on at Rockets. Usually there's respect given one way or another, but again, Razy, he fights right back. Tox, he just prods him, and then, yeah, he suffers the consequences.
It takes a lot on Veil here to prevent that first frag from just turning into a bit of a steamroll. And that's what we're seeing a little bit of here as Razy is just now breaking off the assault. Not a whole lot of items to play for, but catching Tox as he makes his way back out of the rail room, that is going to be everything. He doesn't have a railgun of his own, as you usually don't when you're in control, or 40 seconds into a round, you just haven't had the chance to pick one up yet.
Yeah, I think after the first round, I thought for a moment that, wow, Tox could be making this fairly convincing. You know, premature judgment, but immediately Razy bites back and shows he's not afraid of Tox whatsoever, even though he's just intimidating being on the same server as him, just the knowledge of his aim.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I don't know. He looks pretty stone cold from my eyes here, but
this has got to be a kill
geez,
right here.
Yeah.
Razy locking down another and very quickly tying it up 1-1. Definitely good signs for this series that we have in Vale, giving us an aggressive matchup to start with. I do enjoy a lot watching Vale. Actually.
Aggressive matchup, aggressive map, and even in the first round, you could tell that Tox was watching Razy's last match and thinking, I better actually respect his LG a little bit here.
And you know, it's Razy showing that he has many different styles of play. We see how slow he is versus Cipher and how patient that he's willing to be. But then when he's being challenged in the fights, he's saying, you know, I can also do that.
It's a little bit analogous to how Cooler's style changed between Rafa and Claus.
Yeah.
Very different games. But Razy is now waiting out and baiting out the LG. It's going to be just about 5 seconds to either item. And Razy's got an okay stack here, but it's going to be all about playing out the weapon, and Toxic hasn't even looked at it yet. He's focused on this armor. He's going to get it. Razy popping back through TP, and without a Galena on the map, that's always going to be at least generally safe. So Razy's looking at a great stack here, taking away weapons.
What if he heard Tox bouncing towards the railgun? There's the bounce pad, so he knows something's up, but Tox doesn't actually use it all the way, and the door's opening and closing. Razy would be hearing that. But again, we're seeing that patient play. We're going back to a la Cipher match now after 2 rounds of pretty hectic business.
And a drop down onto the heavy armor could open the gates wide with the damage. But he's not going for the armor directly. He's not going for the armor at all. And that's going to be Toxic getting the pickup, but still taking a lot of damage. A great rocket jump from Razy to immediately put pressure on that Mega. Looks like Toxic made the read, heard the RJ, and decided to leave town.
Oh, this could be really good from Razy. He's going to go into this because he knows that the Direwolf's been used, but Tox is hitting so much lightning gun. Doesn't matter how much health or armor you have, he is just going to burn right through it. He's hitting for 35% LG for the moment.
Oh no, but here comes the Flame Strike. Oh, but Tox's LG with 12 health is able to take that fight back, but can he maintain that? As now we've got Razy coming back in with the BJ. Yeah, Toxic is going to need to keep the high ground. That Mega might need to go to Razy. And Toxic just peeking out for a rail. Doesn't quite make the connection. He's going to be able to dive down towards Railgun and maybe get some of this help, but Razy's ready for him with the dual LG, and that is going to take the first frag off of Tox.
Oh, he was under a lot of pressure there. I really thought that Tox was going to get the better of him over at the Mega Health room. Razy's showing. He's still got a pulse here in round 3. There's a lot of hourglasses over there, which would be wonderful for him to collect, but he knows that now with this rotation of major items, he's got to have some presence. That's one amazing entry rocket. The LG's not half bad either. His health is lowering, but Tox is down to 0 as we've got a champion each in round 3.
And he's looking for Tox to make a move towards LG. Any later at all, and Tox would have been in the room and stuck. But yeah, with the grenades, maybe not worth it. Just make a standing, take away one of those shots, and don't get overcommitted. But we've got Heavy Armor coming back up. Mega not so long after that. And Tox pretty much has a free reign to come back through TP and take over the top of the map. And Razy's just going to have to give that to him for the time being.
I think Razy's going to be overall pretty happy. Even though he took damage, he's still able to stack back up and get a heavy, get into the overstack levels of armor. And he's going to have to give it up to Tox, but ability back up. Doesn't punish him too much with that rocket. It could certainly have been more, possibly even dropped down.
He's showing some respect here, and he's still got the dual wield here, so if he can get Toxic running at him with those grenades coming out, then yeah, he can punish with the dual LG. Not quite happening here, as we've got the heavy coming back up. Tox looking for an excuse to drop down, but still looking for the damage out of Razy, and a nice pop through the TP, a lot of speed, and there's the dual LG, but does he have the angle? Does he have the rail even? He gets the shot off, but Toxic's rail is able to get the frag in as well as the round.
I think if Razy was able to connect with that first rail while dual wield was out, then it could have been even more turbulent at the end of that round, but Tox hitting some crucial shots there to put him onto map point.
And it's been still a fairly tight one here on Veil of Death, and again, it's a bit of a power play for Razy to even bring this into the game, but we see Toxic rolling with the punches just fine, spawning up as Death Knight, taking away Mega LG rockets, and kind of avoiding that initial early fight that can happen so often in Veil.
Tox heading towards the heavy. Time to establish some presence over here, and Razy wants nothing to do with it. Oh, there we go.
He's going to hear the jump pad. Yeah, that's going to be good stuff. He baits out the dual wield. It's going to be there. Armor's up and about to be taken by Tox if he can just get the knockoff with these rails and rockets. Fantastic damage. That heavy's still going over to Razy, but is it worth diving in for the Mega? Razy is splattered against the wall.
That was so brave of Razy to go for that rocket jump towards the Mega Health. I thought it was genius for a second, but Tox had all of the follow-up shots that he needed. So he's looking good on map point for now.
Yeah, it would have been a great plan for Razy if Tox hadn't hit literally everything.
And you've always got to count, you've got to factor that in every single time, because Tox has a nasty tendency of doing that.
Yeah. It's not great. And coming up from the LG room, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that Razy's still alive here. It's a nasty way to try to play back out towards the mega side of the map. So Tox is going to be in full control at the moment. Fortunately, Razy as a keel can take away a lot of the small armors.
Yeah, his stack is peaked now on the natural. He really needs to get onto a major item. Tox has so much to work with. And with that flame strike, it's very easy to kind of defend this position.
Yeah, I am the totem. So Tox able to drop down Churro for a little bit of that armor. And no aggression coming out of Razy this time around.
He does actually position himself over at the Mega Health, so he steals an item away, which is a big deal for him. But whether he can convert this into something else, I think Tox had the idea that he was going to make a trade at some point, but better to get rid of some armor for now.
Yeah, so Tox is just looking for the close range fight, but then again, so is Razy with those grenades. A lot of respect being given between the both of them at the moment.
I think there's a sound cue there for Tox. You know, with
Yeah,
these
I mean,
opening.
it's difficult on Valia. You've got doors, you've got items that are difficult to avoid. Tox taking away heavy, coming back through rocket.
I think it's Razy who's giving up less information than Tox at the moment, but whether this transfers to anything. I mean, look at it, the Mega Stack that he got earlier, eventually that health ticks down to its natural, and it's gone. He's going to want to fight for Mega Health at some point, and Razy's going to have to do something about it.
And
but
right at the 100 mark, yeah, I mean, you're right. Razy creeping through the doorway, just looking, knowing that Toxic is likely going to be down below, looking for that rail or even Tri-Bolt angle. But here comes the heavy. It's going to be Razy, not quite dropping down, baiting out the Flame Strike, and also getting a good rail off. So even with the armor being picked up by Toxic, Razy got the better end of that deal. And here comes the aggression, the collapsing from Razy. But that rocket is going to be denying that attack.
That is insane damage output from Toxic. It was so good from Razy as well earlier at the heavy room. He's managed to slow Tox down a lot, but now is the defense going to come in once again? Razy's got so much HP, but he's just trickling him down fairly rapidly. More rockets coming out. It's a mutual frag in the end. Tox obviously would rather have it clean, but he still has that champion advantage with under 2 minutes to go.
With everything working against Tox, the fact that that was a mutual frag just speaks volumes to how well Tox was able to play out the geometry, play out his pacing, doing consistent damage while Razy was just thinking, you have no health left, like I should be able to take you down quite easily.
Tox made it incredibly difficult, and now it's the roles have reversed pretty much. Now Razy's on the Death Knight and Tox is on the keel.
It's your turn, but we've got Tox now looking for some of those nades. Razy coming back up top.
A bit of less time for Tox, I think. Razy's going to come in. He's going to put some pressure on. There's still 5 seconds into his Mega. He's recognized that Tox is out of position, but look at this LG defense from him. Almost getting the rail. Razy, he's got an item to fall back on, so it's not the worst thing to have happened. And he's got a lot of information with that fire damage afterwards. Mega health, though, getting taken fairly late.
Oh, that's just too tempting. Razy seeing Toxic, not realizing he's actually been flanked out. Razy actually going in for the damage. Doesn't really get a lot out of it, but you never really do unless you're cooler. But we've got Razy taking away all the health. At least he's back up to 100. Toxic not looking all that hot, but again, we've got 30 seconds until Toxic wins out this round by the timer. But Razy realizing that, trying to go in for the RJ, not quite getting there. He still has some of the dot damage, but it's not worth going up that jump pad, ever.
Tox might have gone just a little bit too passive for a second. That Mega health is up. There's still 15 seconds to go, but Razy goes for the direct chase. Mega now has been turned to Tox's, and he's going to drop from the skies and just dunk him. That is going to be 3-1, and Tox is going to take away Razy's map.
You could tell that Razy standing there by the TP. He knew that it was going to be time to go through it at some point, but he wasn't quite feeling like it was time, and now you find out why. Tox dropping down like that.
I generally think that if Razy went for the Mega first, he obviously felt pressed to do something and not allow him to get too far out of his sights. But if he went for Mega, he had such a stack on him, and he had done brilliant damage on the build-up. So I know it means very last-minute comeback, but that was probably his highest % chance of getting it done.
A lot of respect to him, though, because even with like 10 seconds left, knowing the clock is on the line, he doesn't just immediately barrel through the teleporter. He thinks about it a little bit. I wouldn't call it hesitation. He was definitely processing, and Toxis had a great opportunity for a trap.
Yeah, completely. But we move over to Blood Covenant next. I'm super curious about the champion lineups we're going to get. I think we're going to jump into champion selection in just a couple of seconds. But are you feeling that Tox has got this series now if he's took Razy's map?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, the last match, you know, I kind of want to see Razy do something crazy here, but the way that Tox is playing right now, I think it's going to be very difficult to break his stride.
No, I totally agree. But let's check out these.
Cool, we could be wrong together, maybe.
I'm okay with that as long as it's together. That's what counts. We got Ranger first for Tox. Is Razy going to mimic, or is he inspired by some other thoughts? I don't know if Keel is going to come out because it is an incredibly open map and you are easier to hit as one of those heavy champions.
There's a lot of deliberation going on with these picks. They aren't auto picks at all, just you know, crunching the numbers.
And you kind of got to right now if you're Razy. When you lose this map, you're down to the lower bracket. If you win it, you get a really nice advantage being seeded highly going into day 3. He is going to go for Keel. Now, does
Keel on Blood Covey? Okay.
Are we expecting a slash? I think Tox, if he's taking time, he's maybe deliberating about that.
You know, I can understand why he wouldn't, but it would really make my heart go aflutter if he did.
Yes, and it's something we'd have to keep an eye on a lot, at least at the start of the game if it's a champion who wants to pick early. So it's going down to the last second. He's going to go with Doom.
He's not messing around. He's not here to show off. He's here to win. And like Rafa said, winning is cool.
I think it's very composed of Tox, though,
yeah,
to do
it is.
that.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes, even when we saw the sort of DreamHack Winter 2017 finals, he's making some very unusual off-meta picks, which is fine if you're really specialized heavily in a champion, but, you know, pick your moments. Maybe a map one.
It's also different when you think that choosing a different champion other than the obvious would actually be enough to give you that edge. But here, I think he's just relying on bread and butter, rockets and rails.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are going to be jumping into the game in just a second. It's map 2 between Toxic and Maestro's Razy. So on Tox, we're going to be right off the start. He's going to be going Doom first, up against Visor.
And of course, that just gives him very easy access to rockets, rails, and heavy. And actually, if you're going to be starting off as a Doom Slayer, that's pretty much the spawn you want. It gives him a lot of utility, a lot of room, and a lot of room to breathe as well. But it's going to be clamped down a little bit by that initial LG coming out of Razy. And again, his LG has been phenomenal this series.
That's true. Don't rule out Razy's aim. It's incredibly strong. I mean, Tox, his aim, it's sensational. If you can get close to matching that and you can win on that war of control, definitely don't be afraid of it too much as Razy.
And we have a little bit of delay coming on to this heavy armor here. It's going to pay off pretty well for Razy at the moment. Toxic just figured out, okay, you're leaving heavy, just got taken that into account now as we've got the next Mega coming up. So Toxic moving into a position to defend the Mega a little bit more, as Razy's actually going to be coming back up the stairs. I mean, he's a Visor, but he doesn't have his piercing sight for another 3 seconds, so Toxic can just look for a rail and going for it. But Razy stabbing back with his own. It's going to largely be washed away by this Mega, and with the rails coming out of Toxic, he's looking for this last hit here. Razy is going to be on the run.
I can't believe how awesome that shot. I know the moment is gone, but that rail that Razy landed from Bridge was unbelievable.
Yeah.
He just side peeked him, and he knew exactly. He had it lined up already. There's a good rocket and the rail. Toxic shuts him down with a fantastic combo. And now over to BJ for Razy, as he was not able to accomplish much at all, sadly.
And not a great spawn for him, to be honest. I mean, he's going to be able to get a grab for SNG, but in the play for the LG, Toxic is not going to give it to him for free, not without at least a little bit of pressure. And if he wants to come with this jump pad for the Mega, he could be punished here. Toxic backing out of the choke point, doesn't want to get caught.
Maybe he's going to be up as soon as Tox wants to go for it. Looking for a bit of fade-away damage, but Razy not going to chase through that side. He's going up to Banana, dual-wield LG. Tox is pushed back off, away from the light armor. Still trying to find him. He's doing excellent damage, and Razy's
not afraid of nothing.
He can't do anything. He's trying to land any bit of extra output of any sort, and Toxis was stacking up. He's like, actually, my health's going backwards to how you want it.
And here in Blood Covenant, we get to see what Razy can do with the Keel
I don't see this very often, and when you're kind of relying on your LG, depending on the distance, you do have to like break your LG damage just a little bit to line up that grenade shot, which can be worth it if you hit it. If you don't, it's not.
If we took away the names and I just saw the champion lineups, normally I'd say, oh, this looks like something Tox would do.
Yeah.
Because I'm not convinced at all by Keel yet, but I'm more than happy to see
I'm
Razy.
ready to be convinced.
Yeah, for sure. Like Razy, if you got something.
But he has to get a little bit closer. I mean, he's going to be able to take away Mega, but he's still taking a lot of this attrition damage from the HMG. We've got some extra damage coming into the pillars. Nothing really connecting against Razy just yet, but as he's crossing back over towards Heavy, he's going to be playing from the stairs, and that's not going to be easy.
He's got to find something now. Tox is a little bit vulnerable. We've got stray grenades coming up, but there's actually LG's not so bad at all. Once again, 24 points of health for Tox. He finds Lila, but what a rail. He knew he was going to be vulnerable. So, oh, if I hit the shot first, it's GG.
Razy knew he was looking for the shot. Toxic knew Razy was looking for the shot, and it just came down to who made the shot.
We know who made the shot now.
That's why they pay us the big bucks.
Well,
That's how I apply the football. Yeah.
We're back with Toxic as he's going to get the early damage in this round. And another, just fly-by rail. Beautiful stuff. Razy's got to find a way to deal with this aim that we're getting from Tox. He's being so consistent with everything. It's beautiful to see him when he's on like this.
That's not something you want, though, if you're Razy, just taking 2 rails off the bat. I mean, you have to go get the Mega because it's the Mega, but then you have all that time where you're not getting weapons, and he's been kind of scared off of this railgun. Toxic's going, hey, yeah, come back later.
It's smart, though, for Razy.
Yeah.
People get so desperate to pick up the railgun, they're almost willing to sacrifice everything in order to get it. There's no point. If it's going to cost you 100 health or so, you're just going to give up a frag in a few moments. This is a really good ambush, though, from Razy. Toxic going to use his Berserk to just edge away from the fight. And again, he's managing to stack back up so quickly.
But Razy's LG is dangerous. I mean, that was 18 health for Toxic, still managing to take it back. You could see him crunching the numbers very quickly on the staircase, and he's going to be able to take away that BJ from Razy. So he's spawning back up as a Visor, popping the piercing sight. And it's going to be a bit of an attack here on the rocket launcher. Toxic, though, a great read, 100 damage off of that rocket. That can't feel good for Razy.
Just FYI, Tox is hitting 53% LG now. I know last time I quoted it, it was in the 30s on Veil, but yeah, it's looking pretty damn strong at the moment. Nice work from Razy.
And Razy just keeps eating all these rails, though, so he's going to be railable. He's definitely in the danger zone. Toxic, same thing, but he's got the angle on the Heavy. And again, Toxic's reaction time, like, that was a well-executed trap by Razy. Nothing wrong with that. Toxic is just inhuman.
Yeah, and he's just hitting ridiculous amounts. I don't know how he was so accurate after getting caught off guard. Looking for the vertical rocket to rail combo. Well, this LG is not bad at all. We've got a double jump mid-air, but still Tox is landing damage. He has to heal up a bit because of Keel has got many resources to his name.
Where is Toxic's movie deal with James Cameron? I mean, just he's doing so much damage on this heavy armor. Even with after the pickup, he's able to chain him down with the HMG and take 2-0 on Blood Covey.
He hasn't died yet. He's just been playing Doom. That's literally all he's doing at the moment. Razy cannot get a frag against Tox on Blood Covenant. He's been close. The fights have been incredibly close, but I mean, at the same time, if it doesn't happen, he's still way off getting a round, let alone a frag right now.
Yeah, if Razy doesn't take this round, we won't get to see Toxic's Doom come to Sarnath.
True. Got some nail gun out.
More clever than you know. I'll explain it later. But Toxic is going to be up top.
What do you take me for?
Oh, I know exactly what I take you for. All right, taking away rocket launcher, maintaining a little bit of control over on the other end of pillars, as that Mega's going to be coming up here pretty soon. We've got Heavy coming back up as well, and actually Razy's doing a fairly decent job of giving Toxic the runaround. But on Blood Covenant, all that really means is, all right, cool, you go take that Heavy, I'm going to get Mega, but I'm still going to be back there in time to punish you for wanting to take that Heavy.
Oh, that's Razy with the piercing sight. I think that rail was too sick. Look at that, actually, an important shot to land. He doesn't get punished for picking up the heavy armor. There is a chance for Razy to get in this round, but then all of a sudden, Tox, you get in his way and you've taken 200 damage and you don't know what happened. He's going to hear him down below.
Tox not quite exposing himself or looking for the drop down. He's looking for Razy to make the move, looking for the punish. And best thing is, if he doesn't make the move, then Toxic gets a free Mega. Win-win.
if you want to fight directly. Keeping that upper position, let's get so much more information. It's harder to engage in a fight. You might get that early damage too.
Taking those hourglasses very slowly. Maybe if I take him slowly, he won't know where I am. But guess what? Toxic already has his target locked, getting a one rail knocked off of Razy, looking for a way to cross the bridge. But Toxic's still going to be the troll over across.
He's got like the head to aim at, and Razy's got the whole body to fire at, and still Tox wins in that exchange. Gonna get one more.
Just like you said. Oh my god.
It's just they keep landing. I don't know if he's run out of rails. He's got 4 left, but he's going with the heavy machine gun. Razy though suddenly landing, looks for another, but Tox breaks away from the fight.
And now he can go get this Mega. He's going to have to approach it from pillars, which means the play here is on the jump pad from Razy. It's risky, but he's got to make that kind of play happen right now. He managed to get the grab, not quite getting the frag just yet, as Toxic is on the run with the Berserk pack.
Thought Razy's going to walk that rocket. Goes through the teleporter instead. Tox definitely got to think about getting some more rail ammunition soon, but by God.
I'm looking at this on a 144 hertz monitor. I'm not seeing the intermediary frames between Toxic not seeing Razy and then him railing Razy.
Yeah.
It's one frame.
It's disgusting. And Razy's got to get frustrated by that. It's so much to deal with when you're trying to get any semblance of control and it just gets removed from you instantaneously. That is hard to play against. But no one's really fully committed to making a move yet.
Right.
Tox is waiting for a bit more of a misstep from Razy before he goes for something, and yet Razy's not able to finish the job. But despite he's had some valiant efforts this round at getting Tox low.
Yeah, all the damage so far has been on the fadeaways and on the corner plays. Nothing really so much as, you know, like Cooler and Claws running at each other with Death Knight. We're not seeing that kind of game here, but at the same time, Toxic is punishing all of these corners very effectively.
Razy spotted him. Again, it still feels like Tox won that exchange. Hitting some heavy machine gun.
Yeah, especially Razy dropping down to shotgun armor. He's going to need a clean exit here, and right now, I don't think he has one. Toxic has got the beat on him, if not the read, and it's okay if he goes over towards heavy, as Toxic can still set up over by either rocket launcher. Oh my god, he's actually playing this angle to spam down rockets from that range at that angle.
Well, what's sick is that he managed to see that Razy moves up towards heavy, and he's like, and that's the timing. And, that's it. And he's on the other side of the map, pretty much by mega health. Like, we got some explosive play there, exchanging some rockets.
Exchange is the right word, as the damage was fairly equal. Toxic still top of the map, still daring Razy to show up in mid. We haven't had a frag just yet as we hit that 4-minute mark, but again, Razy has been having to respond to everything Toxic is, frankly, making him do.
There it is, LG on LG. Razy's got the heavy right behind him in limited health, but he's given permission to move away from that part of the map. Tox, he can get himself the Mega. There is a light armor down below. Again, it's touch and go right now. These players are even, but it is Razy who's going to feel pressured to do something.
Yeah, I think Tox is only really ever taking the Mega and just using everything else to punish. So as far as heavies go, they're actually tied here 9-9. But in this round, it's been largely Razy getting that pickup. And again, we've got heavy up. Tox is looking at it, but Razy's not there. This is the first time Toxic is going, okay, I don't actually know where Razy is, and as a result, I can go get heavy.
Very unusual. Razy maybe trying to set up a trap towards the Mega Health. Ends up being an item exchange. Tox has maybe a 20 stack advantage going at the moment. Doesn't really make a big enough difference just yet.
I mean, numbers-wise, yeah, they traded items, no big deal, it's Blood Covenant, but the fact that Toxic was still looking for Razy at the heavy and didn't know that trade was going to be happening, that's a big deal. I don't know if Razy can capitalize on it, but it's certainly a first step.
We're kind of waiting to see a sort of piercing sight allow Razy to do a bit more damage. He does find 2 rails cleanly. He might want to attack incredibly soon. He's moving forward now. The Mega Health is up. He's just finished using piercing sight, but now all of a sudden Tox, he returns fire and keeps himself safe. They had avoided combat for actually quite a long time.
Oh yeah. And now with Razy heading back over towards heavy, I think Tox is feeling much more comfortable about how Razy's moving again now. He's got the lock on him again, and now he's ready for these corner rails. And again, not a whole lot of damage dealt out in this round in total, as we're now a minute into overtime here without a frag. But Toxic is going to be looking for Razy through a TP. Oh, but it's actually a play with the rocket launcher before the teleporter. Toxic dropped down to the low pillars. He's going to have to play defensively here with the Mega up. Razy getting the grab. Heavy's going to be up as well. Toxic running it back.
it's going to be a tight race, and Toxic actually could have gotten there first if he had committed, but he's breaking over towards Rockets instead.
Very, very passive from Tox.
Yeah.
I still think he considers this piercing sight too much of a threat to stand too wide out in the open. But again, just as he got Razy low, Razy re-established a semblance of control. He's starting to hit a rail now. He definitely needs more. He just drops down to get that light. He's on 30% rail though, Razy. 7 of 23 to the 14 of 33, 42% that Tox has. And it's been noticeable, Razy's lack of rail connections.
He's hit enough to make Toxic, think twice about going all in on some of these attacks, just like that one. And now we've got Toxic on the bridge. Razy actually RJing back up. Toxic didn't quite have that read. Razy trying to collapse in and tighten the noose. Toxic trying to take away as many 25s as he can. But this is going to make Mega difficult to play for. And subsequently, it's going to be a little bit of a risk to even be camping out at the heavy. So Toxic just taking the 25 in a small armor, still being pretty passive here, going, it's not worth going all in on that heavy.
Razy, he really should have closed the gap just then. Tox was on about 20, 30 points of health. He's managed to get, again, health bubbles and a light armor. He's got the piercing sight, but misses out on the rail. If Razy wants to shut down this round, he just needs to get some rail damage out before we get Tox back to 100 or 100. And a position where he feels comfortable challenging for a mega health or a heavy armor.
Yeah, you say closing the gap, and I'm wondering right now, if you're Razy, how do you do that? I mean, he's got the stack. He's finally managed to get a double pickup of the items. Great, neat. But how do you get close enough to Toxic to just have that, rough and tumble outfight with the Rockets and LG? Especially when Toxic, again, is just hitting all these rails. Are we going to see Deja Vu with the machine gun? Nope. Razy's going to be able to duck out of there, but a lot of that stack advantage is gone. It's a play up the jump pad, and all the 7s are not going to result in a death just yet. Both of them reeling, bleeding, but still alive.
That was really surprising. Razy used piercing sight as he went up the bounce pad then, but Tox, obviously, he's not going to miss anything as Razy goes up that bounce pad. Bit more LG from the Hungarian. He drops down to lower banana, but he's already taken the light armor there. Tox, he's able to take everything. I want to see him now go in for the kill very soon once this heavy armor is picked up.
So there's the pickup. It's going to be the RJ back up to bridge as Razy is looking to cross out of the choke point for Mega. And it's actually the fact that he's been kind of camping out there is keeping Toxic a little bit concerned about where he's coming from. Well, there's the rail to open things up. 2 seconds to Mega. Exactly 1 bullet from that HMG, but it's still going to be the Mega handed over to Toxic. 10 seconds before the heavy. If Razy wanted to make that kind of a offering or a sacrifice of the Mega to go get the heavy, it was a lot of time to make that work.
And Tox not being able to spot out Razy early enough during that whole encounter means he might be losing that window. He needs to try and get closer, get back to landing those rails, find some angles on the major items. It's almost like they've gone distant away from the major items.
Looking for these rails. It's going to be Tox
shot.
getting that hit again. And yeah, it's little edges like that that are keeping Razy at bay. And you start wondering if these guys are doing a cosplay of, Rafa and Evil.
Does seem that way a little bit. And again, you've got to remind ourselves, almost 10 minutes into this round, Tox wins this. He's through to day 3.
Yeah. Razy just holding on with everything that he can. And honestly, this hasn't been easy for Tox. On the same token, anytime Tox is stacked, he's respecting Razy enough not to want to get close, but he just got close. Choice or no, but there's the rail from the LG, and that's going to be 3-0. 10 minutes into the round.
Wow, he finally shuts it down, but he really wanted to make a errorless game just then. Dominating performance on Blood Covenant. Look at that combo that he hits. I mean, we saw so many rocket derails from Tox, and we get a little MIDI one as well there.
It's a thing that keeps getting exponentially more difficult as you try to avoid your opponent, try to keep a read on them. But if he does the same thing and you both go into hiding, then yeah, you could just run into each other without having any information about it.
True, true. You can see up here 46% LG. How does that compare to your LG, Jason?
It's about 46% higher, to be honest. I did not know that Razy's name was John Connor because the Terminator was coming for him there, and he took him out. I was working on that the entire game, I swear to God. I was like, but that was ridiculous. Like, Tox, does he miss? I mean, yeah, 46% LG, but the amount of damage he did, the pressure he kept on, he didn't even lose Doom, it felt like. Yeah, didn't even lose Doom the entire time on Blood Covenant. Razy was unable to get a single frag. He looked just dominating, and it was good to see his performance because, again, that was the first time we've had him on stream, and he looked damn good. And we're all wrong on the desk.
Does one question Razy not having the clutch and showing this type of performance? I think on Vale he was pretty good, even though he lost 3-1. He looked like he was really happy to take fights, but
well,
no
Vale
clutch,
went by so
no win.
fast.
Maybe now I'm a hater. I don't know. I'm turning into you, Jason.
I'm not a hater. What are you talking about? I'm like the nicest guy you'll meet.
Maybe.
Except I hate you. But no, this is a really interesting game. I don't know. It was just so crazy to see Tox put on probably one of the most dominating performances we've seen in terms of like control and in terms of aiming and in terms of just completely preventing his opponent from having a single chance. He didn't get a single frag on an entire map. That's like me playing anyone.
And that last frag, actually, I mean, you could see how, well, that was actually round 1. It was so similar to the last frag. But with all the movement across to Banana, it's like, yeah, you know he's coming towards that choke point. You want to have your weapons at the ready. But if you make one misstep, well, that choke point is it's a nasty one. If you get rocketed through to the other side, what do? You fall, you die.
It was all close, but no cigar for Razy, and that was just to get that one frag. Didn't happen.
Well, you know what? We have a chance to talk to the man himself. It's going to be Tox joining us here. First of all, Tox, how are you doing today, sir? Because you're now qualified through to tomorrow.
I'm doing really good. I'm very pleased with my performance today.
And yeah, well, let's just start things off. Can you kind of break down that entire match? Vale went by extremely quickly. What was your game plan going into that?
I wasn't expecting him to pick Whale. I had thought that he would go for CK, Corrupted Keep. So I didn't really know how I should go into Whale. It's all about controlling the upper level, I guess. But I have been playing quite a bit with Razy, and what his usual do is he's really wanting to fight you at all times. So I really didn't want him to be being able to bully me. So I kind of went through the same approach as he did. Just fight him. If he's wanting to fight, I'm going to fight him no matter what. And I was gambling with playing a bit of Keel, since I usually don't play Keel. But I'm happy with my champions pick on Whale, and it worked out well.
Did the clutch ban come from the match we just had him have previously against Cipher, or was that something you already knew you wanted to take away?
Not really, but it probably gave me more reason to remove it, because he was doing really well with clutch on Blood Covenant. I have been struggling against his clutch in the past, and I feel like with clutch sometimes you can't really counter it if you're getting into a bad situation. Even though I don't really enjoy playing against Keel either, but I figure at least with Keel he cannot really hiding from taking damage.
Okay, guys, you want to ask him something?
Yeah, I had one actually about Blood Covenant, because we saw that the champion, the champion picks took quite a long time, and we were speculating that you might be looking for an off pick. We know that you play ranked games with your slashes, your anarchies, and so on. Were there any other champions that were coming into mind there?
I was thinking about playing anarchy or slash, but when he picked Kill, I figure it's better to have a more tanky champion. If he would have been picking something else than Keel, I would most likely have been picking either Anarchy or Slash on DM6.
Now, when you say that you've been playing Razy a lot, I totally believe it, because especially that last round on Blood Covenant, not only did it take literally forever, but you guys were playing around each other in such an intelligent way. Obviously, you were very familiar with each other that whole time, but it wasn't like you were playing with your food, was it?
No, I always respect his damage output that you really need to do. But then again, I'm believing in my own ability to win if we are equal in stack. So I just waited around to get a really good opportunity, and sometimes he was hitting 2 rails on me, which left me to have to stack up again, and it took about a minute before the next opportunity. And that's how the game usually goes. Like, you need to respect your opponent, but you shouldn't be afraid of him.
All right, well, Tox, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations again on your victory.
Thank you.
And we will see you tomorrow, so don't party too hard tonight.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. All right, guys, so to wrap up that last game, Razy Tox. Razy, unfortunately, not pick up the victory, and we'll drop now down to the elimination match in his group. Do you think this is mentally going to stump him a little bit?
Do we know who it's against?
It is against... Yes, I do know. Would you like to know?
I would like to know.
Do you have a guess who it is?
I think there's a few people that would like to know.
Yeah.
I reckon it's Cipher.
It is. It is. It is Cipher. Yeah, so we have a rematch.
I was going to let you off the hook for that. No.
So unfortunately, Garpy did not pick up the victory against Cipher. So a rematch between Razy and Cipher, and I can almost guarantee you two here on the desk and everyone at home, Clutch will be banned this time.
Yeah, I think so. And especially Cipher seeing that Tox just ripped him apart when he was using Keel. I think Cipher's going to be a bit, reinvigorated by seeing Razy lose like that.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think it was the clutch that was Razy's biggest strength in that original match. I think there were a lot of other factors that played into it. So yeah, ban clutch if you want, but I think Razy's still looking really good.
Interesting.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to head to a short break before we do continue our matches here. This is the PGL Quake Champions Open, and we'll see you after this.
the ashes, I will rise again. Suffer and die! Yes. Suffering is only the beginning.
It is time now for the rematch here for the last slot coming out of Group C. We've got Razy and we've got Cipher. And they played once already today with Razy winning in a 2-0 fashion. Zoot and Jahar joining me here on the desk. Do we think it's going the same route, or do you think we're going to see a little bit of a change of tide here with Cipher striking back?
This is two players that I would have definitely seen in top 8. This is an emotional prediction to make.
Well, we know how your prediction game's been already.
It's been okay, all right.
With saying Rafa's not getting top 8.
Yeah. It's, you know, some people get lucky. No, I'm joking, okay? No one crucify me. I didn't say that. But seriously, I think this is going to be a very different game to the one we saw before, because what you mentioned before, Jason, regarding the bans, I think Clutch is getting out of here this time.
Before we do fully jump into this one, obviously you can see some stats here. I do want to eventually get to the point to check in with Group D, because we still have matches to come up from that later on today. We have the winners match, I think is going to be the next game after this. And of course, I think 2 more after that to close out the entire day. CNZ, Kilson still waiting to play their match next after this. Winner of that one goes through to the 3rd day. And then of course, the loser of that match will play against Sirius as he tries to fight for his first playoff berth in a tournament. I mean, this is his second LAN event, but his first playoff berth.
This would be insane. Imagine if CNZ and Sirius get through and Kilson
It is an interesting situation, yeah, because you just remarked earlier about how CNZ had lost before and Kilson had lost before, and Sirius as actually like right between them, like okay.
So he's rooting for Kilson at that stage, I believe.
You think?
I reckon so.
Okay.
Kilson, if it's Kilson versus Sirius, I think it's going to be an insane game. Really insane.
Well, we're going to find out one way or the other.
Yes.
Yeah, we will get there. Thank you. I like to be included in this conversation eventually. But guys, before we do fully head into this game and fully do talk about it, we've already seen it once, but you know, it's so nice. We want to see it twice.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it one more time and see the player intros. You know those shirts out there that's just kind of like the faces of emotion? It's just the same face. I feel like that's Razy, because I'm pretty sure in that video he was actually ecstatic. That's probably the happiest he's ever been, except you just can't tell.
Yeah, well, he's also like evil a little bit, where off the game he looks like a total, you know, a nice guy, and then you get him in the in-game camera and he's just a stone-blooded killer.
He was kind of smiley, I think, towards the end of the interview last time around. In the first, I think we saw just a little lip movement there.
Yeah,
little twinge at the end.
Hey, with Quake players, you're happy with what you get.
Just having him and Talks like doing an interview at the same time together, that's just like the most emotionless conversation you're ever gonna have in your life. But we do see the maps here: Corrupted Keep being chosen by Razy, Blood Covenant by Cipher, and Runes Sarnath as our 3rd. And of course, as we expected, the clutch being taken away by Cipher with DK by Razy.
This is interesting now, because last time Corrupted Keep was the tiebreaker, and now Razy decided he actually wants to pick it straightforward. So I'm really, really keen to see how that one's going to play out, and if it is really going to be Razy's keep. And Cipher lost Blood Covenant last time, round 2, which is when you wouldn't expect him to lose to virtually anybody, if he can, you know, finally make amends of that.
I really wonder, just because, you know, Razy had taken that first matchup, if he was feeling pretty good about how he was actually playing. We've seen some players, you know, throughout the course of the tournament where we interview them and they go, I wasn't actually playing all that well, even though it's a winner's interview. But if Razy's feeling good about how he played against Cipher, what does he have to be stressed out about? Just do it again.
Just don't think about the last game.
Yeah.
That's it. Don't let that loss linger. And Razy can sometimes get a bit emotional about games that he loses, because he obviously despises losing. And he's been very vocal to me about that in the past. So if he can get past that moment and just get back into the zone, he's played Cipher a lot of times. He knows what his game plan should be, and time to execute.
What worries me about Corrupted Keep, though, is Cipher doesn't only have to worry about Razy, he has to worry about the environment, because the amount of times he's been knocked off the map in the past has been insane. But we just see the picks coming in, guys. What do we have already?
Double Keel, which worries me because I love playing Keel. I don't want him to get nerfed, but so we've got both of them coming out here, and again with the clutch kind of knocked out, Razy's going to have to get a little bit more creative, and he's finishing that off with the Galena.
Okay. I wonder if Cipher's going to reciprocate with this one. Obviously we've got the BJs there as well. Cipher actually picked the Keel ahead of Razy, and we're going to get a full mirror matchup on this one. I'm honestly torn as to what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, eventually we get to the point in the tournament where we do have to start saying goodbye to people. You obviously want to see both these players in the playoff bracket, but unfortunately one of them does have to go. Yeah, it's like not happening, guys. No possibility. But guys, predictions. I'm going to ask you this time.
Oh, God.
I'm going to go straight to you, Zoo. I was going to go to Jahar, but you know what? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Razy. I don't know. Razy.
And Jahar, I'm not even going to ask you if you don't want to. I'm going to give you the option.
Let's go to the moon, Razy.
Okay.
Let's see him do it twice.
Cipher.
You do it twice.
Cipher.
Do it twice.
Wait, so you changed it to Cipher?
I changed to Cipher.
Such
fair weather friend, yeah.
I just imagine you at a Starbucks with your UGG boots on, ordering a pumpkin spice latte right now. I can't say the other term of what I want to go with, but that's what you're going to get.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head into this game. Jahar and Zoop, take us away.
I really feel like I should sit between you two, honestly.
Well, let's jump into the match as soon as we possibly can, Jahar. We have got Razy and Cipher in their second set playing for elimination. And already we've had first blood go, and Cipher is the one to benefit from that.
Man, Razy destroyed Cipher so hard in that last match that he actually peeled off his skin, and now he's wearing Cipher's face like a mask. How metal is that?
I love the illustration in my mind now.
I mean, I could believe it, but we've got Razy actually going fairly quiet here in the red room. And of course, being a Galena up first, you know, being able to keep a totem up your sleeve is great in the fight, but it's costing him a lot of time for getting the potential setup. Cipher, being a BJ, is going to be incredibly dangerous, but look at this very kind of precise and yet restrained movement coming out of Razy, finally dropping a totem at the TP exit, taking away some hourglasses, and getting ready for this mega, as Cipher should undoubtedly get that heavy.
Yes, Cipher now going to get used to Razy's defensive ways once more, and even though it is Corrupted Keep a traditionally fast map, it just feels like this is what Razy does against Cipher, you know? I can't
really
put it any other way.
Watching Cipher just dash across without even realizing where Razy was, and still having no idea where Razy is, even as he's backing into this heavy armor, it's like watching, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre all over again. But we've got 2 seconds to this heavy. I know you haven't seen it. We've got the heavy getting picked up, well, being delayed by Razy. Is he going to pick it up? Is he not? And finally, Cipher gets the audio cue that he needs, but he's not exactly ready for it. And Razy takes none damage from that BJ.
Oh, he's went through the teleporter as well. Cipher, you know better than that. He's got such low HP and no more dual wield. That is going to be Razy securing his first kill. And a totem back on the teleporter exit. This one's put a little further back, so depending on the speed that Cipher's traveling through the teleporter, he may or may not run into that one.
And best of all, with this delay, I mean, Razy can keep his back to the heavy armor, still make a bit of a fight happen for Cipher here, as he wants to be at this mega incredibly early. He's going to be pushing in for it. Is he going to survive long enough? Barely. I'm honestly shocked that Cipher got away with that. But, you know, fair dice to him. It's going to be really good shots coming out with both the LG and the Rockets. And he's finally going to get the pick up there for the heavy.
Razy really needed to land like 1% better LG, and he would have gotten the kill first, because he was timing it fairly well, but it's just about execution at that stage. He could have otherwise gone back to heavy, and he could have continued some control instead, but he chased an advantage and didn't reap the benefits.
It's called the Rafa cooler effect. We got Razy taking away Mega. And as a Keel, again, he's going to be very difficult to pull down in Corrupted Keep. Cipher's not quite committing to that heavy armor just yet. In fact, he's not even there. Razy's going to figure that out here pretty soon and get the grab for himself.
Very interested by Cipher's Keel pick as well. I know we haven't got there yet, but I'm very curious what he's going to do, because it's not something he's incredibly well known for.
Well, if he can manage to strong arm him for another minute and 30 seconds, we might not see it at all. Razy is going to be enjoying a great stack, but not a great way to force a fight against Cipher, who's going to have another totem coming up here in just a moment. Razy's going to know what side of the map he's on, but it's all about getting up close and personal. There it is on the jump pad, nearly knocking him out of the map. Not quite getting it, but still the LG coming out of Cipher is ridiculous.
He's going to get a little more health. There goes the heavy. He hits a massive rocket. Cipher tries to respond to that one. That Mega's not up for 5 seconds time, so he can't just linger on it, at least not very easily. And again, that teleporter is protected by a totem.
And so Razy's not going to be giving any free damage or, you know, even worse, free information to Cipher. As we've got 1 minute to go, Razy still needs to make this frag back. He's managed to keep the stacks fairly even, but so far in the fight, Cipher has been taking the damage.
Here comes Heavy. Cipher, he is going to push forward into it. These grenades are not really connecting just yet. And there's going to be the Mega next. Cipher seems to be doing much better on the control. He's got those 3 totems, and here comes some rockets. Cipher still hasn't finished the job, and Mega health is up. Razy's going to go for it, but he eats a rocket on his way there. Cipher taking down the first round.
In that last minute, it really felt like Razy was walking into every trap laid out by Cipher, and Cipher was more than happy to just leave the armor after the pickup and go, all right, follow me. You know, see what I have in store for you.
Well, it was a dead man walking through the end of that round. Razy, off the start, he's going to go BJ yet again. Lands a lot of damage, but Cipher's going to escape towards the Heavy. Recuperate a little bit. Dual Will pulled out.
A little bit early, and now Cipher's going to realize that himself. And with his hand still at the ready on the ability button, as we've got Razy taking over LG. He's going to be fairly defensive here, but as we go take a look at Cipher, he's going to have Rockets making his move over towards Mega. Just from the base level, and another early pop, but it could be a little bit more fortuitous for him, but he doesn't get any damage out of that rocket.
That's really weird from Cipher. Oh my god, this tripod's doing a lot of damage over here. Still a good amount of armor, but Heavy just taken by Razy in time. Passive going to help him, but look at that push with the LG. That was unexpected. And the good, even though we saw very weird usages of the ability, the whole fact was that Cipher never had the lightning gun. But okay, never mind. He gone done refrag.
Yeah. So we got Razy trying to make something happen with the grenades, and Cipher just takes that LG all the way to town as he's going to be 1 frag away from getting on match point. Cipher looking for this heavy armor, and now he's starting to play it a little bit more like a normal map. You know, like I'm going to take the items I know I can take, and now that I know I can win some of these toe-to-toe fights, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, Razy's going to regret throwing that kill with the kill. He did not need to be involved in that fight, and Cipher, he was hitting everything then. We're getting 43% lightning gun from Cipher, 35 from Razy, despite Razy doing quite a bit more damage with that weapon at the moment.
And so we got the totem damage and info for Razy. He's about to get another totem back up. Cipher is looking for this last frag, but Razy's still going to be crossing in from heavy armor. He's being a little bit more cautious about it this time, trying to push in through the choke point. The first hits are good. Cipher backing over towards a rocket launcher, double backing through, but not quite running into Razy.
That's going to be his totem gone up at the top. I suspect that Razy would have replanted one there, but look at that lightning gun is good enough. He tries to get the totem out to protect himself, but it's not fast enough. And now we're going to get to see a little bit of Cipher's keel. Is he going to be able to get anything? He's got a couple of grenades out. They haven't really connected just yet, and his health is exceedingly low.
Yeah, that fight was less about getting the frag and more about scaring Cipher off of the heavy, which has worked out so far, but Cipher comes back in for the Mega incredibly early, and there's the frag tying up the rounds.
Wow, pretty fast overall. I mean, we saw about 10 seconds worth of Cipher's keel. It didn't really bring anything to the table just yet, but we've got plenty of rounds left in Corrupted Keep to see what he can do. If indeed it does get to kill.
And Razy gets my favorite spawn here with the Plasma, getting the pickup for the Mega, as Cipher is just going to be checking that for information, making sure he didn't break over towards Heavy before going to get the Heavy himself. But that also means that Razy will have priority on the rocket position, and if Cipher wants to push back into mid, he's going to be fending off against a fully stacked up and ready to fight Razy.
Oh, the Tribal, he's just pushing in there. He's just realized the duel has been used, so he's going to back off once again. Cipher's showing his face for quite a long time, and that is going to be the Mega health coming up first. He's still got dual wield available, but that rocket is so good. Great return damage from Razy. And there's the Mega health pickup. He might try and race over towards the heavy, and he's just spotted that Cipher's gone around, so he's like, I can secure this item. This map control is all mine.
Now that was a good plan B out of Cipher. I think he realized as soon as he saw Razy coming out of the Mega that, no, I'm not going to get to heavy armor in time. Like, it's going to be a fight there, and I don't necessarily want that fight. So he's still playing on the back leg. Razy wants to push us in and make good on the damage and the control that he's won. And there's that first frag.
It's been a while since he's used dual wield also, so he'll have that up again soon. We have got a nail gun push from Cipher. That Mega's going to be up in a second. It's so difficult for Razy to dodge into it. And Cipher with about 16 health left eventually gets totem health. He gets the Mega afterwards. He's now got the heavy. everything he could have wanted to secure.
It's really difficult to keep in mind that extra health that you get from a totem and how much more difficult that makes it to just stand there and try to LG a Galena. So Cipher going to be able to bring the frag back in as we've got the keel up for Razy, and he's got a full sleeve full of grenades, but they're not going to be connecting just yet as he's walking into a ton more LG from Cipher. Here comes the play on the Mega. There's the pickup. And with Cipher having his back to the heavy armor, he just wants to move back through Razy, finishing off with the shotgun. And that rocket actually perfectly catapulted him into the heavy.
It's like, shit, all right, I'm on the right path now. Keel hasn't done a lot this Corrupt to Keep, Corrupt to Keep it feels like. I don't think we've seen many kills from the champion yet, but Razy now on Galena. See if he can do a little bit better, otherwise it's just going to be that back and forth we're getting between the two of them. Definitely seems a lot more even than we had last time round these guys played today.
Yeah, so with, of course, tied rounds and Razy still down a frag. We've seen how Razy really likes to play that slower game from time to time, but he just doesn't have the option. It's the map, it's the player, it's the frag, but it's going to be Cipher trying to hold on with this LG, and Razy bringing it back in with 16 HP left. Can he recover, though, as Cipher's spawning up Keel, and even Machine Gun would be disastrous to Razy right now.
I just spotted him. The LG hurting a lot. He needs to get out of there. Only 27 points of health. Cypher's chasing him down, though, and that is going to be another kill. Keel getting a little bit of a success just there, getting the refrag off the swarm, but I feel like Razy hung around just a little bit too long. He should have known that pressure was inbound.
Yeah, I mean, the 50 health at the Red Room is tempting and useful, but depending on the spawn, it might not be safe.
Well, we are with Cipher moving towards round 4, as if he just wins this, he is a map up, and he is yet to take a map from Razy this tournament. Here comes double dual wheel lightning gun. Suddenly Razy hit the sweet spot just then, but then Cipher, he retaliates. It honestly didn't look like he was going to get the kill. I just saw Cipher's health completely vanish, but Razy couldn't land anything afterwards.
It was all about that take two, but it's going to be a nice little bit of grenade action here. And of course, Akil has weapons at the ready immediately off the spawn, so Cypher's got to respect that just a little bit. We have the heavy armor taken, and Razy dropping down. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but he's going to be able to break back over towards Rockets in just a little bit here, as Cipher is going to be taking over the Boneyard.
Does need armor, this light. Is it soon to appear? There we go.
No dinks from that rocket, so no info. But Cypher's still got a pretty good inkling on how Razy's moving out of Mega. Going to be looking for that drop, and Cypher's going to be looking for a drop to Heavy, and also a drop onto Razy with the dual LG. It's enough to scare him off. Razy didn't lose all of his stack there, but that certainly kept things even.
Yeah, his overstack has been totally wiped away. Cypher's certainly feeling in control of the situation. Maybe small doubts without having the dual wield. Oh, he gets pushed in. Brilliant bait from Razy. He knew that he wanted those hourglasses. Look, he got basically a free frag from that. That's incredibly impressive.
And Cipher helped him with that by rocketing himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was all going wrong then anyway.
What a great guy.
Well, we've got Heavy coming up, and it looks like Razy wants to move quickly onto this one. Still with a bit of that mega health overstack looming over. He's now going to push in. The grenades are landing too. Such limited amounts of health. And I thought Cipher blew himself up just then.
Yeah, being able to jump over that rocket as Razy was just honestly catapulting into the Boneyard, that was everything. That meant that Cipher fired a rocket, turned away for a frame or two, turned back, and then Razy was in his face. Like, you don't see that coming. But Razy didn't see that pineapple coming from Cipher, as now they're both down to their last frag.
I find it very awkward what Razy's doing, though. He hangs on for so long with a short stack on his champion. Not exact timing of the item. It's just not absolutely perfectly calculated, which we need at this level in the game, in the tournament. There's another push yet again. Cipher doing good damage. Rocket jumping up, trying to secure this frag. This is going to be the map for him. There we go. Razy falls, and Cipher finally secures the one map.
A little bit of vindication from Cipher.
Yes. Yeah. There's going to be some relief. And I did switch my prediction right at the end, remember?
You did.
A reverse curse.
You have to remember, I'm totally comfortable being wrong. I have no problem being wrong.
I can take it in stride. I do need to, think about it at the hotel.
Yeah.
But I'm okay.
Well, I mean, Cipher was down after the last matchup, but he's certainly not out. Taking Corrupted Keep, often referred to as Razy's Keep.
Is Keep anymore? It might not be. Let's see what happens on Blood
I'm not sure what the rules on that are, actually.
I don't know. Yeah. They're not really written anywhere. I think we just made them up.
But was it actually Blood Run for the next one?
No, it's Blood Covenant.
Blood Covenant.
One of the Bloods. And that is Cipher so good on that map. He didn't have a great time previously, but it was a different story then. With Clutch out of the picture, I don't think Keel has made as big of an impact from Razy yet. He's got a chance to redeem himself, but
I don't think Clutch or Keel really had much of an impact either way. I think Cipher just was able to read Razy much more consistently, and even when it was an LG on LG fight, as you could see there, they were in fact very close in terms of accuracy. But even with Razy getting a little bit of extra damage, Cipher often getting that first hit and getting that first opportunity for damage, that was everything.
Yeah, I mean, he had double the rocket damage to Razy, whereas Razy had 1,000 more LG damage, but you could see that the starts to the fights, the plays off the spawn as well were better when Razy was making undisciplined decisions of hanging around for mega health when you've got 100 HP, no armor, and a really stacked Keel in front of you. I mean, don't make these kinds of plays. He could regret this a lot.
You're throwing a lot of words Razy's way. I would be careful. I don't want him showing up at my back door, you know.
I mean, I just hope for his sake he hasn't thrown away a chance to get into top 8, because he's someone I definitely see as being a top 8 player.
I just don't want him to hold us personally responsible if he doesn't.
No, absolutely not. But I wonder now, is he going to pick Keel on Blood Covenant?
We've seen it so far today, and being a Keel fan, I still don't really justify it on Blood Covenant. There's just too much room. You're really looking for that sweet spot. If you're like LG versus LG, you want it close enough that you don't really have to wildly adjust your LGM to make that grenade connection. Going for crazy jump pad mid-air grenades is fun, but the time for fun is past.
Yeah, I want to see a Nyx. I really want to see Razy pick a Nyx, because he's so entertaining with that champion. And I want him to not pick Keel. Going with a visor.
Yeah, you have to kind of go visor. It's going to be Ranger. Okay, a little bit more consistent.
Nyx would be so good. I don't rate Cipher's Ranger as good as, say, his visor. I don't think it's the strongest champion at all. I think a Nyx would be a really excellent pick from Razy.
Well, they're watching the stream, I guess not. Razy going for Galena. Again, I'm a big Galena fan, but Galena's a little bit tougher to play on Blood Covenant because all the places that would be really great to throw down a totem are also fairly visible. If you're using totems just for the health, then yeah, you have some staircases to kind of use, and that can be great. But usually recovering on health after breaking away from a fight isn't a huge problem on Blood Covenant, so it's not as useful for health and it's not as useful for damage.
It makes me think that Razy wants to play a slow game too. You've got that Galena.
Let's see if Cipher wants to.
You're looking to start building up that infrastructure of totems, get your overstack going. I think Razy's more like that than just holding on to one for combat all the time. But let's see how the story plays out, guys. We are jumping into game now. It's map 2 between Cipher and Razy. If Cipher takes this, he is through to day 3. If Razy takes it, well, he's got another chance.
That's terrifying because, yeah, we've been kind of following Razy on quite a journey here today at the PGL, but Cipher could take that all the way now as we've got the opening 2 rails coming out of Cipher, or going to Cipher as he's recovering very quickly, but not quite catching the damage on the jump pad.
Dual wield is used. Cipher gets 0 damage from it. He's just trying to buy some space. He's feeling kind of closed in a little bit, but now it's whether or not Razy's going to be landing this shot. It's a very small twitch dodge from Cipher, and just a little bit of tri-bolt damage. I think about 40 or so in total.
Yeah, that was a sweaty 30 seconds for Cipher as he was looking for that next pickup of heavy so that he could start making a move towards the other side of the map, or even making a move towards rail. And now he's done it, so he's got a little bit of time to relax. Not really an item to play for, but getting on that railgun is going to be everything, but he's got to get back up top first.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a trap over there, but Razy, he wanted to make a little bit of noise. I was afraid Cipher was going to come right back at him. He hears that Cipher's over at pillars, so he says, you take this side, I'll take the other.
Yeah, that's classic Blood Covenant as we have the trade, but even if they're coming up at the same time, if you take the Mega, you can still put a lot of pressure on the exit of the Heavy, and right here, Razy has made himself scarce. He's not out of the way, but he's gone silent, and Cipher doesn't really have the read on him just yet, but Cipher's got the win for that rail.
Doesn't realize it's right below him. I wonder if Razy's aware of where he is. He's going to have piercing sight in a moment.
There it is.
I think he'll use it straight away.
Yeah, probably should here.
Razy's on the mid platform, I think. Is he on banana? There it is. There's a rail.
Great oblique angle as well. I mean, that rail isn't going to end up doing too much permanent damage as that Mega and then subsequent armor is taken away by Cipher. But it made a statement.
He made a claim. And Cipher's actually getting caught out here at the LG. You can defend with double, but it's not enough. And we've seen this before. Razy's LG is scary. He's not afraid of a BJ.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Could have been worse. We got Razy now 1 frag up in the first round. That's got to feel a little bit better after what happened at Corrupted Keep. Popping the piercing side again. And going to go for the heavy armor. Are we going to see a rocket jump to put some pressure on the Pillar's exit? Not so much.
Oh, nothing too much at the moment. I gotta say that Razy's opening to that last fight that was so good. Normally that dual wheel BJ can be terrifying with the lightning gun, but he countered it immensely. Rail searching for a long range angle, doesn't know which side Cipher was going to move to, but hits something in the end. I think that Cipher's still trying to get on the railgun himself, and he's got to start thinking, this is costing a lot to get that weapon. I've taken 180 damage. Is it worth it anymore? He's just missed a chance to block out off that heavy, so he uses a piercing sight. Now, can he punish him at all?
Yeah, the long-term effect of that has been, Cipher's going to have a really tough time leaving this side of the map. Razy, he's got Mega to go back to, but he's actually taking his time for that a little bit. But it's going to be a trap as Cipher is moving his way back in, and that LG knockback is actually putting him perfectly on the Mega. This is immediately turned around, and now Razy is on the run.
Don't know if he got any of that defensive damage on the rockets on the way back, but brilliant use of tri-bolt rockets from Cipher. Razy felt like he was king of the map a moment ago. Now he's the one who's getting suffocated. Cipher just used his piercing sight. Razy's should be up next, depending on how the hourglass consumption goes.
Razy wants to get a little bit more consistent on this pickup for the Mega. I mean, armor's already going to be gone. Cipher's here to knock that Mega off, which is fantastic. A great rocket. Razy trying to defend with the rail, which is risky, and even trying to drop down towards LG. He's got to deny the angles, make himself scarce. But from here, where does he go now?
Well, he's got to do something really soon, because that piercing sight's going to be up, and as soon as that is, Cipher's going to close down this kill. And with a minute to go, this is a horrible, horrible time to lose a champion. There it is. He finds him at the bottom. Cipher ties things up on the champions.
And with the nice, tasty heavy armor to take after that frag, he can put immediate pressure on the Mega. He didn't quite see Razy up there, so actually Razy can defend that with the tri-bolt, but he's not going to be sticking to it. Going to say, okay, Cipher, you can be the big man on campus for the moment, or not. It's a really aggressive play with the dual LG, and Razy puts it together. 25 health at the end of that. Can he recover before Cipher comes back in with the vengeance?
I think Cipher will be, because with 20 seconds to go, no health for Razy. This is more than enough time. But he's used his orb already?
Oh,
well,
no.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, no.
It's not going to matter at all. The LG's not terrible from Razy, but Cipher just runs right into him.
It just wasn't enough health. He just had nothing to it.
I really felt that Cipher could have dug himself a hole by using the orb too early, and slightly lucky to run into Razy down there. Razy is going to regret standing in that position in central map. With 15 seconds to go hide somewhere. Sometimes you think, though, the hiding in open space can be deceptive.
As a result, we are going to be indeed going into overtime here as Cipher's looking for the rails across bridge, and it's going to be a trade as we have the heavy armor taken, using that dire orb to cross the map and put immediate pressure on the Mega. He's going to be coming in from the choke point and doesn't see Razy over by the pillar, so that's going to give Razy exactly one rail for free. The rest he's going to have to work for, but work he does.
Oh my god, the amount of rails that he's hitting. Cipher, he's got some resources down at the pillars to take. There's a light. Oh, he's going to find him. The orb, he tries to, he completely misses it, and Razy with the lightning gun takes him down. Again, it's this aggression at these awkward moments, and Cipher's just not quite reading it. And this is something I feel like Cipher doubted Razy could do.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes of jockeying for control, trying to get a good position, trying to get a good read, getting some good rails off at a distance, but it all comes down to Cipher just not being able to turn around when Razy's attacking from above.
Well, we move into the next round. Cipher, he gets the railgun early on. He doesn't have to pay the price for that at all. All good. Lacking the lightning gun. Definitely one of the favorites for BJ. All is good. Great rail from him. Armor diminished from Razy. He's going to edge away to the other corners of the map. And Cipher really, it's his playground at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling good about the top of the map. Doesn't even really feel that concerned about getting a rocket launcher at the moment. There's the pickup for Mega, and by all rights, it should be traded with the pickup for the Heavy. A little bit delayed. That also means that Razy could get spotted on his way back out. I think I saw a failed rocket jump there over to rail.
You might be right, actually, yeah. It looked, yeah.
Yeah, he went up and then he came down, and now he's down here at LG, and it's not a place he wants to be. He's not looking totally comfortable about it, but his defensive rockets are just enough to keep Cipher away.
It's unbelievable rockets, actually. He was a dead man just then. But absolutely clutch, and he's not even on the map.
There it is. Ring the bell. All right, so we got Cipher looking for that rail, almost getting Razy right between the eyes, but it's going to be a mega backup. Cipher doesn't really need to defend it here. Razy's nowhere to be seen. As Cipher is 8 seconds away from getting his dual wheel back up. He's got a full bevy of LG at the ready. Let's see if he can use it here on the bridge.
This is harsh. Brilliant movement from Cipher. Nice jump across the bridge. Piercing sight is up in 2 seconds time. Razy really needs this to stand a chance to get some of the damage because he is totally trapped right now. There's the Tribal doing a lot. There's some good LG from Razy, but he has no stack available, and it's a terrible time to, like, with the items coming back up, Cypher's going to walk right back into control.
I appreciate how Cipher really tried to not use his ability to make that frag. Like, yeah, you can push in there, go all in, no big deal, but being able to hold it off a little bit longer makes it a little bit cleaner, and if he didn't need it at all, it would have been ready for this fight, but it's not ready for this fight, and Razy can turn it around. I don't know why he dropped.
Why would you drop on that? You know what champion he's playing, you know what weapon he has because you know where he came from. That is unbelievable to me that he'd do that. And look, it's just picked out of the sky. It could not be easier for Razy. That's a catastrophic error for Cipher.
Well, I'm sorry, but you would normally be able to get to ask him in the winner's interview, but maybe not now. A look says 1,000 words. I wish everybody else could see it, but fortunately everybody can see that fantastic LG as Razy makes 3 for 3 with the BJ. And we've got another round going there.
Well, I'm kind of also speechless at the fact that what Cipher did in that round.
Yeah.
To me, that's unbelievable. Okay, sometimes dropping down on someone it's all right. He did have a slight outstack of him, but Razy I don't think Razy could believe that he dropped on him. He's like, really? I'll take that. That's awesome.
No problem.
And he gets the kill afterwards on Visor up the bounce pad. I mean, wow. That was a nice little lift that we had from Cipher. I don't want to get this guy mad because he's one of the people he's an emotional player, but sometimes when he's getting angry, he really does, you know, go into his final form.
He wouldn't like him when he's angry, but Razy is going to be a little bit light on weapons, to be honest. He's only got the 5 rockets, a little bit of rail, no LG just yet, but there's the drop for it. That might mean giving up a heavy armor over to Cipher, and Cipher's not going to realize that at the moment, but there's the piercing sight. Cipher looking for a way through to bridge and looking for the drop, and Razy just barely missing that opportunity for the fadeaway rail, but it's going to be a trade between Heavy and Mega, and coincidentally enough, that sinks them right back up.
Rocket, well, that's lovely from Razy. Unfortunately for him, it bounced him away, so he couldn't get any follow-up damage.
Yeah.
One thing we could get a fight over here. There's one rail. Another rail. He's so weak. He's going to go into the lightning gun. The passive is going to heal up Cipher a little bit, but I don't think there's any escape from this.
Razy played that up perfectly. Getting the 2 rails and then just knowing you don't have an exit. Like, I can wait for you to drop. I can wait for you to come out through mid. Either way, I'm going to get the angle on you.
Heavy machine gun. Cipher's trying to pressure as well. I don't know if he had the HMG or just the...
That was the HMG for Razy, yeah.
Oh, for Razy. I think Cipher only had the starting.
Right, yeah. No time for the pickup, but it's going to be a long time before any of the items come back up. Cipher just getting away with that Mega, but the Mega by itself without weapons is not going to be doing him too much good. There's the pick for LG, and Razy might hear it. Yep.
Some lovely
You can hear this pitter-patter of little feet.
Oh, there's one thing I'm thinking of. Is it a mistake for Cipher to pick BJ first 3 rounds in a row? I mean, for round 1 and 2 didn't go brilliantly.
I mean, BJ's great for...
Just kick it till it works? I mean, I don't understand.
For a second pick, yeah. He's really good at going, hey, I did 90 damage to you in that last fight. I know you've got like sub 40 health, but if I can spawn, find a weapon, or even just like submachine gun, and then find you, then I can turn that back around very quickly. He's great at making those opportunities fly. So yeah, as a first champion, you don't really get that kind of dynamic.
I would have loved to have seen just him pick Visor or Ranger. Ranger, I think, is also a really fun first champion to have on Blood Covenant, but as he did not go for it.
But I like how you're already trying to like justify and understand why he's losing this, but because He's actually doing some really good
That's
damage here. Razy's going to be on the run. Recovering here is not going to be easy, especially down on low pillars. Razy whipping back around with a great defensive rocket, still alive somehow with 15 health, exiting pillars, popping the piercing sight to stay defensive, and this Mega, yeah, he's just going to leave it completely, but crossing this angle is going to be dangerous.
Whoa! Oh my god. Had a flutter there.
Yeah.
Oh, Razy. He's under a lot of pressure. This, oh my god, the rails that he's hitting. Now he's going for the heavy machine gun. He's suddenly re-energized with the heavy armor too. And he gets the frag overall. He had so much pressure on him. But Cipher, he's not got a stop button whatsoever.
It's a terror not knowing what his rail is all about, but even under pressure, Razy performing just fine, getting Cipher down to just his ranger. Now Razy's not looking all that that hot himself at the moment. In-game, out-of-game, yeah, that's a different story, but he's going to need some health, going to need some armor.
Needs some piercing sight usage just to maybe get some of the health bubbles safely, but he seems confident in his read on Cipher, so he's not going for it straight away. Now he's got some health, he say, alright, can I get some damage? Ooh, misses things there. There is still time for Cipher to come back in this, but he's got to create an opportunity for himself.
And at this point, 2 frags in 1 minute is a tall order. Razy calming down a little bit, going a little bit more incognito as he's looking to burn some of these seconds down as much as possible. Even if that means giving up a Mega, it also means that he's going to be staying scarce. But curiously enough, I mean, the bridge gives you a lot of ways to exit, but you are going to get caught.
Oh, Heavy's going to be there. Razy's counting the seconds already. We have got the Dire Orb back. And there's a rocket jump up. Cipher, I don't know if he saw that Razy was down below at that stage, and he's just used his Dire Orb. And that's only going to be back up once, and there's a quick rail. Cipher with limited health and armor. This is all but over right now.
Yeah, here Razy's at a point where if he gets 1 rail off on Cipher and Cipher has to go recover, then Razy wins. He doesn't need to kill him, just needs to do 1 rail every like 10 seconds.
Of course we got,
10 seconds, yeah.
Respawn, yes. The respawn to factor in. Cypher's going to call GG. He just can't seem to hunt him down whatsoever. Razy just gets a 3-0 on Cypher's map pick and has made this series really interesting now.
How crazy is Quake Champions Duel right now?
It's, I mean, how crazy are these players too? The reads they've got on each other. I mean, this is absolute insanity. I was not expecting this. I was kind of slightly smirking at myself at the end of Corrupted Keepers. Like, I'm actually going to get a prediction right for once.
No problem. Going to be a full sweep, huh?
Yeah, but you know what? We're going over to the tiebreaker. And Cypher's got to feel wounded after that. You get 3-0'd on your map pick.
Not only 3-0'd, but 3-0'd with no ability to track down your opponent, even when you know you have momentum, you know you have stack, you know you've got everything going for you, but you just can't find the guy.
Yeah, look at that. Razy's hitting 49% LG. Cipher, I mean, still 44, which is amazing. that is unreal stuff over there. And also, Cypher's got to think about those errors that he made. That drop down, that was a horrific error. I don't want to be too harsh, and I sometimes am, but I mean, you can't be doing that at this stage. Not at this level. We don't expect plays like that.
Again, he might hunt you down later.
He might. Yeah. I think he already has before, so.
Well, we're going to be going into a tiebreaker.
Yes, it's Ruins that is going to be coming up. We are going to be getting into the champion selection in just a second. Again, I feel like Nyx hasn't been banned. I'd really love to see some Nyx play. For me, this would
I think that would be justified on Ruins. Yeah.
I think it was one of the champions I was most, like, almost not looking forward to, but I just thought was going to be pretty present at PGL. And I haven't seen that much Nyx. Banned a few times, but not picked that often.
Cipher just getting right out there with the Blazkowicz right away. No subtlety there.
With his first pick almost every time, he's clearly fond.
And Razy's making him wait down the clock even in champ selection.
This guy attacks from all angles.
Playing the mental game, but yeah, it's going to be another Blazkowicz.
Slow sentences. I think he's probably going to go for Visor Galena, to be honest. I'm not sure if we're going to get too much creativity. Okay.
Okay.
Right now, bringing it the kill right now in the tiebreaker map, whether you're either going to get into top 8 or you're going to get gone. That's nuts. And now we got Visor and Galena. Obviously, last pick goes to Razy.
Like, who do you add to a kill there? Oh, me. It's got to be. It's got to be a Galena. Got to be a Galena.
Visor. I think you've got to make a Visor.
Really?
You need that information on the map. I think.
I think you can do with having no Visor if if they pick Visor first, then you could just delete them, and then it's just not a problem. But yeah, you're right. It's something you don't want to chance, later into the round.
I mean, you get these strategies sometimes on Ruins where you might have the DK, or you might have even Clutch or Ranger, and you want to hide in a corridor for a little bit and properly trap your opponent. Keel, I don't think can be used quite to the same extent. A little bit, but not loads, because it's just not. It's not incredibly reliable at all.
I mean, bear in mind, we do have the heavy armor room. We've got the Mega, both great angles to set up for those grenades.
That's true. I'm ever so slightly excited for this, though, guys, because we are edging into the tiebreaker map with Razy versus Cipher. One of these phenomenal players is going to have to leave us in just a few moments' time.
You sound so excited about it. I'm terrified.
I'm shocked, actually.
All right, so we've got Cipher here taking away LG and Rail after the heavy armor pickup. So actually a fairly bog standard start to Ruins of Sarnath with a little bit of delay put on the Mega, as you tend to expect these days, and Cipher breaking out for the rocket launcher. So this could be literally any number of 100 matches right now at the moment.
Yeah. And it's weird to see Razy picking BJ first and not Cipher. Dual wield coming in already. He's going to chase for this all the way down. Razy's got loads of stacks, so it's just a case of trapping him in the corner. First blood to the Hungarian.
That's amazing for a few reasons. I mean, being able to track down your opponent at the rocket launcher before the second Mega even comes back up. Being able to keep pushing in on a Galena. Like, I saw that totem out of the corner of my eye, and I thought, okay, well, go get the totem. No big deal. Turned out to be a very big deal.
Cipher at least gets himself heavy. He used the piercing sight. Didn't actually get anything from it, but off the spawn, it's really a bit about survival. How do I get those weapons without losing health, armor, a life from doing it? And now he's managed to get those hourglasses back, which are reducing the cooldown on his ability. And he's got that piercing sight, so that information is going to come back into play.
Right, but he's going to get information that allows him to maybe set up a fight, but it's so much better to be doing this with a Visor when you're one champ up. When you're one champ down, sometimes you can look at your opponent, but depending on the situation, there's not a lot you can actually do with that information. You're like, oh, he's down by heavy. Neat.
Yeah, but I don't like that. To me, that's not a good use of piercing sight if you're only using it to stare at your opponent. It's got to be a basis of action. You know, it's got to make you decide, I'm going to attack, I'm going to position myself aggressively so that I can get some payoff from using this.
Sometimes the information that you get from the piercing sight, makes it a bad idea to act. You think, okay, this is not the time, but this is really good damage coming out of Cipher. Razy is still getting the pickups here, but Cipher has made a strong case for him showing up for this Mega. Top T might be a dangerous place to hang out for it, but there's where the piercing sight is going to help out with these rails, defending this area and clamping off the Mega for himself. So we've gone from a double pickup from Razy to at least a trade for Cipher.
Yeah, and he can actually get in good stead now for that heavy armor. However, there is dual wield on its way. Razy gets a good entry rail. Both players incredibly weak. He's going to go back in for it, and Razy secures another kill. I think he also got the heavy armor from that, so he can recover immensely quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Cipher to show up to this Mega at all. He's here at top T, though. He's got his own BJ. But the first hit is, Razy had the drop on him, but he didn't have the damage. 35 HP, that rocket would have done it. Razy's rocket just going a little bit wide has cost him, and he actually spawns up as Keel in the LG room, and it's going to be a difficult place to play out of.
Sorry, just hearing the screams again.
I don't even hear it anymore. It's just white noise.
The funny thing about the kill over at Mega that Cipher got is that if Razy's rocket didn't pop him up, he probably would have survived for a moment longer. So if he could have just kept him down, he would have been able to just duck on the Mega platform and probably reload on a weapon in time.
I mean, all Razy had to do was hit that first rocket. He had the opportunity. He had the drop. Just didn't have the hit, but it's going to be a small fight as we have the exit from Mega. 4 seconds to heavy armor, and I don't think Cipher can afford to dive down there. He's getting out here with a good rail and switching back over to LG, but it's just not enough. Razy surviving that with 14 health, but that's all you need if you're winning the round.
I'm shocked that Razy went for that. But again, impressive that he was able to execute on it, especially since the heavy armor was up behind him. Cipher was like, you've got control, man. Why aren't you going for that instead of getting this kill, which I mean, it definitely wasn't a 50-50. Yeah. Especially since Cipher got caught off guard, it's just a play he's not expecting Razy to make.
I think that was geometry. Like, he realized Cipher was behind the pillar going over towards shotgun, and when you're a Keel and you know your opponent has their back up against the wall, how could you not? You just want to spam those nades, man.
That's true. That's true. And actually, again, I've been very judgmental and skeptical about the Keel pick on this map.
That's just you.
Yeah. Just in general. But he's got some success.
So far, I mean, one of the pipe for Razy, and he's 2 rounds away from, again, doing the impossible twice against Cipher. As Razy's diving down for Heavy Armor. It's going to be a clean trade between Mega and Heavy. Again, this round starting off in a very kind of normal, conservative way. But it's going to be this first fight at the nail gun. What is this? What a mess.
We're just getting double guns everywhere over here, and Cipher winning that one. He's like, I remember why I used to pick BJ first. I remember everything. I'm going to drop down. That's going to be Razy. He's still actually got a pretty decent stack. It's going to be both major items spawning at the same time, and eventually Razy breaks away and says, you know what, I'll take the mega health. I'll fight again later.
Yeah, Cipher trying not to get caught on the jump pad, and actually taking a very sneaky play back here. I mean, he's just waiting out this little bit of time for the dual wield to come back up. He's got a full bout of LG ammo. But at the same time, Razy's going a little bit sneaky. It's going to be play on the wall. Who sees who first? It's going to be a rocket right between the legs.
Oh my
Cipher
God.
just doesn't have the time to respond.
That was amazing from Razy. The pop rocket, he goes around the corner, he's like, now I hit you with the shaft. And I was just stunning from Razy.
What audio cue was it that made Razy just look up and see?
Yeah, I think he used his piercing sight just at that. Actually, maybe he didn't.
The piercing sight doesn't help you if your opponent's like standing on your head.
He just seemed to have really good presence of mind. Unless Razy picked up hourglasses faster than I've ever seen before. Possibly the step noises came into play. I don't know. It sounded pretty quiet to me. And Razy, he's found him again with the lightning gun. He's going to rocket jump back up mid, being sought from both players. And Razy kills him with the lightning gun again. Cipher's down to his Galena. He's got a rail gun. Actually trying to go with the machine gun in the end to get a little bit of damage.
And I don't blame him because, yeah, he's got a frag to pick up. He's only down to a Galena. And Razy was incredibly weak after that last fight, but that won't be lasting long as he's recovering on the 25s, getting set up for this Mega, and even taking a rail off of Cipher on his way back over towards Tribal. Cipher could still get this Mega first, so the routing from Razy didn't really help him. Like, one rail, great. Was it worth it? Maybe not.
And Razy uses the piercing sight. He was really hoping that Cipher was going to jump down towards the heavy afterwards, but it didn't happen. He does safely get an item, just as Cipher did.
Yeah, but not at the same time, so now we've got a nasty split set up here for the Mega.
Cipher doesn't know about the split.
He could show up here anyway, just by process of elimination. Where is Razy hanging out? What is he looking to pick up next? And it's going to be Razy looking for this Mega. Creeping up the stairs. Wow, this is...
It's the whole way, isn't it?
Where's the Stairmaster? Yeah. We've got Razy dropping down now for the Heavy, and this is going to turn into a good rotation between Mega and Heavy. Razy delaying it just like half a second.
Cipher didn't go back towards the Mega Health at all. It's like he wasn't thinking about the items whatsoever. There's a nice rail. He's got to get rid of those totems a bit. Goes for another shot. Awesome from Razy. So much pressure on Cipher. Again, did he just hit another?
Yeah.
That was an unbelievable shot from him. He's found another of the totems. I'm going to get rid of that.
I mean, Cipher can recover to 100 health so quickly by merit of being a Galena, but the damage output from Razy is certainly putting Cipher in a corner. And he's going to have to work hard to get back out of the TP and move back through to Mega. But if he ends up over at Rocket Launcher, like, what is he really going to get out of it?
I felt there was a moment there. If he pushed into Lightning Gun Room, he could have finished off the round again. But he's looking at the clock and thinking, just a minute remaining. I've got total control of the map.
Smash the pots. Let's do it. All right, so Razy gonna not take any damage at the top T as he takes away that Mega, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about his stack at the moment. He just needs that first hit. 3 seconds, the Heavy. Razy not dropping down at the moment. He's really pushing into the Mega room.
There's nothing there. I think he's got a 10-second miss time on the item.
But if there's nothing there, that also means that Cipher doesn't need to be there either, so Razy can actually use that to just burn more seconds, but he's got to watch out behind him, turns around just at the right time, and Cipher doesn't quite get the drop down he wanted.
Cipher's got to make a play really soon. 20 seconds to go. Razy spots the totem. He destroys it afterwards, but he's got to get out of here. Cipher, he should be just on the eyeballs. Is he able to chase at all? He rocket jumps up to the top. And Razy, he's now available. He's got to get out. There's a light armor that'll give him a little bit more energy, but he's trying to find a different angle. There's a Mega health. He's hiding for now. But Cipher, is he going to run right into him? 2 seconds to go, but the rail misses. And Razy gets another round.
My heart broke as he like passed top T expecting to see Cipher potentially, and he sees a Mega just sitting there, and he goes, what do I do? Do I go get that? Is that for me?
The thing is, I mean, it felt so dangerous going to Mega. It was like, I'm not entirely sure which side he's chasing me from. If I go there and he catches and he tries to pincer me over from the tri-ball, then he's going to look a fool, but he goes for a super risky play down towards the lightning gun. Oh my god.
Because you know that if your opponent's chasing you to like finish off before the clock becomes a factor, then yeah, they are going to be leaving up items. And if you can get in front of them, then you could just take items as you're running away. And that was the choice that Razy had to make. But here, he's 1 round away from taking everything.
Rafa would have hit that rail. Especially on Razy.
But Razy taking away Mega. And again, we've got 2 BJs right up front here. As we've got Cipher coming up the jump pad. Razy looking for an angle on the wall. Not quite getting it. Staying quiet. Staying incredibly quiet. Because, yeah, he wants LG himself.
I've got a question for you. Do you think this is the start of an interesting rivalry? Actually, hang on. Let's talk about that in a little bit. Dual Wield comes up from both sides. It's a brilliant rail from Cipher. They move into the angle, and finally, he gets something good at the beginning. Do you mind if I follow up on that? Do you think this is like a rivalry that's being established?
This could be more like a horrible first date where you just never call each other again.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd be curious to ask whoever wins this the question, though. So I wonder if they consider it that themselves.
Whoever wins this, yeah. Okay. Razy making his way
I call
back up
Cipher.
to the top T. I know you did, eventually. But he doesn't have an LG of his own. He's eaten that first frag, but he's not looking bothered at all. Going very, very quiet. Cipher about to creep right into his line of sight for the rocket launcher, but as Razy rounds his corner, the trap could turn against him. But 77 damage plus the rail plus a Mega, all totally for free. Cipher is going to be able to take away that heavy armor, but he's going to be reeling from that assault.
Does he know which side Cipher went to? He went over towards the health. He doesn't want to pick up the rail. He wants to run right into him, and he's just there. Both of them hitting equally good rockets, I'd say.
And Cipher, I mean, he has his dual wield available, but if he's going around corners with rockets, all he's really doing is knocking his opponent away from him. If he can knock him into a wall, then sure he can get the quick switch, but that's very specific geometry. Another Mega for Razy as we've got Cipher down below, taking away the heavy and looking for Razy to get into his lair, but there's a 1 rail and Razy can leave for free. And that's kind of been the problem here so far, is that the damage that Cipher's doing, Razy can just exit. There's no trap.
Cipher's still happy in control. He's got to have a feeling that Razy's stuck in this area. But he wants to keep the Mega on his side. He doesn't want to lose track of Heavy, and he just pulls his crosshair away at the wrong time, but does find a rail, and Razy is tremendously weak right now. 10 seconds until the piercing sight's back up, and Cipher leaves him alone. Oh, there's a rail shot there, and there he is, deleted.
Just wait for it.
Razy was not patient enough.
A Kodak moment as Cipher just snapped him. Who even needs the piercing sight? But we've got Cipher going for the dual wield, as we've actually got dual rails coming up, but Razy is just that much stronger. I'm sorry. No, that was Cipher. All right.
That was pretty quick in the end. You know, after that rail on Visor, yeah, he just had him down to pieces, and Cipher gets back into the game a little bit. After round 1 and the way that round 2 ended, I was like, man, is it going to end like this?
And then too many LG shafts in one room, you start to forget who's who.
Well, there's going to be a lot of shafting in a moment, because we have got BJs back on the cards for Razy and Cipher.
Nice.
Dual wheel out very, very quick for Razy. Is he going to go back in for this? The tri-bolts come out. Razy hasn't hit anything with the LG. The rocket is immense from Cipher, but he can't quite finish the job. How much health was Razy
at
on
52? I mean, that was incredibly aggressive for Razy, just because, yeah, I mean, if he gets the frag, then he's still out of position. He has to recover. Fortunately for him, heavy armor's coming back up, but seeing your opponent drop down to those 225s is great. To just drop down after them immediately, that's you've got something to prove.
Yeah, Cipher not going to be happy about losing that fight. He knows that with the plays that he was making with BJ, that's an important champion to be losing at this moment. However, he's got Visor, still rated a very strong champion on this map. And most maps, indeed most maps.
Yeah, we've got Razy going quiet here once again. And here, finally, he gets to go quiet, knowing that he's 1 frag in the lead. He eats a rail from Cipher, going to be ducking back out of there. He's going to be making an appearance on this Mega, but as you can see, Cipher's already there, but he's taking all that LG, put up against the wall, turns into a bit of a shooting gallery as Cipher's down to just his Galena.
Just 1 champion left for Cipher. Who on earth could predict that Cipher is not going to make top 8? One of the most heavily anticipated players of the tournament.
You mean besides me?
Well, yes. Oh, the rocket damage comes out again. That's going to be Cipher going up the bounce pad, leaving room for Razy to pick up the item. There's going to be Mega Health next. A good rocket jump from Razy, so he's able to sustain control now. Dual wield is back up. Doesn't go for the rail shot. Is he able to cut off Cipher anywhere?
He's looking for the chase, and he's actually going to get it here. Cipher trying to get a little bit sneaky
There
on the
it
jump
is.
pad, but you cannot hide from Razy.
Wow.
We have a new Terminator.
Wow. Razy, he did it with the clutch, he did it without. He's done it in fine style here at PGL. I honestly can't believe the result. One of them had to go, man. That is unbelievable.
And the fact that he could do it consistently twice against Cipher is just incredible. But, I mean, I'll leave the smugness to Jason, but I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Me being smug? When am I ever smug? I don't know what you're talking about.
Most of the time.
Razy did it twice now. Didn't beat Cipher just once. He beat him in a best of threes, funny enough. And he did it without clutch, as you guys mentioned. Proven he can play quite a few different champions in this one. Keel, though, for him on Runes of Sarnath was an interesting pick.
He didn't actually end up using it that much in the end. It was important in rounds 1, but on the following 2 rounds that he won, I don't think he used Keel.
There are champions
Didn't
you
have
pick
to.
for their active, like Elena's. There are champions you pick for their passive, like Doomguy. And Keel is kind of in between there because you still have to realize it's not technically a passive, but the fact that he's a heavy and he's got the smallest hitbox of a heavy means you get to spawn with all that armor and still not be a Sorlag. So that's nice by itself.
Tell us how you really feel about Sorlag. Don't actually. I don't think
lose
we can
a few
say
more
some of
pounds,
these words.
Sorlag. Just a few more pounds. We're close.
Well, that does mean Razy moves on to the next day, and unfortunately, like we said, Cipher does have to go home.
Unbelievable.
But what can we say about Razy? You know, he's had good performances for the majority of the year. He did have a big a slump in there, I'm not going to say a big slump. But he's been able to bounce back, and more importantly, at the biggest dual event of the year.
I mean, I know you maybe didn't see it, and maybe I was a little bit sensitive on behalf of Razy, but if anything, what he's done here, without the clutch, taking down a player like Cipher, I mean, that's got to shut up anyone that doubted him, right?
Well, I mean, you doubted him. You said you went for Cipher.
Yeah, that's because, don't turn this against me,
no,
okay?
I'll give you this.
Don't turn this against me.
I will give you this, Zoot. You are 100% accurate in predicting the wrong player to win. So you're consistent.
50% of the time, every time.
No Black Panther here for you. Actually, what was it called? I don't remember anymore in the movie. Anyways, in the meantime, obviously, Razy's going to be joining us in a few minutes to have a quick little interview, but I'm actually curious what we can even ask him. I think is we're going to say, oh, how's it feel to make it through tomorrow? And he's going to be like, yeah, it's good. It's great.
Yep.
Yep.
I like hearing
You just
from
won
Razy.
$300,000. How's that feel? Yeah, all right.
We actually pre-recorded the interview from last year, so you can just run that again.
But he's got to be happy, right? I mean, happy and sad at the same time because his match versus Tox was not even close.
Yeah, it was a stomping.
And then he goes against Cipher and he does take it to 3 maps. So obviously there was something missing between this match and the last one for him. But luckily for him, there's no chance of him meeting Tox until way later on into the grand finals of the actual tournament.
I'm sure he's going to be very grateful for that as well, and probably going to have some hard thinking about what the hell actually went wrong for him. But either
Ooh, you know, just remembered, we could have in the first match because he qualified through second. We could have a rematch of Rafa and Razy.
Oh,
in like the initial match.
Yeah.
And you already talked about it early on and how
You're
he
not
relives
wrong.
that moment and how it kind of haunts him. Maybe he has a chance for redemption.
That's some good observation there.
Yeah, I'm eventually right every once in a while. Sometimes I have a good point.
Sometimes you come out with something.
Yeah, not often though. Razy, you are joining us here. I already know what you're going to say, but how does it feel to qualify through to tomorrow?
Hello, I'm very satisfied and relieved.
Were you listening to
you
us?
Had to end, You had to end it there. You had to say, I'm very satisfied. That was it.
Okay,
Sorry.
no, but really, how does it feel, though? Because you made it through all this hard work. We've been saying you're probably one of the hardest working players over the course of this year. You've been grinding nonstop in online tournaments, and now you finally have the biggest dual tournament of the year happening here, and you made it to top 8.
I'm relieved, first of all, because grinding like 3 matches in a row against these caliber of players is just taking a lot out of me. And now that I'm finally done, I just want to sleep.
Well, luckily for you, we're not going to ask you too many questions. But now looking forward to, potentially tomorrow. Actually, no, it's before we get into tomorrow. The match versus Cipher. Obviously going 3 maps. We were wondering, what was with the Keel on Runes of Sarnath? Was this something that you prepared? Because it's a definitely odd map to use him on.
I felt like Keel fits my playstyle if I have to slow it down. And it kind of worked in some of the situations, but not throughout the whole match. Especially not on Corrupted Keep. I just couldn't make it work. It didn't really hit with the nades, and I was out. He was in control throughout most of Corrupted Keep.
And of course, while we have you here, I can't deny asking a little bit about the match with Toxic. And you just mentioned, yeah, playing against Cipher, and then Toxic, and then Cipher again. No big deal. But how did things go with Toxic there?
I was expecting him to play a little bit differently, and I was kind of in that state of mind that he's gonna do this, so I'm gonna counter it with this. But then he decided to completely mix it up. It was unexpected for me, and he played it very well. He had really good control, really good positioning, and his damage output is just better than mine. So I had nothing for me in that match. I couldn't make it work, no matter how I tried.
Just before we have to go, I wanted to ask, do you think, maybe you don't think about it whatsoever, but from us, when we get to see you day in, day out online, and even at these wonderful lands, is there a rivalry developing between you and Cipher?
I'm not aware of it, no.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't think he has a rivalry with anyone. He's too nice to have a rivalry.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay, last question.
I'll make it one. Everyone.
You make him have one. Okay. You know, it's the Zoo puppet master behind the scenes. Razy,
yes.
Tomorrow, there is a chance, I don't know how it's going to lay out just yet, that you could meet Rafa in the first round of the bracket, the playoffs. Is this a match you would like to have happen on the get-go, or is this a match you would potentially like to see later down the line?
I would rather play him later down the line.
Okay.
I would prefer a different opponent in the first match.
Okay. Well, short and sweet. That's all we need out of you. You can go ahead and get your sleep now and go get your rest. But once again, congratulations from all of us here on Make It Through to tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. So, Razy, man, a few words. But you know what? You can hear how exhausted he is in his voice as well. Like you mentioned, those 3 matches back-to-back against those 2 opponents, it takes a wear and tear on you. And now he gets to relax and obviously look forward to tomorrow and how those matches are going to go. And he's played well. I'm proud. I'm proud of him.
No, I'm super, super happy for him. We saw some emotion there. He is smiling. He is able to laugh now. And that was hard grind he just went through. But you can call yourself top 8 in the world right now. That's pretty sick.
Absolutely. I'm ecstatic for him. It's been a lot of fun watching Razy, and the fact that we actually got to watch 3 rounds of him in a row allowed us to kind of build in that continuity. Like, okay, cool, he's taking out Cipher. It's time to watch out for him. Toxic, like we heard from Razy, was playing things a little bit differently, and you wonder, is that going to affect Razy going into Cipher again? Does he still have any energy left?
Yeah.
Does he still have any good ideas? Is he still able to adapt? Was Cipher taking those moments to just, change a little bit of how he was playing? You have to worry about that going into a rematch.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he pulled out.
Well, to me, it just seems weird that we can say Cipher is not in the top 8. Again, I shouldn't be asking the questions, but 9th to 16th, you guys feel it? That is crazy to say.
I'm kind of like in between it right now, because we've had a lot of, like in the beginning of the year, when there was like kind of a lull in tournament action, we had a lot of the players like take a step back from Quake, where they played some other games, relaxed a little bit. Then we had people like Razy, who was just grinding nonstop. And obviously there was some time between QuakeCon and here for Cipher, because obviously he couldn't go to QuakeCon, unfortunately, and bless us with his great play. I feel bad for him, but I also don't know his regiment coming into this. I don't know how much time he's really invested into it. But at the same time, talking to Rafa, he says once you're at that top level, you only need like 1 or 2 good games a day to maintain that kind of level. So I feel sad for him, but I'm also happy because Razy got to really show up here and make all that hard work really come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for somebody to give you a bit of a boost in credibility, beating Cipher is a good way to do that.
Beating him twice, not just once.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, do it on LAN. Okay, I'll do it again as well.
Yeah, after Toxic.
Yes.
A bit of a break there with Toxic.
That's insane.
Well, speaking of breaks, we do have to head to one, but when we come back, we've got Group D kicking off. It's going to be CNZ up against Kilson, and trust me, you're not going to want to miss this.
We'll find out how tasty soon.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the boom.
I'm gonna flip you like a table.
Это было несложно. Ты слаб.
Welcome back to the PGL Quake Champions Open, and I know everybody out there has been buckled in, strapped up, and ready for these group stages, and we're getting down to the bottom of the barrel, but it's getting a little bit thicker in the action department here as we're getting into our penultimate game of the day. It's going to be CNZ and Kilson, and we're going to be having a little bit of Flea action, a little bit of Jason Kaplan action as we get towards that.
Hey, good to be back.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last games of the day, and they're going to be good, no doubts.
I feel like you and Zoot are just really mean to me lately.
Lately?
Just really late. Okay. Always mean to me. Really laying into me like this match.
Okay.
I was going to say one of them, but actually I have no idea who's going to win this because in this matchup, this isn't the first time
I mean, I wasn't expecting you to. It's okay.
Okay.
The bar is set low. That's what Flea's here for.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you know, it's been good, guys.
But of course,
I'll do it solo.
The groups have been just as cruel and unusual to our players as we've been to Jason today. And I mean, CNZ and Kilson, of course, they've already had a bit of a history. Let's take a quick look at Group D, because actually we've got Sirius waiting for the loser of this match.
Yep.
So he's still possibly in this, and I'm sure he's going to be watching this one very carefully.
Yeah, I mean, he knocked out Avek in a 2-1 game earlier, so serious. He's got some serious skills, that's for sure. He's waiting out there. I saw him walking around earlier, and he's ready to go.
So I'm looking at this, and I'm remembering Kilson beat Sirius in the first game of the day.
Yeah.
So even if he does lose this match against CNZ, he's already been prepared for this match to maybe do it twice in a row like we saw Razy do against Cipher. So going to be interesting for Kilson because he already lost to CNZ yesterday. Now he's up against him again here in the winner bracket final. And I think it's also really important for a lot of these games of coming through first seed versus second does make a big difference.
Yeah.
I say that, and I also remembered to hang second seed out of his group with Rafa. So it really is not going to get much easier from here on, but it does make things a little bit easier to not have to play that extra game, to be able to relax, kind of watch over VODs of people you're potentially going to be playing against later on tomorrow. But this is going to be a tough one. We didn't get to catch this match on stream yesterday.
No,
Kilson
but
versus CNZ.
thankfully we get to see Kilson now, and actually he's probably one of the most relaxed players around. Like, he is this got this consistent temperament. You can see him on the monitors behind us, but let's take a closer look and get real personal.
That 1,000 yards there, but you can tell he's concealing a smile just a second away there. And I hope he can take that into the game itself. And, you know, one of these players is going to be moving forward definitely. Yep. And then the other player will have to face off against Sirius. And if I'm either of them, I wouldn't want to be facing that.
Definitely. Also worth pointing out is that Sirius and CNZ have already played each other earlier in the first day of the tournament. And Sirius won 2-0 against CNZ. So that's not looking good for CNZ if he loses against Kilson. So
yeah, it's difficult to kind of take like these trifectas and start going, okay, A beats C and B beats A.
Oh, yeah. Transitive property.
Yeah, it's difficult, and it's not something you can always rely on, but you have to be thinking about it going into the series.
Oh yeah, it's just like a perfect triangle here. A beats B, B beats C, and then C beats A again. So it's almost impossible to make any real predictions here.
Well, we're going to find out if Kilson is Rocker or Scissors.
Or Lizard or Spock. Maybe it's a whole different game.
Yeah, who
maybe
knows?
Shotgun, pen missile, Tiger Claw.
I've actually heard for some, I don't remember who it was, but apparently like rock, paper, scissors, toilet was a thing. Like toilet beats paper, but rock beats toilet, and I don't know how scissor works into this equation. But Kilson in this equation, I feel like he's similar to Rafa. Now hold on. Now I get why the bar's low. Yeah. I got it. Now I understand. I'm not even offended anymore. I'll just take that L to my grave. But I think Kilson's similar to Rafa. I feel like the longer the tournament goes on, the better he gets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's definitely one of the players who can take this all the way if he gets through today, if he beats CNZ right now.
And certainly had a lot of work to get through to this point, and you can kind of see on his face he's realizing, like, wow, I'm this close to actually just getting forward into tomorrow, and it's a big difference between, you know, getting to bed early and getting ready for competition tomorrow, or having a really nice evening.
Yeah. The really painful tomorrow.
Yeah.
But this will be, if Kilson gets through to this one, like the first time he's been able to progress this far in a LAN tournament in quite a long time. I mean, he won the Italian Open back in November, which was literally almost a year ago today, as we're like just a few weeks out from when it happened. But I mean, yeah, I want to see him continue this kind of route, but I'm also happy to see CNZ, who, you know, he filled in for Nitrino to play with Cooler in 2-on-2 at QuakeCon, didn't have a lot of time to practice, but it's nice to see, you know, we have some quote-unquote unfamiliar names, you know, not the standard household ones that normally get through to these major events and through to these playoff brackets. To see him here now in his chance to break through to playoffs.
Oh yeah, this has actually been a huge LAN party just in terms of body count even.
Yeah,
60 like players. Yeah. Or is it 55 or 60?
And just because of the nature of the broadcast, we don't get to highlight everybody. But it's been a lot of players who now have some LAN experience under their belt. They're getting kind of affected by the Quake bug, the LAN bug.
Yeah.
And as we get into CNZ and Kilson, it's Blood Run. And was this Kilson's pick?
No, CNZ's.
CNZ
okay,
picked this
good.
one.
Because I was thinking, Kilson, you do know there's a tribal on this map. Kilson hates the tribal.
He does. And CNZ banned Nyx, whereas Kilson banned Pfizer.
And then we see pretty much a mirror match here, I'm guessing. Wouldn't be surprised to see Kilson go over to BJ. Thing is, Clutch, we saw it once today with Razy.
Yeah.
And I remember back when we had, I want to say it was like the first Beat Invitational, Kilson tried learning how to play Clutch. He actually goes Ranger at the end. Then you realize half the way through the tournament, he's like, yeah, it's not working. I'm not going to do it. But I know he practiced it since then. So I'm curious if that's going to be like the secret ace up his sleeve that he's got. Maybe pull that one out and use Clutch to the same kind of level. I don't know if he can do it to the same kind of level as Razy, but it would catch a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, I mean, Kilson is, or the Clutch rather, is difficult to use. I was talking to the Hang about it earlier, and he was like talking about how situational it is and how risky it is just to play Clutch, because if your shield goes down, you're a sitting duck. So
I mean, a lot of people know how to play up against Clutch. Not a lot of people know how to play up against a Tribolt on Blood Run. So best of luck to both CNZ and Kilson. I'm going to watch it from the comfort of elsewhere. You guys have to be stuck there at the desk.
Yeah, and here we go. We're starting this one off
so like it's
far
a bad thing.
On CNZ, I believe. Yep, CNZ picking the Galena first. Mega will be going to him. Kilson will be starting off on the heavy side. So far, pretty slow start, no aggressive moves, as you sometimes see on this map, especially with the Ranger. That orb can get you anywhere at any time.
It's funny, you know, we mentioned about the Tribal on this map, and thinking about Rafa and Dehang earlier on playing against Agent. I just wanted Dehang to come back after beating him like 3-0 on this map to be like, see Rafa, that's how you do it. That's how you deal with the Tribolt, and that orb has shattered CNZ into 1,000 pieces.
Yeah, Kilson, very good use of that orb. Now looking to get some rails in. just gonna go for heavy instead after missing that first one. Kilson, really good position of control right now, but he has to be careful because Death Knight, those flames, they hurt, and if they catch you at the wrong spot, oh, he's walking into it, confident in his aim, and yes, he is. Kilson Railson living up to the name. Jason, I know you're not quite on board yet, but that was a good shot. And
I said, if he can do a couple games like that, I would start to get on board here, and you know what? I'm starting to maybe believe.
Starting to feel the hype.
Because those were a couple of really sick shots, and I mean, unfortunately for CNZ, he's the one to pay the price here as Kilson's looking to live up to that name, trying to fake out on a rock. Oh, it's gonna work!
It's working!
He's gonna come into the trap!
Oh my god. And CNZ suicides with his own nails.
Damn. Yeah, look at Kilson. Looks at the camera, gives a little fist bump there, a little thumbs up. He's happy about that. Why would you not be happy about that? Gets the shove, gets an instant. There we go. Even Kilson overlaid on the screen because that's how dominating he was, and forces CNZ to get that suicide. He's got to feel confident now for that.
Yeah, I mean, you see it often, people trying to fake the rocket jump, but how often does it work that well? Very, very rarely.
Oh, wait. Ooh. Interesting. I thought the orb went under the ledge, but he actually was on top of it, I guess.
Yeah, he still made it up there on time, picking up the heavy. No delay between the two items, but on Blood Run, when there's a ranger involved, that doesn't really matter all that much.
See, I'm looking at this Flea, and I'm wondering, how much does Kilson know about the movement in this map? Because earlier on today, we saw with Agent and Rafa and Dehang, he would rocket jump up to heavy from that hourglass on the right-hand side, as we see from Kilson's point of view.
Right.
And then also, we've seen people be able to solo rocket jump up. For instance, that one, sorry. To not have to do a double rocket jump, which he just did. And then early on, I saw some questionable jumps out of him too, like for instance with the orbs, where he could have saved the orb in that situation, but he instead didn't go for the tribal jump, which he just does now. So I'm just curious why he's decided to, eat away at his own stack in some of the situations, but I can't really question too much because again, these rails, has he missed any?
I don't know
Okay,
yet.
technically yes, he's 4 for 8, but it doesn't seem like it because it seems like he caught every single one he's hit.
Yeah, well, he's gonna need more than just a railgun, and he's using that orb expertly to get himself over to the rockets. Now he has all of the main weapons, finally at long last, using the tribal so effectively. CNZ has to back away. He's low. Kilson should have a really good idea of where his opponent is right now. Gotta go for heavy first. Getting stacked up, and now he might actually find CNZ on the Mega. Can he cut him off?
Thing is, he's still gonna have to respect. Oh my god, these rails. You still have to respect the Death Knight even with this stack. But with that rail hitting initially, he might have the opportunity to make the push happen. And he knows he has CNZ locked into this small little room. And the tri-bolt coming through. And CNZ's just trying to fight out of this situation.
Yeah, might have been better off going with the rail right there though. 18 damage versus the 90 that he probably would have hit. And Kilson is just sitting on this right now. He knows that CNZ has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and so he's just going to slow it down and go ahead and pick up both major items, make himself so stacked. 170, 170, doesn't quite go up, throws it up there. I think he was contemplating it.
Yeah, that was respect right there for the Death Knight. He's like, all right, I have a massive stack. I just got Mega, I just got Heavy, I just railed you, and yet I'm going to respect your ability because I know how strong it can be. And he's going to just play for the slower game now.
Yeah, absolutely. You sometimes just have to be careful. You want to take the fights that are advantageous for your champion in keeping into account your ability and also the opponent's. And again, basically back where we were 30 seconds ago, CNZ stuck in the same corner. Kilson gonna try and do some damage, but in the end just loop around, getting both major items again. But the thing is that CNZ is himself still looking reasonably stacked, around 100 health, 80 armor at the time. Kilson might land a good rail right here. Nope, not going to connect yet, but the second one will. He's expecting CNZ to go through the teleporter, which is exactly what he did, and CNZ is really just making that his safe space. He's got full control of that little area, and he knows that it's so difficult for Kilson to pull in, because no matter what side Kilson comes from, CNZ can get out, and he's got those flames.
But this is good now, right? Because now he's going to have the stack, and he knows that the Fire Strike is now going to be down. So this is going to be the moment for him to push in to make the play happen. 20 seconds left to go, and CNZ's still picking up those hourglasses to limit that cooldown. Kilson yet still hasn't been able to force the fight.
Nope, not so far, but he should know that CNZ probably doesn't have his ability up just yet. Might still try to make use out of it. CNZ dropping down, he's now down below. Kilson forcing him out of his safe space. Here we go. Kilson might actually orb up this, but at this point it's so dangerous because the Death Knight has got his ability back.
Oh, that was a lot of damage actually. Yeah. Doesn't have Dire Orb, but he's going to actually go for the rail on the cross. CNZ being so brave about this.
Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. I mean, I thought that he was just going to run away. Kilson just waiting for that rail. He's looking for the angle. Oh, wow, he gets it on his foot. And another one. Now he's going to orb up. Definitely going to push in through the fire. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
And that's what Death Knight can do to you.
Yeah, if you stand in the flames, you're going to feel the burn. CNZ getting the Rockets now. 1-1. Both players have lost one champion, and we're almost to the time limit. So one next frag could change it all. CNZ landing some good damage.
Bye-bye.
I can't believe that Rocket didn't hit.
Yeah, but that's going to be Kilson getting a massive kill there too. The great timing coming through with the Mega pickup at the exact same time. There's going to be the Dougal coming through. He gets the armor. He gets the mid-air rockets. And all he needs to do is just drag out time. He has a lot of health to pick up here on the high ground. And another 25 as well. But 30 seconds to go, and Kilson will have a second round done.
Yeah, very smart play by Kilson. He knew that CNZ couldn't afford to get up there any way, shape or form, so he just backed off, got himself some health bubbles, and now he's in a very defensible position. But he's taking that one rail, can't stick around for too long, no health bubbles available, not even the small armor. 10 seconds to go, CNZ might be able to make something out of this. He is on the BJ, doesn't have his ability just yet though. There come the defensive flames. 30 points of health. Missing the shot. Kilson, what are you doing? Oh, you still heard the rail come through at the very end, but no angle. Unfortunately, Kilson 2-0. Good place.
I honestly thought he was going to throw that too. He messed up the the flame strike so bad there, coming through the teleporter. He was expecting CNZ to be around the corner a little bit quicker than he actually did, so that allowed CNZ to be confident in that push to go in towards Kilson. But again, CNZ not going to be going for the Ranger. Didn't actually go for the pick onto him in this map, and Kilson's going to be starting out with just that.
Yeah, and Ranger is a very important common pick on this map because you just know how good that orb is. It can get you from heavy to mega in under a second, or just from one side to the map to the other very easily. And on a multi-level layered map like Blood Run, that's a very important ability to have. Mega will be up in 10 seconds. Heavy will be up slightly first, but it doesn't seem as if the players are going to wait that long for a fight. Here we go. Kilson, are you going to push in? Nah, he...
Rail him. What are you doing? He had LG out. I don't know why he wasn't railing.
Yeah, he's going for the long distance nail gun. Very unreliable. Maybe he thought that his opponent was lower than he was.
Just channeling his inner agent, I think. Choosing the tribal over the rail.
Kilson still pushing through after taking quite a bit of damage right there. He's up to 60 points of health right now, and the stacks are pretty balanced at this point. CNZ might be able to make something out of this, but of course Kilson has got that mobility, he's got that orb. Good reads on CNZ as well. Oh, and there we go, that 11 points of damage. That's not going to do much, but it is going to give away CNZ's position.
And it might have won him the heavy as well. It's going to be the flame strike now down another time. That rail's going to miss a little, unfortunately for him. Goes to the LG instead. Hits a nice rail to follow up. And CNZ doesn't have the HP to actually do this one. Kilson, does he know how low CNZ is going to be? You can see him protecting the teleporter. You can hear him running under him.
Yeah, CNZ is in a pretty decent spot right now because he does have the blood pool right there, but he's not going to wait for anything. He's just going to push through, taking quite a bit of damage right there, but he's still alive. This is good for Kilson though, because now he can really establish a good rotation on the items. Mega first, 10 seconds later, heavy armor. But there is CNZ looking to challenge him.
But what worries me though, Flea, is the fact that he knew Flame Strike was on cooldown. He knew CNZ was low. And Kilson's already shown in the last round before that he's very cautious to ever push into Death Knight, even with Mega and Heavy both picked up at the same time. So I feel like that should have been, that was a mistake out of Kilson. They should have forced the fight right there. And now he's actually potentially going to fall from this one. And all that time wasted, all that previous engagements gone for naught because he got nothing out of this.
Yeah, control can swap oh so quickly, and I do agree that Kilson probably left some opportunities unattended too. Heavy will be up first, but this CNZ is all the way down below. If he wants to get it on time, he's probably going to have to rocket jump or grow to the teleporter. That's opening himself up to potential lots amounts of damage. Not quite yet though. Oh, Kilson, preventive frame strike in the air. Not really finding any damage. And Heavy has been taken. CNZ still stuck there, but he lands the vertical rail and some damage with the flames too. Oh, that's a great play by CNZ.
I'm surprised to not see actually CNZ just go for the rocket jump out of that position, because we saw him earlier on when Kilson was just railing him from below and got him down to very low HP when he went for the orb to follow up with. But he took a lot of damage from that one as well. But eventually got the kill. Now Kilson down by 2 with 2 minutes left to go. He's got to pick up the pace here and look for the opportunity to get this frag.
And he is on Galena, and as we discussed before, that's definitely not the best champion to chase frags with, although on Blood Run she is a pretty multi-purpose one. Trapping those teleporters can be so effective, but CNZ is just dishing out the damage with those rails. Kilson so far doesn't really have an answer to it, and I think that CNZ is definitely looking at the clock already.
I can hear Kilson around the corner. Flame Strike comes through. Kilson's low on HP. That rail's not going to connect. But I like that precaution out of CNZ to not chase that one down, realizing, hey, I can just drag out the time. It's only 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, and I'm up by 2. And he's going to need this round as well. He needs to start stacking some things up because Kilson is basically on to map point.
Yeah, Both major items are up at around the same time though, but CNZ is probably going to go for the rocket jump. Not quite high enough. This is giving Kilson an opportunity. If he knows, but he probably doesn't. He probably safely assumed that CNZ did get a hold of that heavy, decided not to push right away. And now there's just a minute left. Kilson still 2 frags to make up. He's got to start putting on the pressure. CNZ holding down that tri-bolt area. Mega will be up in just a few seconds. I wonder if Kilson is already going to go for an engagement here. Maybe try for a sneaky rail through the grate because he is up there somewhere. CNZ reads it, but he doesn't go for a shot. Mega will be going to him.
But Kilson's out of time. He has to fight. I mean, you're going to lose the round anyways. You might as well lose it in style, and you might as well lose it going out fighting. Again, he's got, I think, about 2 totems down, but the totems, again, don't matter when CNZ's playing this passive. He's going to come around the corner. He's going to now know where CNZ is, but I feel like the time is just, it's going to be gone here. Even if he gets the engagement he wants, he still has to worry about the flame strike.
Yeah, absolutely. As our friend Zoot would say, there is definitely still time, but that is running out quickly. 15 seconds and CNZ is just disappearing off the map and somehow still dishing out that damage. Kilson has no response to, oh my god, okay, maybe he does have one, but at this point it's over and done because CNZ could still delay the spawn. Anyways, getting a round for himself on the scoreboard, 2-1. Kilson looking slightly less dominant in the last one. CNZ, good place.
See, I'm wondering, is Kilson giving too much respect to CNZ now on the Death Knight?
He might very well be. I mean, there were a few situations where, especially when CNZ didn't have the flames up, that Kilson still just treated him as if he did. And yeah, if you just take your foot off the throttle for a little bit too long against someone against CNZ, then that can turn south very quickly. And there we go, CNZ jumping through the teleporter. Kilson is right there waiting with the heavy nail gun. Oh, might find a second frag right away. Rockets are solid. Down goes CNZ.
And notice Kilson didn't start with Ranger this time, going with the Galena, I would assume, just to deal with the Death Knight. Pop that totem down to mitigate some damage and heal you in the fight. If you do get in close proximity, realizing the Ranger was very iffy for him before, but with 2 quick frags, I'm not going to say it's over for this map, but that's going to be looking very good because now that I mentioned he catches out CNZ on the drop,
wow.
Kilson will get the first map. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Too easy for him.
He's happy. Damn, that was a good and a quick round. 3 frags in around 40 seconds. Kilson definitely stepping up the pace right there and taking it home.
See, even he's like, what happened in that round? Like, that was some major missteps out of CNZ.
Yeah, he's not happy.
But still, I mean, even though Kilson won that pretty convincingly, yep. I'm not 100% convinced on the respect he gave Death Knight. I understand you have to. Like, same with the Ranger, you have to give some respect to it. But I still feel like he gave almost too much respect at some points. He let him get away in situations where other players would have just locked that down.
I definitely agree with that, yeah. We can also take a quick look at the scoreboard, and you can immediately tell if you look at the pickups how dominant Kilson was in terms of picking up those major items, outclassing both CNZ, or CNZ on both Heavy and Mega this time around, dealing more damage and being more accurate too. Or same accuracy, actually.
I was looking at the rails more importantly, 6 actual connections for CNZ versus the 13 out of Kilson, so doubling that and almost doubling him in the accuracy as well, because they shot around the same amount of rails, but Kilson was a lot more successful. And actually, in 2 of those 6 were when CNZ got the frag from Tribal on the double rail.
And that's so crucial, because it's just at 90 damage, it just completely stops someone's attack more often than not.
I'm just curious, as we get into Corrupted Keep, if it's going to matter too much. Obviously, rail not going to be on this map, but the LG seem pretty strong out of Kilson. And I think I was mentioning this yesterday, that his rockets always have looked good to me. His rail has always been solid, but his lightning gun as well has really stepped up since like the last lands we've seen him. And that's a very important thing to have, especially when you're coming to a land with 0 ping. LG's technically even stronger at that rate.
Yeah, just same like with the nail gun. Nail gun on land is oh so powerful. Also worth pointing out is that that was actually CNZ's map that Kilson won, so he's definitely at an advantage right now. This is his own map pick, this is the one that he chose himself, so he should be at an advantage here and set to take it 2-0.
And the pressure for CNZ as well, realizing, well, if I lose this one, I have to play against Sirius.
Yeah.
In the elimination match.
Yeah, absolutely. Kilson wins this map. He is true. He is in the money. Going into that final day, the loser still has to play one more game. And I think that the fatigue is starting to wear on players too.
Yeah, well, we're going to see as we kick this one off. We got Galena up against Death Knight. Kilson going to be starting with the DK and already connecting with a bunch of damage off the bat. Mega has been taken away by Kilson, who's been able to get both items off of that. And with 79 HP, this actually might be an opportunity for Kilson to push in, especially with no LG for CNZ to fight on the staircase.
Oh, CNZ solo. Kilson is going to move in for the kill. That 20 damage shotgun will finish it off. And there's actually a pretty decent spread.
Oh, respawn!
Gilson, be careful. The flames. Oh, but he bounces him away at just the right time. That was such a crucial rocket.
Oh!
Gilson.
I was gonna say, you're like, Kilson, be afraid because the Death Knight's there. I was actually more like more afraid for CNZ because he had no weaponry to combat with. He had to have hit the Flame Strike, but Kilson was able to dodge out on the majority of it.
Yeah, that was such a good rocket because he hit that just before CNZ went for the Flame Strike and it knocked him away.
He's guarding LG as well. He's like, all right, I know you want this gun, but you're not getting it. But now he does have it because he's traded positions with them.
But this is good. Kilson backing off, getting out of range of that LG and using the heavy machine gun. And of course, everybody wants to have the LG on any map. But on a smaller map like this, especially when you're playing as BJ, that weapon is oh so important. Heavy will be up in 2 seconds, and then there's a long delay, around 5 seconds in between the two major items. So that could prove good for the person in control.
Which is Kilson.
At this point, definitely is Kilson, yeah. He's got that armor advantage. And CNZ is, of course, down to his final champion. Might make him play just a little bit more cautious. Oh, there we go. Gilson getting off that opening damage. And that's important, because those 15 damage bullets, they start adding up near a while. Oh, almost out of the map.
Yeah, well, no Buckster happening here in this one.
Definitely not. Let's hope not.
But, I mean, Kilson he's holding that bend, just trying to build up the time he needs to get his Flame Strike back up. That's going to be Mega being taken away. Seems he's actually going to get both items, so Kilson's going to let this one go. But he still has the 2-champion lead. He knows the pressure's on CNZ's shoulders, not his, so he can play around this. And that was a good initial opener.
And the flames, that damage that starts adding up over time. Gilson definitely is the one with lower stack though, but he might actually make something happen here and get himself onto that Mega Health shortly. Trying to put down some defensive rockets, but in comes CNZ from an angle he wasn't expecting. And CNZ will make up a frag. 1-2, gonna make his way over to the heavy. Gilson, are you gonna drop for this? This could be bad. Slight miss time. Good attempt by Gilson, and CNZ is not deterred at all. It's just gonna chase him with a little bit of a shaft.
I like how he actually he ignored heavy, and he went for the chase knowing he had the weaponry advantage, and he had not much to be afraid of Kilson. The duel was popped out of Kilson, who went with, I think, the double machine guns, and now he's going to be pressured on again. CNZ's fighting back in this round. The rocket connects on the exit, and there's the nail gun to pin him up against the wall. And I'll put it into a one-on-one here with Galena up against BJ.
Yeah, really good comeback from CNZ, keeping his cool throughout all of those engagements. Mega will be his, but that's a huge rocket coming out of Gilson. His totem will be blown up. Those stacks are kind of similar. Gilson, great rocket. This might be his ticket onto that heavy armor, and indeed he will get it. Now CNZ backing up. He knows that he's outstacked. He knows that he's got to play it a little bit carefully.
Oh, no. Oh, Gilson just heard that. But Gilson's not going for the drop. He's going to be respecting the dual wield that CNZ does have.
Yeah, both players really slowing it down right now. Crouch walking, or rather just normal walking, not to make any sound whatsoever. And Mega will be going to Gilson. That's the first Mega he's gotten in quite some time.
I think Kilson's going to have to almost give up heavy. He can try to contest it for some damage, but he can't get in close proximity of CNZ when he has dual wield, and Kilson does not have totem. So gives that one up. Does go for the trade on the major items. But again, the pace has been slowed down. I think both players realize, like, oof, we don't want to lose this first round here on Corrupted Keep.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
for Kilson. He had a 2-kill lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's also that mental factor too, you know? Coming back from a map down, that's always difficult, especially when it turns into 2 maps down. So gotta be impressed by the mental state of these players. They're very resilient to these kinds of things.
Also, Kilson waiting for the totems to triple stack. And that's about the time where Kilson should start challenging out on heavy. If he can maintain these totems, get his natural health stack from that alone, and then contest heavy and have another totem to plop down for extra HP.
Yeah.
It's got to be the game plan for him, but the problem is CNZ's starting to push in. The triple totem has come down. He's going to have the overstack again here, and CNZ, will he expect it?
Good opening rocket from Gilson. He's just going to run right back onto his totems, and here he goes, but jumps right into that LG, and he goes down 8 HP left on CNZ. Now, that was a close one. Clever plays by Gilson at the end there, though, because he knew both were down to their last champion, so it's basically overtime already at that point. It's sudden death no matter what. So he was just playing it slow and waiting to get those totems up. CNZ not looking, or, well, he won, but still kind of exasperated with that.
You see his face there like that. He's not happy with how he did win that, losing 2 champions off the get-go, and obviously putting one toe closer into the grave.
Yeah, CNZ has got himself that LG. It was better in that situation. There comes the flames, but they just collide a second too soon. That could have been huge damage. Gilson just waited a fraction of a second longer. Heavy machine gun damage starts to add up. CNZ definitely the lower one of the two. There's a slight delay between the two major items. This could be Gilson's ticket into getting heavy
and then making his way over to Mega as well. CNZ is going to drop on it, jumping right into Kilson. Kilson getting bounced a little bit too far away to continue that fight.
Yeah, but Kilson still has a really good health stack. No armor left, and unfortunately for him, no light armor to pick up over near Boneyard. But he's looking to come in at the double 50s, catches him in the room, and CNZ does a lot of damage with LG, but it's just not enough to overpower the rocket damage that Kilson can throw out.
Yeah, Kilson just had the better positioning right there, and those rockets, they are murderous. You mentioned it earlier that you just know Kilson for his amazing rockets, and well, he is delivering. No rail on this map, so definitely no rail soul, but he's coming by with the other weapons just the same. Just waiting for Heavy, it seems like. I don't know if Kilson has got the exact timing on it. CNZ was the last one to pick it up, but he's really early. That's still 15 seconds to go. Kilson, don't get caught out right here. He's just going to vacate the area. Clever play, no rockets either. And he doesn't even have a tri-bolt. Very little explosive power. He does have those flames though, and he's gonna push into CNZ. He realized that CNZ had the tri-bolt, and if you can get close enough to a person with the tri-bolt, it's very unlikely that it's going to be doing a lot of damage to you.
And he also got a lot of unreturned damage too. A lot of free 7s out there. As he can be happy about that. Actually, that nice rocket place as CNZ gives him a little bit of a boost. A little bit of a help here to get across the map a little bit quicker. But that tri-bolt, as you mentioned, it does some work.
Yeah. Oh, there come the flames, and he's shooting them right back. Kilson, not phased whatsoever. He sees those flames an inch to the left of his face. He's just like, you know what? I've got some of those myself. Sending them right back downrange.
Who ordered the barbecue? That was ridiculous. It gives him the 2-champion lead again. To be fair, we've seen Kilson actually throw this lead in the last round.
Yeah.
Or I say throw, CNZ fought his way valiantly back into this.
Kilson not looking the right way. Luckily for him, CNZ didn't drop on him. But CNZ is setting up a little bit of a trap right there. Good opening rocket by Kilson. That's immediately going to push him back down. And he's hearing those rockets, so he knows kind of where CNZ is waiting at right now.
I'm just going to see him now. The dual wheel comes out. There's a plate.
Yeah.
Well, if you weren't full the first time, there's some more barbecue.
It's
second.
It's always a difficult decision to make, because on the one hand, if you dodge too much in the same small area, as Kilson was doing right there, then you're opening yourself up to those flames. But if you're dodging just in a straight line too much to the left or to the right, that LG tracking can be enormous. Oh, flames not going to do any damage whatsoever, and Kilson is just going to land those rockets tremendously.
Nice
Having to
change.
switch, yeah, that's a good call, because that would have been a difficult rocket to hit, so...
You even saw him, right? Excuse me. He actually was like, wait, you're not dead? Because he started to turn away after the third shot. He's like, wait, how are you still alive? And then went with the machine gun. By the way, to your point about the LG dual wield versus the flame strike, or the fire strike there.
Oh, water rocket.
Kilson also, I think, intentionally didn't move far left and right to control where CNZ was, because obviously there's a lot of players who use tracking by moving instead of the mouse. That's again, wow. Okay, 43 seconds in. Didn't get my point out before Kilson took that round. But yes, I think intentionally he didn't move that much to keep CNZ there, so he could get the easy kill with the fire strike. But now he's one round away from getting through to tomorrow.
Kilson looking rock solid right now, happy with himself too, and why should he not be? Here we go, Kilson starting this one off on the Death Knight. This could very well be the final round of the series. Looking out with that heavy machine gun, in comes CNZ.
Start with BJ this time, by the way.
Yeah.
Switching things up here.
Definitely. I mean, so far it hasn't been working out that well, especially after that last round. 42 seconds, something like that it was. So might as well switch it up. Try something that you feel might work better to counter that Death Knight. Both items are going to be up at just around the same time. So both players... Oh! Spoke too soon. Both players are not immediately going to go back to their own camps. It is CNZ who's going to push out a little bit more aggressively. Kilson at 100, 100. CNZ has got the stack advantage, but he's got him locked down. Doing a decent amount of damage, not all that much, but that 100 damage rocket, that's going to help. Kilson is going to push in. Can he still find CNZ? He's hoping to cut him off towards Heavy. Kilson is about to drop down on him. Great, what? 19 damage on that rocket? I was about to say, that looked like an enormous one. Kilson, you might have wanted to push that fight there, man. He was extremely low, but of course it's easy for us to say. CNZ is coming up, the bounce pad getting knocked back down. And actually CNZ, a really good reversal right there, because definitely looked like Kilson was poised to take that frag.
Oh, this is killable. This is doable here, 25 HP. That rocket, though, might have just shut this down. They will trade frag for frag, but Kilson's going to be happy to get rid of the BJ. The problem is he's going to be up against Death Knight, but luckily for him, he will have the Galena to help combat that damage that Death Knight can do.
Yep, Galena definitely one of the most defensive champions in the game. Probably a good choice against someone such as DK. And he actually evades all of the flame damage right there. This is really good by Kilson because he now knows that he has a significant amount of time in which CNZ does not have his ability up at all. Might be able to take advantage of that.
It's definitely going to look to here.
Yeah, he's still missing those rockets though. That's definitely going to be the weapon that he wants, as well as heavy machine gun. He's going to loop back for it. Gonna leave it up just a little longer. Focus on Mega first. CNZ right below him. This could be a big fight.
This is free damage. Only gets about 53 off of that. The Fire Strike now going to be down, so he knows he can afford to make a push and happen. He's got heavy on top. He also has a totem to fight with here. He's going to look straight for the fight, and he's going to catch him in the room.
Yeah, good use of the Fire Strike by CNZ right there, though, because either you get a lot of damage, which would be even better, but if you don't, you're still basically blocking off the doorway with 3 flame tracks. Here we go, Kilson getting a good angle that CNZ did not expect. Kilson definitely the one with the bigger stack right now. He might be able to finish it shortly. He is 1 champion down, though, so he is the one who needs to force at least 1 more frag in the next 2 minutes.
Luckily for him, though, this isn't a gigantic map, so it's a lot more viable for Galena to chase you down here than on other maps. He has the opportunity to lock down the LG, so if he does get this frag, he can maybe surprise CNZ if he comes to the teleporter. Kilson doesn't actually know that CNZ was there around the corner. But he's looking like he wants to camp this, make this his little home.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Kilson employ the strategy before. Stick to that side of the map, get your 3 totems up. That's a risky jump, though. That LG is pushing him back and hurting oh so much. He's waiting for CNZ to come through the teleporter. Is he even going to do it? Not in time. Mega will be there for Kilson. And now stacks are actually pretty even. Kilson super aggressively. I don't know if he's aware. Oh wow. What a rocket. CNZ! CNZ going for that jump.
It's not even fair sometimes, the shots that he hits. And he actually catches him on the respawn there. Potentially could have caught him towards heavy machine gun. Instead, he's going to back away, take some armor. He realizes he's Galena against Galena, and he knows CNZ does not have LG. He's got he almost had triple totems down for a split second there, but CNZ cleaned up one of them.
Yeah, and now Kilson, he's got the armor. CNZ has got none. Can he even get on Mega? He can, but Kilson is chasing him down. Might be able to get top positioning on him right here. Oh, he sees. That's a great rocket. CNZ solo, and that will be it. Kilson screaming. He's happy. Look at that smile and that thumbs up. That's the face of a man who's moving into day 3.
Face of a man that only a mother could love. No, Kilson, he's got to be excited for this. He has to be so proud. Okay, I didn't see that the first time, but I'm glad we have the instant replay of it. But he's got to be really proud too, because he lost to CNZ yesterday, and now he's come through out of his group as the #1 seed.
Yeah, amazing. Also, we are joined once again by our host Jahar. How did you enjoy that game?
A lot quicker than I expected it to be, actually. I won't lie. Kilson was definitely feeling on his game, obviously. It wasn't just the fact that he took the rounds, took the maps, but every frag was just so decisive.
Yeah, it was. The only round that wasn't decisive, funny enough, was the very second round in Corrupted Keep, where he had a 2 champion lead, and he just blew it. Out of nowhere.
Everybody gets one, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but he looked good. His rail was on point. His rockets were definitely on point. His LG.
Especially in Corrupted Keep, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, his rail was fantastic in Corrupted Keep. 100% accuracy. Didn't miss a single shot. But no, he's looking fantastic. And again, just to point back to what Rafa said, Rafa's one of those players that gets better as the tournament goes on. Kilson, I feel like, is the exact same way because he looked so much different than yesterday to today.
Yeah, absolutely. Kilson is looking so solid moving into day 3. I mean, I think he's a real contender for first place at this point.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's looking good, is he not? I mean, he did drop a game earlier in the upper bracket, but
he's looking fantastic. I think once we get him out of this group now and get him into playoffs, things are going to be a little bit different. I mean, this group has been one of the most interesting groups of the day. Jeez, and it has been a long day, as is now obvious. But now there's CNZ versus Sirius coming up next. Kilson's got to feel good about just being able to kick back a little bit, relax, get some Zs in, maybe get some more practice games. And honestly, after a win like this, if I was Kilson, I'd be like, all right, let's do playoffs right now. I'm feeling good.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got to be proud. He's got to be really proud. And again, he hasn't had the greatest performances as of late, at least within online tournaments and such. And his last victory was so long ago. But you know what? thing is, like, in this tournament, you know, we all had our predictions who was going to win. We had our predictions of top 8. Most of our predictions have been completely blown out of the water. Kilson could be a major contender now for the title.
I think so too.
Yeah, absolutely. And CNZ, he's going to have his work cut out with him with Sirius coming up next. And actually, we're going to be getting into an interview a little bit here soon, but I wanted to interview Sirius, like, okay, who did you actually want to take this one? You know, who were you kind of betting on? Who did you want to avoid in the lower end of the group? And one way or another, it's going to be CNZ.
Yeah, he has no choice. And I think that Sirius is probably happy about the outcome. I mean, because he did lose to Kilson before,
I don't know if
and he
could ever be described as being happy. Like, he exists.
I don't think that's an emotion that he
And he doesn't lose on Woken, so that's about all there is to him.
And he loves the rail.
Yeah.
That's another thing that we know about him.
All right, well, we're going to be getting into a little bit of a chat here with Kilson before we let him go. You think that now that you've won the matches, you've won the rounds, you get to go home? Not quite yet. We've got you captive, Kilson, but congratulations.
Hey. Thank you very much.
So, very overall clean rounds, clean matches. You must be feeling like you're riding a high level right now.
Oh, yeah, I feel pretty good right now. I mean, my first day, I kind of struggled a little bit in the first day, so yeah, I wasn't as confident as I should be. And I earned it back step by step, and yeah, turned out really well. And now, yeah, like you said a little earlier, playoffs, hey, here we are.
Marcel, Jason Kaplan here, live from the studios. Feeding
hey,
that was.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Erst, ich liebe dich. And second of all, we saw you on Blood Run giving a ton of respect to CNZ and to his Death Knight. Can you kind of walk us through like your thought patterns behind that and the reasoning behind it?
Yeah, I mean, Death Knight is really tricky champion, like Ranger is, for example. Just that the fire splash damage is a little bit stronger overall. It's not just 100 HP if it went through you. It can be 150 plus. And that's pretty dangerous. So you got to keep distance, try to chip damage a little. And yeah, that's just literally the thing what I've been thinking about on that map.
Right, follow-up question perhaps, but this time about the map picks. Back in the day, you were definitely known for your railgun being one of your best weapons, and yet today you picked Corrupted Keep, which is the one and only dual map without a railgun. Does that somehow factor in your decision-making, or do you just feel that you're so balanced with all the other weapons too?
I mean, I know what I'm capable of, especially on maps like Corrupted Keep. I knew from earlier competitions that I'm quite good on that map. And I don't really need the ray gun. I'm also good with LG, chip damage, like Tribolt, machine gun, and my rocket also hits quite well overall. And I don't have to be scared about anyone. But I've been thinking, especially with the matchup against CNZ, how backwadding he is. And that made me choose Corrupted Keep.
Right.
And that's it.
Okay. And of course, with whatever you're feeling right now, don't lose that getting into tomorrow, getting into the playoffs. I haven't taken a look at exactly how it's going to shake out just yet, but is there anybody you're really looking forward to matching up against there?
I really hope, like at some point, I'm facing Klaus because I really like to play against him, and I also think I'm one of the few guys who are able to stop him.
Okay.
Well, somebody has to.
He did in Italy, right?
3 times.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
Never let anybody forget.
You're not counting, though, or anything.
But who's keeping count?
I think tomorrow will be unforgettable as well. So, Kilson, get some well-deserved rest. We're going to let you go.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, dude. Have a good night.
Bye.
And, of course, we're going to be getting into our last game, guys.
Yeah.
It's been a wild ride today.
It has.
Yeah, we're coming up on around 11 hours, I believe.
Don't count them. Just don't count them. It's all right. Time is an illusion, but these games are what's real. And Sirius's chances of getting into the playoffs are very real right now.
I mean, absolutely. He beat CNZ before. He was looking pretty solid, even though he lost to Kilson. It was not an easy victory. It had to go all the way to the 3rd map. I believe it was the final round on the 3rd map.
Those were long maps, too.
Oh, absolutely. They were really close. They could have gone either way. So Sirius, I think, has got the edge over CNZ in this matchup.
I don't even know what to say when it comes to these matchups, honestly. Because we had CNZ beat Kilson yesterday. Kilson beat CNZ today. Sirius looked unstoppable yesterday. Well, Sirius lost his first match today against Kilson and then beat Avic. Like, everything's so haywire. I feel like it's impossible to predict how this is going to go. And considering this is the first time we're going to see Sirius today on stream, I don't know how well he's been playing today.
Well,
so I think it's anyone's game.
I feel more than ready to hop on the Sirius hype train, but that'll be leaving the station here in just a few minutes. It's going to be last chances for both CNZ and Sirius as we get into our last group stage game and indeed our last game of the day. So if you missed any of the games before, don't miss this one. We'll catch you in just a minute. All right. Welcome back to the PGL Quake Champions Open as we are getting into our final match. I told you it would only be a couple minutes before we were back, and here we are. Didn't go very far. Still got Fleet, still got Jason Kaplan, and we're looking pretty hyped for CNZ versus Sirius.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this is a game between, I wouldn't really say underdogs, but I don't think many people would have expected both of these players to make it this far into the bracket.
Yeah, but I mean, we could just call it a dogfight.
A dogfight, yeah.
A little bit more legal on this side of things.
But yeah, like I
that's
said,
right, yeah.
I gave my prediction earlier. Sirius, I know it's a tough call. It's gonna be a close call, but I think that Sirius still has got it.
Are you feeling like a contrarian there, Jason?
I think that the real winner of this match is going to be you guys at home watching the game.
I was really expecting you to say he's the one who has the most fun.
They caught me off guard. I thought we were still on the wide shot. I was like, you. It's like, no, not you. You at home. We're going to win this one. I actually don't know, honestly. I feel like Sirius should have this, but the should have matches like have not happened. Like Zron got knocked out day one, like something I never would have thought would have ever happened. And the man to do it was Sirius and Kilson. So it's just such a crazy tournament, but that's why I love having this dual tournament is you get to really see who the top players are. I mean, we obviously had the QuakeCon dual tournament. That was a best of one.
Yeah.
That was only like the top 16 players from the tournament from the twos.
That was a funsy for Sunday.
Exactly.
And this one is all, well, it's serious business.
Yeah.
But again, CNZ, he's got to kind of dust himself off from that game with Kilson and come into this with a fresh mind. So one last look at the groups here as things are getting locked in and crystallized for tomorrow. And a little bit later, we're going to have a bit of a preview of the brackets for tomorrow as well. But before we get there, let's take one more look at CNZ and Sirius strutting their stuff. That camera guy really loves like zooming in on forearms.
The thing is, actually watching that video, I was like, I think Sirius can play Doom. I think he can play Doomslayer.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, he was ready.
That
He's
was
like,
it?
Maybe in the third movie.
Maybe.
I mean,
who knows?
We need like a karate samurai ninja character for base now
Oh,
because
yeah, I
the
was gonna
moves.
say that was base. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, you're right because base is doing.
great.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't want to do the sound effects for it. 40 would do it for me.
40 would do it for sure, but yeah, but both of them looking in good shape. I think CNZ, I just hope, since he is probably the, well, Sirius isn't exactly a very experienced player at the LAN scene himself, but
he's making up for it with
he's
bravado.
making up for it, absolutely. But I think that it's already difficult for these really experienced players to reset their mental state, so I hope that CNZ will be capable of doing the same. Let's take a quick look at the map picks right here. So CNZ, Blood Covenant, Sirius Awoken.
You mentioned Awoken earlier, Jahar, and we're seeing it right here. Sirius,
At least it's
lost
not a first
time
map,
on the map.
you know?
Yeah. Well, it's because he didn't get first pick.
Right. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. And again, no Galena in any context is something that makes me a little bit skeevy. And then no Visor either. These are going straight for the jugular bands. This is not even like, I'm going to counter you. I'm just going to counter the meta in general.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a safe pick. If you can't really pinpoint one specific champion that you know your opponent is really strong on, then you might as well go for the safety bans.
Is there anything safe about banning Galena and Visor, though? I mean, in my mind, it kind of opens things up to a lot of crazy possibilities that normally would be a little bit more predictable.
Yeah, perhaps true, but I mean, Sirius has got that aim, so I think that he's going to be very happy with those really burst damage champs.
See, that's why I'm curious why we had the Galena ban out of CNZ, because that's such a good pick to go against like the BJs, to go against the DKs, to stop the burst potential, and of course the LG damage that Sirius can do. So I'm personally surprised to see Galena being taken away, but that does leave like Ranger open. It does leave maybe Clutch open if they want to be super crazy. It leaves us open so many possibilities. But I still like if we go pound to pound and aim potential out of both players, it's still going to favor Sirius.
The pounding will commence here very shortly on our first map. And again, they're both looking very steely-eyed and ready for it. It's been a long day, but they're not looking any more tired for the result of it.
Well, I mean, I think Sirius has just been exhausted from start to finish because every
so
time...
what's the difference, really?
Every time I've spoken to him, he's had bags under his eyes and he's been telling me just how tired he is and how little he slept. So I think the man has just been on the brink of exhaustion all this time and he's making it work. He's tapping into something.
And we have a Nyx in the picks.
We have a Nyx in the picks.
I was doing this to the... this is like not like get off my lawn, kids. This is more like a, yes, I'm right emotion.
Kids, yeah.
Yeah, kids.
Kids.
I mean, I'm old. We're going to see Doom out of both as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the punching come in. We're going to see Doom as well on this map, which we've actually seen quite a bit of times now. I'm excited.
I'm going to get out from under the hot studio lights and go chill out. You guys have fun in this match?
Thank you.
You know what? I won't. Just because you want me to, I won't do it.
I'll have double fun just to make up for it. All right?
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kick off here our final series of the day, and it's going to be Sirius up against CNZ. And off the bat, we will see the Doom being picked up, and we see Ranger by Sirius, though.
Yeah, interesting pick. I mean, CNZ going for the BJ, Sirius going for the Nyx, definitely very confident because Nyx does have that really, really small stack, so you need to be able to use her very effectively and know exactly when or when not to use that invisibility. CNZ trying to set up a little trap right away at the rocket launcher, and Sirius knows that he still needs that rail, but no damage coming out somehow. Sirius really aggressive opening though. Perhaps a bit too aggressive. CNZ landing all of those rails, taking out Sirius quick and clean.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the luxury of hindsight, so definitely a little bit too aggressive there. And not to mention, CNZ going to be watching the pickup towards Mega.
Oh.
And yeah, when you're serious, you have to back away now. As you mentioned, Fleer, the stack's so low, you're going to have to respect this. And you even saw CNZ trying to look for the pickup on that one to try to convert it into a kill. But he's got timing on Heavy. He's got timing on Mega. He delayed Mega on top of that, so Sirius really doesn't have the exact timing on this. And this is full control.
Yeah, that was such a good combo with that rocket first on the bounce pad and then the rail to follow it up. And as you said, maybe when you're a heavy champion, you can stick around for Mega. When you're a medium, it might depend on what your opponent is doing. But when you're a light champion, you need to get out of there because you are left with like 20 points of health.
Oh, that's aggressive. He ghost walked into this room.
Yeah, getting the Mega health too so far without any damage taken, but without any dealt himself either.
See, you know what that was, right? That was due to the fact that he guessed that CNZ took the Mega earlier on, when we saw CNZ actually instead went for the chase. And now he's trying to punish him for this with the advantage of the Mega health, and he gets it with the LG. And CNZ, who honestly should have had full control, but because of those 3 missed rails, Sirius does punish him.
Yeah, 46% LG in that encounter as well. Sirius showing that that weapon is something that he is so capable of using. Well, CNZ taking a lot of rail damage right now. Sirius switching to the normal machine, and that's not going to do enough damage, but he's dropping with the LG. Down goes CNZ, and now Sirius is actually one champion in the lead, and he's got a pretty nice delay between the 2 major items to maybe get both of them.
Yeah, we need to see more rail ammo picked up as you're going to have him go for just that. Also Heavy on the back of this, and as Nyx, you definitely need to pick up one of these major items to be able to combat equally with other champions and other players.
Oh yeah, because Nyx's full base stack is a lot less than what others might have. Sirius not even going to engage just yet. Oh, CNZ hearing that hum of the lightning gun, knows exactly where Sirius is, has his own gauntlet out. Oh my god!
So just for people at home who missed that fight, that was CNZ with Mega, and with 2 LGs, and Sirius with no Mega, with 1 LG, and
Nyx.
he just decimated him. I can't even use the word I want to say on air.
On Nyx too. I mean, that's just... Sirius was on a light champion there too. That is just that LG. 59% lightning gun accuracy coming out of Sirius so far.
10% off the perfect percent, unfortunately. Sirius able to get the Heavy now. Okay, eventually get it. There we go.
There we go.
Away. But that's what we expect out of Sirius, right? That's what we've seen online, what he can do with the LG, and now showing he can do it here on LAN. Things are going to get difficult for CNZ, who had the advantage. He had the first frag in that round.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good combo from Sirius. CNZ was pushing in very aggressively there, but that is going to send him right back to the drawing board. And now Mega's going to come up first. Slight delay before Heavy, but using the orb, he might actually get there on time. That's a very clever play by Sirius, but does he have the opportunity to push in? CNZ missing a crucial rail. Sirius picking up the first frag, and Heavy will be his reward.
Jesus Christ. Like, damn. Like, he knew the exact time on a Mega. He orbed with just like a split second left to take it, and then once he got the Mega and the rail, he just pushed into that one as aggressively as possible. LG comes out with the rail, tries to go for the flick, catches with the second. He has him very low in health, but he's not able to get the third. He's not Claws with those sick flicks that we've seen out of him, but this should be the finisher as well. He hears him up the bounce pad, and Sirius is looking like he has ridiculous control.
Yeah, Mega going to Sirius as well. He's got 5 seconds left. If CNZ goes for this Heavy, oh my god, Sirius, such a clever play. He knows that CNZ is expecting him to go to Heavy right away, so he's doing exactly the opposite, and it looks like it's paying off, but now the rockets do need to hit. Rail just barely missing that, and Sirius has to retreat. That was such a good trap. Unfortunately, the execution was lacking right there.
Yeah, if that first rocket hit, that would have been a kill. He actually denied away LG at the same time, so I think he actually could have pushed into that one anyways, but trying to be a little bit more cautious about it this time. He's going to have the Mega picked up, and he should know LG was secured out of CNZ, so has to be careful, but he does have the orb, and just his passive style here of checking these corners with the explosive damage is helping out, not to mention those rails.
Yeah, Serious, such a stack advantage. He can definitely push in for Heavy. He just needs to be careful about getting pushed back up from that LG from below. Not gonna happen though.
Oh, okay.
I think he kind of messed up the rocket jump right there, but doesn't have to be a big problem. Serious is taking a slightly longer way around. Oh, I think he hit the tiny little bar right there, and that's gonna give CNZ the mega health. As Serious is looking for a chase, there's around 10 seconds between the two items, but so far no one has really gotten the rotation. Solid control this round yet.
He's gonna have his orb up here in a few seconds. He's got the timing on Heavy, but he's not gonna go for the challenge with the rails, at least from that angle. He's gonna switch things up. Here's him rocket jump up.
Yep, Serious heard that very clearly. He's trying to catch him off guard. Not gonna happen, just running around with that gauntlet, having some fun right there. And Mega going to CNZ as well. Serious might be playing a little bit too passively because he has given up 2 major items to his opponent in a row, despite kind of having control himself. That could be a good rocket, but oh, CNZ dodging it somehow. And now he's gonna take Heavy again. It's strange to see how CNZ... Oh no! Wow, what a play. I was about to say is that it's strange to see how a player like CNZ can pick up 3, 4 major items in a row and still just look like he's the one who's out of control.
Yeah, but he forgot that Serious is a jester, sorry, because he just juggled him in the air with the LG on that rocket jump, punishing him to the best visibility, and now he's 1 round away from taking a 1-map lead and then going to Awoken, his playground of choice.
Oh yeah, that's Serious's map pick. I think that if CNZ wins or loses this one rather, then he's in for such a difficult next map.
That was a really nice shot out of him. Unfortunately for him, CNZ still has a lot of HP remaining. He's going to actually catch him on the pickup of the health globes there.
Perfect read from CNZ right there. Called Serious's play and read him like a book to catch him off guard right there. And CNZ again getting a pretty good read on Serious, but not really doing much with it. He's got to be careful though, because he's pretty low on rocket ammo and he doesn't have a railgun just yet. Could be problematic down the line. Meanwhile, Serious only has the railgun, so polar opposites in terms of weapons at the time. Serious sneaking around near mega health. Both players slowing it down a little bit. Serious is the one who has to chase the frags though.
Yeah, we've got so much time to work with here. Shouldn't be too worried about chasing frags. We should be worried about is getting that situation alive and most importantly securing at least one of these major pickups and getting his natural stack of armor back, which he's going to need to be able to combat up against CNZ.
Oh yeah, Doomslayer, pretty beefy champion, especially when you put him next to someone like Nyx. Oh, that jump perhaps a little bit too obvious. In come the punches. That was just in the nick of time, because had that punch connected, that would have been nicks of time. Good one. Mega up in 5 seconds. Heavy will be available slightly earlier though. And CNZ has got that mega health to his back, where Serious is going for the armor. It's definitely going to help him a lot as that Nyx.
The thing is too is that when you're Doom, you don't really use your Berserk that often. And that means you leave the hourglasses up for your opponent a lot more often. When you're, someone like Nyx, you want to use the Ghost Walk, not necessarily as often as possible, but you need to get that back up. Whereas the Berserk, you don't necessarily need it as much. So a lot more emphasis is going to be out of Serious when it comes to these hourglasses, and CNZ is going to be giving up a lot of them over to him. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because Nyx is such a light champion. She's a very squishy one with a low stack. So it's crucial for her that she has her ability available in most opportunities, or most situations rather, because without it she is so weak and can die so quickly, so you can almost not take any fights without having that backup plan ready, as opposed to the Doomslayer, whose Berserker is actually more often used to get away, I feel like, than to do damage.
Fix a rocket jump there, I think that was.
Yeah, oh, good rail coming out of Serious. Those small little bursts of damage are what's going to bring him back into this game, it seems. Gets the heavy even.
Oh, that's
and
a Ghost
now,
Walk too.
Oh yeah, and he's pushing it, doesn't quite get the rockets up. Oh, Berserk being used, as we said, defensively to get out of the room alive. Of course, you do make a lot of noise when you're in the Berserker mode, and Sirius tracks him down by that. Sirius now over at Pillars, got all the weapons that he needs, pretty low on ammo though, and he might actually find CNZ right away. Does decide not to chase, I think because the orb was thrown, he knew that no matter what side he picked, CNZ was probably going to be able to evade him. Landing a good rail right there though, but he's got no armor, and that's a problem on your next.
Yeah, I think that's why ultimately he didn't want to force the fight. He needs to get back to that full natural. Yeah, he's got the Ghost Walk, and he's got 100 damage already to his name. The LG comes out. Ghost Walk going to be used. He's not going to go for the chase, though. Actually, he's going to be able to spot him. Actually, to the lower ground, the rail will not connect.
That would have been the kill shot right there. Didn't quite manage it. Heavy will be up first, and then there's around 10 seconds before Mega appears, and Sirius has got the better positioning. He might be able to take both if he's fast. Next, of course, is a pretty speedy champion, but he's going to decide not to go for it just yet. I think he just wanted those hourglasses, get his Ghost Walk ready first. And that's going to leave CNZ with the Mega Health. And with 4 minutes on the clock already, we're basically in sudden death as it is. Sirius keeping that top control, which is so important in this map. I think it might be more important than on any other map that you keep good control of that top level of the map. Oh my god, the Tribolt basically eradicating Sirius stack in its entirety.
It's actually still going to go for heavy in the midst of this. Obviously, with the Ghost Walk available, he's not too afraid to get that aggressive, especially when he can afford to eat one shot. But two is where things are going to start to get tricky for him. We're going to hit that sudden death here in a few seconds. We're going to hit that overtime. Does see the orb go across, and
that's a lot of good information for Sirius. He knows that his opponent does not have the orb available. He might actually hear him if he slows down a little bit, and indeed he does. Good opening rocket. Excellent one to follow it up. Sirius, this is your opportunity. Is he going to land the rail? Is he going to finish it right now? A little bit more damage will do it.
Don't need this. Don't need the rail to finish it.
Oh, he waited, I think, a little bit too long. Would have been better if he had used the Ghost Walk immediately after hitting that rail and just going after him with rockets or LG. Because this way he allowed CNZ to get away by missing that rail shot.
Yeah, just go for HMG, go for an LG rush. And that's, you know, I know for a fact Claus is very good at calculating how much damage he's done to you, because whenever I played against him, he just literally tells me how much HP I have. And I'm like, oh, thanks for letting me know, because it's just insane. And I wonder what kind of level Sirius is at when it comes to that, because that definitely should have been an opportunity to push in. But again, he was low on HP. He didn't want to get railed. He didn't want to get eliminated, especially as we've already crossed the path into sudden death.
Yep. And at this point, both players, they've got all the weapons. They've got a pretty decent stack on both of them. So no one really has to go anywhere, and no one has to chase any lead. So we might be seeing a pretty passive game. Of course, CNZ has that orb, can use it to move around quickly and also to get that insta-kill sometimes, whereas CNZ, or Sirius rather, is just gonna push through. There comes the orb. This is pretty good for Sirius. He knows that that orb has been used. He's just gonna go for the Ghost Walk. Oh, he even sees CNZ. This could be the end. But no. Clever play by CNZ, dropping down on a very sharp angle, and Sirius unable to follow him there.
Oh, if he just held that angle for like a split second longer, there might have been opportunity to hit that rail. Minute and a half in now into sudden death.
Yep.
And Sirius just only needs this one frag to close out this map and go up 1-0 in the series. And most importantly, be one step closer to making it through to tomorrow. That's a great shot by CNZ as well to help keep the stacks in his favor.
Oh. Sirius retaliating, but he's got to be careful. 31 points of health, that is railable HP. Stacking himself up a tiny little bit more. Looking pretty solid now. Orb being used, and Sirius knows this. He knows that his opponent doesn't have the ability, and he knows that he does. Let's see if he can make something out of this opportunity that he's been given. He's just trying to trap. Oh, he hears the rocket jump. He's got a pretty good idea of where CNZ is at right now. Good rail shot too. Sirius delaying that Mega rather so long. He's got it to fall back on. Will eventually go and pick it up. And now there's a big delay between the two major items. And that might be exactly what we need to break this 2.5 minute stalemate.
All right, so he's going to pick up heavy now, and this is his time. He has to fight now with this lead, with having both of these items picked up. Most importantly, he needs to connect these shots as well. Rocket jumps up with the Ghost Walk. Dire Orb going to be used. It's like he will take it to the last second, but the rail's still going to hit nonetheless. But Sirius, who has the time in Omega, needs to get there quickly. 2 seconds before that spawns back in, and it's going to be secured. No, not just yet for CNZ, who does get bounced above it, but it doesn't matter. The rocket lands. And Sirius gets the 3-0 here on Blood Covenant.
What an impressive play. I mean, I think at this point that any people who had any concerns about Sirius's abilities on LAN, I've been proven completely wrong. Even if he doesn't make it through, what he has been showing us consistently has been pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, he's got some insane LG as well there. Had some really sick flicks with the railgun.
Yeah.
And CNZ now, he's going to be on to Sirius's pick of Awoken. Things are going to become very risky on this map for him because the aggressive play that Sirius has shown has been able to trump the aggressive play out of CNZ. And you can see there with the LG, 53%, 1,600 damage from that gun.
That's difficult to go up against. In terms of item control, though, CNZ doing slightly better, picking up a few more of those major items than Sirius did, even picking up more of the minor item, the small armor. That's something that you don't see.
Well, I mean,
often.
so that number is always skewed, in my opinion, because usually the people who are losing will generally have the higher amounts of that because you're the one taking damage.
Right.
You constantly need to stack up your armor and armor and armor. So that one, I always like take with a grain of salt because of like how that number has come to be. But it's shown that Sirius, he's been constantly hitting him, right? Like because he has so many lights picked up. He's been pressuring him. He's been hitting shots. And Sirius had to play things a little bit different with the Nyx because of obviously the low health pool and how fragile you are.
It also shows something else, though, because very often you will see that the person with the most major items picked up will have the least of the smaller armors as well, because obviously he's stacked up more often and he can't even pick them up even if he wanted to, because he's got that large amount of armor. So this really just shows how much damage Sirius did consistently.
And we have Ranger versus Nyx switch up here. So CNZ chose Ranger, and Sirius chose Nyx in this. Nyx, interesting pick on Awoken.
I mean, we've seen it done before. It definitely works. It's a smaller map. It doesn't have all that many hourglasses now that I think of it, but you can still definitely make great use out of her. Many places where you can just sneak up on someone due to how small the map is, I think.
Yeah. Well, we're about to kick this one off. About to get underway. We're going to find out at the end of this match, potentially at the end of this map, if Sirius will be going through or CNZ will be able to take us to a third and final one of the day. And then, of course, after that, we get to see the playoff bracket, see who is going to be playing who tomorrow.
And we are starting this one off on CNZ. He's got his Ranger, the Death Knight, and the BJ, and Sirius is countering that with the BJ and Death Knight and Nyx himself. So the only difference is the Ranger and the Nyx on these picks. CNZ is stuck at LG's side for the time being. Gotta get himself a rockets too. Looking for a rail, and he's gonna get himself all equipped with all the weapons he could need.
Got that unholy trinity.
Yep, absolutely.
Please bring it back.
Oh, there comes the orb. Super aggressive. CNZ just going for it, but he's taking so much damage off the bat. And Sirius, that rail, that changed things. That pushed his opponent right back down, and at that point...
no! Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, I just had flashbacks. So not necessarily Waz because he got knocked off a different way, but that was we've seen people die in that position so many times. And look at this. He's trying to go for the bait in. He's got the flame strike, yes, but that's a ghost walk that he can mitigate it on. Wow. That was well timed.
I just want to point out that first rocket, how great that was, because that just pushed CNZ away from the teleporter. He was waiting at the very corner, at the very ledge, hoping to just fall back and go through the teleporter instantly if Sirius showed up. But that rocket came out so quick that it actually pushed CNZ backwards, so he couldn't go through right away. Both major items are up at the exact same time. Might see a split in the pickups. Good opening rockets by Sirius right there. Is he gonna favor heavy? Oh, and LG won't get quite that far, but that rail. And he's going for the double jump. Can't quite get it. Third one will connect. Is he gonna use the ghost walk? He very well might. Heavy has been up. Oh, there we go. Heavy.
Oh. SpaghettiOs.
No. Good attempts. Good attempts. Not quite making it happen.
Oh. It's not over just yet.
Oh. I think Sirius waited just a fraction of a second too late. I think he was confident that CNZ wouldn't be able to really connect that rocket due to how fast he was moving. But unfortunately, CNZ did land that shot. Sirius getting out. Very small amount of health.
Nice use of the wall jump there to actually avoid any potential shot. I think it was, again, I want to say it was Rafa because we talked to him twice, talking about on Awoken how it's very hard to pick up any of these light armors because they're all like basically death pits, whatever you do go for. But speaking of armor, Sirius has been able to take heavy.
Yeah, Mega going to CNZ instead. And Sirius giving his opponent quite a bit of respect. Might again be because he's up against the Death Knight. And he's got that invis ready. He did so much damage right there though. I guess he definitely started that one off from a bad position. Bad stack too compared to his opponent.
Oh my god.
Damage.
91 for just like a casual. I'm going to just throw it in this direction in case he's that way. That's That's something that's going to make him very happy. And if he hears the armor picked up, he's going to go for the drop, potentially.
Doesn't land to rail, though. I think he might have pushed it if he had hit that one. Oh, that's a small angle to hit. It will be CNZ, actually, to land that shot. 5 seconds between the two major items. Good defensive rocket. Sirius does have his invis ready, so he can get out of there at any time if he so chooses.
Thing is, CNZ's playing against the clock, rightfully. He's got one champion down, a minute and a half to go. And Nyx is a relatively good champion to actually be able to back away with. That was a fantastic rail coming through, but that will be CNZ able to respond.
And he's still railable, though. He's still railable, Sirius. He's got to be so careful. He wants that heavy. He wants it so bad. But he knows that going down there, he might get railed, and that'll be it. So he's just going to back away and leave that one up.
I mean, the stalemate there works out in his favor, right? Yeah, he's railable, but as long as he doesn't get shot and he just kind of like waits this one out, that's a lot of time disappearing. He's going to be lit up. He's going to be able to give his position away here, but just hit a nice little rail again to keep CNZ on the back foot, not give him that confidence he needs to push in.
That's pretty good for CNZ, though, because now Sirius is lacking his ability. He doesn't have the Ghost Walk up just yet. Quite a few hourglasses available for him to get that up back quickly. However, Mega will be up first, and then Heavy, and CNZ really needs to start working on that battle plan because he doesn't have much time left, and we see Sirius wait in the exact same position that we saw CNZ in earlier. CNZ collecting both major items, super stacked. Sirius should have heard that rocket, and he's got the Ghost Walk, using it instantly. That's gonna give CNZ another chance, though. Oh my god, this could be bad for Sirius because this is not an easy place to get out of. He will manage so far, but not entirely. Yeah, that's tricky. I always feel like you're better off on the other side of the map on Railgun when it comes to running away for those final minutes, because Banana and LG, there's just so many places that your opponent can come from and deal a lot of damage.
CNZ's looking for the finisher here. 3 seconds till sudden death. Actually, he's just going to back away instead, trying to go for Heavy, maintaining the massive stack that he does have. But he's up against another Death Knight here, and he's up against the LG at a Sirius. Not to mention the Flame Strike connects, but CNZ will come back and get 2 frags in about 20 seconds of time to take that first round.
Very nicely done by CNZ. For a second there, I thought it was going to go wrong when he jumped into Sirius's LG, because that's right there, just saw it right there, something that's so difficult to deal with, but didn't end up taking all that much damage, even with the flames coming through. And we are again on CNZ's point of view, and this time Sirius is leading off with the Nyx, opening with a great rail, as he did pick up Heavy at the start. CNZ getting that Mega pretty much uncontested, though. No rails landed just yet. Finally, Sirius will connect. He's got to be careful. He's not all that stacked. He will use the Ghost
One more
Walk.
rail could end him.
Oh, for a second, I thought that Sirius was going to try to get the telefrag, but
he could
still knock him off. Yeah, I mean that's such a crazy angle. Because
the window.
Yeah. Oh, he's even going to rocket jump up. CNZ super aggressive. Flames not doing what he hoped, but there we go. Sirius going up the bounce pad right into his open arms, into that LG. It's going to take him down quickly too. And now CNZ looking pretty damn good, but Sirius has those flames up and he does not. The only benefit that he does have is that he has the rail, which Sirius is at the time still lacking. Heavy will be up first.
Give him a bit of time, I think, before he does go for the rail. He wants to get Mega, but at this time, I don't think he's really going to be able to, because CNZ just has the stack and, more importantly, the weaponry to fight him constantly. Go through the teleporter, and I think CNZ is going to hear that and go for the chase.
And at this point, Sirius doesn't need to rush anything. We're only a minute and a half into this round, so he's got all the time in the world to still formulate a plan back, build his stack slowly, and get himself the weapons that he needs to take down CNZ's Death Knight. That's
he's just getting so much free poke. Yeah, like he's getting it's not the first time we've seen him just get a free rail with the unreturned damage going his way. Like, for some reason, CNG's giving him a lot of opportunities to hit these rails and not doing damage back.
Yeah. One of the things that I think that CNZ at this point is definitely lacking, and it's showing, is his rail. His LG is working just fine, but at this point, CNZ has only hit 15% of all his rail shots, as opposed to Sirius's 37. That's only 2 rails that connected out of 13 shot. So
it's starting to look like Zoot, to be honest. Oh no, he did get Heavy.
He's got to go back down. That's going to cost him some time. Might allow Sirius to get onto Mega. Oh, Sirius perhaps a bit too confident in his stack right there, or in his aim rather. But that's going to be 2-0. This is absolutely not what many people would have expected, I think.
Yeah, and it was really well done by CNZ there too. A nice little catch onto Sirius, finally getting a read into him and an understanding of how he's playing. I feel like every player who's ever died when we have the camera shot on them, they're always like shaking their heads and they're always frustrated. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh. Because it is Quake that we're talking about, and in pretty much all cases, when you die, there is something you could have done to very well prevent it. Here comes Sirius. Takes down his opponent, and quickly too. Doesn't have the greatest stack, but he's making it work.
So that was delayed, by the way.
Yep.
He delayed Mega for a long time to make sure to use it in that fight on the catch. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it worked out completely in his favor. Now he's got the railgun. He's got opportunity to pick up some free shots here. Gets 90 off the bat. But again, without the dual wield, he's trying to be very respectful of this.
Yeah. Oh, third one, too.
3 times the lady.
Yeah.
He's going for the 4th one for Forever Young.
Sirius is like, I'm hitting all of these shots. Should I turn back to pick up that Mega? Might as well. Might as well. Don't need it. But here we go. CNZ up the bounce pad. LG versus dual LG. And actually CNZ doing a surprising amount of damage. But Sirius is there with the rail. Good comeback. Might this be Sirius's turnaround? What? Not just yet. Not just yet. Kind of jinxed it there. Sorry about that one, Sirius. But CNZ getting a beautiful orb frag right there. And he's got the Mega to pick up right away. Sirius the flames.
God.
Yeah.
Cue the Dragon Force.
Yeah, that's hurts.
So Flea, 1 round to go here, and Sirius will be through into. Or sorry, 2 more to go for Sirius. I forgot that CNZ was up 2-0. 2 more rounds for Sirius to go, and CNZ needs 1 more to be able to take it into our 3rd and final map of Molten Falls.
Sirius this time deciding not to start out with Nyx. I think that's probably a smart decision. He's used her well, but probably not as well as he has some of the other champions. So I think it's a good call on his end to not again try leading with that champion, especially in what might be a very crucial round. Such good opening rockets, 150 damage off the bat, looking for the sneaky angle. Oh, there we go. CNZ might actually come back.
He can catch him on the Mega pickup too. Oh.
Yeah. That's a difficult call to make. A little bit too early to get him there.
He just left.
Yeah, and Mega going to CNZ, and now he's got to surrender. Heavy as well. Sirius, that is.
Wasn't Sirius the one that picked Mega up?
Yep.
And then he mistimed it, which gave CNZ the Mega, made him take a lot of damage because he ended up walking out, and then CNZ picks up the kill.
Yeah.
That's a misstep right there.
Although I don't know how much he mistimed it, though. I think he might have just really been interested in hurting CNZ, but he went back too far, trying to get that rail damage off, down at the teleporter, and then just CNZ just showed up behind him and did that LG damage in the back. Good rocket coming out of Sirius right there, though. Heavy is up. Both players got a pretty good idea of where the other one is. Sirius is going through the bounce pad, or the teleporter rather. And he will be the one to collect the Heavy.
Doesn't have a lot of health here, and he actually might get locked in. He's got to go over towards that rail side. And CNZ will let him get away for now. But he's going to be back up to 100 HP. Going to be looking to stack up the armors. You see him sticking around for the light to spawn back in. Both of them do have their abilities up. So this is where things get very tricky here. Who can connect those meatballs better?
Yeah, this is a difficult situation for both of these players because you know that you've got the ability. You know that your opponent's got the ability. It's tricky because those fights can very easily go both ways. So you kind of want to do some opening damage first or really find yourself in a better positioning when it comes down to it. Bit of a missed rocket. The first one by CNZ. And he just used his flames. This is good for Sirius. He still has his ability. CNZ does not. And he's got the upper ground. LG is good, but the Mega. CNZ picked it up at 10 points of health and pulls it back. Sirius might very well be in trouble. He's on his next, his last champion. If he loses this one, it's 1-1 in maps.
Yeah, and then we're going to Molten Falls as our final map of the day. And Sirius, who looks so strong on Blood Covenant, is starting to struggle on his map of choice. The rocket jump comes in. He's very low HP, but he's popped the Ghost Walk. Can CNZ get away from this? Goes in towards the window, gets the frag with the LG, looking to pick up Mega, which will be up spawning in 1 second of time.
Yep.
But he needs to get his Hourglass to stack back up, and he might be walking into a trap.
Those rockets are going to be good enough to push away CNZ because that was so dangerous. CNZ coming around the corner with base stack and some armor, and he had that LG dual wield at the ready. Didn't end up using it though, but still, the threat was there. So well played by Sirius. Heavy is up, and it will also go to CNZ. Sirius probably just going to look for a little bit of chip damage right there. He's got to be careful though, because in comes CNZ, but that dual wield, I believe, has just been used, and that's great for Sirius. Oh! Nope, not off the map. It looked like it for one brief second that he was going to go all the way. Sirius, 6 HP. He cannot stick around for this. CNZ definitely has a decent stack after that situation. I was expecting him to be a little bit lower than that, and Sirius might be too. So he needs to be careful not to overextend right now.
Sirius had to fight from the back foot because he's been able to lose out on Heavy. He's going to lose out on Mega most likely too as it spawns back in 1 second at a time. He's going to have some LG ammo most likely picked up here. Charges straight into him. The duel comes out. He doesn't have Ghost Walk up just yet. 8 seconds left of this one, but he gets the frag nonetheless. He ties things up now with a minute to go. That was with Mega picked up for CNZ as well, so that was a very hard fight, and some really good rockets opened things up for Sirius.
Yeah, it's good that Sirius got his Ghost Walk back right now, because he is low. He might as well use it right now, I think. Probably want to get out of this situation, but nope. God. That's why he's the pro and I'm not, but there we go.
Oh my, he did it again.
But that Mega could not have gone up at a worse time, but Sirius is LG, murderous as always, pushing in, convincingly getting that final rocket frag. Here we go, 2-2. Sirius not done yet.
I like that delayed push too that he went for the final frag. You can see right here the amount of damage he did with those rockets.
Yeah.
But that final frag, he actually just waited in the doorway for a second, didn't want to rush in, didn't want to just get caught up by something crazy, and then went for the final push when he was confident for it. But yeah, like you're saying, here we go. It's 2-2. CNZ, his tournament life is on the line here, and Sirius is looking to get through tomorrow, and he's been able to hit that first rail and draw first blood.
Yep. Let's see if he can.
Definitely doesn't have blood because he's just bones, but drew first bone.
Yeah, drew first bone, and let's see if he can carry this one on for a while. Sirius got all the weapon that he needs, but he has to be careful. He's got to pay some respect to the Death Knight because those flames, is he gonna push through? He is! Out come the dual wield. He takes quite a bit of flame damage, but he isn't phased by it at all. Heavy will be up first. He's actually got an opportunity to get both if he goes for Mega first. Good play by Sirius if he's gonna push in for it.
Nah, he's respecting the LG.
Yep.
There's no point to push into that when he's going to have dual available. Look at that juggle, though. But he knows he's super low in health, right?
Yeah.
Sirius. So there is an opportunity for Sirius to get this frag.
Sirius just froze CNZ in midair. He, momentum gone. From 100 to a nothing right there. Mega is up first. Heavy is delayed by quite a bit. This is an opportunity for CNZ. He's got the setup, but he doesn't have the dual wield yet. And Sirius rather might be able to exploit that, doing a little bit of chip damage with those rockets. Mega up in just a second. Sirius, you probably do not want to take this fight just yet. In comes CNZ. This should be his kill. But the flames hurt, and he's standing in them for quite some time too.
Oh my god, the shotgun blast. If he didn't pick up that health glow, that would have been the death of him. The rocket's being spammed in. He's got the rail out. He's looking for the frag. He's going to look for the shot, and he connects.
Wow. What a great shot.
But Sirius, he did this with Nyx before.
Yeah, he can definitely do it again. CNZ sticking to the outskirts of the map, trying to just get himself stacked up a little bit. Sirius got that LG ready. He knows the Mega timing to the T, and he gets the frag.
He didn't even Ghost Walk either, keep in mind, because he was that confident he was going to get the frag. So now he has it for the final push-up. It's going to be Nyx versus Ranger, 1v1. Winner takes all. Well, I guess for CNZ, you get to the third map. And let's see, can Sirius pull this one off, or will CNZ take it? Oh yeah, she's being super aggressive. The Ghost Walk's off of cooldown. He can use this one.
Decent amount of damage right there. Sirius and CNZ similarly stacked, but that's going to change with that Heavy.
I think he just barely caught a pixel, and he heard the rocket jump towards Mega, so he'll have Heavy and Mega. And
get out of there, Sirius. Not even his LG can save him there. 3-2. CNZ is going to be happy about that one, as we will be moving into map 3.
Well, here we go. Sirius kind of skewing his statistics now about never losing Awoken as he takes the first L. Thank you for that one, Jahar.
Yeah, thank you, Jahar. You're back early.
Well, no one knows he's here. He's actually not here.
He's not actually there.
Told me here and here. He actually secretly loves me very much, and because his mic's not on, he can't disprove that at all. So Molten Falls coming up next here.
The tiebreaker, yeah. No one picked this, but no one banned it either. So that's always an interesting map to go to. Have seen quite a few games go all the way today, I think.
Yeah, and which is kind of nice because yesterday we had a couple of 2-0s, even in the high-profile matches. But this time, it's coming down to the wire for both these two players. For Sirius, he doesn't have a ton of lane experience coming into this event. Now, with all the pressure on his shoulders, if he loses this map, he's out of the tournament. If he wins it, he's through into the money. He's through into the playoffs. And CNZ as well, who's already had a tough game just before this playing against Kilson.
Oh, yeah. And just to keep in mind, Galena is banned. Pfizer is banned as well. we're gonna see the exact same picks. We're gonna see the Death Knight. No, well, Sirius still sticking with that Nyx. I wouldn't say it was all that successful for him on Awoken, but he's confident in his ability. So
I mean, he's been probably, out of all the Nyx players I've seen, he's the best at using Ghost Walk in terms of not dying with it up.
Oh yeah, he knows the champion extremely well, and he might be able to do some very interesting things with her this time around.
We'll see.
Yeah, as we do jump into the final map, Sirius versus CNZ. Whoever wins goes through. Whoever loses is out of the tournament for good. So this is an extremely important decider match.
Well, it looks like Sirius is going to be starting with Nyx off the bat here, and we're going to see Death Knight out of CNZ. And Sirius already, actually both players are going to be delaying their pickups. A little bit of a read into. Actually, they pick up at the exact same time after delaying them for about 10 seconds.
Yeah, Sirius is going to get the Mega, so both players delaying it a little bit, but still managing to pick it up at literally the exact same time. There is no delay between those whatsoever. Sirius still needs the LG, still wants the railgun. And yeah, he again is in a position where he has to give a lot of respect to his opponent because, I mean, it's the Death Knight. It's the fire, it's the flames. It can melt your stack on any champion that you're on, and that counts double for someone as weak as Nyx. CNZ dropping for the heavy right there. Good rail by Sirius.
Yep, he should be able to go over towards Mega as well. Looks like CNZ's going to have to get this one up, but looking for the rail angle, and the angle will be there, but the shot won't. It's now 180 damage now done here for Sirius. He's going to actually push directly into him. He had the wall jump there. They could have clipped back up to him, but instead doesn't want to force the fight. Definitely in close quarters like that when that flame strike can completely eliminate him. And look at that. He dodges it completely.
Oh. He was hoping for a bit more of an angle right there, I think. It's perfectly timed for heavy, but still takes so much damage. CNZ himself isn't too stacked either. Oh, I clenched for a second right there when Sirius did like the little jump there, because you can still be seen. Your head is still visible all the way from the other side had CNZ gone through the teleporter. Didn't happen this time around. Good rocket, good read from Sirius.
Yeah, decent rocket followed up by a terrible rocket right there, because that could have been an opportunity for him to pick up this kill. You see the flame strike's now down. There's no health left for CNZ. He knows he's low in HP and pushes with the LG, getting that first frag.
Yeah. And he will be able to claim the heavy as his reward. Mega, it'll be a little bit of a race. CNZ's got the setup, but he's missing everything. Of course, such a difficult angle to take a fight from with rockets, because your opponent is like kind of on stairs away from you. So basically all you can do is hit direct. And he did not manage to do any of that.
Taking a lot of LG here.
Yeah, Sirius gotta be careful, man. At least he's got those health bubbles to fall back on if he needs to, but railable still. Won't be for long though, and he's got Mega coming up soon. CNZ wants that too, or at least he's hoping to do some damage. Really nice play by Sirius. I liked what he just did. There comes the Ghost Walk into the LG. Sirius, round 1 will be going to him.
So, you know, Sirius is like, what'd you say about my Nyx flea? Because then he just kills all 3 in a row with her. Yeah, it was really well done. As you mentioned, the stairs, like using that to his advantage. The tracking he already has, but to limit the damage he took allowed him to take fight after fight. And those beats per minute out of Sirius just seem to be going up and up as this entire series continues. 140 right now. If you guys didn't know simple math, that's over 2 times a minute.
Thank you, Jason. I'm so happy we have you on the panel with us for those insightful comments. Sirius kind of messing up the jump right there, but he recovers quite nicely. Mega will be up first, and then we've got around 5 seconds before heavy spawns. Sirius jumping in for the rocket launcher, but that's dangerous. Luckily for him, doesn't take that much damage and actually retaliates with more himself. Nah, he's not gonna go for it. Nope, CNZ just running out of there, trying to bait his opponent. Oh, that's a nice one from Sirius. That's gonna put him in pole position. He's the one in the lead. And he's hitting these shots over and over and over again. 63% rail from Sirius as opposed to 43% LG.
You're not, yeah, and your orb's down. You didn't have the health to survive the rail. You're going to fall every day of the week, especially with what Sirius is hitting, as you mentioned, Flea.
Yep.
And he had the timing on heavy, he has the timing on Mega. He's going to be able to secure both items, or at least force CNZ to challenge out on one of these. He's actually going to bait heavy in, and he actually rockets himself.
That's unfortunate. Also, worth pointing out is that CNZ has, in this entire map, fired one rail, make that 2, and he had missed it just before this, as opposed to Sirius, who had shot 13 rails. That might have played a big part in it, but now CNZ starting to use the weapon a little bit more, and to great effect too. Not gonna push in for it though. Sirius, little creative jump right there, landing onto the Mega, and he's still railable right now, no longer.
Yeah, but that was a massive rail out of CNZ because he prevents Sirius from getting Mega into heavy. And he's actually been able to secure heavy himself to get a massive stack. And Sirius is going to have to respect this one. He's going to have to back away, which he's doing just now. CNZ able to get back towards Rockets and maybe drop down towards Mega, or maybe look for the fight. Sirius is going to have Ghost Walk, so he's not too worried. And there's a split second. It looked like he wanted to force the fight again and go for the perforation. But in the meantime, he just backs away. He hits another great rocket, but the rail could be enough to finish him off. He's watching the Mega pickup. And he watches from slightly too far of an angle to the side.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake by Sirius, I think, because, I mean, had CNZ picked up Mega and then he hit him, then, I mean, he obviously would have lived because he just picked up Mega. And before he picked up Mega, the angle was just too tight to get a reliable shot on. Rather, there come the flames. They're not going to be enough, but careful, Sirius. Don't step in those because that damage adds up. It's kind of like Slash's trail at the time. Mega, Sirius is just not going to go for that one. Looking for an angle.
I don't know why. I must be just really tired. It's like, okay, well, he's waiting for quad to come up. But nope, wrong game mode, Jason.
That would be interesting, but not today. No quads in duel for the time being, although perhaps the people at it might be taking notes of those suggestions.
Yeah, and throwing them in the trash probably. They're like, Jason, we don't hire you to come up with ideas. You're just a caster. You're not an idea man. 6 seconds on Mega, and Sirius is going to have dual wield up with the backing of these hourglasses. It's going to be dual wield versus dual wield, and at the moment, CNZ, he's going to have LG, and he does have that initial rail shot to give him a massive stack lead.
Yep. Sirius, I mean, he's got 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. He can very well kind of start running this down. Awoken is a pretty large map, so he might have the opportunity to do so. The dual rail coming out, and it actually hits. And that is not an easy feat, because it is so difficult to do that. Once you get used to the railgun normal written, the firing rate, it's so difficult to switch away of that. And now CNZ set up comfortably onto the Mega Health, pushing into Sirius. This might be the end. Sirius even goes for the orb, hoping for the telefrag. Doesn't quite get it. Probably would have been better off going through the teleporter after firing that orb. But that'll be 1-1. Tied all the way back up.
I want to see some like Dewey mechanics there where he actually nails him into the sky with the... Yeah, it's like, what? You see him nail him to the sky with the rocket and then just follows up the orb mid-air since they have a controlled trajectory, calling on his, his experience at NASA that Dewey has had. But either way, we're into the next round, round 3, and we're going to see them already battle off the bat, and Sirius just dancing around CNZ there.
He's using that wall jump well, but perhaps waiting a little bit too late with using his invisibility, because he definitely took most of the damage in that engagement, and that is setting CNZ up quite nicely. Heavy will be up first, and then it's around 5 seconds before the Mega Health spawns. And Sirius, I mean, he's pretty stacked right now. He picked up Heavy. It's looking good, but Mega is definitely going to go to his opponent right there. Might see another brawl right here, though. Sirius is just waiting for CNZ to come around the corner.
But unfortunately, the dual wield's going to be back.
Yeah.
And yeah, Sirius will eventually get his Ghost Walk back up, but he doesn't have the stack nearly high enough to combat against CNZ unless he hits some insane shots, and so far they haven't been there for him. Dangerous to drop down here and stop moving, but Sirius on the high ground looking for the rails. He has the opportunity to go for a couple more, but still going to back away, realizing the Heavy will be secured, and he needs to take at least Mega.
Yeah, that's risky going for more there, though, because if CNZ had switched to his rockets and just put one at the edge, the splash damage can be huge from those shots even. So Sirius being next, being so low, probably couldn't even afford to do that. So I support him in his decision not to go for more peaks, but there we go. The tribal damage, 70 damage coming off, and Sirius landing so good on those rails, and the push with the super shotgun in the invis. We've seen it time and time again. It is such an effective combo. Sirius can't stick around there, though.
It's the advantage you have when you have Ghost Walk. You're guaranteed to get the first shot off in 99% of the situations. That's going to be the Fire Strike to use, and he's going to dodge out on it perfectly. Follows up with the rail, and now CNZ on the cusp of being knocked out here to take it to that last round. He's got the Ranger. He's got a lot of work to do.
Wow, that LG, that just pushed CNZ completely away from that Mega Health, got him the frag, and put him on match point.
Round begins in
2-1. Can Sirius take this one home?
fight.
Well, as he's getting closer and closer to winning, his beats per minute has gone down. So maybe he's getting some composure over himself.
Yep.
And just I say it, he just died. 0 BPMs. He's gone.
He's
He's
gone.
no longer playing here. So CNZ going to get through off of a DQ? No. Let's see, though. It's going to be the Knicks up against Ranger off the bat this time. CNZ not going to be going for the BJ and not going for the DK.
Yeah,
so I'm trying a different route.
That's an interesting pick. I mean, I guess he just decided to go for something different, perhaps a better counter to that Nyx, of course. Ranger is probably a pretty decent counter to Nyx, because when the Invis comes out, you can use the orb and just get away to a position that she cannot follow you. That might be his reasoning behind that pick first. Oh, serious, the tracking, the 7s. They hurt. They hurt, and now CNZ is the one who's trailing. He does switch to his trusty Death Knight. Comes in straight away. Sirius stuck in a corner in between those fires. And actually CNZ is so low. And yet he's still kind of pushing in at the time. Sirius 100 health himself. Definitely not all that stacked. Is going to retreat. Heavy will be up, and that's probably going to go to CNZ.
And actually is a world where he can challenge over towards Mega, and I think Sirius is going to have to give this one away. You can see, oh, there was a legitimate chance that he was going to knock CNZ off the map there if he jumped over that corner, over that gap. But now Sirius with 10 health, he's just looking to stay alive here, looking to buy some time, get that restack back in, and then, you know, work from the ground floor back up to try to dismantle CNZ and the control he's going to have.
Yeah, he needs to have his reflexes primed right now, and he does. Oh my god, that was quick. And even goes through the teleporter to get a little bit of damage off. Very nicely done by Sirius right there, but he is missing out on another major item. There's over 3 minutes left to go, so I think that it's still too early for anyone to really just play the clock at this point. But then again, you are Nyx. You've got that Invis, you've got that Ghost Walk, and that can buy you a few extra seconds to get away out of pretty much any fight. And now Sirius is set up near Heavy, is looking to steal it. I don't think he's got the exact timing because it was CNZ who picked it up last. Careful with where you're looking. Good combo right there. This
Maybe
is dangerous.
Him to drop, though.
Yeah, that nice double jump though. CNZ pushed away. Sirius back in control right now, flipping it just like that. Mega will be up next. CNZ, are you going to make a move on this? That might be ill-advised. He is gonna go for the fire, blanketing the item. Area denial, of course, is a pretty big part of that ability. And Sirius looking to set up a trap. Did he hear something? I don't think he...
Yeah, I think I heard the nail gun being picked up. LG not going to connect the rail, though. Still got the Ghost Walk to escape this one. Relatively harm-free, but see how much damage he's going to take before he goes for it. 31 health left. He has to avoid the rail. He's actually very cautious about where he's going to go here.
I'm clenching a bit every time I see Sirius get in one of those fights. It's just... He holds on to that Ghost Walk.
You must have buns of steel then.
Yeah,
the amount of clutching that's happened in this match.
Absolutely, and then he still goes for that peak when he's down to like 30 points of health against CNZ, who there's no way he can get with any single shot. So Sirius is playing calm and collected, but is it going to bite him?
Well, I'm telling you this, he's definitely not calm. He's up to 163 beats per minute.
He looks calm and collected. His playstyle, at least, seems to be. Taking a bit of damage right there. A rail in the back, and CNZ at this point is just getting all of the items. At this point, CNZ has around 30 pickups of the majors, whereas Sirius only has around 20.
Oh, that timing of Ghost Walk. He dodges away from the Fire Strike, and not to mention the damage off the back of this. He's going to have the armor to pick up, and he has a major advantage in this fight. He doesn't have the height advantage. As Anakin Skywalker learned, that's never a place you want to be, but it doesn't matter. There's a minute left to go. Ghost Walk up in 14 seconds. And let's see if he can hold on for that time.
Yeah, Sirius, I'm so worried that you're not picking up that tiny little final bit of health, because those 15 hit points, they can change the outcome of whatever fight might happen next. But now it's just 40 seconds left. I mean,
Sirius he has to gallop. He has to run.
Again, he just walks on by it. Perhaps he's scared of making noise, but his jumps do that nevertheless. If he dies and it's a close fight, I'm gonna say told you so at the end. But now there's just 25 seconds left to go. CNZ is so stacked, but first he has to find Sirius, and then he has to deal with the Ghost Walk as well.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up Mega because he realizes the time is going to be a factor. Oh, look at this. Oh, he's going to drop. He's going to see him. but he gets up the bounce pad. He's going to get away. He has 10 seconds left to go. The Ghost Walk is going to last almost long enough in a few seconds to buy him the time he needs. He's just trying to run. This is Need for Speed going on now. This isn't Quake anymore. 3 seconds left, and that's going to do it. Serious, taking a sigh of relief there, has been able to make it through to the playoffs tomorrow.
Wow. Well played, Serious. Well played. Moving into the final 8. I don't think that's a player that many people would have expected to see there. But he did it. He beat CNZ again. Not as clean as he did the first time round. That was a 2-0. This was a 2-1. But nevertheless, he made it all the way there. And now, this time, for real, Jahar, welcome back.
I would have laughed if that was an empty seat when we cut to you.
I'm feeling empty inside, but I'm very happy to see Serious moving on forward. You said that somebody that nobody really expected to get this far, but I think as we saw more and more games of Serious played, and we saw more of him in the brackets yesterday and in the groups today, I think that expectation was rising. So the fact that he lost to Woken was making a lot of people a little bit nervous.
Oh, yeah. Just want to point out the scoreboard real quick that CNZ had 10 more major item pickups, but still, Serious did almost 1.5k more damage than his opponent.
His
That's
LG is no
amazing.
joke.
Absolutely not. I mean, he can go toe-to-toe with the best aimers in the scene.
His LG is seriously good.
Yeah, that was kind of the... All right, yeah, we made it. We got there.
I made the joke.
Had to come out at one point.
Oh, man, but that means that we're going to be done with group stages for today. It's been a fantastic journey, but at the end of it, we've gone from 16 players down to 8. We'll be going into playoffs tomorrow, and unlike yesterday where we actually had some drawings for those groups, actually we just get to use math and logic to figure out what the bracket is for tomorrow. And we're going to be taking a look at that, but a little more highlight action coming out of Serious and CNZ. And not to take anything away from CNZ, he's had a tough group. And, of course, Serious was riding into this with a lot of expectation on his shoulders. And fortunately for him, it paid off.
Oh, yeah, CNZ should be so satisfied with his performance because I think that Serious, some people might have seen coming, but CNZ definitely was the black horse in this race. And he made it till the very final decider game to qualify for the final 8.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody who got knocked out of groups today has too much to feel bad about. I mean, I know it's a cliche that every group is a death group, but every group was a death group.
Yeah, definitely was.
And unfortunately, that does mean CNZ misses the money. He misses the bubble just on the outside of it, and that's $2.5 grand that I think Serious, spent his own money to go to tours. He spent his own money to come here, and he's been able to finally make some of that back.
I need to be able to pay rent this month.
Exactly. He's like, if I can't win this, I'm out in the street.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, happy to see him perform as well as, through his career, all the troubles he's had. But to see him come here today in his second LAN and perform this well, it's fantastic. But now the question comes into this. The same question I had yesterday come in today. The same question I'm going to put out there for today to tomorrow. Can he maintain his performance? And if anything, can he continue to build it up higher?
Well, I think that question might be best directed at Serious himself, who is going to be joining us here, I believe. How you doing, man?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Just let it out.
Yeah, relief.
I don't know what to say, really.
So obviously you won a 2-1, but one of those ones was Awoken, who I feel obligated to remind you.
Please don't mention it.
I have to. I have to do it.
I blame Nyx.
Really? Okay.
Nah, he really played well, and I don't know. I was kind of starting to joke because I won the first map. I felt really comfortable, and
so you didn't take it seriously enough.
Yeah, I was basically like super relaxed after the first map. And as soon as he won the first round and then the second round, I was just, please.
You almost brought it back.
Yeah, I almost brought it back, but I think I ran out of ammo in the end with LG.
Yeah.
So why did you go Nyx on that map then? Was that like you were planning to, or is it just
no,
that?
I usually play Nyx, but I didn't play her in a while, and obviously this whole tournament, since everyone keeps banning Nyx, including myself. And yeah, I usually feel really comfortable playing Nyx.
Why exactly is that?
Because Nyx gives you some sort of freedom, like you can get away with stuff.
Okay.
That you can't get away with other champions. Like you can infinitely plus back and rail and LG position yourself because of the double jump, the wall jump, and yeah.
You know, we didn't get to actually talk to you at all yesterday because this is the first day actually doing interviews. What was your training regimen coming into this?
I just played a couple of cups and that's it.
Just imagine if you really tried to
I
practice.
I started training duel.
After tours?
No. Like recently, in the last month.
Dang, don't tell CNZ that.
No. I played the duel, obviously, but I really started taking it seriously, and I started playing more cups. And yeah, I finally started competing.
Did you have any scrim partners coming into this? Like, for instance, did you play against Rafa at all?
Yeah, I played him like on the first day when we got here, like on the 4th Thursday. It was only 3 games though, so not really practice.
Did you beat him on Awoken?
Yeah.
Okay.
3-0.
We have no way to prove him wrong on that, so he's very confident to be able to say, no, he didn't beat me.
Well, we actually played a few games together coming into this series. Not here, but before, back at home online. And back then, I already realized that you were going to be a major threat. Just playing against you is like you're getting hit by a truck when that LG turns the corner. So, yeah. Good to see you perform.
Especially since you taught me all I know.
Yeah, I'll take full credit for that. Thank you.
I hope you can maintain a little bit of that humbleness going into tomorrow. And I have to ask the bog standard question: what are some of the names you're really keeping an eye on in the bracket for playoffs?
I don't really know. I didn't think about it.
Well,
like maybe Rafa.
Maybe that's a good way to go into it.
Or Claus.
Well, I mean, he didn't have it even on his mind. It's like, I need to win this game before I could even bother to think about that stuff.
I didn't really want to think about it because I knew he was playing, CNZ was playing really well. And he beat Kilson yesterday, he beat Avik today. And yeah, I was just trying to focus on the game. And I almost lost, I almost choked.
Well, I think it's fair to say that you had probably one of the most difficult groups out of today. So congratulations for getting into the money and into the playoffs tomorrow. I know it's towards the end of the evening, so I hope you're able to get some rest.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, have a great evening there. And that means that we're going to be closing off group stages. 8 more of our players get to fill up the couches. It is getting a little bit crowded out there, honestly. Like, we had a little bit more room yesterday.
Jahar, is it time yet?
Time?
Do we have the brackets? Do we get to see who's
playing?
Yeah,
you got to build up to these things,
I need it now.
man.
I need it now.
Building
I
up to the
see.
apex. It's a climax. You need to slowly get into that.
Before the brackets.
Oh, come on.
Before the brackets. Let's do a very quick review of our group stages and maybe play some violin music as we're waving goodbye to half of them. Of course, we have to start with Dewey. Damn it.
Yeah.
Why do we have to start here at Group A at the very beginning? But it also means that Base is going to be out. But I think even though we're not going to be seeing Base tomorrow, we're going to be seeing a lot of him in the future. I think he got a big fan club, especially today.
I literally can't forget about him after seeing his sweet ninja moves. That was I feel like we should end the show with that video because it was that good.
I don't disagree, but it means that Cooler and Claus will be going up forward. And because of these groups, I think we have so many rivalries that not only met in the early parts of the groups, but also towards the winner's side and the decider's side. We saw plenty of rematches today, and it means that we have a lot of potential, really heavy-hitting potential grand finals. So that's just Group A. Taking a look at Group B, which is where we spent a lot of our focus on during the beginning of the day. Of course, we've got Dehang and Rafa, our dependable Americans, moving into playoffs. Agent and Wenger getting knocked out.
Yeah, and they definitely going all the way. This time, 2 of their players in the top 8. That's good news for them for sure. Wenger going out. I know that a lot of people were very interested and hoping to see him do more. Some of the players themselves, if it was Claus, if I remember correctly, was saying earlier that he really wanted to play Wenger. Kind of sad that he isn't.
There's been a lot of good matches between Claus and Wenger when it's come to QLL.
Yep.
Really has. But also, you have to shout to Agent. He actually almost knocked Rafa into the loser bracket side in the winner's match. He almost beat him on Blood Run. He decimated Rafa in a 3-0.
Yeah, that is going to be a game to definitely examine time and time again in the future, just because we saw not only Rafa get beaten by Agent in Blood Run, but it was so deliberate. Like, the strategy worked. Like, he wrote a book, and he played that perfectly.
Yeah, Rafa just didn't have any answers.
No.
It was too fast, too sudden.
He's still complaining about it out there.
Probably will for a while, too.
And deservedly so. So, yeah, kudos to Agent for that one. Moving into Group C, for our quick little Jingleheimer recap. Yeah. TM. We got Toxic and Razy moving up forward. And of course, Razy played out of his mind today. Toxic, I gotta say, actually, he was the most zen today I've ever seen him before.
You've ever seen a change in emotions in him?
Toxic, yeah. He's a very A-side, B-side kind of guy, but today he kind of transcended. It makes me really look forward to tomorrow, honestly.
He looked good. He looked good. And the thing is, like, I had questions about him. I know he's a strong player, but as a dual player, thinking back to like, the very first B Invitational we did, he was one of the players invited to that tournament, and he just didn't perform. He got knocked out in groups. Yeah, he's got solid aim, but now he's starting to hit his stride because he manhandled Razy.
Oh, yeah, he definitely did. Toxic, definitely a main contender, too, in my eyes. Also, big shout-out to Garpy. Didn't, unfortunately, qualify for tomorrow. I know he hasn't had that much time to practice, but he definitely did put up a good fight, made it to the final 16, so props to him for that as well.
Absolutely, and of course with Group D, as we just finish off Sirius and CNZ, we're also going to be seeing Kilson out tomorrow, and he's been very consistent, and as you've already mentioned several times so far here, Flea, he's just actually been getting better throughout the course of the day.
Every day he just gets a tiny little bit better. We'll see if it'll be enough tomorrow. Sirius also made it out, as we obviously just saw. Happy to say that happened as well. And Avak, I think that's another player that several people are expecting to make it into top 8, at least talking around a little bit. I saw a lot of people very confident in his abilities, but unfortunately he didn't quite make it that far.
Yeah, you don't get knocked out of the groups without some segment of the population feeling absolutely cheated.
Yeah. That's always the case. That's just how it is.
Yeah, but of course, if anybody's out there and they're able to kind of crunch the numbers and do the math, I'm sure you can work out the playoff bracket, but we're actually going to make that a little bit easier for you and show it off right here, right now. Jason, wait no longer. Ta-da.
Oh. So, Claus versus Razy. It's going to be an interesting one. Rafa versus Sirius. Toxic versus Cooler. And then Kilson versus The Hang.
I'm seeing like a semifinal in the making right there. That just gives me goosebumps. Razy Rafa. I mentioned earlier on, there's a potential for the rematch.
Yeah.
Oh.
And if you thought today was about endurance, that's going to go doubly for tomorrow. This first round, which is going to be played in the order that you see right here, it's all going to be best of 3, but semifinals forward is going to be best of 5.
Yeah.
So
that's going to be interesting because I know that
no excuses there.
Yeah, absolutely not, because I know that some players are really, really good at those long games and they can just keep going. They've got the stamina, whereas others just really want to close it down as fast as possible. So that's going to be interesting to see how those styles clash tomorrow.
Toxic and Cooler, I think, is what I'm really looking forward to out of the gate.
Yeah,
and then Kilson to Hang as well for me. Like both really good rocket users. All the matches are gonna be amazing. And if you guys aren't there, then why not?
Yeah,
this is gonna be insane.
And that's all best of. It's all best of 3 for the first round, best of 5 on forward, but single elimination. So we don't get any more of you get to play the next match. It's all good.
You know what we can have that I completely forgot about because we've been going a long time?
Ice cream?
Wait, where? No. We could have a QuakeCon rematch. Oh. We could have Claus playing against The Hang in the grand finals. Turn that best of 1 into a best of 5.
It was a fun thing to do on a Sunday. Everybody took it so seriously.
I mean, 25 grand for...
Everybody took it so seriously. I don't get it.
Oh, there's several rematches that we can see. We could also go all the way and see The Hang versus Toxic again. That's from DreamHack Winter last year. Grand finals there. So
could have Rafa versus The Hang in the finals potentially too. Could have Cooler versus Rafa in the finals.
Anything I
feel like bad because I've not been saying like Razy in the finals. I don't know why. It's not intentional. It's just like all these matches that we see in the past. You know, coming into fruition.
Absolutely. So as we get towards the end of the evening and start looking forward to those playoffs, as I'm sure we all are, Flea, do you have any final thoughts to kind of wrap up the day?
I mean, it has been an amazing day. It's just sad to see so many of these amazing players go. You know, we've had Dewey, Base, Van Gur, Agent, all of them already knocked out. Same goes for Garpy, Cipher, and then CNZ, as well as Avak. So it's sad to see them go, but I do think that the 8 players that we have left are going to put up one hell of a show tomorrow. It's been a great day, and I think that tomorrow is going to be even better.
I absolutely agree. Jason, looking forward to it?
Yes, same thoughts.
Absolutely
Same
the same thoughts.
I mean, there's
Perfect.
not much else to say because the quicker the show ends, the quicker I get to go to bed, the quicker tomorrow comes. It's like Christmas.
Your priorities are skewed, man.
To what? To see the matches tomorrow?
Okay, that does help.
Yeah.
It's something to look forward to.
And Flea, you mentioned that we're waving goodbye to bass, but to close off the evening and play us out,
please do.
Maybe we'll play it a few times. Let's just watch bass until we all fall asleep.
Tasty. We'll find out how tasty soon.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the boom.
I'm gonna flip you like a table.
Это было несложно. Ты слаб.